Chapter 14:16 One Pink Pig, Golden Ticket 2. Those who can cultivate divine energy in this world can be said to be very rare. Those with divine energy can open up a second sea of consciousness. It is more difficult for the beast tribe to cultivate the divine essence, but once the beast tribe cultivates the divine essence, it can be said to be equivalent to an immortal existence. Therefore, Chu Wuchen's pity meant that after the feather fan was destroyed, the soul of the instrument had to change its habitat. As for Yuan's level beasts, she really didn't know what her strength was. After all, each universe's beast clan has different levels. In some places, the level of orcs is the same as that of ascetics, and in other places, they're divided according to bloodline. Of course, some places will be divided according to the time when the orcs appeared. However, since the other party can cultivate divine energy, you must be at a high level of strength. Why would such a beast be willing to become a weapon soul? The other party can completely reshape his body and live freely. Any creature with divine energy can easily reshape their body. Senior, after the world-destroying lightning tribulation is over, how about I make you a new feather fan? Fang Qinggran asked. It can't be built, Chu Wuchen said regretfully. There are no more feathers left in the world. What can't be made? Xiaofeng, tell him if he wants the Yuling of the Zhenshan clan. Fang Xi eavesdropped for a long time and finally couldn't help but send a message to Fang Qinggran. It cannot make Fang Qinggran owe the other party too much karma. Fang Qinggran felt helpless and said via voice message, Fang Xi, your feathers are so precious, are you sure? Every feather of Fang Xi is very beautiful. She was a little reluctant to give up. What's the matter? It's just a feather. Master Fang, have you never seen my true form? Fang Xi asked in return. One feather is more than enough. Fang Qinggran didn't feel too distressed when she heard Fang Xi say this. However, she did not tell the matter immediately. It would be better to wait for the finished product to come out and give it to the other party directly. This will not expose Fang Xi's existence. You don't have to feel guilty. It's just an acquired spiritual treasure. I have more, Chu Wuchen said. Fang Qinggran reacted immediately. Senior, why don't you just release the weapon soul so that you can keep the feather fan? Beasts that already possess divine energy do not need to rely on acquired spiritual treasures at all. Inappropriate. Chu Wuchen's voice was lowered, and his eyes were still a little uncomfortable. Chu Wuchen and Fang Qinggran were chatting here. Many monks outside were going crazy. They are all forces that have good relations with the Divine Fox clan. Chu Wuchen cherished his life very much in the past. Why is he so reckless this time? He can't be greedy for beauty, so he is desperate, right? I heard from the juniors that the outsider has an excellent appearance and an unparalleled temperament. I have never seen such a beauty in Chu Wuchen. I feel that he may want to seek excitement. After all, this is a world-destroying lightning disaster. If he can hold it together, he will be able to show off for a long time. Kang Lingzi and Xuanmingzi hid among the monks, silent. Their appearance now was not unexpected at all. Kang Lingzi wanted to rush forward to fight against the world-destroying thunder calamity, but was held back by Xuanmingzi. Xuanmingzi sent a message, Kang Lingzi, there is a mysterious person here. If you go up, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Chu Wuchen was used to acting erratically and unscrupulously. If Chu Wuchen goes to bear the thunder tribulation, the mysterious person will only doubt Chu Wuchen. Can't I want to save Chu Wuchen? Kang Lingzi asked via voice transmission. When Xuanmingzi heard what Kai Lingzi said, he knew that he could no longer stop him. Xuanmingzi sent a message, yes, but you have to put on a show, don't rush forward directly. After hearing this, Kang Lingzi rolled his eyes and began to shout loudly, Wuchen, Wuchen, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? I don't allow you to seek death. Xuanmingzi, exaggerated and emotionless. The other monks looked at Kai Lingzi and Xuanmingzi with strange eyes. That look said it all. What else could Xuanmingzi do? He could only pretend not to see it. He had a premonition that before the thunderstorm was over, the news that Elder Taizong of the Xuanji sect had mental problems would spread throughout the universe. The other monks looked at Xuanmingzi with sympathy. Boom. A deafening roar sounded. A lightning strike struck down like a giant beast swallowing the sky. The destructive power released by the thunder tribulation shattered hundreds of protective barriers of countless strong men. Cracks also appeared in the sect-protecting formations of many forces in Xianyuan continent. Those towering mountain peaks were instantly turned into powder. When many strong men saw this scene, their expressions changed suddenly. That was a great formation that had endured countless disasters for them. How could they not be able to withstand the pressure of thunder? Wuchen, Kang Lingzi shouted sincerely. He shouted and rushed towards the sky. Chu Wuchen was preparing to face Lei Ji with his feather fan. Then I heard Kang Lingzi's shout. Chu Wuchen shook his hand, and the feather fan flew out, facing Lei Ji alone. Chu Wuchen's expression changed and he felt bad. He took out a soul storage jade and rushed towards the feather fan. Wuchen, let me protect you. Kang Lingzi flashed in front of Chu Wuchen and released his divine energy, hoping to fight against the thunder calamity. Get out. Chu Wuchen kicked Kai Lingzi on the butt. Hum. When Kai Lingzi rushed forward, he heard a strange sound. At the same time, he was puzzled and resentful. Wuchen, I'm here to save you, why are you kicking me? Chu Wuchen was too lazy to pay attention to Kang Lingzi. The thunder tribulation had already finished and the feather fan was gone. Hum. Where did the pig noise come from? Kai Lingzi wondered, then looked up and saw a pink pig floating above. Chu Wuchen hurriedly stepped forward and used the soul storing jade to take the other person in. Immediately, Chu Wuchen looked at Kai Lingzi with dangerous eyes. Kai Lingzi subconsciously raised his hands. I really didn't know what you were hiding was a pig, I didn't see anything. He was laughing wildly on the inside. He finally understood why Chu Wuchen never released the weapon soul when fighting. It turns out that the soul of the weapon is a pig. Pig. Can be used as food. Can be used as a pet. Can be used as a contract beast. But there is a saying that this is the first time he has seen a pig that can become a weapon soul. Chu Wuchen's eyes were cold. Originally, he could just use the soul storage jade to quickly retrieve Wanwan, and everything would be fine. Kai Lingzi insisted on stirring things up. Now, everyone has seen it. Wanwan is depressed again. It's not that he doesn't want Chi-hun to meet people, it's just that Wanwan doesn't want to. Wanwan has always felt inferior to her appearance. It wanted to simulate the shadows of those dragons or phoenixes, but for some reason, it failed. It can only exist in pink pig form. Wanwan, it's okay, they won't laugh at you. Instead, they will marvel at your strength. Chu Wuchen comforted you through a message. Wow, look at Kang Lingzi, the corners of his mouth are almost bent to the corners of his eyes, he must be laughing. Wanwan said with a cry. Fang Qingran was shocked when she saw a pink pig appear. She never expected that the beast that could cultivate divine energy was actually a pig. This is hard to comment on. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14-17 There is no return. Fang Qingran was very curious about this pig's growth path. When the pig race appeared, the training resources belonging to the beast race had basically been divided up by other beast races. The little remaining resources are not available to the pig race. If the pig clan cannot get training resources, they cannot become strong and can only be reduced to the bottom of the beast clan. They have become food for most orcs, or they have become pets of other tribes. If things go on like this, no strong person can appear in the pig clan, the living space is repeatedly compressed, and the bloodline will become worse and worse, and finally they will become a captive clan with no chance to practice. This result is not caused by the pig family itself, but has something to do with the era in which they appeared. The era is very important, such as the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Killen Clan. Nor are they born powerful. It's that their ancestors were born into good things and grabbed more resources. With these cultivation resources, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Killen tribes are becoming increasingly powerful. As they become stronger, they get more good things. In this cycle, they will become more powerful and their status will become more and more noble. They began to use various natural and earthly treasures to cultivate better descendants and give them better inheritance and resources. When the descendants became stronger, they formulated various rules that were beneficial to the group. This is passed down from generation to generation. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn tribes have accumulated resources to a terrifying degree. They also became the leaders of the Beast Clan, dominating all the Beast Clans. But the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn clans' excessive plunder of resources eventually led to problems. The prosperity of the three tribes is in sharp contrast to the decline of other orc tribes. The three tribes themselves are also accustomed to times when resources are abundant, so when the world's resources begin to dry up, disaster will strike with a little planning by those who are willing. The three races of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn are rarely seen in the universe today. Basically all of them died in the Longan Calamity. The Longan Tribulation was a battle for resources, but countless precious resources were destroyed in this battle. After the Longhand Calamity, the pattern of the Orc clan changed drastically. The different beasts have each had their own way since then. The Orcs no longer have a true leader. In this process, countless Orcs were quietly exterminated and finally disappeared. Of course, there are also new races appearing to replace the disappeared beast races. It was in this environment that pigs appeared. There is no strong person in their race, and no heaven-defying cultivator has emerged. And if the resources used to train a pig to become a powerful beast are used on the wolf clan, hundreds of wolves of the same level can be raised. In this way, everyone is naturally unwilling to cultivate a pig clan. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on Chu Wuchen, and she had a better impression of him. He was willing to concentrate on raising a pig, and then raised it to the point of cultivating divine energy. Chu Wuchen must have spent countless efforts. So it's not surprising that the divine beast is willing to become a weapon soul. Kang Lingzi, get out of here. Chu Wuchen looked at Kai Lingzi and shouted loudly. His Wanwan finally accumulated some confidence, but it was gone. Chu Wuchen, after you return to the Divine Fox, can you take a look at Fen again? I want to ask it for advice, really. Kang Lingzi blinked sincerely. The way for the beast race to cultivate divine energy is tens of thousands of times more difficult than for the human race monks. Every divine beast has countless things that can be learned from. Ha, Chu Wuchen sneered. Kang Lingzi heard this and said, Chu Wuchen, I apologize. There was something wrong with my reaction at first, but the person I laughed at was not the divine beast, but you. A fox that looks charming actually has a cute little pig. Needless to say, with this combination, Chu Wuchen has a bit more fireworks. Chu Wuchen's eyes were even colder. That's good, laugh at him, right. In that case, you can get out, Wanwan doesn't want to see you. Chu Wuchen said. I won't go away, I have already entered the range of the Thunder Tribulation. Now you alone cannot handle the power of the Thunder Tribulation. We are the only ones together. Kang Lingzi kept staring at the soul storage jade in Chu Wuchen's hand. In his mind, he began to imagine the scene of Chu Wuchen feeding pigs. He could tell that Guan Yuan's body was still there. It should have hidden its body in the divine space and voluntarily turned into a weapon soul. There was a hint of envy in Kai Lingzi's eyes. Fang Qingran was sitting not far away, watching Kai Lingzi and Chu Wuchen talking to each other. She felt that this world-destroying thunder disaster had nothing to do with her. She seems to be here to make up the numbers. Boom. The last thunderstorm descended. The whole sky was dark. Kai Lingzi and Chu Wuchen immediately seriously resisted the world-destroying thunder catastrophe. At this moment, countless space cracks appeared around Fang Qingran, and the roars of giant beasts came from inside. The next moment, crystal-clear things emerged from these cracks. Those things rushed towards Fang Qingran with lightning speed. As a result, Fang Qingran had no time to identify what it was. I just feel that my whole body's strength is being imprisoned. And the terrifying power escaping from the cracks in space made her breathless. By the time Kang Lingzi and Chu Wuchen noticed something unusual about Fang Qingran's place, it was already too late. They watched as things wrapped around Fang Qingran. Her protective magic weapon shattered in an instant. Xiao Fang, these are the weird creatures in the world sea. Hong Mengshu said anxiously. How could such a strange creature attack Xiaofeng? No, they smell like black snakes. Feng Zhiqiu said angrily. Hum. A bell rang. The whole sky was filled with golden light. The space cracks that appeared are slowly closing. Phoenix Master, you only need to hold on for a moment, and I will make them retreat. The Chaos Bell said. Feng Qingbran was not strong enough to compete with these strange creatures. Especially these weird creatures summoned by dark consciousness. Phoenix Master, don't worry, as long as I'm here, they can't hurt your sea of consciousness. The spirit of Zhu Xuan said through the message. Feng Qingbran didn't speak for a long time. She stared at the cracks in space, as if she could see through the things hidden deep in the boundary sea. Are you so afraid of her being alive? Are you so afraid of her staying here? Therefore, the universe really has secrets that she cannot pry into. Is it Xuanmen? Or the Witch Clan? Or the Taoist Master? Feng Qingbran's eyes were devoid of warmth, and her whole body was full of murderous intent. The Qingguan sword fell into her hand, and all the restrictions suddenly disappeared. Now that you are here, you should be prepared to come back or not. Feng Qingbran raised her wrist and cut off all the protruding things without any effort. Suddenly, silent screams came from the cracks in space. Space blockade. Space collapses. As the two sounds of the chaos clock fell, all the space cracks closed. Feng Qingbran took back the chaos bell. The dark clouds in the sky are gradually dissipating. The monks could only see something golden appearing on the sky, but they had no idea what it was. When they could really see clearly above the sky, they could only see two scorched black people and an unharmed little girl. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14:18 The mysterious person is coming. The strong men in the entire Xianyuan continent look at me and I look at you. Are those Chu Wuchen and Kai Lingzi? How did they become like this? Aren't you curious as to why that little fellow Taoist is fine? That's right, this little Taoist friend only has the cultivation of the Lord of Creation, and he can actually withstand the pressure of the world-destroying lightning disaster. The strong men looked at each other with doubtful expressions. They were all above the level of the Origin Lord, and the protective barrier was shattered layer by layer to avoid being affected by the remnant power of the Thunder Tribulation. Feng Qingbran was at the center of a thunderstorm. How did he manage to escape unscathed? Could it be that they're too old and have fallen behind? I remember that after the outsiders passed through the Thunder Tribulation, no blessing rain fell, right? This voice sounded, causing all the powerful men to return to their thoughts. Only then did they realize that there was liquid falling down in that part of the sky. Whose lucky rain is earthy brown? This is obviously not rain. Then what is this? A strong man waved his hand, and a drop of liquid floated over and fell into his palm. After the other party read it, he looked strange and said, "This breath is like blood. Do you know which creature's blood is earthy brown? Kang Lingzi is a human, and the blood of the Divine Fox clan is the same as ours. Is this the blood of my little Taoist friend? This little fellow Taoist is also a human being. Strange, why does the breath in this blood look so like the creatures in the sea? Boundary sea creature, it seems to be the fault of dark consciousness. This little Taoist friend has something." After Feng Qingbran cut off the tentacles, she put everything away. These strong men have never seen the tentacles of those strange creatures, and they have already made guesses. Feng Qingbran looked at the thunder calamity that had completely dissipated and put away the Qingguan sword. "Senior, are you okay?" Feng Qingbran's eyes fell on Kai Lingzi and Chu Wuchen. It turns out that with the three of them together, the pressure of the world-destroying thunder tribulation was actually so strong. "We're fine, it's just that our body is a little numb. Just take it easy and it'll be fine," Kai Lingzi said. A little regretful. The power of this world-destroying thunder catastrophe is dozens of times stronger than the power described in ancient books. He regretted coming. If he had not broken in, the power of the thunder tribulation should not have been like this, and he and Chu Wuchen would not have ended up like this. "Then, Senior, shall I take you down?" Feng Qingbran asked tentatively. "Staying here is too eye-catching." "No, we want to enjoy the scenery here." Kai Lingzi refused. "If you continue to look like this, you will be laughed at. Besides, they are all hundreds of millions of years old, and it would be humiliating to let a junior who is tens of thousands of years old help them down." Chu Wuchen now wanted to strangle Kai Lingzi to death. If it weren't for Kai Lingzi's fierce intervention, he and Wanwan would have been able to fight against the thunder calamity. "Now it's fine, all three will suffer." "Master, it's all my fault that I'm too weak. If I was stronger, you wouldn't have to move." Wanwan blamed herself and said. It is now hidden inside Chu Wuchen's sleeve. "Wanwan, you are already very strong. Without your protection, I would have turned into a fan just now." Chu Wuchen reassured me. When it picked up Wanwan, he was small, weak and helpless. It was very similar to the state he was in when he met Nuwa. When Empress Nuwa saw him, she took him in without any objection and used various resources to train him. It can be said that without Nuwa, he would not be what he is now. So when he saw Wanwan, it was like seeing his former self. So he took Wanwan in, and then tentatively gave it cultivation resources. At first, Wanwan was restricted by his bloodline, so he spent a lot of resources on it and made no progress. Many beasts saw this scene and ran to say some specious things. From then on, Wanwan began to practice day and night without stopping for a moment. But some things are already doomed from birth. Wanyuan's bloodline destined him to have no hope in his cultivation path. But Wanwan never thought of giving up. Since it insists, then he will help it. He found all kinds of natural and earthly treasures, and with a little change, Wanwan finally broke through his own limits and became a strong person step by step. After Wanwan became a strong man, he immediately found the beasts that had laughed at him, defeated them, and warned them not to disrespect him again. However, some things cannot be changed by being strong. Those orcs who claimed to have noble blood would still laugh at him for raising a pig. They never stopped mocking Wanwan. Eventually, Wanwan became depressed. No matter how he comforted her, Wanwan couldn't get out. Even if Wan later became a Yuanzhen level beast, he would always remember those taunts. These inexplicable sarcasms have been with Wan since he was born, which is why Wan has never been able to get over the trauma. Master, I will be stronger, Wan said in a message. At this time, Xuanmingzi came to the sky. He first nodded to Feng Qingran, and then gave Kang Lingzi and Chu Wuchen the cleansing technique. He fed them some elixirs and gave them some strength. Xiao Ming, it's good to have you, Kai Lingzi said touchedly. Thank you, Chu Wuchen said with cupped hands. Let's go, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Xuanmingzi said. Feng Qingran's voice sounded, Senior, you go first, I might not be able to leave. After hearing this, the three people looked at Feng Qingran. The mysterious master is here, Feng Qingran said. Kai Lingzi and the others looked not far away, and sure enough they saw 5 mysterious beings there. They greeted Kang Lingzi and the 3 of them very politely, but if you look closely, you can see the arrogance in their eyes. Luo Qingya, what are you doing here? Kai Lingzi said with a majestic look. An outsider broke in and caused such a strange phenomenon in the world. We are worried that she will harm the universe, so we have to take her back to Xuanmen to investigate. Luo Qingya said. After Luo Qingya finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingran, his eyes dark and said, this little fellow Taoist, come with us. The auras around Chu Wuchen and the 3 others instantly became cold. Feng Qingran smiled and said, okay, let's go. Delivered to your door. There is no reason to let it go. As for being defeated, there is no need to consider this issue. Anyone who is a mysterious person has goo hidden in his body. Let the loyalty goo take action, and the strength of all mysterious practitioners will be suppressed to the same level as hers. Unless the real leader of Xuanmen comes out, he can threaten her. Little fellow Taoist, Cao Lingzi said nervously. Feng Qingran must have chosen to go with Xuanmen because he didn't want to cause trouble to them. No. If Feng Qingran enters Xuanmen, she may not be able to get out. Luo Qingya, this little fellow Taoist is a guest of my Divine Fox clan. If you invite her, when can you send her back? Chu Wuchen asked. He could tell that Feng Qingran wanted to go with Xuanmen. So his suspicion is true. Feng Qingran is really a person with the surname Feng, and he came to the universe to seek revenge. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14:19 History of the Heavens, additional updates. But Feng Qingran's strength may not be enough to match Xuanmen. If you add the Divine Fox clan and Xuanji sect, they can barely compete with Xuanmen. But those forces that support Xuanmen are difficult to deal with. Unless those forces are willing to stand on their side. Chu Wuchen stared at Luo Qingya with a gloomy expression. Luo Qingya is the sect leader of the outer sect of Xuanmen, and is not a very important existence to the entire Xuanmen. The practitioners inside the outer door of the Xuanmen can be replaced at any time. Including Luo Qingya, the sect leader. Over the years, Xuanmen has also learned to keep a low profile, and the Xuanmen within the sect rarely appear. The master of the inner sect didn't even show his face. Luo Qingya and Chu Wuchen looked at each other for a moment, and then said, after we investigate, if there is no problem with her, we will send her to the Divine Fox clan safe and sound, but if there is a problem with her, Chief Chu will not have to wait. Chu Wuchen said with a strong attitude, if the little fellow Taoist does not come to the Divine Fox clan tomorrow, I will personally go to Xunyuan continent to pick up the little fellow Taoist. After Chu Wuchen finished speaking, he turned to look at Feng Qingran, raised his hand and handed her an exquisite and clear jade stone. Fellow Taoist, this is the sound transmission stone of the heavens and the universe. No matter where you are, you can use it to contact me. Feng Qingran took it with both hands. Thank you, Senior Chu. After Feng Qingran put away the sound transmission stone, she walked to Luo Qingya and said, let's go. Luo Qingya frowned slightly. Why did he feel that this outsider seemed impatient? Could it be that she is an admirer of Xuanmen? Little friend Feng, please don't tell them that your surname is Feng. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, Kai Lingzi could only worry and said. Feng Qingran did not answer Kang Lingzi's question. She knew Kang Lingzi was doing it for her own good. But she didn't want to hide it. Regardless of whether the person with the surname Feng here is her ancestor, there is no need for her to hide her name. Kang Lingzi didn't wait for Feng Qingran's response and began to feel uneasy. Go back to the land of the Divine Fox first. Chu Wuchen saw that Kai Lingzi wanted to speak and spoke first. It is good. The 3 of them returned to the land of the Divine Fox as quickly as possible. After entering the land of the Divine Fox, Chu Wuchen immediately activated the clan's protective formation, blocking out all prying eyes. Did Xuanmen discover something? Kai Lingzi asked worriedly. Chu Wuchen said with unclear eyes, they didn't find anything, they just focused on little friend Feng. Kai Lingzi and Xuanmingzi both looked at Chu Wuchen. Chu Wuchen said seriously, it's time to tell you some things. Do you know who Kang Xuanji is? Xuanji from Xuanji sect, Kang Lingzi asked. Chu Wuchen nodded, you should know that the founder of the universe is Nuwa, but very few people know who the founder of each continent is. Isn't it Xuanmen? Kang Lingzi asked. What is recorded in the continental diary is that Xuanmen has perfected the rules of each continent, allowing the continent to exist stably. Chu Wuchen smiled mockingly, they're just a group of thieves. The real pioneers of the mainland have been wiped away by Xuanmen. After Empress Nuwa opened up the heavens and the universe, it was Kang Xuanji who created all the continents. Later, Empress Nuwa left first, leaving me to guard the entrance to the universe. Kang Xuanji stayed here and continued to improve the rules of each continent. But Kang Xuanji later fell in love with a Xuanmen chess piece, and the other party was a chess piece that Xuanmen carefully prepared for Kang Xuanji. She was lost in the other person's sweet words and was willing to marry him, giving up the glory of creation. In this way, Xuanmen tampered with Kang Xuanji's history bit by bit. In the end, Kang Xuanji's strength declined due to giving birth to a son, the Kang family was wiped out, and she disappeared. Gradually, all those who knew about Kang Xuanji's existence were killed by Xuanmen. At this point, Xuanmen replaced the Kang family, and the leader of Xuanmen replaced Kang Xuanji. Chu Wuchen paused for a moment when he said this. Kang Lingzi said in shock. You said Kang Xuanji is not the founder of our sect, right? Chu Wuchen nodded. Damn it, our ancestor of the Xuanji sect is so awesome, Kai Lingzi said with admiration. Don't interrupt, let him continue, Xuan Mingzi said. He had known for a long time that the history of the world had been tampered with, but he never thought that Xuanmen was so greedy and dared to snatch away the credit for the creation of the world. Chu Wuchen's eyes were full of coldness. Xuanmen is eyeing Kang Xuanji, not only because they want this share of the creation credit, but their main purpose is to use Kang Xuanji to give birth to the best Xuanj. Only the better the mother's body, the better the child will be. What's more, Kang Xuanji is not only excellent in herself, but she also has countless honors. In this case, asking Kang Xuanji to give them a successor to Xuanmen would also take away all the glory from Kang Xuanji. Xuanmen was not only plotting against Kang Xuanji, they also wanted to plot against the person named Feng. It's a pity that people with the surname Feng are devoted to the common people. After discovering that Xuanmen has behaviors that endanger the common people, they don't fall into Xuanmen's trap. Xuanmen also wanted to destroy the people with the surname Feng. Of course, even if a person with the Feng surname submits to Xuanmen, he cannot escape the fate of destruction in the end. After all, they care about the common people and have weaknesses. No match for the despicable. Since Xuanmen has occupied half of the universe, whenever a woman with excellent qualifications appears, Xuanmen will find a way to include her in the sect. When he helped Feng Qinggran carry the Thunder Calamity, he realized that Feng Qinggran was not simple. Chaos body. Those with this kind of constitution are born ascetics. After practicing to a certain level, you can easily control the Tao and practice it to the extreme. Feng Qinggran not only has a chaotic body, but also has colorful spiritual roots. The five-color spiritual root is a spiritual root created by the Queen when she opened up the universe. It contains the power of the five elements and is the first of all spiritual roots. The chi refined by this spiritual root is very pure. The ascetics can even be invincible in the same realm. It can be said that there is no one in the universe with better qualifications than Feng Qinggran. How could Xuanmen let go of Feng Qinggran like this? Kai Lingzi pondered for a long time and finally sorted out the information in Chu Wuchen's words. Kang Lingzi said angrily, Xuanmen has really taken its shamelessness to the extreme. Little friend Feng is still a child, and they don't let her go. No, we have to save little friend Feng. What if they attack little friend Feng? Kai Lingzi stood up and was about to leave. Xuan Mingzi stopped Kang Lingzi and asked Chu Wuchen, isn't Xuanmen afraid that all living beings will know the truth? What makes them so confident? They even dare to take the credit of the pioneers. Chu Wuchen said, they're not afraid, because they have more powerful beings behind them. Even if we discover the truth and destroy the Xuanmen here, we can't touch the foundation of the Xuanmen. The true leader of Xuanmen left this universe long after taking the credit. Now they are just little chess pieces left here. Then what do you want us to do by telling us this now? Xuan Mingzi said calmly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14:20 God's Realm and Ghost Realm. Chu Wuchen met Xuan Mingzi's searching eyes and smiled softly. I want you to ask the forces in the divine and ghost realms to come to our side. Feng Qinggran's attitude was very obvious. She must be dealing with Xuanmen. At that time, the Shenhu clan had too much to worry about and could not save the ancestors of the Feng family from Xuanmen. Now that he has the strength to face Xuanmen, he can never sit still and wait for death. The realm of gods and ghosts are the only existences that Xuanmen is afraid of. It is precisely because of this that Xuanmen has restrained its actions. The god realm and the ghost realm have already sealed off the mainland and do not communicate with us. We cannot see them at all, Xuan Mingzi said. There were strong people who wanted to get close to the god realm and the ghost realm before. Those strong people, without exception, cannot approach the realm of gods and ghosts. There were also those who tried to force their way in, but ended up dead. Besides, the strong men in the god realm and the ghost realm are famous for not caring about matters that have nothing to do with themselves. How could he and Kai Lingzi invite each other? You can't, but your Xuanji sect can, Chu Wuchen said. After Kang Xuanji created the world, she was bored and secretly founded the Xuanji sect. At that time, no one knew the Xuanji sect was founded by Kang Xuanji. Just thought it was a coincidence. Later, Kang Xuanji fell in love with Ning Qiongling and gave birth to a child for her. Kang Xuanji disappeared for a while after giving birth to the child. He didn't know where Kang Xuanji went. Not long after, she returned to the Ning family. Not long after, Kang Xuanji came to see him, asked him to take care of Xuanji sect, and told him many things about Xuanji sect. Kang Xuanji left and said to him, Wuchen, the heavens and the universe have their own development trajectory. You don't need to force anything. At any time, the most important thing is to ensure that you are alive first. Not long after Kang Xuanji returned to the Ning family suddenly collapsed. Kang Xuanji's aura completely disappeared into the universe. At that time, there was no dark void between the universe and the universe, only the extremely dangerous boundary sea. The multiverses can still see each other from afar. But as time changes, the dark void appears and the multidimensional universe disappears. The heavens and the universe are completely hidden. He often worries that if his wife and Kang Xuanji want to come back, will they be able to find a way? After all, the speed of change in the universe is far beyond expectations. Chu Wuchen's thoughts flashed away, and he met two pairs of confused eyes. Chu Wuchen said, the Xuanji sect was kind to the god realm and the ghost realm back then. Their leader left a token for your sect. As long as you use the magic formula to activate it, you can contact them. The token is in the boundary monument of your Xuanji sect's forbidden area. You should have brought the Xuanji sect's token, right? After Chu Wuchen finished speaking, he watched Kai Lingzi and Xuan Mingzi take out two tokens. Chu Wuchen reached out for the square token and pressed one corner of one token onto the other token. Click. A token was broken into two halves. A key fell out of it. Chu Wuchen returned the intact token to Kang Lingzi, and gave the broken token in half to Xuan Mingzi. Chu Wuchen picked up the key and said to Xuan Mingzi, after you use the key, put it back into the token, and the token will be intact. Xiao Ming, I feel like the Seizong elder, are fake. Kang Lingzi said dreamily. After hearing this, Chu Wuchen looked at Kai Lingzi with meaningful eyes. Xuanmingzi took the token and noticed something was wrong in Chu Wuchen's eyes, as if he had guessed something. Xuanmingzi said, "You are not fake. How come it's not a lie? We too don't know such an important secret." Kai Lingzi shook his head. "You haven't reacted yet. Your surname is Kang," Xuanmingzi reminded. Kang Lingzi was silent for a moment, then suddenly reacted and stood up excitedly. "I'm not Kang Xuanji's son, am I? I have such an awesome mother." Chu Wuchen's eyes suddenly changed and he looked at Kang Lingzi with slight disgust. "Kang Xuanji would not have a son as stupid as you. You just happen to have the same surname as her. If you were really Kang Xuanji's son, you wouldn't be here right now, but in Xuanmen. Besides, do you have any memories of Kang Xuanji?" Chu Wuchen probably understood why Kang Xuanji came to him to protect the Xuanji sect. Kang Lingzi shook his head. "When I remember, the creator of the continent had become Xuanmen. That's right, if I were Kang Xuanji's son, Xuanmen would never allow me to grow up. But Kang Xuanji and I have the same last name. Isn't this something to be happy about? Maybe my ancestors are actually related to the Kang family for several generations." Kai Lingzi's memory of his childhood was completely vague. He was born in the mortal continent and broke into the Xuanji continent by chance. After entering the Xuanji sect, he got the opportunity to practice. After embarking on the journey of cultivation, he only returned to the mortal world 3 times. After his causal connection with the mortal world was completely severed, he never went back. Now that he thinks about it carefully, he should be grateful that he was born in a village in the mortal world, otherwise, he would not be able to survive until now. With Xuanmen's character of cutting grass and roots, every blade of grass related to Kang Xuanji has to be burned to ashes. When Chu Wuchen heard what Kai Lingzi said, his eyes twitched and he handed the key to the other party. "You go contact the God Realm and the Ghost Realm, and I'll pick up little friend Feng." Kang Lingzi said, "No, how can you go alone? I will go with you." Chu Wuchen waved his hand and said, "The battle at Yundian will be in 3 days. Xuanmen will not conflict with me at this time. After this battle at Yundian, it is not certain what Xuanmen will do." Chu Wuchen's implication was that he was telling Kang Lingzi and Xuanmingzi that it was important to ask the gods and ghosts to come out. The God Realm and the Ghost Realm have been closed for such a long time. It is impossible for them to come out as soon as they are invited. There will always be a little delay. When Chu Wuchen was about to leave, he handed Xuanmingzi a picture stone and said, "If they hesitate, take out this picture stone and show it to them. Or to prevent accidents. The God's Realm and the Ghost's Realm have changed leaders several times, just in case the inheritance is not passed on properly. Or maybe their leader is in retreat. This is a one-time photo stone, you'd better not peek at it." Chu Wuchen said quietly. Kai Lingzi touched her nose and said, "I'm not curious, I just want to put it away." After Kai Lingzi finished speaking, he approached Chu Wuchen without giving up. "Chu Wuchen, am I really not related to the creator? Is it possible that I am a distant relative of the Kang family living in the mortal world? I really want to be in the same family as the creator. If there was such an ancestor, he could play for 3,000 years. It doesn't matter, don't you have the same last name?" Chu Wuchen said. "Isn't there a more intimate relationship?" Kai Lingzi asked unwillingly. Chu Wuchen glanced at Kang Lingzi. "Why do you want to have a relationship with Kang Xuanji? Aren't you afraid that Xuanmen will chase you?" "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14:21 Does this count?" Kai Lingzi raised his head. "It's them who should be afraid. After all, they think that the erasure of history is still remembered by people. They think that they have eliminated all future troubles, but there are still people alive. You may not think that Xuanmen now occupies most of the universe, but if we talk about it, there are countless forces that are dissatisfied with Xuanmen. As long as I point out that I am a descendant of the Orthodox founder, if I want to get rid of the Taoist forces, I will definitely be willing to cheer for me. The reason why we are not Xuanmen's opponents is because we are not united. As long as we have a reason to gather everyone together, we have a high chance of winning against Xuanmen." Kang Lingzi said confidently. Chu Wuchen and Xuanmingzi looked at each other. Back then, Xuanmen's methods of ruling various continents seemed gentle, but in fact they were very ruthless in private. Whenever there is resistance, Xuanmen will find a reason to kill the opponent. Many forces only realized this later. So everyone chose to unite to deal with Xuanmen. However, a traitor appeared among the combined forces, allowing Xuanmen to gain the upper hand. In that battle, both sides suffered losses. Xuanmen's vitality was severely damaged and he no longer invaded the mainland. The combined forces also suffered heavy losses, and with the appearance of traitors, they were immediately disbanded. Over the years, Xuanmen seems to have recovered, and vaguely wants to attack the remaining continents. In this battle on top of the clouds, Xuanmen will definitely cause trouble. Many mainland leaders naturally discovered Xuanmen's little tricks. But today's Xuanmen has far more control over the universe than in the past. Even if these mainland leaders discovered what Xuanmen had done, they would not dare to act rashly. If everyone could see the truth now, they would probably not dare to sit still and wait for death. He even dares to take the credit of the creator. Even history dares to be tampered with. Xuanmen obviously wants to monopolize the heavens and the universe. Zhu Qiang's fate can already be predicted. Chu Wuchen looked at Kai Lingzi. "If you can get the gods and ghosts to come to our side, we will have a greater chance of winning." Fang Qingran followed Luo Qingye to the mainland where Xuanmen is located. Just as she was about to land, she saw a huge round platform towering into the sky. The round platform is engraved with ancient inscriptions, forming a special small world. There are various large formations around the round platform. These large formations can protect that small world very well. There is a stone tablet at the entrance of the round platform with the words, "Battle at the top of the clouds," written on it. Fang Qingran's lips slightly raised. It turned out that this was the place where Xuanmen prepared for the competition. Fang Qingran stopped and took out the sound transmission stone in front of Luo Qingye. "Senior Wuchen, please tell Senior Kang Lingzi that I am willing to fight for the Xuanji sect and ask him to prepare my identity for the competition." After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she put away the sound transmission stone calmly. The 4 profound practitioners on the side looked at Luo Qingye. This is the first time they meet such an arrogant outsider. How will the sect master deal with him? Luo Qingye chuckled and said, "Little girl, even if you are young and frivolous, you have to look at the place and the capital." Really? Fang Qingran looked calm and stared at Luo Qingye for a moment with a scrutinizing gaze. "Master Luo, is there someone named Luo Wuji in your Xuanmen?" Fang Qingran asked casually. But the next moment, she noticed that Luo Qingye's expression changed slightly. Fang Qingran was convinced. As she had guessed, the people who appeared next her and Su Yanran in the land abandoned by the gods must be related to Xuanmen. She entered the mysterious realm, and after she came out, Luo Wuji disappeared. It's not like she hasn't investigated Luo Wuji, but still found nothing. At that time, she guessed that only Xuanmen practitioners could wipe away the traces so cleanly. While Fang Qingran was observing Luo Qingye, he was also checking the expressions of the other 4 mysterious practitioners. They had no reaction to the name Luo Wuji. This also proves that Luo Wuji's status in Xuanmen is not low. And it is obviously higher than Luo Qingye. Then she bets that Luo Qingye doesn't understand Luo Wuji. Fang Qingran met Luo Qingye's scrutinizing eyes calmly and said calmly, "Luo Wuji said that as long as I mention his name, all the practitioners of the Xuanmen will treat me with great respect. Doesn't it seem like this is the case?" Luo Qingye asked, "Do you have a token?" Since the threat of Xuanmen was eliminated, Commander Luo left this universe. Afterwards, the inner sect used the Mother of Decay to slowly control the consciousness of the universe. Now, as long as the dark consciousness completely devours the light consciousness, Xuanmen can control this universe and take away the last luck. At that time, all the inner gates of Xuanmen will evacuate from here. This is his world. All the plans were progressing smoothly, but at this time, someone sent by Commander Luo came out. Are you trying to take credit from him? Luo Qingye looked at Fang Qingran with evil eyes. Don't be like this. Does this count? Fang Qingran took out a bead. It was the bead that the Dark Master had given her before. She wasn't sure it would work. But you have to take it out and try it, just in case it works. Why did Commander Luo ask you to come here? Luo Qingye glanced at Juzi and asked. Why do you think I will tell you? I want to see the secret master of Xuanmen. Fang Qingran's attitude was a little arrogant. According to Xuanmen routines, this universe should also have a dark master. Luo Qingye's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he deliberately asked, who is the secret master? Fang Qingran said, Luo Wuji told me that there are secret masters in Xuanmen everywhere. It is impossible that there is not one here. If not, it must be related to you. As soon as Fang Qingran said these words, the other 4 profound practitioners looked confused. The Dark Master. Why have they never heard of a Dark Master in Xuanmen? Doesn't Xuanmen only have inner sect masters and outer sect masters? They all looked at Luo Qingye and understood many things in an instant. These should be secrets they don't deserve to know. You guys go back first, Luo Qingye said to the 4 profound practitioners. Luo Qingye's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. He was now certain that Fang Qingran was here to steal his credit. Even if Fang Qingran doesn't have the mark of a mysterious person on his body. If his share of the credit goes to Fang Qingran, she can directly enter the inner gate. The status of practitioners in Xuanmen is divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels. The outer door is always inferior. His status as the sect leader is not as good as that of an inner sect disciple. The status of the inner door is not as good as the secret door. Only those who have made great contributions to Xuanmen can enter the inner gate. As for the mysterious practitioners of the secret door, according to his observation, it is not enough to just make contributions, they also need to have support behind them. Fortunately, he just laughed at Fang Qingran for not having the capital to be arrogant. In the end, he was not qualified to laugh at Fang Qingran. She didn't have to do anything, Commander Luo had arranged everything for her. As long as she takes away the credit that belongs to him, she can easily enter the secret door that he dreams of. That's right, the beads in Fang Qingran's hand are the tokens of the secret master. She doesn't have the mark of the mysterious master now, maybe she just lacks this credit. Master Luo, you don't seem to be happy. Fang Qingran didn't know that Luo Qingye had so much going on in her heart, so she asked out of curiosity. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1422 Book Record, Additional Update. When Luo Qingye heard Fang Qingran's question, he suppressed his unwillingness and said, Little friend, you don't have the mark of the mysterious master. I think you still need to work hard. The battle on top of the cloud is about to begin now. Why don't you go and participate first? After the competition is over, I will take you to see the Dark Master immediately. How about that? Luo Qingye said respectfully. Can't we meet now? Fang Qingran said. The Dark Lord is still in retreat, so it's hard to interrupt. Luo Qingye said. When does the game start? 3 days later. Fang Qingran nodded after hearing this. Okay, I can meet you after the game, but there are still 3 days, and I'm quite free. Show me the historical records of this universe. I want the real ones, but don't fool me with some unofficial history. Luo Qingye said, follow me. It doesn't hurt to let her see it. Just enough to steady her. After all, once she came on stage, she couldn't get off. This was not his fault. Even if Commander Luo investigates it, it will have nothing to do with him. Luo Qingye took Fang Qingran to the outer gate library. Straight to the top. The top floor looks like just a small room, with only a few books on the bookshelf. This place is full of killing arrays, defensive arrays and psychedelic arrays. If you take one wrong step, you may die without a hiding place. My dear, please don't even think about taking the things here out. Luo Qingye warned. In fact, Fang Qingran can also be killed here. But the follow-up treatment was too troublesome, so she was allowed to live a few more days. Luo Qingye pointed to the bookshelf. These are all history books about the heavens and the universe. They all have book spirits. It's up to you whether you can open them or not. I'll leave first. In 3 days, I'll take you to the Battle of Cloud Summit. After Luo Qingye finished speaking, he quietly activated the siege formation before leaving. Fang Qingran noticed Luo Qingye's little movements and didn't care. She actually didn't quite understand what Luo Qingye was thinking. But she could sense that Luo Qingye wanted to kill her. It seems that the inside of Xuanmen is not impregnable. Fang Qingran reached out and took down a book called The Pioneer of the Universe. It is engraved with Xuanmen's unique sealing runes. It can only be opened using the secret method of Xuanmen. So Luo Qingye was testing her. Fang Qingran observed it, activated the isolation formation, and released the loyalty goo. As expected, the loyalty goo mysterious book was not in vain, and the seal was unlocked by dividing 3 and 5 by 2. But she still couldn't open the book. Phoenix Master, this is a book with a book spirit. If you want to open it, you need the book spirit's approval. It may not want you to open it. Loyalty goo speculated. I can open it without its approval. Zhu Xiao Pagoda suddenly floated out and said arrogantly. There was no use for it all the way, and finally it was its turn. Loyalty goo said, then you give it a try. Just give it a try. Zhu Xiao Pagoda held up the book and said to Fang Qingran, Master Fang, put your hand up. Fang Qingran cooperated and put it up. In the next moment, Fang Qingran felt a ray of spiritual consciousness entering the book. Half a quarter of an hour later, the spirit consciousness came out humming a ditty and returned to the Zhu Xiao Pagoda. Okay, you can open it, Zhu Xiao Pagoda said. Fang Qingran opened the pages of the book. In an instant, the book in his hand turned into powder, and an additional book, The Pioneer of the Universe, appeared in the sea of consciousness. At the same time, cries of grievance resounded in the sea of consciousness. Oh, why should you hit me? I just want to be reserved. An impatient voice sounded. Why are you crying? Do you want to be beaten? This is everyone's habitat. Shut up, do you understand? The crying stopped suddenly. Fang Qingran, there are also fights between co-authors. Hey, Lord Phoenix, am I very powerful? Zhu Xiao Pagoda said. Well, can the spiritual consciousness in your tower still allow the book spirit to recognize its master? Fang Qingran asked curiously. Yes, as long as the Phoenix Master wants the book spirit, it can do it. What's it called? Fang Qingran was very curious. It is a book of hundreds of books. It will only appear when you encounter a new book spirit, Zhu Xiao Pagoda said. Loyalty Goo said in surprise, 100 books. Isn't that the ancestor of the book spirit? Is it in your tower? Zhu Xiao Pagoda said, yes, it has been sleeping before, and it gradually woke up after I completely integrated with the altar tower. Fang Qingran touched the small tower and said, not bad. Fang Qingran carefully read, The Pioneer of the Universe, which recorded various shocking scenes. A venerable figure with a body and a snake's tail frequently appears in the painting. In the beginning, the heavens and the universe were chaotic and lifeless. It was the appearance of Nuwa, the Empress, who brought order to the entire universe and separated heaven and earth. Later, Empress Nuwa set up barriers for the heavens and the universe. Fang Qingran browsed through the entire book, and then her eyes fell on other books. Fang Qingran saw a blood-red book. She reached out and took down the book, and the word, Essen engraved in prehistoric script came into view. Fang Qingran felt an inexplicable uncomfortable feeling in her heart when she saw this word. Zhu Xiao Pagoda stepped forward and asked Bashalu to open the book. This book does not have a book spirit, but Basha was forced to open it using his own power. Fang Qingran saw that the power of Bashalu had weakened a lot. How does it replenish strength? Swallow other book spirits. After it has devoured the book spirits, it can re-output the contents of those books, Zhu Xiao Pagoda said. Fang Qingran heard this and said, okay, I will find a book spirit for it to devour later. There is precious history here, and the book spirit inside is naturally valuable. But there are many false records in this library, as well as many weird Xuanmen techniques. It doesn't matter if the book spirit of those books swallows them. Fang Qingran opened the book in his hand. When she read a paragraph of text, her eyes turned cold. Those with the surname Fang are criminals. They have great fortune and countless merits. They are blocked by Xuanmen. They cannot be used for their own purposes and must be killed. Fang Qingran turned to the next page. There isn't much in the book. But he wrote all about Xuanmen's calculations against the Fang family ancestors. Daughters born to women of the Fang family must be named Fang. All inheritors of people with the surname Fang must also be women. As for what it will take to give birth to a man, it is not written in it. In this book, Xuanmen criticized the rule of the Fang family ancestors. It was said that they violated traditional rules and dignity and were not worthy of being called a clan, so they were called people with the surname Fang. Fang Qingran sneered. What traditional rules did she violate? What kind of dignity was violated? She was born to her mother, why can't she take her mother's surname? Why can't the inheritance created by their Phoenix clan ancestors be passed on to their own women? Xuanmen is really good. On the one hand, he wants to steal their Phoenix clan's luck, but on the other hand, he accuses them of being guilty. Fang Qingran also saw Xuanmen's plan to plot against the Fang clan from behind. It was almost exactly the same as the way they calculated against senior Kang Xuanji. But they didn't expect that this method wouldn't work on the Fang family. So they became angry from shame, and after slaughtering all the Kang family, they planned to deal with the Fang family. At that time, Xuanmen set up life-destroying formations in the many continents of the universe to threaten the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. The ancestors of the Fang clan cared about the common people and gave in step by step. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1423 Dark Book Spirit. However, Xuanmen wanted to kill all the ancestors of the Fang family. They asked the Fang family to give up all inheritance and deprive themselves of their own strength. Only in this way can they be willing to remove the life-destroying formations on all continents. The ancestors of the Fang family are not stupid. Once their strength is gone, using Xuanmen's methods, what awaits them will be the destruction of their entire clan. And with Xuanmen's style of eradicating the grass and root causes, the creatures who know this period of history will not survive. If they want to revive that group of creatures, they can only secretly destroy the life-destroying formation and rescue the trapped people. The ancestors of the Feng family seem to give in and stabilize Xuanmen. Behind the scenes, the forces of the universe are united to deal with Xuanmen and rescue the trapped people. The ancestors of the Feng family were resourceful enough to guess that there might be a traitor and take precautions at every turn. But they still lost. Xuanmen noticed the actions of the Feng family ancestors and actually activated those life-destroying formations, causing thousands of creatures to fall into purgatory. After the life-destroying array was activated, the screams continued. The continent shrouded in fairy mist has become a land of corpses and seas of blood, with wreckage everywhere. Xuanmen was using this method to force the Feng family ancestors to compromise. The ancestors of the Feng family are their last threat. As long as the Feng family ancestors are around, their subsequent plans will not be implemented. Ever since Empress Nuwa opened up the heavens and the universe, Xuanmen has been eyeing this place. But Empress Nuwa was too powerful and her merits were earth-shaking, so they didn't dare to snatch her directly. Later, Empress Nuwa took the initiative to leave, and they dared to implement their ambitions. Kang Xuanji became the primary target of their calculations. Kang Xuanji is the founder of the mainland, and there is a Kang family behind her. A too direct approach is definitely inappropriate. This is what happened to senior Kang Xuanji later. They successfully tampered with Kang Xuanji's achievements, named her Xuanmen, and destroyed the Kang family. While they were plotting against Kang Xuanji, they were also plotting against the Feng family. Unfortunately, the Feng family's ancestral training hindered their plan. Daughters born to women from the Feng family must be named Feng. The successor of the Feng family can only be the daughter of the Feng family. Therefore, the women of the Feng family have been thinking like heirs since they were young. They know how to protect their own rights and interests, and they are not involved in the love network of Taoist practitioners at all. The love web weaved by Xuanmen with emotions failed to successfully calculate the ancestors of the Feng family. The ancestors of the Feng family came to this universe during the early days of the creation of senior Kang Xuanji. The ancestors of the Feng family and senior Kang Xuanji drove away those dark and strange creatures, perfected the rules of the continent, and gave more normal creatures a chance to survive. The Kang family and the Feng family cooperate very well. The continent of Jutian universe soon became a suitable place for survival. When everything stabilized, Xuanmen appeared. They initially wanted to make friends with the Kang family and the Feng family. It's just that they're too purposeful, and neither the Kang family nor the Feng family pays attention to them. So they immediately changed their plan. The ancestors of the Feng family never fell into Xuanmen's trap, which made Xuanmen angry. They simply stopped pretending in front of the Feng family, exposed the goals, and threatened the Feng family ancestors with those innocent creatures. Seeing that the continent that was once full of life was devastated, the ancestors of the Feng family put down their weapons, sacrificed themselves, forcibly reversed the time of the universe, returned to before the activation of the life-destroying formation, and saved thousands of living beings. The other ancestors of the Feng family traveled to various continents after reversing time and used all their strength to destroy the life-destroying formation. At this point, they lost the power to protect themselves. They cannot turn a blind eye to the human disaster. When Xuanmen activated the life-destroying formation in the first place, it was also a gamble. I bet that the ancestors of the Feng family would be soft-hearted and not want to see the common people suffer. They won. The remaining ancestors of the Feng family were no longer able to resist. Feng Qingran successfully turned to the last page of the book. It says, people with the surname Feng rebel against Tiangang. Their sins are so serious that they're not worthy of leaving any name. In the universe, anyone with the surname Feng will be punished if they take the name. Xiaofeng, don't be angry. There are countless shameless actions of Xuanmen. They just like to get an advantage and behave well. Hong Mengshu comforted. It couldn't stand it after reading the entire book. Xuanmen's disgusting degree is far beyond its imagination. Hongmeng, I have another reason to destroy Xuanmen, Feng Qingran said with a condensed expression. Xuanmen doesn't care about the common people, so there is no need to have any scruples when killing them. This book is not comprehensive. Regarding Xuanmen's plan to plot against the Feng family's ancestors, there were also intermittent discussions. As for the final fate of the Feng family ancestors, there is no specific record. The forces that betrayed the Feng family's ancestors are not mentioned here either. Feng Qingran closed the page of the book. Luo King has said before that every book here has a booksprite. Why is there no booksprite in this one? Zhu Xiao Pagoda heard Feng Qingran's words and flew to Feng Qingran. Master Feng, did you find out? In order to keep this book before Bashilu, I spent a lot of energy and didn't have time to talk about it. It recovered now and told me about it. This book is different from other books. It gave birth to a booksprite when the record was completed. But there are good and evil sprites in books. Most books will only give birth to normal booksprites. Only a very small number of books, under certain conditions, will give birth to dark booksprites. When a book has seen blood, been edited in an abnormal way, and has come into contact with the soul of an innocent person, a dark booksprite will be born. Once the dark booksprite is generated, the content of this book can no longer be tampered with. The dark booksprite will also delete the existing content based on its mood. In addition, the dark booksprite is different from other booksprites in that it is aggressive. If the dark booksprite is not eradicated, anyone who dares to touch this book may be attacked by the dark booksprite. This book contains a spiritual consciousness extinction formation. The dark booksprite's spiritual consciousness is already extremely weak. Otherwise, with the current power of Bashilu, it would be impossible to forcefully open this book. Zhu Xiao Pagoda conveys the idea of 100 books. Feng Qingran's eyes moved slightly. No wonder such a thick book had mostly blank pages. It turned out that they had been deleted by the dark booksprite. Xiao Feng, did you discover something? Hong Mengshu asked via voice transmission. Hongmeng, I feel that Xuanmen is more afraid of the ancestors of the Feng family than senior Kang Xuanji. Feng Qingran said. Hong Mengshu was silent for a moment and said, it is indeed the case. The book, The Pioneer of the Universe, only records history, and even Kang Xuanji's achievements are written in it. There is no words to guide criticism. And when it comes to the book that records the history of the Feng family, what we see is all about denying and criticizing the Feng family, without saying a single good word about the Feng family. Judging from the formation on this level, only true mystics can come here and see these books. In this case, Xuanmen has no need to record it like this, so Xuanmen must be afraid of something. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1424 Come to the door. Xuanmen himself doesn't dare to face this book. Xiao Feng, I feel that they must have done something very outrageous to the Feng family. After listening to Hong Mengshu's analysis, Feng Qingran rubbed her fingertips on the page and stared at the word, sin, on it, her eyes deep in thought. What is Xuanmen afraid of? This cannot be traced. But one thing is certain, Xuanmen is afraid of everyone with the surname Feng. Feng Qingran's fingers on the book page paused, this touch. Feng Qingran felt a chill spread all over her body. Jushao, can the dark spirit of this book still be awakened? Jushao Pagoda said, 100 books said that its current power cannot awaken the dark book spirit. The formation on it is very mysterious and can only be destroyed by the dark book spirit. We cannot move, otherwise the book will be destroyed and the spirit will die. Okay. Feng Qingran raised her hand and put the book back to its original position. Xiao Feng, why did you put it back? Hong Mengshu asked in confusion. Feng Qingran said, I can't leave here with this book for the time being. In this room, there are hundreds of formations connected to this book. Some of them are there to protect the book from harm. There are also some to prevent this book from leaving. Very strange. One book is actually more important than the entire library. But thinking about Kai Lingzi and Xuan Mingzi's reaction when she heard her name, it was no longer strange for her. While Xuanmen was afraid of the Feng family, he had to keep this book. It seems that they are really afraid of the Phoenix clan. If no records were left about the Feng family, it would be very detrimental to the entire Xuanmen. But there was something wrong in their minds, and even if they left records, they did not dare to write down the real things. They clearly want to pin the Phoenix clan into the ranks of the most sinful people. In this way, they can slander the Phoenix clan arbitrarily and reduce the risk of the truth coming out. She is going to participate in the Battle of Cloud Summit in 3 days. This book is full of ancient formations, and there is not enough time to unlock the formations. In addition, all the Taoist practitioners are here. If she breaks the formation now and alerts the profound practitioners, they may destroy this book. She can only wait until Xuanmen is destroyed before she takes it away. There are a few books left, and Feng Qingran doesn't plan to read them anymore. Feng Qingran raised his hand and, the pioneer of the universe, appeared in his palm. She put it back in place too. When she was about to withdraw her hand, the book page opened and clamped her hand. A crying voice sounded in Feng Qingran's consciousness, you made a contract with me, you can't abandon me. I don't want to stay here. Feng Qingran comforted her, be good, I'll pick you up soon. Woo, I'm scared. I won't let them hurt you, don't worry, Feng Qingran said softly. Xuanmen set up a formation here. She can also set up formations. Before Feng Qingran left, he quietly released several ancient formation discs. At the same time, inside the Xuanmen Hall, a mysterious practitioner said to Luo Qingya, Master, she came down from the 9th floor and went to the 8th floor to read. The formations on the 9th floor experienced brief fluctuations, but nothing abnormal happened after that. Luo Qingya's eyes were sinister, keep an eye on her and don't let her leave the library. Yes. Luo Qingya waved his hand, and the Xuanj bent down and retreated. At this time, another mysterious person walked in, stepped forward and handed Luo Qingya a jade sip. Sect Master, in this battle on top of the clouds, all the sect contestants who pose a threat to us have been dealt with. This is the list. Take a look. Luo Qingya opened the jade sip, glanced at it, and praised it, not bad. Xuanmen wants to be the winner of this battle at the top of the clouds and enjoy the charm of the Great Road. As long as the mystic practitioner obtains Daoyun, Xuanmen can deduce the location of Dao consciousness based on the breath of Daoyun. At that time, Xuanmen will be able to let the dark consciousness completely swallow up the light consciousness. Xuanmen's great plan is completed. This credit must belong to him. No one can take it away. Luo Qingya's eyes revealed ambition and ruthlessness. How is the plan to get rid of the outsiders going? Luo Qingya asked. Master, I have passed on your instructions. They will not let the other party walk out of the battle alive. After the confidant finished speaking, he asked one more question, Master, what is her name for the competition? Luo Qingya was stunned. He never thought of asking her name. Here, the dead are not worthy of leaving the names. Master, if she has a name, we can add a layer of bad luck curse to her. This will ensure that everything is foolproof. The confidant explained. It doesn't matter, it's not important. Luo Qingya didn't want to ask her name again. He also deliberately didn't ask her name. No name or surname. When the body dies, the Tao disappears. At that time, Luo Wuji will be held accountable. The blame cannot be placed on him. After all, he didn't even know the other person's name, so why would he plot against her? Yes, Master, Chu Wuchen is outside and wants to see you. Do you want him to come in? Asked the confidant. Let him come in, Luo Qingya said. Chu Wuchen must have come here to find the outsider. Unfortunately, Chu Wuchen did not expect that the other party was related to Xuanmen. Chu Wuchen stepped into the Xuanmen Hall with calm steps, and every move he made was pleasing to the eye. Luo Qingya spoke first and said, Clan Chief Chu came here uninvited. What do you want? Chu Wuchen found a seat, and Shi Shiren sat down. I'm here to pick up the guests from the Divine Fox clan. Clan Chief Chu is afraid that her trip will be in vain. She probably won't want to go with you, Luo Qingya said proudly. Is it because she doesn't want to come with me, or because your Xuanmen won't let her go? Chu Wuchen asked. Feng Qingran had just sent him a message, asking him to come to Xuanmen and keep an eye on Luo Qingya, and not give Luo Qingya a chance to relax. He came naturally. Clan Chief Chu can contact her and ask. Luo Qingya said nonchalantly. Chu Wuchen opened his eyes and told lies. I can't contact her, so I won't leave until I see her. If Master Luo is unwilling to make friends, then I will always follow Master Luo. Luo Qingya's face darkened. He knew that Chu Wuchen could do what he said. And there was nothing he could do about the other party. Clan Chief Chu, do you insist on doing this? I don't want to be like this. It was Master Luo who forced me to be like this. My good guest was kidnapped by you. Who shall I ask for explanation? Chu Wuchen said with a strange smile and a lazy expression. Luo Qingya hurriedly avoided Chu Wuchen's eyes. Before using the charm technique, the Divine Fox clan often displays a charming appearance, causing people to relax their vigilance and fall into the illusion technique unknowingly. Luo Qingya said coldly, Clan Chief Chu, if you do this again, don't blame me for being rude. What kind of rudeness do you want, Master Luo? Chu Wuchen said with a slight hook at the end, his crimson lips curled up, and he was full of charm. Luo Qingya immediately recited the Qingshin mantra, not daring to look at Chu Wuchen at all. Chu Wuchen's charm has no gender distinction. Just one look can make people lose their mind. He once had no chance of dealing with Chu Wuchen. At that time, he just met Chu Wuchen's eyes and almost got lost. Fortunately, there was the loyalty goo in his body, which woke him up in time. But he never wanted to try that kind of awakening pain again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1425 The person with the surname Feng is back. Additional update. The pain of loyalty goo's backlash. Anxious. Luo Qingya sent a message to the mysterious practitioners outside, asking them to come in and drive Chu Wuchen away. He didn't want to be in the same room with Chu Wuchen at all. Several profound practitioners entered the hall. A mysterious person said politely, Clan Chief Chu, please leave. Don't leave. Chu Wuchen's voice seemed to have some kind of magic power, passing through the hearts of the mysterious people, making them lose their minds. Several mysterious practitioners all looked at Chu Wuchen blankly, obviously having fallen into Chu Wuchen's illusion. Luo Qingya became angry when he saw several profound practitioners acting like this. He raised his hand and threw them all out. Luo Qingya understood that those profound practitioners were not good enough to deal with Chu Wuchen. He can deal with Chu Wuchen either. Then you can only waste it. But he still has the battle on top of the clouds to deal with. Go to the library pavilion and inform her that Chu Wuchen will take her to the land of the Divine Fox. Luo Qingya sent a message to her confidants. Chu Wuchen took in Luo Qingya's expression. He calmly placed tea and snacks in front of his table. He also replaced the seat with a soft couch and reclined, as if he wanted to stay here for a long time. Chu Wuchen put away his charm skills and said, Master Luo, why are you unhappy? Didn't you always want to enter the land of the Divine Fox to see me? I'm here to accompany you now, you should be happy. Luo Qingya grinded his teeth secretly, not feeling happy at all. Master, that girl said that she wants to read the books in the library, especially the ones with seals. If she can finish them, she will leave. A message from a confidant sounded in Luo Qingya's sea of consciousness. After Luo Qingya heard what his confidant said, he finally came to his senses. Chu Wuchen should have been called over by Fang Qingran. The purpose was to threaten him. Because there are several bookshelves with seals on each floor of the library, and you cannot read the books there unless you open the seals. Master, the girl also said that monks read books very quickly. If you are willing to open the seal, she will read the books in the library as quickly as possible and then leave. The voice of his confidant sounded again. Tell her that I agree to her conditions, and she'd better finish reading it as quickly as possible. Luo Qingya said coldly. Master, she said she would leave on time. The confidant replied. Luo Qingya sent a message to an elder of Zhangshu Pavilion and asked him to give Fang Qingran permission. Fang Qingran got her wish and entered the room with the book spirit. Master Phoenix, Bashalu said that as long as you put your hand on the book, it can swallow the book spirit. It will leave a trace of spiritual consciousness on the page. Before we leave, they will not find that the book spirit is gone. Jushao Pagoda Road. Okay, Fang Qingran put her hand on a book called The Great Achievements of Xuanmen. Soon the halo on the book disappeared, and the book spirit also disappeared. Fang Qingran also took a fancy to the book, The Mysterious Man Blesses the Common People and Blesses the Continent. Another book called The End of Those Who Disobey Taoism. Ellipsis. When Bashalu devoured the book spirit, the contents of those books would also appear in Fang Qingran's memory. Fang Qingran checked the memory and couldn't help but sneer, Xuanmen really puts money on itself, the most loyal guardian of the people, the one who rebels against the gods. Xuanmen always spares no effort to discredit the gods. In these records, God has become an exploiter, a being who only wants merit and does not care about the life and death of the people. Fang Qingran took 100 books and devoured a book. Soon, Bashalu burped. Master, I can't eat anymore. I need to digest it properly. Bashalu's soft and waxy voice sounded in Fang Qingran's consciousness. It is good. Fang Qingran took back the Jushao Pagoda and loyalty goo and left the library. There were some things she needed to ask Chu Wuchen. When Nuwa opened up the heavens and the universe, she was surrounded by a clan of divine foxes. There is nothing written in the book. You should be able to hear it from Chu Wuchen. Clan Chief Chu, she's out, you can take her away. Luo Qingya said coldly. Master Luo is really sincere, then I'm leaving. Chu Wuchen put away all his things and stepped out of the Xuanmen Hall. I saw Chu Wuchen and Fang Qingran leaving together. Luo Qingya breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fang Qingran suddenly turned around and looked at Luo Qingya condescendingly. Master Luo, there is something I forgot to say. Luo Qingya remained silent. He didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon by Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly and said unhurriedly, I am Fang Qingran, the phoenix of those with the surname Fang. It is up to us to decide whether our Fang clan deserves the name. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she walked away regardless of Luo Qingya's reaction. Master Luo, the person named Fang is back. Chu Wuchen finished speaking with a smile and disappeared. Luo Qingya couldn't recover for a long time, but if you look carefully, you can see that his hands are trembling. People with the surname Fang. That is an existence that even the Shrunman leader is afraid of. After Shrunman occupied the heavens and the universe, the first person they wanted to get rid of was the person with the surname Feng. But all their schemes failed. They can only threaten people with the surname Feng with their lives. In the end, they seemed to win. But only Shrunman himself knew that they had completely lost. In that battle, Shrunman's luck was seriously damaged, and many forces became wary and refused to submit to Shrunman again. If not, now the entire continent is ruled by Shrunman. They later judged people with the surname Feng as serious sinners. Shrunman searched carefully and couldn't find any guilt on the person named Feng. So they could only think of ways to forcibly deduct guilt from people with the surname Feng. It just so happens that people with the surname Feng have ancestral precepts, which must be inherited by women, and women must inherit the surname. A mysterious person came up with the idea of using the idea that men are superior to women to incriminate people with the surname Feng. The power inheritance of monks is actually based on their strength. People with the Feng surname are powerful, and the inheritance they created themselves will naturally be given to whomever they say. This is not a sin. But people with the surname Feng are too special. They are not sure if there are people with the surname Feng in other universes, for the Shrunman clan. They began to deliberately guide the idea that men are superior to women. In the end, the inheritance concept of people with the surname Feng became an existence that was contrary to Tiangang. Shrunman felt comfortable enough to erase their traces and names, and then take their achievements as his own. They also encountered many obstacles while implementing these plans. Fortunately, Shrunman controls enough forces that if any resistors are encountered, they can be killed directly. He never thought that under that kind of suppression, people with the surname Feng could still exist. When Feng Qingran came back, he must want to revenge the person named Feng. Wrong. How could Luo Wuji give a Shrunman token to a person named Feng? Did he want him to get rid of Feng Qingran? Commander Luo is so powerful, why not get rid of Feng Qingran yourself instead of leaving it to him? Luo Qingya looked at the direction Feng Qingran left, with a lot of thoughts. Commander Luo wanted to use his hand to get rid of Feng Qingran. There was definitely a conspiracy behind this. Luo Qingya immediately summoned his confidants, informed those forces not to touch Feng Qingran for the time being. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1426 The Tao Thunder of the Nirvana Universe. Yes, after his confidant responded, he did not leave immediately. He knew that Luo Qingya must have something else to say. He had heard about the person named Feng many times while following Luo Qingya. Every time Luo Qingya mentioned the person named Feng, his emotions were very complicated. There is awe. There is admiration. There is fear. And gnashing of teeth. He didn't know the specific grudges between Shrunman and the person named Feng. All I know is that people with the surname Feng are not simple. Now the person named Feng is back. Luo Qingya's aura was obviously unstable, and he was probably out of control. He just didn't dare to show panic for the sake of the dignity of the sect leader. The confidant lowered his head, waiting for Luo Qingya to calm down. After a long time, Luo Qingya seemed to be murmuring, and seemed to be asking his confidant, "My life has changed a long time ago. Is it still useful when I come back?" The confidant dared not answer this question. There was silence. Luo Qingya's eyes fell on the high platform of the Battle of Cloud Peak. If you want to get on the fighting stage, you must walk up 3,000 steps from bottom to top before you can participate in the competition. Every step is a test. There are formations and runes on the steps. In fact, Feng Qingran's level was simply not enough to complete the 3,000 steps. But Feng Qingran had the secret door token in her hand, and it was sent by Luo Wuji, so she must have a way to get on the battlefield. Judging from Feng Qingran's attitude, she probably didn't know about the grudge between Feng and Shrunman before entering the library. It must be the books in the library that let her know something. The Book of Sin on the top floor has a dark book spread, and even he won't open it. Feng Qingran naturally couldn't open it either. Therefore, all the records about people named Feng that Feng Qingran could see were not true history. And she will be angry. It just happened to be because her surname was Feng. If he could make Feng Qingran realize that the person named Feng was guilty, then she would have no reason to be angry. After the battle at Yundian was over, he would quietly expel Feng Qingran. In this way, he would not offend either the person named Feng or Commander Luo. Go to Suzu Continent, move the boundary monument here, and place it at the entrance of the battle platform. Luo Qingya ordered his confidants. Yes. The voice fell, and his confidant disappeared in front of Luo Qingya. Luo Qingya's eyes alternated between light and dark, and he chuckled, "Feng, it's too late to come back. This universe is already dominated by Shrunman. After World War I, Shrunman seemed to be severely damaged and could only recuperate. It's just to confuse the powerful. Their plans to invade the mainland have never stopped. It's just that they turned from the bright side to the dark side. Now the leaders of various states and important power holders have become Shrunman's puppets. The only threat to Shrunman is the Sifang continent. Xianyuan continent, Xuanji continent, God's realm, Ghost realm. Even if Feng Qingran can rely on the prestige of the people named Feng to rule the four directions of the universe, so what? There is no way to survive in the four directions universe on the chessboard of the universe. The fight between trapped beasts. The outcome is decided. The land of the divine fox. Feng Qingran looked at Chu Wuchen and asked curiously, "Senior Chu, have you always been in the universe?" Chu Wuchen raised his hand to pour tea for Feng Qingran. "Why do you ask?" Feng Qingran's eyes were bright. "I have a good friend who has a slightly similar appearance to Senior Chu, so I just asked casually, Senior Chu, don't be surprised." Chu Wuchen paused slightly as he poured the tea. "What's the name of your friend?" Chu Xuanyi. Chu Wuchen's eyes were a little deeper. "Are you from the Xuanchu universe?" "Senior Chu, has he been to the Xuanchu universe?" "No." Chu Wuchen's voice was a little colder. Feng Qingran could hear a sense of gnashing of teeth. Feng Qingran's eyes lit up, as if there was a story. Feng Qingran held the teacup with one hand and sighed. "My good friend is miserable. Xuanren took over her good family, and she almost died. Chu Wuchen's whole body became a little colder. This time there was a look of sullenness in his eyes. Normally, Xuanren likes stolen things. After all, the process of reorganizing a family is cumbersome and easy to fail. It is not as simple as invading a family. Chu Wuchen seemed to be calm. After Fang Qingran heard this, she changed the subject and said, Senior Chu, since you have never left this universe, you must know everything about the Fang clan. Could you please tell me the truth about that year? Chu Wuchen had long known that Fang Qingran was going to ask this. If the Fang clan could be more selfish back then, maybe they wouldn't have ended up like that. The history of the Fang clan told by Chu Wuchen was similar to what Fang Qingran saw in the book. But it's not all similar. The ancestors of the Phoenix clan are very powerful. That kind of strength can't be described by him now. The ancestors of the Fang family could single-handedly reverse time and space and save thousands of lives. It's enough to get a glimpse of her power. To reverse time and space, the wider the scope and the more living beings involved, the more terrifying the power consumed, and the consequences are incalculable. Especially the ancestors of the Fang family succeeded. Many people who reverse time and space may die halfway through. I am now at the peak level of the Lord of Laws. If I were to reverse the space, the most I could do would be to save the living foxes of the Divine Fox clan, and my fate would be death. But the ancestors of the Fang family saved half of the creatures in the universe, including those who were already dead. I remember that when she reversed time and space, what came down was a blood-red thunder tribulation. That thunder was far beyond the Great Thunder Tribulation, and contained infinite terrifying power. When the lightning disaster spread, I thought the entire universe would be destroyed. She had just reversed time and space and saved countless people. Then she turned around and flew up to the sky alone to resolve the power of thunder. When the black and overwhelming thunder tribulation faded away, the entire universe returned to normal, but she was unable to come down from the thunder tribulation. I don't know what kind of thunder disaster that is. However, I guess that it should be the Daolei of the Nirvana universe that Nu Empress mentioned. Empress Nu has said that once this kind of thunder catastrophe occurs, then this universe will definitely disappear, unless someone sacrifices their own power to quell this cause and effect of thousands of catastrophes. The ancestors of the Fang family single-handedly saved all living beings in the universe. They should be respected by thousands of living beings. But because the ancestors of the Fang family reversed time and space, many living beings forgot about the Xuanren's opening of the life-destroying formation. In addition, the life-destroying formation happened to be destroyed by the remaining strong men of the Fang family. So when the thunder tribulation appeared, many living beings didn't know why. Xuanren took this opportunity to spread the word that the thunder disaster was caused by the ancestors of the Fang family, saying that they had sinned deeply and were angry with the gods. They would be a disaster sooner or later if they stayed. Under the deliberate guidance of Xuanren, countless forces believe that the Fang family wants to kill them. Only a few strong people have the memory of the destruction of life when Xuanren opened and know the truth of the matter. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1427, should those who don't know the truth be innocent? These forces want to tell the truth, but Xuanren doesn't give them a chance. Anyone who speaks for the Fang family will be deemed guilty by Xuanren, and all sentient beings will be led to surround and suppress them. In order to protect themselves, these forces can only remain silent and watch Xuanren mislead all living beings. However, Xuanren did not let these insiders go. They still tried their best to get rid of these insiders secretly. Only the Divine Fox clan, the God Realm, and the Ghost Realm, which they cannot touch, know the truth. In the end, the entire Phoenix clan had the names and achievements wiped out, leaving only one surname. Call someone with the surname Fang. Actually, Xuanren didn't want to keep even one surname. But those who have done something wrong are always afraid of retaliation, so they take precautions. The reason why Xuanren will let the mainland remember the Fang surname is entirely to nail those with the Fang surname on the list of criminals forever and prevent the Fang clan from returning. The enemies you have to face next are not only Xuanren, but also many sentient beings who don't know the truth, and a small number of guilty people who have betrayed the Fang family. The part of the ascetic who is deceived is the most difficult to deal with. There are so many of them. The evil they radiate towards the Fang family is not their original intention, but is caused by Xuanren's guidance. Their crimes are not worthy of death. If you kill them, you will have to bear the consequences of great consequences. Chu Wuchen paused slightly when he said this, and looked into Fang Qingran's eyes, as if he had guessed her thoughts. Chu Wuchen added, it's useless to tell them the truth. Since the demise of the Fang clan, I have been trying to tell everyone the truth. At first, they will doubt Xuanren. But I couldn't stand the fact that Xuanren kept smearing the Fang clan, and most of the creatures gradually became convinced that the Fang clan was the evil one. The powerful powers of the God Realm and the Ghost Realm directly block the mainland. He sometimes feels extremely chilled. The Phoenix clan sacrificed their entire family to save the lives. In the end, it turned out to be the one attacking them. To say they are hateful, they are also pitiful people who do not know the truth. It is not necessarily true that they are innocent. Senior Chu, do you think I should let them go? Fang Qingran's eyes seemed to be smudged by ink, bottomless. Chu Wuchen shook his head. You are a descendant of the Phoenix clan. How do you judge? I am not qualified to decide their outcome. I am telling you this just to let you know. Fang Qingran's lips curved into a sneer. The most disgusting thing in the world is the malice of those who don't know anything about it. Are they unaware of the truth, or are they deliberately pretending not to know? You have put the evidence in front of them, but they still only want to believe what they believe. Even if they don't remember the Fang family's ancestors reversing time and space, and they don't remember Xuanren opening the life-destroying formation, don't they also remember the Fang family's ancestors' previous behavior style? Maybe part of it is really deceived by Xuanren. I can let this part go. But the rest don't deserve forgiveness. They have the ability to discern the truth, but they have to choose to let it go. The ancestors of the Fang family may not regret saving them, and never care about their words. But she will get it back from them. The merits belonging to the Phoenix clan are indispensable. The sins that the Phoenix clan should not have to bear must be wiped away. Chu Wuchen handed Fang Qingran a map, this is the distribution map of the forces in the universe. There is also an introduction to their strength and what they have done. You can decide for yourself after reading it. We, the Divine Fox Clan, will stand by you unconditionally. Fang Qingran took the map with both hands, thanked him, and started to read it carefully. The Battle of Cloud Summit was held as scheduled. Countless powerful people poured into Xuanmen continent. Ha ha ha, my goal is to win 3 games, and then get out of the way after getting down, so as to save my life. I think so too. As long as I get the blessing from the Great Road, I don't dare to think about anything extra. We are all just to serve as foils for the children of the big family. I'm going to go up later. The first ones are all stupid. I want to be a little calmer. Have you noticed that there is an extra boundary monument next to the battle platform? The word Sin is engraved on it. Isn't this the boundary monument of Sinzu continent? Why is it here? Who is so bold as to move it here? Who else could it be besides Xuanmen? Haven't you heard? Xuanmen moved it here specifically to prevent the descendants of sinners from sneaking in. If you want to go to the battlefield, you not only have to withstand the test of 3,000 steps, but you also have to shed blood on the stone tablet to prove your innocence. I heard that as long as you shed blood to prove your innocence, you can get an immortal elixir presented by Xuanmen. It's a pity that the Battle of Cloud Peak does not allow a second participation, otherwise I would go up and receive an immortal elixir. Restricting the age and the number of battles is to give the ascetics more opportunities. Ellipsis. Amid much discussion, some contestants have already stepped onto the steps. They are determined and full of fighting spirit. When the contestants step onto the steps, the overt and covered fighting has already begun. High cultivation level and good talent. It's noticeably easier to cross the steps. The formation has very little impact on determined ascetics. There are also many monks who have protectors around them, and they will deliberately eliminate some threats. Many contestants saw this scene and became cautious. Many monks standing in the sky watching the game seemed to have become accustomed to this. One less opponent means one less threat and one more chance to win the final game. Even if this chance is only 1 in 10 million. Can't let it go either. Eliminating your opponents early will do more good than harm. At this moment, a profound voice sounded. Welcome to Xuanmen continent to participate in the Battle of Cloud Summit. In this Battle of Cloud Summit, those who win hundreds of games and the final winner will get a special opportunity. Please be sure to take part seriously. I believe you will all want this special opportunity. After all, as long as you get this opportunity, you can at least advance to the 3rd level in a row. After the Xuanj finished speaking, he turned and left. No matter what kind of stir it causes. Don't look at the contestants participating in the Battle of Cloud Summit this time as they're younger than an era. But they're all the proud sons of heaven who have been carefully cultivated by big families or sects. Their realm is basically in the realm of saints or the realm of the creator of the world. At this level, even with unlimited resources, it is very difficult to even advance to the 3rd level. Now Xuanmen actually promised to let them advance to the 3rd level in a row. Many contestants and forces were excited. Xuanmen is really generous and spares no effort to improve everyone's strength. Isn't Xuanmen always like this? They always think about the mainland. Yes, Xuanmen has saved us from danger countless times. We all want to thank Xuanmen. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1428, Fight Without Bloodshed, additional update. Fortunately, our universe has the mystic sect, so we can avert every disaster. Even so, there are still a few forces who always say that Xuanmen is not good. They really don't know what is good and what is evil. Ellipsis. Kai Lingzi was among these monks, and when she heard their words, she almost exploded with anger. How stupid. Most of the disasters you encounter are caused by Xuanmen. Every time Xuanmen causes a disaster, after getting rid of those who know about it, they will stand up to save the world. Xuanmingzi grabbed Kang Lingzi, signaled the other party to calm down, and said through a message, don't be impulsive. My friend has arranged everything, and we can't ruin her plan. Kang Lingzi took a few deep breaths and said through the voice, Xiao Ming, they're really a bunch of pigs. No, they're not worthy to be compared with pigs. They're blinded by shit and muddy in their hearts. I've told them so many times about Xuanmen's tricks. But they had to pretend not to hear. Sometimes I really wonder if they're students of Xuanmen. Otherwise, why wouldn't they listen when the truth is right in front of them? He still knew little about the people with the surname Fang before. But now he had heard the whole truth from Chu Wuchen. The anger is rising. As a result, when I first came here, I heard these remarks. Xuanmingzi responded, it's not that they don't want to hear the truth, they just can't bear the benefits Xuanmen gives. Moreover, the historical records of the heavens and the universe can be tampered with. Who can ensure that what the other party says is true? In this case, the benefits gained from the choice are real. Of course, since you choose to only seek profit and support the predators, you must also be prepared for backlash. After listening to a few more comments, Kai Lingzi's beard stood up in anger. Xiao Ming, I can't help it anymore. After Kai Lingzi said this, he rushed into the middle of the group of discussants. The group of commentators were startled. After Kang Lingzi stood among them, she straightened her sleeves and assumed a majestic posture. The commentators don't know why. Frightened by Kai Lingzi's aura, they all fell into silence. Kai Lingzi asked with a majestic look, do you really think Xuanmen is very good? When everyone heard this, they calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Xuanmen is indeed very good. Xuanmen even gave our sect free formations before. Yes, Xuanmen has also set up a great protective formation for us. Xuanmen also built a library for our mainland, allowing casual cultivators the opportunity to practice, and also distributed resources to us. Ellipsis. Kang Lingzi narrowed his eyes and listened to them. Kai Lingzi looked at the first speaker with sharp eyes. In matters such as setting up formations, even our own formation masters cannot be relied upon, yet you are actually counting on other forces. Once you have a conflict with Xuanmen, do you think this formation will become your talisman? After Kai Lingzi finished speaking, he directly sealed the two monks who were about to refute him. Anyway, as old as he is, there are not many people who come out to join in the fun. So not allowing them to refute him is called respecting the old and loving the young, which is very reasonable. Kang Lingzi looked at the third speaker. You are from Wangsu continent, right? Xuanmen built a library for you. Distributed resources to you. If I remember correctly, your continent has discovered a prehistoric secret realm, which should be rich in resources. But Xuanmen forcefully took away this ancient secret realm, and built this library to compensate. As for the resources given to you, that's even more hilarious. Do you know the content of the ancient secret realm? The total treasures there are enough to turn the monks on the entire continent from zero to the original master. And what resources did you get? Some common spiritual pills and spiritual herbs, and the remaining resources were all given to the big sects. Don't ask me why you haven't heard of the primordial secret realm, and don't think I'm talking nonsense. Those who knew it have been silenced. Those who can't be silenced have received benefits, and naturally they won't tell you the truth. You are just like that blind person who doesn't know anything. Even if I tell you the truth, you won't listen. After Kai Lingzi finished speaking, he flicked his long sleeves and silenced the group of people again. He just wanted to vent, and it didn't matter whether they listened or not. Seeing this, the other commentators shrank their necks and tried to escape. Kang Lingzi had already frozen their figures. They cannot escape. Cao Lingzi said, do you think it is a very good thing that Xuanmen gives contestants the opportunity to advance to the third level in a row? Ha, naive. As soon as this news is announced, Xuanmen will be able to kill countless proud men without even a single blow. After all the forces heard the news, their first thought was surprise. What was their second thought? Is it one less competitor and one more chance of winning? When you take action against each other and get rid of a genius, the mainland will lose a strong person and a guarantee in the future. The mainland's strength will only become weaker and weaker. When you think about it in the future, you will only hate each other and not think about Xuanmen at all. By then, won't you become the object of Xuanmen's palm? As soon as Kai Lingzi finished speaking, he heard a rebuttal voice. Xuanmen did not deliberately lead us to kill each other. These are our own choices. You are too hostile to Xuanmen. Kai Lingzi choked up instantly. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with what the other party said. Xuanmingzi flashed Kang Lingzi. Xuanmen does not guide you. It just tells you that only opponents and winning or losing are real here. It just tells you that as long as you win, any means will do. Xuanmingzi said several things in succession. Many monks looked ugly. Without thinking about these rules carefully, I really think they're no different from the rules of past competitions. But if you think about it carefully, you can find that the rules set by Xuanmen always tell them intentionally or unintentionally that if they want to win the game, they must do whatever it takes. After Xuanmingzi finished speaking, he found that some of him were still unconvinced. He didn't care. Xuanmen has been standing for so long, and there are always supporters. But it doesn't matter, soon, everything will be revealed. If at that time, this part is still stubborn, there is no need to worry about them. At this time, the competition on the stage has begun. The two geniuses fight to the death by any means necessary. Xuanmingzi took Kang Lingzi to Chu Wuchen's location. This place is far away from the Xuanmen continent, with a wide view and a clear view of the game. Why are you back? Chu Wuchen said slowly. Kai Lingzi took a sip of tea and said, a bunch of brainless guys, are you sure Fang Xiaoyu can wake him up? Does it matter whether he wakes up or not? Chu Wuchen asked nonchalantly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1429 Sinzu Continent. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die. For those who are willing to believe in Xuanmen, it is best to leave them alone and let them fend for themselves. Before leaving, Empress Nui told him to watch the entrance to the heavens and the universe to prevent outsiders from invading. As for how the creatures in the universe commit suicide, that is their choice, and there is no need to ask, let alone interfere. Fang Qinggran is not an outsider. The ancestors of the Fang family have the merits of creation and salvation. As their descendant, Fang Qinggran can also be considered a person in the universe. Those who don't listen will be left Fang Qinggran to deal with. When Kai Lingzi heard Chu Wuchen's rhetorical question, he was stunned for a moment, and seemed to have figured it out. That's right, it doesn't matter whether they want to wake up or not, as long as we have the divine realm and the ghost realm. The combination of the god realm and the ghost realm is enough to surpass thousands of powerful people from the mainland. It's just that the strong men in the god realm and the ghost realm have very weird tempers. I hope they won't scare little friend Fang. Kang Lingzi looked at Chu Wuchen. Where did little friend Fang go? She won't get lost by herself, right? When he and Xuanmingzi returned to the land of the divine fox, Fang Qinggran left first. No matter how he asked, Chu Wuchen was unwilling to reveal Fang Qinggran's whereabouts. Chu Wuchen raised his eyes slightly and raised his red lips. Guess. Kai Lingzi was speechless. Let me guess again. If I can guess it, I still need to ask you. On the side Xuanmingzi held his forehead. Kang Lingzi probably was stimulated by the gods and ghosts and has not recovered yet. What's Fang Xiaoyu's last name? Xuanmingzi prompted. Fang, do you still need to ask? After Kai Lingzi said this, he immediately came to his senses. Kang Lingzi stared at Chu Wuchen and said, little friend Fang has gone to Sinzu continent. You actually let little friend Fang go alone. You are really not afraid that she will encounter some danger. The Sinzu continent is a restricted area for living beings. No anger whatsoever. Whenever a monk steps inside, he will no longer be able to use any power. The Suzu continent used to be the place where the Fang clan lived. After the Phoenix clan fell, it somehow ended up like that. Even the Xuanmen sent in by Xuanmen did not come out. Xuanmen used the Suzu continent to slander the Fang clan for unknown reasons. The situation in Sinzu continent is indeed very strange. No life breath can be detected inside, and nothing can be found from the outside. It's obviously just a ruined continent. But whoever enters disappears. It also disappeared inexplicably. In an instant, the news about the Phoenix clan's unpunishable crimes spread throughout the universe. If the Phoenix clan is not guilty, then why did they suffer the thunder tribulation of Nirvana? If the Fang people were not guilty, why did the place where they lived become such a strange place? If the Fang clan was not guilty, how could all the people with the surname Fang disappear in one breath? Xuanmen used these words to successfully convince the monks who didn't know the situation that the Fang clan was guilty. He also successfully turned it into the Sinzu continent. He also deliberately set up a heavenly monument with the word Sin there. He once went to the edge of the Sin continent and wanted to explore the situation inside. He used the power of divine energy to penetrate into it, but he could only sense chaos. Even he who possesses divine energy dare not go in. Chu Wuchen actually allowed Fang Qingran to enter the Suzu continent. That's where her ancestors lived. What danger could she encounter? Chu Wuchen asked. The ancestors of the Fang family were so resourceful, how could they not be prepared at all for facing the ambitious Xuanmen? The Fang clan continent was specially left to the descendants of the Fang clan by the ancestors of the Fang clan. When Fang Qingran goes there this time, it is no accident that he will find a lot of inheritance about the Fang clan. She's back. As soon as Xuanmingzi finished speaking, Kai Lingzi and Chu Wuchen looked at the stage at the same time. Fang Qingran came through the air, dressed in red clothes, as bright as blood. She exuded awe-inspiring killing intent, like a king who had just emerged from a bloody killing. At this moment, the entire Xuanmen continent was silent. The contestants on the steps stopped one after another and looked at Fang Qingran, who looked like a murderous god. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Fang Qingran's body made everyone tremble, and the contestants subconsciously moved to the edge of the steps. Invisibly making way to the top, Fang Qingran raised his head and looked through the crowd to the monument with the word Sin on the 3,000 steps. Her eyes were fixed on the word Sin, and her eyes were ice cold. The crime must not be punished, right? Very good. Let her tell the world who is the one who cannot be punished. Fang Qingran's eyes were cold, and she raised her feet and stepped onto the first step with steady and powerful steps. She takes one step at a time and takes the test of each step seriously. It was also at this time that the spectators seemed to have recovered. Who is she? Why does she smell like blood? It feels like she is not here to participate in the competition, but to cause trouble. Could this aura be a murder weapon cultivated by some big family? Do you want to listen? What are you talking about? Which family dares to cultivate such a murderous weapon? I feel that she can kill all her own family members without leaving a trace. She looks so familiar. Why does she look so much like the outsider from Xianyuan continent? Yes, it seems to be her. She was wearing a cyan robe at the time, and the color suddenly changed. I didn't recognize it yet. By the way, why is she, an outsider, qualified to participate in the Battle of Cloud Summit? Is she participating in the Battle of Cloud Summit? Why do I feel like she wants to kill our genius? Why are you anxious? She has only cultivated in the early stages of creation. There are many contestants with higher cultivation than her. She can only reach the Sin level. No, I always feel that our genius is no match for her. Her murderous aura must have come from having experienced countless blood and fights. So what if she has experienced a lot of fighting? Our genius enjoys the best resources, has the best instructors, and has great luck. How can she, an outsider, compare with our genius? A faint voice sounded, GGG, why do you always like to tell lies with your eyes open? When many spectators heard this sentence, they all looked at the source of the sound. I saw a strong man in black robes and black cloak standing there. A strange aura all over. Many spectators were shocked. This dress looked a bit like a ghost cultivator from a ghost realm. The strong man in black robe noticed that countless scorching gazes were falling on him, and he was not afraid at all. Instead, he let out a strange laugh. GGG, why are you looking at me like this? Have you finally realized your stupidity? You'd better shake the water out of your heads, then take a good look at her age, and then take a look at her equipment before you speak. I'm really fooled by you. The faces of the monks were ugly. This black-robed strongman is unmistakable because he comes from the ghost realm. Ellipsis. There were a lot of comments from the spectators. However, they all subconsciously affirmed one thing, Fang Qingran should not be underestimated. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 14:30 Your time is running out. GGG, is something that a strong man in the ghost realm must add before speaking. This is the sign of the ghost realm. No one dares to imitate. Why would a strong person come out of the ghost realm that has sealed off the mainland for several epochs? Many monks looked at each other with fear and confusion in their eyes. Does Ghost Realm also want to participate in this battle on top of the clouds? Why don't you speak? Do you realize that you are hopeless? Do you have nothing to say? Or are you so ashamed and embarrassed that you are thinking of ways to seek death? The demonic voice of the strong man in black robes sounded again. At this time, all the spectators were in a bad mood. Based on past experience. When the visitor from the Ghost Realm activates the group taunting skill, shutting up is the best option. It's really boring. I won't tease you anymore. Just watch it carefully. If nothing else, many of you will not have much time left. After saying this, the black-robed strong man left Xuanmen continent. All the monks followed him with their eyes. When he saw clearly where he went and the other people around him, he was suddenly shocked. The ancestor Taizong and the elder Taizong of Xuanji sect. The leader of the Divine Fox clan. There are also strong men dressed in the divine realm. Why do they get together? Could it be that the heavens and the universe are going to change? Many spectators were worried and took out sound transmission stones to inform their own forces that strong men from the divine and ghost realms had come out. Some casual cultivators don't pay much attention to the appearance of the divine and ghost realms. They can't decide anything anyway. It's better to live a happy life. When disaster strikes, just let nature take its course. They never took their eyes away from Fang Qingran, and their intuition told them that the next changes in the universe would be closely related to Fang Qingran. After contacting the spectators of the family power, when they went to see Fang Qingran, they found that the other party had already walked half of the steps. Fang Qingran could feel the pressure on her body getting heavier and heavier, and those formations and spells deliberately targeting her appeared. But there was no fear on her face, and she always looked at the monument with the word sin in her eyes firmly. Xiao Feng, Hong Mengshu's worried voice sounded in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. It was afraid that Fang Qingran would be affected by hatred. Ever since Xiaofeng stepped into the Sinzu continent, she lost contact with it. To be precise, she lost contact with the void space, including all the existences she contracted with. Neither it nor they knew what happened when Fang Qingran entered the Sinzu continent. It only knew that from the moment Xiaofeng walked out of the Sin continent, she had a terrifying aura, filled with deep anger and hostility, as if she was a vicious god coming out of Shura purgatory. It almost thought that Xiaofeng's soul had been eroded by dark power. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's reason has always existed. It didn't dare to ask what happened to Xiaofeng in Suzu continent. After that, Xiaofeng came here to participate in the Battle of Cloud Peak. After arriving at the Shuanren continent, Xiaofeng seemed to have calmed down a lot. Only the murderous intention was left in his body, and the rest of his aura had basically calmed down. It thought Xiaofeng had really calmed down. But through Xiaofeng's emotional changes, Hong Mengshu discovered that this was not the case. Xiaofeng did not calm down, she just suppressed her anger and evil spirit. It is very afraid that Xiaofeng will develop inner demons that are difficult to eliminate under excessive suppression. When you reach Xiaofeng's level, if inner demons arise again, it will not be so easy to eliminate them. Not only is it difficult to eliminate, Xiaofeng, who has inner demons, will also be targeted by dark consciousness, or be tempted, which will amplify the inner demons. Hongmeng, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about how to kill all the mysterious people here. Fang Qingran replied. No Taoist practitioner deserves to be forgiven. What they did to the Phoenix clan is truly a crime that cannot be punished. Xiao Fang, use whatever method you want, said the Hongmeng tree. After Fang Qingran heard this, she looked sharply at the contestant on the same step as her. The other person was an elegant woman who was smiling kindly at her. Hello, I am the senior sister of Xuanji sect, Xuanyuan Xuanya. Hello, I am Fang Qingran. After hearing Fang Qingran's name, the contestants' expressions changed suddenly and they stared at Fang Qingran with a fierce look in their eyes. Xuanyuan Xuanya is different from them. Her eyes were bright and she said excitedly, I know you, I made your identity badge. People with the surname Fang are all my idols, and I have always been proud of them. When all the contestants heard about Xuanyuan Xuanya, they immediately looked at her angrily. A contestant said, as a monk from many universes, you actually like sinners. What do you want to do? Don't you know that they're heinous? Xuanyuan Xuanya looked at the speaker with sharp eyes. A group of guys who don't understand anything are really pitiful and pathetic. The sinner you speak of is one of the founders of the continent. The sinner you call will be at the forefront of every catastrophe in the universe without any complaints. The sinner you call once protected the entire universe with his own power. And you, like Xuanren mad dogs, are beyond the reach of stupidity. Xuanyuan Xuanya's series of outputs made many monks on the Xuanren continent fall into deep thought. They had heard Xuanyuan Xuanya's words many times in the past. But every time, Xuanren can stand up and provide evidence to prove that these are Xuanren's achievements. After a few times, these sounds disappeared. They gradually forgot the existence of people named Fang. But now that the person named Fang has returned again and dares to stand in front of Zhu Qiang blatantly, is there really a misunderstanding about what happened back then? A small group of monks were meditating. Most of the monks showed disgust in their eyes. A contestant said loudly, Xuanyuan Xuanya, stop talking nonsense here. Those achievements you mentioned are obviously from Xuanren. Those with the surname Fang are unforgivable. They have created disasters and still have to take credit after death. Exclamation mark quote. Xuanyuan Xuanya just wanted to continue outputting. The next moment, the contestant who spoke turned into a blood mist and dissipated with the wind. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Fellow Taoist Xuanya, you can't wake him up, he is a Xuanj. Fang Qingran said in a calm voice. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he glanced at all the contestants with indifferent eyes, and slowly said, no one in this universe is qualified to say that the Fang clan is guilty. Fang Qingran's voice suddenly spread across the entire continent. The expressions of many monks changed suddenly and they stared at Fang Qingran with mixed eyes. Fang Qingran faced many scrutinizing eyes and continued to walk up, not caring about the waves and shock she caused. The eyes of the contestants and spectators were all on Fang Qingran. Not long after, some old monsters with advanced cultivation discovered Fang Qingran's anomaly. The rest of the creation realm contestants climbed the 2,000 steps with light and vigorous steps without any effort. Logically speaking, Fang Qingran's cultivation is the master of creation, so he should be able to easily cross the first 2,000 steps. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1431 Don't you dare to come up. Additional update. But beneath Fang Qingran's seemingly steady and powerful steps, there is a heavy and difficult atmosphere. The old monster did not doubt Fang Qingran's strength. They glanced at the tablet with the word sin on the battlefield. Could it be that this thing suppressed Fang Qingran? In other words, Fang Qingran is really a person with the surname Fang. The old monsters recalled things about people with the surname Fang. Anyone with the surname Fang has terrifying strength. They are born with outstanding talents, and coupled with the profound foundation of the Phoenix clan, their strength far exceeds that of their peers. To describe it as far beyond is too shallow. It should be said that they are several times ahead of their peers. Fang Qingran was already the creator of the world when he was more than 20,000 years old. The youngest of the creator lords competing with her was 110,000 years old. They also saw that Fang Qingran had a rare 5-color spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root is rare and heaven-defying, but the path to cultivation is hundreds of times more difficult than those of people of the same age. Look at the contestants who are the same age as Fang Qingran. The early stage of the realm of origin. The middle stage of the realm of origin. The late stage of the realm of origin. The pinnacle of the realm of origin. A pure realm of origin. There is only one person in the early stage of the same realm. And this being is the most evil disciple in every continent. In order to train him, his sect has devoted all its efforts and resources, which have reached the limit of what he can bear at his age. If it weren't for the fear of affecting his future cultivation path, his sect might have invested more resources. As a result, they are the most evil disciple here and enjoy the most resources. Compared with Fang Qinggran, there is a huge difference. When the old monsters saw this, they felt a little upset. If the difference is only 1 or 2 levels, they won't say anything. But there is a huge difference between the two. How come someone with such qualifications is someone with the surname Fang? If Fang Qinggran was not Fang, they might still be able to tolerate her continuing to grow. But she happens to be a person with the surname Fang. They had heard a lot about people named Fang, and they could guess that the disaster had nothing to do with people named Fang. But after they took advantage of Xuanmen, there was no way back. They are not strong in the realm of gods and ghosts. Their leader will not protect them when they are harmed by Xuanmen. They can only stand on Xuanmen's side. The old monsters had different ideas, but they all tacitly agreed to give orders to the younger members of the family, asking them to find ways to deal with Fang Qinggran. They knew that the reason why Fang Qinggran had difficulty climbing the steps was not because she was not strong enough, but because Xuanmen had discovered her a long time ago and set up a formation on it to target the bloodline of people with the Fang surname. Fang Qinggran's strength is now imprisoned, so it is a good time to get rid of her. After receiving the news from their families, many contestants took out their magic weapons and summoned contracted beasts. Xuanyuan was a few steps behind Fang Qinggran. When he looked up, he saw a monk stabbing Fang Qinggran with his sword. Xuanyuan shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoist Fang, be careful." Fang Qinggran noticed that the sword was stabbing her, but ignored it and continued to move forward. Poof! A blood-red spear suddenly appeared and pierced the monk's chest. The sword in the monk's hand was only half an inch away from Fang Qinggran. The moment the god-killing spear pierced his chest, he seemed to be in disbelief, his pupils expanded and his gaze moved slightly downward. Unable to utter a word, he fell backwards. At the same time, the god-killing spear disappeared from his chest. Gulu! He rolled down from the high platform. There were mottled blood stains along the way. The monks had different reactions to this scene. There was an old man who exuded terrifying coercion and said angrily, "Fang, you are so vicious. How dare you kill my disciple? I want you to pay with blood." The old man said, raising his hand and hitting Fang Qinggran with all his strength. Kai Lingzi came over to catch the power. "Your apprentice is not as good as others. Why do you resent little friend Fang?" "Kang Lingzi, get out of here. I won't go away. If you want to touch little friend Fang, hit me first." Kang Lingzi pulled the old man into the field. Outside the realm, the monks came to their senses. "That's the god-killing spear. Why does she have the god-killing spear? Isn't it a demonic thing? So she is really a sinner, otherwise why would there be demonic things? The person surnamed Fang is guilty of an unforgivable crime and deserves to be killed. Kill her and take away her god-killing spear. Otherwise, we will be the ones who die next." An impassioned voice sounded. Everyone heard this voice and agreed. As for the greed overflowing from their eyes, everyone understood it tacitly. After killing Fang Qinggran, it doesn't matter who owns the god-killing spear. A thing without an owner is better than a gun with an owner. Seeing the fate of the contestant just now, the contestants did not dare to attack Fang Qinggran directly. Contestants summon contracted beasts or contracted spirits. Their contracted beasts are all ancient level beasts. Among contracted beasts, divine beasts have a separate level classification. From low to high, they're divided into ordinary divine beasts, ancient divine beasts, prehistoric divine beasts, chaotic divine beasts, and supreme beasts. The strength of the mythical beasts that have entered the ancient level is divided into levels 1 to 10. The first order ancient beasts correspond to the strength of the human sun realm. The ancient beasts they contracted with were basically third level. It is equivalent to the original master of the human race. If their consciousness C wasn't strong enough, their contracted beast might be stronger. Fang Qinggran is just the creator of the world. Their contracted beasts come together, plus the high-level contracted spirits they contracted with. He will definitely be able to kill Fang Qinggran. Of course, some contestants chose to wait and see. The existence of the god-killing spear still made them wary. The monks who wanted to deal with Fang Qinggran stopped on a step and waited for her to come up. If you want to attack the opponent, you must be on the same level as him. These monks who were preparing to attack Fang Qinggran were still a little proud in their hearts. After all, they could climb the steps faster than Fang Qinggran. The monk who stopped in front blocked Fang Qinggran's view of the Sin Monument. Fang Qinggran's eyes were cold, and she turned around and said to Xuanyuan below, "Stay away, don't let the blood splash on you." Xuanyuan's cheeks turned red immediately. "I must hide far away, fellow Daoist Fang, I am not climbing the steps to participate in the competition. I am just climbing the steps, you don't need to take care of me." Xuanyuan knew that with her strength, there were only a limited number of contestants who could win. Xuanji sect has always been at odds with Xuanmen. It would be easy for her to die on stage. Might as well watch the show down there. She has the protective seal of Xuanmingzi on her body, and these contestants cannot be hurt on this step. But if she goes to the battlefield, the seal of Ancestor Taizong will not be able to protect her. Fang Qinggran withdrew her gaze and continued to look forward, completely ignoring the contracted beasts and contracted spirits that were eyeing him. She must break through the formation that restrains her before she can step onto the next level. But this time, she couldn't help but marvel at the exquisiteness of the Xuanmen formation. A single step can create a small, spacious world. This small world can accommodate all contestants. Fang Qinggran was delayed in getting up, which made the contestants waiting for her gradually become impetuous. One of the contestants looked at him and mocked, "Fang, don't you dare to come up. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1432, Lie Down, Golden Ticket 1. Fang Qinggran was silent and had no intention of paying attention to the contestant. She concentrated on breaking the formation and the spell Shuanan wanted to put on her. It would be difficult for Luo Qingye and those profound practitioners to get these things out in 3 days. Seeing that Feng Qingran was ignoring him, the contestant said again, Feng, if you're afraid, you can say so and we won't laugh at you. Feng Qingran remained silent. When the other party saw this, anger flashed in his eyes, and Feng Qingran's disregard made him feel embarrassed. He looked down at Feng Qingran with a condescending attitude. People with the surname Feng, you can actually atone for the sins of your ancestors. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3,000 times, you may be able to get everyone's forgiveness. Many contestants started to chime in when they saw that Feng Qingran had no reaction and was trapped on the next floor, unable to get up. Atonement, the person with the surname Feng deserves to be forgiven even though his crime was punishable by heaven and earth. That is, everyone with the surname Feng should die. They rebel against Tiangang and do not abide by the rules of respect and inferiority. They will die and disappear forever. You saw what she did just now was so ruthless that she could even contract with the number 1 killer weapon like the god-killing spear. If she becomes stronger, it will be a disaster for the entire universe. She should just disappear like their ancestors. Hey, Mr. Feng, your cultivation level can't be fake, right? You can't even get up to this level. I can easily step up to the level of a saint. Why are you so slow? How is it possible for someone who is more than 20,000 years old to reach the cultivation level of the Lord of Creation? At this age, do you understand what creation is? Do you understand what creation requires? Ha ha ha, she may not understand what creation is, but people with the surname Feng know how to take the credit for creation. She is probably as shameless as her ancestors. There was sarcasm and comments in my ears. Feng Qingran's expression did not change at all, it was as indifferent as before. Several contestants looked at Feng Qingran like this, and their hearts felt hairy. They exchanged a look with each other and stepped back to the edge as if nothing had happened. If the contracted beast and contracted spirit can kill Feng Qingran, they will step forward again. If they fail, then their position is the most suitable for escape. Ah, Master Feng, I want to tear their mouths apart. Feng Zhiqiu said angrily for the first time. Be good, there is no need to care about those who are about to die. Feng Qingran gently comforted Feng Zhiqiu and resolved the last curse seal. In an instant, all the restraints around her disappeared. Feng Qingran glanced across the upper level, clearly seeing the faces of each monk, and sensing their auras. Distinguish the mysterious person inside. A contestant raised his voice and said, people with the surname Feng, what are you looking at? Can't you come up? Feng Qingran met the contestant's eyes and said, remember, I am Feng Qingran, and it is never the Feng clan who is guilty. You think? Before the monk could finish his words, he saw Feng Qingran stepping into the floor where he was. In an instant, an unconscious fear spread to his soul. Before he could react, the god-killing spear appeared out of thin air and pierced his body. At the same time, a cold and oppressive voice sounded in his sea of consciousness, remember, my master's name is Feng Qingran. The Feng clan is not guilty. After the words ended, his last remaining thoughts disappeared. The other contestants looked horrified, not even caring about the released contracted beasts and contracted spirits, and wanted to escape one after another. But only 3 contestants left the tier. The remaining contestants hit a barrier and were unable to get out. They were even more frightened and all started attacking the barrier. And their contracted beasts and contracted spirits had already rushed towards Feng Qingran. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed. Everyone saw a beast more gorgeous than the phoenix appearing next to Feng Qingran. The other party's feathers are all shining. There is also a crown on the head. It spreads its wings in the air with majestic momentum and exudes the aura of an absolute king. A group of ancient beasts and high-level bonded spirits were all lying on the ground in an instant, trembling, not even daring to look directly at it. Just lie down for me, just lie down. This arrogant voice spread across the entire continent. The powerful people watching the battle widened their eyes. Why is this happening? What kind of beast is it? Why can't I see its level? That boy from Xingji's contracted beast has phoenix blood, right? Why are you afraid of it? What are you talking about? I remember that the beast contracted by the boy from Changjia also has the blood of the dragon clan. It is also lying on its back. The blood of this beast is probably not simple. The bloodline is not simple, why do you allow a little chicken to stand on its head? Hearing this, all the powerful men forgot about the past. I saw a palm-sized yellow chicken standing there. At this time, your attention should not be on the beast, but on the disciples. With Feng Qingran acting like that, I'm afraid you won't let them go. At this time, many strong men looked very ugly. Of course, they cannot openly show weakness to people with the surname Feng. As early as when the divine beast was prostrating, they were transmitting messages to Feng Qingran, asking her not to harm her children. Unfortunately, Feng Qingran didn't respond to them at all. They wanted to go directly to rescue people, or take action against Feng Qingran. But they found that as long as they moved a little bit, threatening eyes would appear in the dark. So, what else do they not understand? The strong men from the God Realm and the Ghost Realm came out. The God Realm and the Ghost Realm are existences that even Shuanan dare not offend, so how could they dare to offend them? It is better for one disciple to die than for them to suffer the same loss. Feng Qingran sensed strange fluctuations, glanced at several places in the void, and showed a kind smile. Immediately, Feng Qingran withdrew his gaze and said, Feng Si, can you let these divine beasts and the contract spirit Wushang break the contract? Feng Si said, it's okay, but their contract mainly suffers from backlash, and the backlash is still painful. Feng Si spoke loudly on purpose. No, I can terminate the contract on my own initiative. A contestant begged for mercy. After he finished speaking, he immediately terminated the contract. As soon as the contract was terminated, Feng Si said to a giant python, I saved you, but you can't retaliate. You are not suitable for contracting with Phoenix Master. I can find a new master for you. Okay, you come with us first, but you can't leave here with us. Feng Qingran couldn't understand what the giant python was saying. She could only hear Feng Si's words. The giant python came to her side with a shadow. Master Feng, don't worry. With me and Wanling here, no beast with ulterior motives can reach you. Fang Si said. It is good. Fang Si and Wanling quickly terminated their contract. Among them, 5-headed beasts and 7 strits entered the belly of Wanling. These contract strits are actually transformed into beasts. If some monks are unable to subdue a powerful beast, they will ask a strong member of the family to help them kill the beast, refine its soul, erase the memory of its life, and turn it into a bonded strit. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1433. What are you waiting for? The stronger the beast was during life, the higher the level it would become as a bonded strit after death. There is a drawback to turning beasts into bonded strits. That is, after the beasts become bonded strits, they will never be able to advance, and their cultivation will stay at the moment before death. All bonded strits will have resentment. There is no way to eliminate this resentment. The existence of resentment makes the contract strit often fall into pain. If the contractor has evil thoughts, he will be affected by the resentment of the contract strit. Therefore, monks with bonded strits must always take the Kingshin pill to avoid being affected by the resentment of the bonded strit. Because the process of creating a bonded strit is very cruel. Many decent monks no longer know how to contract strits. Of course, there are also a very small number of bonded strits that were willingly transformed after the death of the beast. This part of the contract strit does not need to be released to fight. They are one with the contractor and will use their own strength to cooperate with the contractor. Unfortunately, none of the bonded strits in front of me is willing. Fang Si released the contracts for these contracted strits. Wanling used the power of blood to awaken the memories of Qiling's lifetime. After recovering their memories, the contracted strits could still maintain their sanity, and Wanling did not touch them. The 7 bonded strits swallowed by Wanling are the bonded strits that have been corroded by resentment, and they cannot regain their sanity. The remaining Qiling thanked Wanling and Fang Si, but did not act rashly. Many contestants suffered the backlash of contract cancellation and were in agony. They were also faced with the eager eyes of many bonded strits, which made them even more tormented. They found Fang Qinggran standing there as silently as before. They don't understand what Fang Qinggran is waiting for. Was she waiting for their apology and begging for mercy? If you apologize and beg for mercy to people with the surname Fang in public, even if they can get out alive, they will probably be scorned by thousands of people. They chose to send a message to their ancestors to ask for help. Most of the contestants received no response from their ancestors. Only a few contestants' faces suddenly fell down, showing expressions of disbelief. Because their ancestors told them to kill themselves. It was obviously their ancestors who asked them to kill Fang Qinggran. With this ending, the ancestor actually wanted to abandon him. But none of them were willing to die just like that. They would embark on the path of monasticism in order to pursue immortality, and now they have immortal bodies. How can you be willing to die? Several contestants looked at each other and seemed to realize that they were facing the same situation. One contestant remembered the 3 monks who had left the barrier earlier. Why can you go out? A contestant asked one of the monks through a message. The monk felt like he was going to survive the disaster, but he was also very confused. The 3 of them did nothing. But escaped. Could it be that the 3 of them ran fast? However, this answer was quickly rejected by him. He couldn't give an accurate answer, but after the other party asked him, he was afraid that Fang Qinggran would notice him, so he planned to leave quietly. However, when the monks who were still in the barriers saw that he was trying to escape, they suddenly felt dark in their hearts. He is going to die. Why can the 3 of them live? If you want to die, let's all die together. He angrily said to Fang Qinggran, why should we let the 3 of them go? Fang Qinggran glanced at the 3 contestants on the next step and gave a rare answer, I didn't let them go. What she said was correct. She really wasn't the one who let them out. Before she came to the Battle of Yundian, she went to Zhaozu continent to meet the ancestors of the Fang family. The ancestors' words made her decide to let the truly uninformed people go. Of course, this premise was that they had not committed any crime. The ancestor of the Fang family said, we in the Fang family protect the common people and save all sentient beings from disasters. We only want to be clear in our hearts and worthy of heaven and earth. We only look at those living beings who are worthy of being saved. As for those who don't know what is good and what is bad, they will ignore it if they don't provoke us. However, if they dare to make trouble in front of us, they must be eradicated. I hope that the children of the Phoenix clan will always have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Don't be a puppet for killing. I will not be blinded by hatred and bear unwarranted consequences. This is not to make you kind, but because they are not worthy and unworthy of your own merits. It does take a lot of merit to erase the causal lines of some killings. She doesn't care too much about consuming the power of merit. But the 3 of them not only passed the heart-asking array she set up, but she also saw a causal line in them that had a good relationship with the Fang family. Their ancestors should have dealt with the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. Since these good cause and effect lines have been left behind. Past the questioning formation again. She didn't plan to care about them anymore. When the 3 contestants heard Fang Qinggran's words, their eyes were filled with confusion. They gave a standard thank you to Fang Qinggran, then turned around and walked down the steps. The contestants saw them leaving and panicked even more. A contestant shouted loudly, Fang Qinggran, you can't kill us. Your ancestors have already created so many evils. Are you going to follow in their footsteps? He was also smart and noticed some clues. Fang Qinggran, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have attacked. As long as you are willing to let it go, I am willing to give you all the treasures. HMPH, kill you. The treasure still belongs to Lord Fang, why should I let you go? Fang Si said with a proud attitude. Plop. A contestant knelt down towards Fang Qinggran, please let me go. I promise not to talk about people named Fang again. If you really kill us, the crime of you people named Fang will be fulfilled. Yes, Fang Qinggran, as long as you let me go, I can let the family clear your name for those of you named Fang. Some choose to beg for mercy. Naturally, there are also those who choose to threaten. Fang Qingran, I am the young master of the Qian family in the Huazhu continent. Our ancestor is the master of law. If you dare to touch me, you will be the enemy of the entire Qian family. My ancestor will not let you go. Fang Qingran, I am a Xuanmen practitioner, and I still have the Xuanmen mark on my body. If you dare to kill me, you will be the enemy of the entire Xuanmen. Are you sure you want to do this? Fang Qingran, our Xing family has a close relationship with Xuanmen. If you dare to touch me, neither Xuanmen nor the Xing family will let you go. However, no matter what these contestants said, Fang Qingran did not respond. She didn't move an inch. An attentive contestant discovered this and remembered what his ancestor said. There was a formation to restrain Fang Qingran, and it would be easy to get rid of her. His expression changed and he sent messages to several contestants he was familiar with. There is a formation that restrains Fang Qingran on this level. She can't move now and can only rely on the God-killing spear and the beast to protect her. If we work together to lure away the contract beast and the God-killing spear, we can kill her. Once Fang Qingran dies, both the God-killing spear and the contracted beast will become ownerless. This is our only chance to survive. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1434 No Life. His words moved some of the contestants. Only a few contestants were slightly hesitant. What if Fang Qingran has other trump cards? If we can't kill her at once, wouldn't we be the ones who die? Our contracted beasts and contracted spirits listen to Fang Qingran. How can we ensure that we can kill her? These two questions caused everyone to be silent for a moment. But soon, the message from the young master of the Qian family sounded again. If we don't kill her, we will die. She will never let us go. Now the family has given up on us. If we don't save ourselves, there will be no chance of survival. The young master of the Xing family also sent a message. He is right, our family has given up on us. If we want to live, we can only kill Fang Qingran. A weak voice sounded. Why don't we sincerely beg for mercy and repent? Can you be forgiven by begging for mercy and repenting? Think about it carefully. If you were in Fang Qingran's position, would you choose to forgive you? After a moment of silence, the contestants all agreed on the plan to cooperate with each other and besiege Fang Qingran. We must hurry up. Fang Qingran must be unblocking the formation. We have to attack her before she escapes. Don't worry about any treasures. Being able to get out alive is what we have to consider. All the contestants secretly discussed ways to save themselves. The contestants on the 3000 steps are divided into two levels based on the step where Fang Qingran is. The contestants below did not dare to go up again. Competitors above are speeding up the climb. They felt that they were safe once they were on the battlefield and past the Sin Monument. The Sin character tablet prepared by Xuanmen must be aimed at Fang Qingran. No matter how powerful she is only a little girl of about 20,000 yuan. How can she go against the Xuanmen that has stood for hundreds of millions of years? They don't know how powerful the Sin character tablet made by Xuanmen is. But they know how powerful Xuanmen magic is. That Sin character stele can definitely stop Fang Qingran. The situation of the contestants is divided into two. The spectators were no better, they were all uneasy. The spectators who could feel at ease had already sided with Chu Wuchen. They knew what happened to the Fang clan back then, but they were helpless because they lacked strength, so they could only live cautiously. Now that the younger generation of the Phoenix clan has returned, with the support of the God Realm and the Ghost Realm, it would be a fool not to stand up at this time. Many contestants discovered that those standing behind Chu Wuchen were basically forces from the Qianyuan continent and Xuanji continent. At this time, Luo Qingye also received news from his confidants. Sect Master, Fang Qingran seems to have returned from the Sin continent. She still has the aura of the Sin continent in her body. After Luo Qingye heard this, he looked at the black and white chessboard in front of him with dark eyes. After the death of the person named Fang, Xuanmen originally wanted to step into the Sinzu continent to look for the treasures left behind by the person named Fang, but they couldn't get in. Even if a mysterious person reluctantly breaks into it, contact will be lost immediately. The entire Xuanmen knows that there are secrets hidden in Suzu continent. But they could never find a way in. Nor can it destroy the Sinzu continent. Xuanmen cannot allow Sinzu continent to exist. Xuanmen practitioners cannot enter Sinzu continent. Can Fang Qingran, who is of the bloodline of the Fang clan, be able to enter? Luo Qingye asked coldly, how was the competition? A confidant said, Fang Qingran has climbed the 2000 steps and killed several mysterious practitioners, causing quite a panic. Many powerful people have come from the God Realm and the Ghost Realm, and they seem to want to support Fang Qingran. The profound practitioners in Qianyuan continent and Xuanji continent have lost contact. After hearing the report from his confidant, Luo Qingye showed a look of understanding. Back then, the leaders of the Divine and Ghost Realms were the most loyal followers of those with the surname Fang. Even if the news of the death of all people with the surname Fang spreads throughout the universe, the leaders of the two domains will still come to Xuanmen to find the whereabouts of the people with the surname Fang. If it weren't for the powerful Xuanmen magic, I'm afraid the leaders of the two realms would have discovered something. As the eras continued to change, Xuanmen wiped out all the achievements of the person with the surname Fang, and also successfully convinced the monks in the entire universe that the person with the surname Fang was guilty of an unforgivable crime. The forces that knew the truth back then had already been banned by Xuanmen. Now, only the Divine Realm is left. The Ghost Realm knows the truth of that year, but they don't have any evidence in their hands. The evidence was destroyed by Commander Luo Wuji using the Xuanmen Forbidden Technique. The two continents of Qianyuan continent and Xuanji continent, because of the existence of the Xuanji sect and the Divine Fox clan, chose to believe in the Divine Realm and the Ghost Realm even if there was no evidence. There are also several continents in neutral positions. They don't believe in Taoism, nor do they believe in the realm of gods and ghosts. They only believe in evidence and what they see. They are unwilling to accept the benefits of Taoism and are unwilling to submit to Taoism. After accepting the benefits of Xuanmen, the vast majority unconditionally believed that the person named Fang was guilty. Luo Qingye raised his hand and removed a few more black chess pieces from the chessboard. At this time, the entire chessboard, as far as the eye can see, is almost entirely white, with only a few black pieces still on it. Luo Qingye picked up a black chess piece, looked at the chessboard, and didn't put it down for a long time. If it were you, where would you place the sunspot? Luo Qingye asked his confidant. The confidant glanced at the chessboard and estimated that there were 300 white stones, but only 4 black stones were left. Kuroko almost breathed a sigh of relief. And this stone seemed to be given deliberately by Bai Zi. The confidant's eyes turned slightly. This black guy was almost lifeless. Unless you put yourself to death and survive. The confidants thought of the Sinzu continent and Fang Qinggran for a moment. In this situation, Xuanmen did not leave any hope for the people of the world. Xuanmen is also determined to hold the entire universe in its hands. Back then, it was the person named Fang who appeared and blocked the way to Xuanmen. Now Xuanmen only has a battle at the top of the clouds to unify the heavens and the universe. Fang Qinggran appeared at this time. If Fang Qinggran could fight his way out, he might be able to stop Xuanmen's plan. The confidant carefully dropped a sunspot. Luo Qingye smiled and said, "Do you think this place is full of life? This is the real trap, completely blocking all ways of life." The confidant looked at the situation on the chess game, deduced the path Heitzi was going to take, and immediately understood what Luo Qingye meant. A confidant said, "The master of the sect is wise, but his subordinates feel inferior to him." Luo Qingye seemed to be a lot happier. Commander Luo worked hard to build the heavenly boundary monument with the word Sin just to wait for the Fang clan to come back. It just so happened that the plan back then was missing a link, so let Fang Qinggran compensate for Xuanmen. Luo Qingye happily dropped the white words on a place. Xuanji continent. Xianyuan continent. Out together. The confidant took a look at the chess game, and flashed back to Sinzu continent in his mind. A place that Xuanmen has never entered once. Is it really Xuanmen's territory? In the end, the confidant expressed his worries. It doesn't matter anymore. The Sinzu continent is already in ruins, and it's not worth Xuanmen's trouble. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1435 Wishful Thinking, more updates. Fang Qinggran, go to hell. On the steps of the competition place, thousands of contestants all launched an attack on Fang Qinggran. Among them are formation masters, talisman masters, spiritual masters, sword cultivators. This time, they held nothing back and used all their cards. When Fang Qinggran heard the violent roar, she remained calm and composed. She raised her wrist, and Little Mushroom and Fang Jingyu appeared beside her. A wall of water appeared around Fang Qinggran. The silver water wall exudes an aura of danger. The little mushroom flew into the sky and spit out 7 beautiful little mushrooms in a row. After the mushroom flew towards the contestants, it grew in size at lightning speed and hit the unsuspecting crowd. In an instant, all the contestants who were originally full of morale fled in all directions. Those who didn't have time to escape were crushed by Mushroom Mountain. Vomit. The sounds of vomiting came one after another from the foot of Mushroom Mountain. And screams. The faces of those monks who managed to escape were extremely ugly. They were already defeated before they even got close to Fang Qinggran. What should they do next? No matter what, I'm going to die anyway, and I'm going to drag the person named Fang along with me no matter what. Several monks chose to explode towards Fang Qinggran. The little mushroom couldn't stop the self-destructing monk. The self-destruction power of a Ascent-level monk is enough to destroy Mushroom Mountain. Fang Jingyu sat on the swing chair, looking at the monks rushing over, her eyes slightly turned, and with a wave of her hand, they were all wrapped in the moonlight divine water. Eventually turned into nothingness. The Xuanmen incantations and Xuanmen formations are enough to give Sister Fang a headache, so they cannot disturb Sister Fang. The Xuanmen mantra is a very sinister thing. If you are not careful, those spells will get into the body, hide, and wait until the fatal moment to appear again. Sister Fang must treat the spell with caution. Otherwise, these monks would have no chance to scream. Kill God, I'll leave the rest to you. Fang Jingyu's voice was pleasant to the ear, giving people a clear and calm feeling. After Fang Jingyu finished speaking, the god-killing spear appeared out of thin air. The remaining contestants looked frightened, but could not escape. Poof! A series of sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh sounded. In the blink of an eye, all the contestants on the field fell down. The smell of blood mixed with a strange smell came out of the barrier. Many contestants were shocked by the smell before they could recover from their shock. Vomit. The contestant who reacted slowly turned pale and vomited. The quick-reacting contestants blocked their 5 senses and stood there with confused eyes. Their bodies have long been separated from the mortal world and transcended the limits of human race. Why are their bodies as hard as black iron still attacked by a smell? The contestants were confused. The spectators were in disbelief. From the beginning to now, Fang Qinggran has not taken any action, but there have been countless casualties on their side. These people who died were all the geniuses they had carefully cultivated. It is equivalent to the future of all forces. That's it, let's forget it. She is the only one with the surname Fang. If she wants to return, let her return. Yes, the situation in the mainland has changed a long time ago. Even if she wants to abide by the rules of the person named Fang, it is useless. This is the universe of Xuanmen. Xuanmen upholds the principle that men are superior to women, and only men have the right to take the surname. There is no one with the surname Fang behind her to support her. Even if she is left behind, there will be no trouble. Yes, anyway, she is the only one left with the surname Fang. Wouldn't it be better if we keep her and slowly assimilate her? Perhaps under the guidance of Xuanmen, she will realize that the person named Fang is really guilty, and then she will obediently atone for the sin of the person named Fang. Even if she can't change, it doesn't hurt if we are more generous and follow her for a while. I would say, give her some benefits for the time being, so that she will not continue to kill innocent people indiscriminately. As a woman, aren't there many ways to deal with her? Some forces agreed with these views. They are giving in now just for the sake of the God realm and the Ghost realm. But the strong men in the Ghost realm and the Divine realm couldn't always stay with Fang Qinggran. At that time, they had many ways to control Fang Qinggran. In the past, they didn't really understand. In the world of immortality, which is obviously based on strength and realm, why Xuanmen has a way of treating men as superior to women. Seeing Fang Qingran's strong return, they suddenly understood Xuanmen. If they really only look at strength, Fang Qingran will threaten them sooner or later, and they will not tolerate Fang Qingran staying. But things are different now. Restricted by the rules set by Xuanmen, no matter how powerful Fang Qingran is, she will not be able to go far. After all, she does not have the right to inherit, nor the right to leave her name. Everything she ends up with belongs to the person she marries. Zhu Qiang couldn't help but sigh. Xuanmen is really far-sighted. Fortunately, there are Xuanmen rules, otherwise people with the surname Fang would really make a comeback. When Zhu Qiang thought about this, his eyes towards Fang Qingran gradually changed. The original hatred turned into scrutiny. If they recruit Fang Qingran into the family, wouldn't everything on her belong to them? Most of the old monsters became excited. But there are still a small number of old monsters who still want to kill Fang Qingran. Kai Lingzi noticed the change in the spectators. Why have these old guys changed? Why are they looking at little friend Fang so greedy? A ghost cultivator said, Gee, there is no need to think about it. If you can't beat it, you will start planning. Unfortunately, they haven't realized it yet. Their thinking is in vain. They might as well eat something good now. Kai Lingzi asked with a speechless expression, Do you have to talk like this? The ghost cultivator said proudly, I must say this is the symbol and feature of the ghost realm. God's domain's eyes were like daggers. Our God Lord is right, your ghost lord just has a bad head. The ghost cultivator suddenly became unhappy. We ghost masters are smart. We are better than your god masters. Every time before killing someone, we must ask, do you want to die? I will satisfy you, just like a lunatic. Kai Lingzi felt embarrassed when he heard this. The god's filter was shattered on the ground. Kan Lingzi asked Chu Wuchen with his eyes, do you know there's such spiritual cultivators and ghost cultivators? Ghost cultivation, cultivating all dark powers. Divine cultivators have special bones in their bodies and can only cultivate divine power and the power of heaven and earth. Chu Wuchen sent a message, I've known it for a long time. They've always been like this and they can't change it. Kai Lingzi said uncertainly, so you don't invite them because you don't want to face them. Chu Wuchen nodded. Kai Lingzi gritted his teeth at Chu Wuchen. He knew that a fox was a fox, very cunning. Kai Lingzi recalled the scene where he had just contacted the Ghost Lord and the God Lord. The Ghost Lord said to him as soon as he came up, you are from the Xuanji sect and you have some food. How can you be the elder of Taizong with such strength? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1436 The Heavenly Boundary Monument with the Word of Sin, Golden Ticket 2. He was in bad shape at that time. I thought the god would be better. As a result, the first thing the deity said when he saw him was, are you sure you're from the Xuanji sect? Your surname is Kang. Do your ancestors know that you are such a waste? Do you have the nerve to meet them in the future? Why do you look so desperate? Do you want to die? I can satisfy you. Come to God's realm to find me. Kang Lingzi felt that the Ghost Lord and the God Lord were the two most annoying entities on his path of cultivation. If he didn't want to deal with Xuanmen and restore the innocence of the person named Fang, he wouldn't even want to see the gods and ghosts. At this moment, in the cracks of the void, a man and a woman were lying on their own soft couches, looking like they were watching a good show. Have you discovered us, little guy? He's quite powerful and he's very proud of the Phoenix clan. The voice of the woman who spoke was light, like the warm wind in the mountains blowing through her heart. The woman's black hair was hanging loosely, delicate and silky. She moved her hands and feet with great energy, and had an aura that she had everything under control. The man heard the woman's voice and said, you must have discovered it, otherwise I wouldn't have laughed at you for no reason. You really guessed it right. Fang Lingyun really had a backup plan back then. The woman looked proud and said, isn't this necessary? She is my best friend, Qi Ju, and her resourcefulness is not for nothing. If she had been more ruthless, how could she have ended up in that situation? That is, she wanted to protect the heavens and the universe. If not, I would have let the entire universe be buried with her. Xuanmen can live to this day, so he should be grateful to her. Qi Ju mentioned Xuanmen with a sinister tone in his tone. The man was silent after listening to Qi Ju's words. He knew that Qi Ju was really not afraid of hurting innocent people. Qi Ju practices divine power, but she is not a god in the true sense and has no responsibility to protect the common people. Sometimes he even felt that Qi Ju was more suitable for cultivating demons. How do you think Fang Qingran will use it to tell the truth about that year? The man asked. I don't know. The little guy's methods seem ruthless, but he still has some scruples. After all, his surname is Fang. Invisibly, he puts himself in the position of protecting the common people. Qi Ju shook his head. Then he added, the rules of the universe are like this. The more you care about a certain responsibility, you will invisibly put shackles on yourself, and eventually you will be trapped in a small place and cannot leave. Anyway, the rule is to bully the weak and avoid the strong. Whoever is willing to sacrifice will be waiting for her endless sacrifices and sacrifices. Most people are ungrateful. They take the Phoenix clan's contribution for granted. And once the Phoenix clan stops not paying, or asks them to share risks, the common people will think they're guilty. Otherwise, Xuanmen's slander plan would not go so smoothly. Do the people really not know that the Phoenix clan is innocent? Not necessarily. The reason why most people choose to be blind is not because of the benefits that obeying Xuanmen can bring them. The small group of monks who truly appreciated the efforts of the Fang clan were persecuted by Xuanmen. What Xuanmen likes to do most is to get rid of people who know the truth. The realm of gods and ghosts cannot accommodate monks from other continents. She conveniently settled the small group of monks in Xianyuan continent and Xuanji continent. There is something different. She has the kindness of the Phoenix clan and her own determination. The man said. In fact, the universe needs people like Fang Qingran even more. Not every living being can control their own destiny, life and death like them. Most creatures can only live according to the rules set by the strong. When the Phoenix people rule the universe, they will consider the weak creatures and formulate various rules to take care of the weak to give all living things a better place to live. If he and Chi-Ju don't like this universe, they can find another place. But most creatures cannot decide where to live. Xiao Yanzi, after the little guy takes control of the universe, let's go back to the Taichu universe. I'm really tired of staying here, Chi-Ju said. Okay, Yan Bei responded. Seeing that there was no problem with Feng Qinggran for the time being, Chi-Ju looked at Chu Wuchen and said, did you say we should bring Chu Huhu with us? Yan Bei was slightly startled. What are you taking him for? Chi-Ju said mysteriously, do you still remember Chu Xiu who came with us? Didn't she go back long ago? Chi-Ju nodded and said, actually, I didn't tell you that Xiu sneaked away. She didn't tell Chu Huhu. After she left, Chu Huhu came to me several times and wanted to ask why Xiu left. Chu Huhu looks like that. I feel like he likes Xiu. After listening to Chi-Ju's words, Yan Bei thought about it. Why did Chu Xiu leave without saying goodbye? I don't know. Anyway, she looked like she was in a hurry to leave. I didn't say anything even if I asked. I could only send her away quietly. Yan Bei. The entrance to the universe is guarded by Chu Wuchen. Chu Xiu left, and it was impossible for Chu Wuchen not to know. Chi-Ju, you are messing with their cause and effect. I'm already in. Forget it, let's not look for Chu Hu. Chu Hu must have forgotten about Shi Yue, so why bother anymore? Yan Bei's eyes darkened slightly. Have you forgotten? Not necessarily. Chu Wuchen is a very vengeful fox. After Chi-Ju finished speaking, his attention turned to Feng Qinggran. Feng Qinggran climbed the steps faster and faster, and no contestants blocked her way. Soon, Feng Qinggran came to the monument with the word sin. All eyes were fixed on Feng Qinggran, waiting for her to bleed. Before Feng Qinggran made any move, the tablet with the word sin lit up, and the word sin on it flashed with blood-red light. In an instant, countless terrifying pressures fell on Feng Qinggran. When the majestic pressure hit, Feng Qinggran's face turned a little pale, but her back was always straight and her eyes were staring at the glowing word sin. It was really meant to target her. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Feng Qinggran's mouth, as if she couldn't bear the pressure. When the old monster saw this scene, he finally showed a satisfied expression. There is always a price to pay for killing the genius they cultivated. It was difficult for them to withstand the pressure that spread from the heavenly boundary monument. Feng Qinggran, a small creator of the world, would not be able to withstand it for long. The blood on the corner of Feng Qinggran's mouth fell, but did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated towards the heavenly monument and landed on the word, Essen. In a moment, a vast and distant voice came from the heaven monument. The person named Feng will be punished by heaven and earth for his crime, and he is not allowed to take another step forward. Xiao Feng, Hong Mengshu called out worriedly from the space. Feng Qinggran smiled, looked at the word, sin, on it with cold eyes, put her hand gently on it, and whispered softly, I will take back all the injustices you have suffered from Shranman. Next moment. Boom. An explosion sounded. The heavenly boundary monument with the word, sin, vanished into nothing in an instant. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1437, Heavenly Punishment Sword Trial. The moment the heavenly boundary monument shattered, the entire time and space of the heavens and universe seemed to freeze. Zhu Qiang's eyes were shocked and he stared at the peerless figure on the stage. How can that be? He actually single-handedly destroyed the heavenly monument inscribed with the rules of the avenue. Does she really only have the realm of the creator? Even if they, as masters of the universe, join forces, they may not be able to destroy the heaven monument. It was actually destroyed in the hands of a junior who was the creator of the world. How did she do it? Zhu Qiang couldn't help but ask, is the person named Feng really guilty? Feng Qinggran looked at the place where the heaven boundary monument disappeared. Her eyes were like eternal ice, the corners of her lips raised, and she said lightly, this method of conviction is really weak. Feng Qinggran felt a mysterious force entering her body, nourishing her previously damaged meridians. She raised her feet and stepped into the fighting platform. In an instant, those geniuses who were still on the stage flew out one after another. At the same time, the entire platform was shrouded in dark clouds. Thunderclouds rolled. It was like an ancient giant beast roaring. Extremely terrifying. The majestic killing aura fell on Feng Qinggran along with the roar of the giant beast. At this moment, many powerful men remembered the consequences of the destruction of the heavenly boundary monument. The heavenly boundary monument symbolizes the majesty of the avenue. If Feng Qinggran destroyed it, it would be equivalent to challenging the power of the great avenue, and he would be judged by the heavenly execution sword. The heavenly punishment sword is the sword of law. It can kill countless supreme and powerful men. Chi-Ju and Yan Bei left the void and stood on the edge of Shranman continent, looking at the sky with dark eyes. Chi-Ju, it's time for us to take action, Yan Bei said. The heavenly punishment sword was not something Feng Qinggran could resist at his level. If they didn't take action, what awaited Feng Qinggran would be destruction both physically and mentally. Chi-Ju raised his hand. Wait a minute, this is an opportunity for her. If she can withstand the heavenly punishment sword, there will be no need for any evidence at all, and the accusation that the Feng clan is guilty will be self-defeating. If you want to gain the trust of the people, you have never relied on kindness. People will always respect and trust the strong. The little guy has already been to Sinzu continent. Since he can destroy the heavenly boundary monument with his own strength, he must also have the strength to deal with the Tianchu sword. Chi-Ju didn't want to hinder Feng Qinggran's growth because of worries. In the eyes of other monks, the heavenly punishment sword is a narrow escape. But what the Feng people like most is to risk their lives and survive. Chi-Ju, are you sure? Yan Bei asked uncertainly. Yan Bei, I'm sure. Don't worry, if there is really danger, I will have a way to save her. Have you forgotten who I am? Chi-Ju asked. Yan Bei was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something, and his eyes fell on Feng Qinggran again. After the dark clouds came over, A ray of purple-red light tore through the black clouds. The light slowly condensed into an extremely huge sword. The sword is engraved with ancient and mysterious runes. The entire sword exudes terrifying power. At this moment, the heavens and the universe seem to be shaking. Wherever the sword passes, everything dies and becomes nothingness. The powerful people did not dare to stay in Shuanmen continent any longer and fled away one after another. Xiao Feng, Hong Mengshu's nervous voice sounded, and a colorful leaf appeared in front of Feng Qingran and penetrated between her eyebrows. It's time to tell Xiaofeng the path of a monk. Feng Qingran slowly came towards her with the heavenly punishment sword, with no fear in her eyes. She accepted this trial on behalf of her ancestors. Feng Qingran's body surged with power, resisting the pressure from the heavenly punishment sword, and blood continued to spill from the corners of her mouth. Tick. There were also patches of blood on the battlefield. This blood came from Feng Qingran's body. The skin under her red clothes had cracks, staining the clothes. It's a pity that the clothes are red, covering up the color of blood. Feng Qingran understood that when faced with the heavenly punishment judgment sword, if he was not careful, he would be destroyed by heavenly punishment and the earth, and his soul would be scattered. But she has a clear conscience. The ancestors of the Feng family also have a clear conscience. She can withstand this trial. The moment the heavenly punishment sword struck, Feng Qingran's body turned into reality, making it difficult to see clearly. At the same time, colorful light spots lit up on Feng Qingran's body. These light spots connected together seemed to form a new vein in Feng Qingran's body. It's like a strange formation. Mysterious. The Tianju sword passed through Feng Qingran's body and disappeared. Poof. Feng Qingran vomited out a large mouthful of blood. She sat cross-legged on the blood-covered battlefield, her body lit up with a bright light, and then returned to normal. Feng Qingran could see blood oozing from cracks on his body, and some bones could be vaguely glimpsed. She actually survived. Can she walk down like this? Look at the amount of blood and essence she has lost. What happened just now? Why do I feel like she almost disappeared? She has withstood the trial of the heavenly punishment sword. Does that mean that the person named Feng is not guilty? That should be the case. She destroyed the heavenly boundary monument and withstood the trial. She must have a clear conscience. But there are still monks who are obsessed with it and say, she has a clear conscience. Does it mean that people with the surname Feng are innocent? She cannot represent the people with the surname Feng who died. All the strong men have different thoughts. She is the only one on the battlefield now. Does that mean she won the game? Why hasn't the cloud top curtain appeared yet? Zhu Qiang was also very confused about this. In situations like this in the past, the sky would appear. Everyone, a loud voice sounded, attracting Zhu Qiang's attention. A mysterious person stood in the sky above Xuanshan continent, looking at the powerful forces on the edge of the continent. They all looked over. Xuansh continued to speak. There have been changes in this competition. Because the person named Feng destroyed the heavenly boundary monument without authorization and escaped the judgment of the heavenly punishment sword in a special way, the rules of this competition will be changed. After the Xuansh finished speaking, he paused for a moment. What he said was very clever. All of a sudden, Feng Qingran's openness to accept trial turned into an unscrupulous person. It also made Zhu Qiang suspect again that he was in love with the Feng clan. When Qiju heard this, his eyes became dangerous. She straightened her sleeves gracefully. Yan Bei, you protect the little guy here. I want to go have a heart-to-heart talk with the Xuanmen sect master. Yan Bei just wanted to say, I'll go with you, but then he thought that there was still a group of old monsters that were ready to move and needed to be suppressed. He and Qiju had to stay alone. Okay, be careful, those mysterious arts of Xuanmen are quite sinister. Qiju said with high spirits, don't worry, Luo Qingya's behavior is not worthy of plotting against me. I won't kill him. I have to leave some grudges to the little guy himself. Qiju just left. Yan Bei heard a few misleading words. The Xuanmen Xuan said this, is there really something hidden? Is the person named Feng really guilty? That's inevitable. Don't you still believe in the prestige of Xuanmen? Compared with the infamous Feng surname, Xuanmen is the one we should really trust. That's right, Xuanmen is so reliable. Can you guys not be like the grasshoppers and let people with the surname Feng beguile you with a few words? People with the Feng surname are used to being despicable and shameless, and the descendants will be the same way. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1438 Yan Bei's mouth substitute. When Yan Bei heard these discussions, the black mist flashed in his eyes. Xuanmen's effective method started again. Insert mysterious persons into various forces, and then control and guide various public opinions, confusing right and wrong. This is how he and Qiju were defeated back then. Yan Bei scanned the crowd of commentators. These were all hidden, and the mysterious practitioners without marks on their bodies could not be kept. After hearing that the powerful forces had been successfully led away, the mysterious master above spoke again. Everyone, the battle at Yundian is a battle that belongs to our geniuses. Strictly speaking, Feng Qingran is an outsider. Even if she has the name of Feng, she cannot be allowed to take away the glory that belongs to our genius. Those who are not of my race will have different hearts and cannot give in. What's more, she is a person named Feng who has a deep hatred against us. We cannot let her win this competition. She was the one who destroyed the rules of the game first. For our sake, the Xuanmen sect master just sacrificed most of his strength to change the rules of the Battle of Cloud Summit. The age limit for this competition has been relaxed. As long as the contestants are under 100 million years old and have participated in the Battle of Cloud Summit, they can compete on the stage. The rest of the rules remain unchanged. The benefits that our Xuanmen promised before are still the same. Everyone, I am here to wish you all a satisfactory result. After the mysterious man finished speaking the inflammatory words, he successfully retreated. After hearing Xuanz's words, the strong men immediately became excited. With this age relaxation, many ancestors can play. With this provision, wouldn't there be many universe masters on the battlefield? In other words, there won't be anything for us juniors to do. That shouldn't be the case. Maybe we can go up there and try. Pull him down. Next, the battle on top of the clouds is a battlefield for old monsters and has nothing to do with us. Stay outside and watch the show. Lords of Origin like us will be disgusted if we go up and deliver food. Ellipsis. The juniors were all talking. The old monster did not come directly. They looked at each other, as if they were weighing something. At their age, they shouldn't go to the Battle of Cloud Summit. Once the realm has passed the Lord of Creation and reached the Lord of Origin, the difference in strength by one level is like a chasm. Limiting it to 100 million years old may seem like a good thing, but it is not. Because a few of them happen to be stuck on the edge of being 100 million years old, and their realm is the peak of the Lord of the Universe. As for the 100 million year old Lord of Laws, none. So the winner must be a few of them. What can the other strong men do if they go up there? To deal with Feng Qingran, or to suppress her and make her hand over the god-killing spear and many divine beasts in her hand. The divine beasts and bonded spirits that Feng Qingran obtained at the 2000 level were still on her body. Yan Bei noticed the thoughts of many old monsters and no longer concealed his existence. Yan Bei walked a few steps in the air and came to the sky above Shrine continent. A terrifying cold air emanated from his whole body, and with a cold and ruthless glance, those old monsters who had previously concealed their presence were instantly nowhere to hide. Many old monsters trembled after seeing Yan Bei's face clearly, and they all had the same thought, why did he appear here? There were also some old monsters who had never seen Yan Bei. They looked at Yan Bei warily, and they had a tacit understanding and did not dare to act rashly. Yan Bei's unfathomable aura indicates that he is anything but simple. Who is he? An old monster spoke up. No one answered his question. Finally, an old monster came to Yan Bei and said respectfully, Ghost Lord Yan Bei, are you here to prepare? Yan Bei raised his knowing eyes and looked at the old monster who spoke. Just one glance made the old monster who spoke feel like his soul had been seen through. A ghost cultivator appeared in front of Yan Bei and said to the old monster, GGG, are you worthy of asking our boss a question? How do you look like you don't have any idea in your heart? The field fell silent again. It is true that they're afraid of the Ghost Lord in the Ghost Realm, but it is also true that they're speechless towards the Ghost Lord's subordinates. The ghost cultivator who spoke was very proud. His boss never speaks respectfully when he is outside. Of course he has to act as a mouthpiece, and the boss must not fall into the disadvantage. GGG, our boss said that if you want to go to the battlefield, you'd better think carefully. Don't be blinded and lose the grace of your elders. Sooner or later, this world belongs to the younger generation. Yan Bei glanced at the ghost cultivator who was talking and went back to reward him. Yan Bei Ghost Master, the rules set by Shrine are no problem at our age, right? An old monster asked cautiously. They're afraid of Yan Bei. But I don't want to give up those benefits either. It's really hard to prevent them from being greedy for the treasures Feng Qingran has. GGG, if you keep talking, our Ghost Lord will twist off your head and let you use half of your body to compete. In this way, after you go up, even if you are embarrassed, no one can see your face. Zhu Qiang. After the ghost domain was sealed off, the ghost cultivators became even crazier. The corners of Yan Bei's eyes twitched, and he suppressed his smile and kept his cool look. Yan Bei Guizhen, what age do you think is appropriate? An old man asked. Qi Ju entered the Shrine Hall. Luo Qingya was sitting on a chair, with a chessboard in front of him and an empty seat opposite. Hey, how about playing chess? I'm in a good mood, Qi Ju said, walking towards Luo Qingya. Arriving not far from Luo Qingya, he looked at Luo Qingya carefully. Luo Qingya was surprised by Qi Ju's appearance, but also felt it was reasonable. Why did the God Lord come here? Qi Ju looked at Luo Qingya with a half smile, then raised his foot and kicked Luo Qingya. Luo Qingya didn't notice for a moment, and rolled onto the ground with his body and the chair. Qi Ju quickly stepped forward, stepped on Luo Qingya's face, pressed it hard on the ground, and rubbed it a few times. Do you like to play with the people in your hands? Do you like the feeling of being superior? Do you like this feeling? Qi Ju looked down at Luo Qingya, met his sinister eyes, and chuckled. Back then, you Xuanmen were like that rat in the gutter, you could only use despicable means to steal everything. It's not enough that you plotted against Kang Xuanji, you also plotted against her Kang family. It's not enough that you took away the achievements of the Feng clan, and you even didn't spare the descendants. Can't your Xuanmen use fair and just methods? After Qi Ju finished speaking, he let go of Luo Qingya and kicked him a few more times as if he was upset. Then he walked for an empty seat and sat down. Luo Qingya slowly got up from the ground, with a footprint on his face. Luo Qingya changed chairs, and the one just now was kicked to pieces by Qi Ju. He sat down opposite Qi Ju. I am just a sect leader of Xuanmen. I can only execute the commander's orders and cannot make any decisions. Qi Ju sneered, what's the point of repenting after you've done the evil thing? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1439, The Edge of Life and Death, additional update. Qi Ju, I am not you. I am a weak person. I can only rely on Xuanmen to survive. Otherwise, I will die in this man-eating universe. Of course he also wants to be free and unrestrained. Of course he also wants to be free and do as he pleases. But he has no strength and can only live a life in which he has no control. If he had Qi Ju's background and Qi Ju's strength, he would never become what he is now. Really? Qi Ju's eyes were full of ridicule. Is your reason also the reason why the ancestors of the Luo family betrayed our Qi family, betrayed the Kang family, and surrounded and killed the gods? You have no way to survive, so you want to destroy other living beings' ways of survival and persecute other races. Luo Qingya, after so many years, your reasons for defending are still the same as before. As long as you are brave enough to admit your greed, I will still look up to you. You Xuanmen are not as good as the Wu clan. Whatever they want, they will fight for it blatantly, without covering up at all, and will never look for any high-sounding reasons. After the emergence of Xuanmen, the entire cultivation world was thrown into chaos. In the past, all walks of life have always been based on strength, and it is rare to see those dirty tricks. But after rising from Xuanmen, the world of cultivation has changed. In fact, the universe is very tolerant, and you can become anything you want. But the changes in Schwanman were achieved at the expense of thousands of creatures and races. They use living beings to refine goo. He also used the lives of ordinary people to study various heresies. Everyone is trying to survive. The way Schwanman seeks to survive is to destroy other people's way of survival. Since you become stronger by killing, you should also be prepared to be killed. Chi-Ju, the affairs of the ancestors of the Luo family have nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Why do you put those charges on me? Luo Qingya said. It has nothing to do with it. How dare you say it has nothing to do with you sitting here? Chi-Ju's rhetorical question made Luo Qingya silent for a moment. Luo Qingya met Chi-Ju's eyes. Chi-Ju, the ancestors of the Luo family were not wrong. Strength is everything. Only by climbing up by any means can you have a chance to live well. The powerful will never give respect to a monk just because he is kind. They will only respect him because he is strong. The ancestors of the Luo family made that choice back then, and there was nothing wrong with it. After listening to Luo Qingya's words, Chi-Ju's deep eyes flashed with light, and his gaze fell on the chessboard. The two remaining black chess pieces refer to the Ghost Realm and the Divine Realm. It's time for the black chess to be played. Luo Qingya nodded. Chi-Ju smiled, with a flash of grace. Then take a look, this one represents the Sin continent. Luo Qingya saw Chi-Ju's position, raised his hand, and played a white chess piece. Chi-Ju took a look and said, this one is Feng Lingyun. Luo Qingya was slightly startled. HMPH, today I will let you understand why the Feng clan can become the creators of gods. It will also let you wake up and realize that Schwanman can never replace the Feng clan. The battle at the top of the cloud. After all, the old monster who was ready to make a move was afraid of Yanbei and did not dare to play in person. They were afraid that Yanbei would really twist their heads off. However, just because they didn't take advantage of it doesn't mean they will give up the benefits at their fingertips. Whose family doesn't have a few hidden strong men? Then a group of strong men flew towards the fighting platform. The battle at the top of the cloud is actually never a one-on-one battle. In the past, in order to maintain the balance, all the forces had a tacit one-on-one relationship. And now the person surnamed Feng is sitting here. They don't need to have any scruples. There is only one person named Feng left, Feng Qingran, so they can kill her without fear of any retaliation. When Feng Qingran stepped onto the steps, it was equivalent to agreeing to sign a life and death contract. She died on it, and the Divine Realm and the Ghost Realm couldn't really do anything to them. Some old monsters asked their strong men to give Feng Qingran a breath. There are also old monsters who give orders to kill if they can, preferably the kind that makes her physically and mentally annihilated. Weeds and roots. Feng Qingran's qualifications are too great, leaving her behind will be a disaster after all. The first batch of strong men who rushed towards Feng Qingran were all from the source. This was also discussed privately by the old monsters. The Master of Origin is only one level higher than Feng Qingran, and the age difference is not too outrageous. Yanbei should not be able to fault him. GGG, you are so shameless. A group of Origin Lords who are over 10 million years old got together to bully a junior who is the Lord of Creation who is over 20,000 years old. TSK, 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 it's really embarrassing, boss, why don't you just twist off their heads? Yanbei wouldn't say anything. But there is a mouthpiece beside Yanbei, a mouthpiece who has no scruples and understands Yanbei's thoughts very well. The old monsters instantly panicked. An old man said, Yanbei Guizhen, we did not violate the rules of the competition and deliberately lowered the strength of the contestants. GGG, your ability to tell lies with your eyes open has reached the level of perfection. You'd better shut up and think about what you are going to do when the god comes back, right? Many old monsters looked frightened. Maybe the ghost world twisting the head is just talk. But the Divine Realm, including the Divine Lord, always takes action first and speaks later. There were a few old monsters who knew Chi-Ju's behavior and chose to leave the battle on top of the clouds to their juniors and simply ran away. After the Origin Master rushed to the stage, he realized that Feng Qingran was seriously injured and was on the verge of life and death. The aura around Feng Qingran's body was very strange at this moment. Half of her strength was desperately trying to repair her body. Half of the strange power was destroying her body wantonly. The two forces competed with each other, causing more harm to her. They even suspected that Feng Qingran had lost consciousness. They exchanged glances and seemed to have no intention of letting Feng Qingran go. Only a few Origin Masters did not bother to take action. The other Origin Masters gathered their strength and launched an attack on Feng Qingran. In an instant, waves of extremely terrifying power fell on Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran began to vomit blood. Stained with blood, her lips were bright red, but her complexion became paler. Her body was even more broken, as fragile as porcelain, and it seemed that if she dropped it hard, it would break into pieces. Feng Qingran's situation at the moment was very bad. Hong Mengshu, Feng Si, Feng Shichu and others were extremely anxious and wanted to go out and help. But they discovered that Feng Qingran had blocked the right to freely enter and exit the void space, and they could not get out. They tried to wake up Feng Qingran, but they never got a response. The spirit of Duke Xuan was still guarding Feng Qingran's Sea of Consciousness, but the Heavenly Punishment Sword gave it the opportunity to enter Feng Qingran's Sea. The spirit of Duke Xuan was still guarding Feng Qingran's Sea of Consciousness, but the Heavenly Punishment Sword gave it the opportunity to enter Feng Qingran's Sea of Consciousness. Devouring consciousness is even more insanely happy at this moment. Feng Qingran was not fully conscious, so it could devour power unscrupulously. It gradually became unable to suppress its true nature and began to approach Feng Qingran's Sea of Consciousness. The swallowing consciousness has reached Feng Qingran's Sea of Consciousness. I moved forward cautiously and tentatively, and found that I didn't encounter any obstacles. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1440 Daojin, Golden Ticket 1. So he entered Feng Qingran's Sea of Consciousness without hesitation. For a moment, the swallowing consciousness was lost. There is majestic power hidden in the vast Sea of Consciousness. Soon, the devouring consciousness noticed something was wrong. Feng Qingran actually practiced many ways with it behind his back. There is a colorful tree deep in the sea of Feng Qingran's consciousness. There are 9 Tao seeds hanging on it. Small bulges appeared on these Tao seeds, which seemed to be about to sprout. A Taoist cultivating a Tao seed means mastering this Tao. The vast majority of Taoists can cultivate Tao seeds, which is already considered the limit. In order for the seeds of the Tao to sprout, the Taoist must understand the path of evolution of the Tao. The best way to understand the path of Tao evolution is to experience real life and death. This is no ordinary experience of life and death. It's about putting yourself in a certain death situation, leaving no trump cards, and knowing clearly in your heart that you are really going to die. Only those who have experienced life and death, and found a way of life by chance can understand the evolution of the true Tao. Most ascetics choose to pursue immortality in pursuit of monasticism. They would not dare to enter this kind of situation where they would risk their lives on their own initiative. Devouring consciousness suddenly realized that Feng Qingran's current situation was not the only way for Tao to evolve. She even removed the protective barrier. Only one piece of colorful mysterious clothes was left to preserve dignity. Devouring consciousness suddenly shuddered. It might have gotten into trouble. Devouring consciousness and crawling out of Feng Qingran's sea of consciousness, she wanted to hide back in the consciousness space. As a result, cracks appeared in the consciousness space where it resided. Feng Qingran was too busy taking care of herself that she could maintain her consciousness space. Next, there should be problems with Feng Qingran's sea of consciousness. Devouring consciousness hurriedly called out to the spirit of Ju Xuan, Master Ju Xuan, where are you? Come and protect the Phoenix Master's sea of consciousness quickly. The spirit of Ju Xuan's lazy voice came, don't cause trouble, the Phoenix Lord is on the path of evolution. Feng Qingran indeed wanted the Tao seed to germinate, just as the swallowing consciousness had guessed. The moment the heavenly punishment sword struck her, it did have a lot of impact on her. In addition to the damage, it actually allowed her to master the technique of no beginning and no wrong. It was also at this time that she suddenly knew that after the 9th level Taoist came the Tao Lord. It turns out that ascetics also have levels. The Taoist, 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 and finally the Taoist Master. For most ascetics, being a 9th level Taoist is already the limit, unless they encounter special disasters. The 9th level Taoist is already an immortal existence. Feng Qingran finally understood the deep meaning of Teng Shi's words. The enemy she faces may be too powerful for her to imagine. After becoming a Taoist, if the enemy you encounter is a Taoist, within the same realm, you can easily make the Taoist die and disappear. If the Taoist is in a higher realm than the Tao Lord, as long as it is not 4 or 5 realms higher, the Tao Lord can still make the Taoist lose his soul. If the Taoist is 4 or 5 realms higher than the Tao Lord, it may be difficult for the Tao Lord to kill the Taoist, but the fight can be a draw. Even if the Taoist is 5 realms higher than the Tao Lord, the Taoist still causes substantial harm to the Tao Lord. It is almost impossible for a Taoist to kill a Taoist Lord with only his own strength. In other words, no matter how different the strength of the Taoist and the Tao Lord is, the Taoist can never touch the Tao Lord. Only when the ascetic is in the same realm as the enemy, or is in a higher realm than the enemy, can he kill the opponent. However, the method for a Taoist to become a Taoist master is really to the point of death and no life. Is she a monster? How can she still be alive? The force I just used was enough to crush her. How could she hold it back? Don't you think it's strange? She has no life left in her body, and she has no strength to fight against us. Why can't we move her at all when we hit her with our strength? The faces of the powerful men were ugly, and they were deeply afraid of Feng Qingran. They reached a consensus that Feng Qingran must die. I want to see why she is like this, a strong man said, looking at Feng Qingran, and started the deduction technique. In an instant, the strong man who used deduction skills spurted out a column of blood. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. He looked at Feng Qingran with blank eyes and murmured, impossible, how is this possible? What's going on? Asked the strong man. The strong man who performed the deduction shook his head in disbelief. We are all going to die in her hands. Why is this the ending? She is going to die. When all the contestants heard this, their faces became more solemn. Are you sure your deduction is correct? This is a Taoist deduction technique, there is no way it can go wrong. The deducer said with a pale face. After he saw that he would die, he could no longer deduce it. He had no idea why he died. What did you see? I saw her die, then come back to life, then stand up and kill us in one thought. All the contestants exchanged glances with each other. This kind of thing seen through deduction generally cannot be changed. Are they really going to die? No. We must not give Feng Qingran a chance to kill them. They were a group of origin masters, how could they die at the hands of a lifeless Feng Qingran? Kill. Yes, let the family send the Lord of the Universe. I don't believe that the Lord of the Universe will take action together and we can't let her disappear into ashes. When the old monsters received the message, they were all horrified. Feng Qingran actually wanted to kill them all. What a blessing. So several old monsters also deduced it. Only one old monster saw himself alive. The remaining few saw them die in Feng Qingran's hands. That scene made their souls wrap with a layer of frost. A large number of universe masters flew into the battle arena without any warning. Chu Wuchen, Kang Lingzi and others saw this scene and rushed over. Their age prevents them from entering the battlefield. Chu Wuchen said to Yan Bei, there should be ghost cultivators in the universe in your ghost domain, right? Have. After Yan Bei finished speaking, he made no move. Chu Wuchen's eyes flashed slightly. Why? Yan Biedao, she doesn't want reinforcements. She is attacking Dao Lord. Now that you are Dao Lord, you should know what she needs. What does she need? Kang Lingzi asked. He really doesn't know. He has not yet reached the 9th level of Taoism, let alone heard of Tao Lord. Yan Bei glanced at Kang Lingzi lightly. Shenkai, your surname is Kang. If you tell me about it, it will bring shame to the Kang clan. You are hundreds of millions of years old, and you are not as good as a junior who lives forever. Kang Lingzi was stunned for a long time, and then said unconvinced, "You're done mocking me, it's time to explain to me, right? Why do you mean I'm embarrassing the Kang clan? So I'm a descendant of the Kang clan. By the way, what about Daojin?" Kai Lingzi's words successfully made him the center of attention. Zhu Qiang's eyes looked strange. Aren't the Kang people the same criminals as those with the surname Feng? It's just that the Kang people's crimes are not as serious as those with the Feng surname. In addition, they also want to know what Daojin is. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1441, Formation for Death. On the stage of the battle at the top of the clouds, Zhu Qiang took out their highest-level magical weapon and stabbed Feng Qingran. In an instant, a divine sword passed through Feng Qingran's chest, an axe struck her shoulder, and a halberd stabbed her abdomen. Under the attack of each magical weapon, Feng Qingran's flesh and blood were shattered, and his white bones were exposed. There was no trace of life left in her body. Seeing this, the powerful men raised their hands to take back the magic weapon. Only then did they realize that the weapons, stained by Feng Qing's flesh and blood, were beginning to rust. How is this going? How can this be? All the powerful people were shocked. The magic weapons they used were acquired spiritual treasures, how could they get rusty? It's simply against the rules. You must know that the levels of magical artifacts are divided into grades 1 to 10, Immortal grade, Holy grade, Imperial grade, Divine grade, Ancient magical artifacts, Prehistoric magical artifacts, and Hongming magical artifacts. Among them, the power of acquired spiritual treasures is equivalent to that of ancient magic weapons. This type of magic weapon contains the power of heaven and earth. The better acquired spiritual treasures even have the purple energy of heaven and earth. This kind of spiritual treasure can withstand the power of the Great Road and has reached the point of immortality. How could it be corroded by mere flesh and blood? Most of the strong men looked at the rusty Haotian Lingbao in their hands and could not recover from the shock for a long time. The magic weapons in the hands of a few strong men have begun to fall off. A powerful man's magical weapon turned into dust in an exaggerated manner. Panic filled their hearts. What kind of monster did they provoke? Impossible. Her body is obviously lifeless. Why isn't the sea of consciousness broken? I can't find her soul either. These two voices made Zhu Qiang pull away from his frightened mood and look at Feng Qingran solemnly. Under their attack, Feng Qingran's body seemed to be damaged, but her tibia seemed to be intact. We are not in an illusion, are we? A strong man murmured. If it wasn't a fantasy, he couldn't figure out why this happened. I'm an array mage. We are not in an illusion. This is a real scene, but she has a strange power. This power is similar to the formation of death. What is the formation of death? It is a formation that uses itself as the center of the formation. In this formation, the ascetic will not be afraid of death. She will give up all life-saving trump cards and face every situation seriously until she truly dies. I heard the formation master say this. Zhu Qiang was silent for a moment. Immediately, the strong man frowned slightly and said, in other words, she doesn't have any life-saving tricks or tools right now. Is she waiting to die? The formation mage shook his head, and then nodded again, with a very complicated expression. What do you mean? The formation master said solemnly, the formation of living towards death is an extremely dangerous formation. In this formation, death and life are on the same level. Many times, the death we choose is not death in the true sense. Our soul can live on our behalf, and the Taoist body we cultivate can live on our behalf. We are afraid of death, but actually we are not that afraid of death. Because we understand that unless the body dies and the cause disappears, the death we face is not death in the true sense. As for the formation of, born to death, the death inside is the true sense of death. You will experience the feeling of the moment when the body dies and the Tao disappears. At this moment, some monks will panic, suffocate, regret, and struggle desperately, and some monks will feel relieved, liberated, and remember. There are thousands of emotions in this moment, and you can only understand them when they really arrive. The formation of, born to death, can only be used by yourself. If the formation master sets up this formation for herself, what awaits her may be real death. Of course, it may also be another type of resurrection from the dead. This depends on how strong his willpower is. What is his environment like? She is using this formation to understand the meaning of death. If she completes her understanding, her body will be rejuvenated and her strength will reach another level. In fact, few formation masters dare to use this formation for themselves. If you're not careful, you may actually die inside. Even if the formation against death will leave the formation master with a chance to survive. But no one can guarantee that after repeatedly struggling on the edge of death, he will still maintain his yearning and enthusiasm for life. No one can guarantee that after death comes, they will not be affected by the fear of death. If you give up the idea of survival for just a moment, you will really die in the formation. If you want to survive this formation, you must be brave and look at death with a calm attitude, and never give up hope of survival. After Zhu Qiang listened to the formation master's words, the emotions in his eyes were complicated. They had to admit that they were not as good as Feng Qingran. She deserves to have this strength at her age. Several strong men looked at the bloody Feng Qingran and felt the despicability. How can a person with the surname Feng be guilty if he has such a descendant? Those things Xuanren said were even less likely to be done by people with the surname Feng. Despicable greedy people will not have the courage to die. Greedy people only fear death and want more benefits. I give up this competition. On behalf of our sect, I would like to apologize to all those with the surname Feng. They are indeed not guilty. There must be something hidden about what happened back then with the surname Feng. After a strong man finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Feng Qingran. If you can survive, I will lead the entire sect to personally apologize to you and certify the name of the Feng clan. Suddenly, 1/3 of the strong men on the battlefield were reduced. When the powerful spectators saw this scene, they had different expressions. Many forces also had complicated expressions. They asked themselves that they did not have the courage to set up a formation that was aimed at death. A small number of strong people are reflecting. Naturally, some strong people are anxious. They have close contact with Xuanmen. We cannot tolerate a person with the surname Feng re-identifying, let alone allow Feng Qingbran to live. Kill her. We must always call on the power of heaven and earth to make her die. The heroes on the battlefield received these transmissions and looked at each other. Some of the strong men looked in pain, as if they had suffered some backlash. Some of the strong men had sinister eyes and gathered their strength, preparing to attack Feng Qingbran again. There were a dozen strong men who gritted their teeth and insisted on leaving the battle stage. They came to Yan Bei and said, Ghostmaster Yan Bei, we were wrong. We should not believe in Xuanmen. We actually suspected that there was something wrong with Xuanmen back then, but we had no way to get rid of Xuanmen's control. Yan Bei, Ghost Lord, we don't want to help the tyrants anymore, please help us. We don't want to be puppets anymore. Several old monsters looked at the dozen strong men who spoke with sinister eyes. This is the strong man they have cultivated with all their heart. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1442 The Fury of the Incompetent. In the end, he betrayed them. The old monster looked at Yan Bei. Yan Bei glanced at these powerful men, and then glanced at the ghost cultivator next to him. The ghost cultivator understood instantly and immediately stepped forward and said, GGG, if you want to apologize, should we forgive you? Besides, it is the Phoenix clan that you should apologize to, not us. Let me ask you something, are you truly repentant? Or are you afraid of death? Do you really feel at ease when you betray the forces that cultivated you like this? Actually, if you can tell some of the secrets of your power, our Ghost Lord may be able to protect you. So, think about whether you want to tell the truth. After the ghost cultivator finished speaking a series of words, the eyes of several strong men flickered, and there was struggle in their eyes. But this time, an old monster lost his temper and said, Yan Bei, Ghost Lord, they are betraying their master under white-eyed wolves. Are you sure you want to accept them? Another old monster echoed, Ghost Lord Yan Bei, we don't lack a few of them. If you want to accept them, you can accept them. We can also remove the loyalty goo from their bodies. I'm just afraid they will stab you in the back. The ghost cultivator's eyes turned cold. Gigi, shut up. You have no right to speak here. How our ghost master chooses depends on his mood. Besides, there are just a few of them who want to hurt our ghost lord and eat our shit. Kai Lingzi's voice sounded, it's okay to keep them, and it's also good to give them to Feng Xiaoyu to practice. By the way, Yan Bei Guizhen, you haven't told me yet, what is a Dao Lord? Feng Xiaoyu is like this now, isn't it? Are you practicing Daojun? Is Daojun's training process so cruel? Kai Lingzi couldn't bear to look at it, but he also wanted to know more. After all, the Tao Lord is in a more powerful state than the Taoist. If possible, he would also like to practice Daojun. Yan Bei looked at Kun Lingzi and said, the Tao Lord is always above the Taoist. Even if the Taoist's cultivation level is several realms higher than the Tao Lord, he still cannot kill the Tao Lord. Today's ascetics are in a state of half-knowledge about the practice of Taoism. They have no chance to come into contact with Tao Lord's cultivation techniques. Therefore, I don't know what Daojun is. After a Taoist is promoted and understands the difference between a Tao Lord and a Taoist, he will also deliberately start to conceal the existence of the Tao Lord level. This also leads to the fact that most ascetics believe that the 9th level Taoist is the highest level of asceticism. This can also reduce the number of Tao Lords. There will also be fewer people competing for Taoyun and Tao Source. After all, the resources for cultivating Taoism are precious. The ascetics do not have the ability to create the rhyme and source of the Tao, and can only choose to reduce the number of competing opponents. Not only Kang Lingzi was listening to Yan Bei's words, but the old monsters also heard them clearly. All the old monsters suddenly looked at Yan Bei with burning eyes. At this moment, they no longer had the battle of Yun Dian, no one with the surname Feng, and no more fear of Xuanmen. Taojun. This is something very foreign to them. Is it so powerful? Who is the Lord of the Universe that they have been pursuing for so long? Kai Lingzi couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and Yan Bei's words subverted his cognition. Even if they're 4 realms higher, they cannot kill each other. What is the difference between the Taoist Lord and the Taoist? What if I am the Lord of the Universe, and Tao Lord only has the true immortal realm? As soon as Kang Lingzi said these words, the entire sky became quiet. Zhu Qiang stared at Yan Bei with eyes that were a little more intense. There are 18 realms of difference between the Lord of the Universe and the true immortal. In front of the Lord of the Universe, no amount of true immortals are enough. Yan Bei looked at Kai Lingzi as if he were a fool. When did you start practicing Taoism? Kai Lingzi subconsciously said, when you become a true immortal. What makes you become a 9th level Taoist? It's time to become the Master of Origin. After Kai Lingzi answered, he seemed to have come to his senses and asked a very stupid question. Kang Lingzi added, I just gave an example. I know that there is no 9th level Taoist in the true immortal realm. The reason why I ask this is just to understand the real difference between a Taoist and a Taoist. Yan Bei was very patient with Kang Lingzi. If there is a true Taoist in the immortal realm, the Taoist of the Lord of the Universe can indeed kill the opponent, but the Taoist can never erase the existence of the Taoist. Death. There are 2 kinds of death. One is physical death. One is to die and disappear completely in the long river of history. When the Taoist's own strength is countless dimensions higher than that of the Taoist can indeed cause the body of the Taoist to die, but cannot make the Taoist truly die. As long as the Tao persists, Tao Lord will have a way to come back to life. Ghost Lord Yan Bei, do you know how to cultivate Tao Lord? An old monster asked angrily after hearing Yan Bei's words. Yan Bei's mouth came on the ghost cultivator's behalf again. GGG, why should we, the ghost cultivators, tell you the solution? If you are self-aware, you should know better than to ask blind questions. Old monsters. They finally figured it out, and Yan Bei would ignore them. Yan Bei would only speak when Kai Lingzi and Chu Wuchen were talking. Xuanmingzi said at this time, actually, there was a technique for cultivating Tao Lord before, but it was destroyed by Xuanmen. As soon as Xuanmingzi said these words, many eyes fell on him. Xuanmingzi added, When the Schwanman made a big statement about the Phoenix clan being destroyed by heaven and earth, your attention was diverted and you ignored that most of the skills were lost at that time. Schwanman said that the reason why these techniques were destroyed was those forces that supported the Phoenix clan. Schwanman took this opportunity to eliminate almost all the forces that supported the Feng clan. From now on, these forces disappeared, and the realm of gods and ghosts sealed off the mainland. Since then, I have never heard of the existence of Daojin. Gradually, I have also forgotten what Daojin is. Xuanmingzi talked about that long memory. Schwanman really has sinister intentions. Use various methods to eradicate dissidents, and at the same time, control the strength of latecomers to prevent them from having the opportunity to cross Schwanman. Some of the old monsters seemed to want to escape after hearing Xuanmingzi's words. Others were very angry. After Xuanmingzi mentioned it, they remembered a lot of things. The group of old monsters who were about to slip away was surrounded by a group of strong men. Our god has said that the Schwanman forces will stay in the Schwanman continent, and there will be no place for you in other continents. A divine cultivator from the divine domain. Why don't you let us leave? Can your divine realm restrict our freedom? I want to return to my own continent, why not? Don't go too far in your divine realm, or be careful of causing public outrage. Ellipsis. Several angry voices of condemnation sounded. A divine cultivator said indifferently, the rage of an incompetent person, don't worry, our god will give you a way to die that you like. Zhu Qiang. Why is it so embarrassing? Why are the divine realm and the ghost realm both normal? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1443 9 Lotuses, more updates. The leaders of half of the continental forces in the universe seem to have woken up. They hate going to Schwanman. They all expressed their sincerity to Yan Bei and wanted to submit to him. Yan Bei didn't even look at them. GGG, I just want to regret it now. It's too late. Stop dreaming. We Ghost Lord will not tell you the techniques. You guys like this will only be a disaster after you become a Dao Lord. Be good, for the sake of all sentient beings, give up. Dao Lord can't just practice if he has a technique. These old things are so beautifully thought out. With their minds like this, Taoist cultivators are destined to die. Ghost Lord Yan Bei, do you have to be like this? An old monster looked a little gloomy when he saw that Yan Bei was always ignoring them. GGG, our Ghost Lord is like this, what can you do to our Ghost Lord? The Ghost Cultivator said excitedly. When Gishu finished speaking, several space cracks appeared. Yan Bei waved his hand, and the Ghost Cultivator came behind him. Yan Bei's dark eyes looked towards the crack, and the opponent he was waiting for finally appeared. Several tall figures walked out of the cracks. Zhu Qiang present stared at the figure coming out of the space crack, shocked. You can't see the other person's cultivation level at all. You can't even tell the other person's age. Welcome to the ancestors. Half of the old monsters bowed and saluted. Chu Wuchen raised his hand and added a barrier on Kang Lingzi and Xuanmingzi. Next, protect yourself. Yan Bei said to the Ghost Cultivator behind him, watch those old guys and don't let them escape before Qi Ju comes back. The Ghost Cultivator responded, yes. Yan Bei and Chu Wuchen stepped forward at the same time, their eyes falling on the ancestors. These ancestors supported Xuanman when the Feng clan was still there. They knew the truth of the matter and even participated in the plan to plot against the Feng clan. An ancestor looked at Yan Bei and showed a seemingly kind smile. Ghost Lord Yan Bei, long time no see. Yan Bei was silent. The other ancestor's eyes fell on the battlefield and said to the old man beside him, you can't even kill Sachance. You are really becoming more and more useless. Ancestor, it's not that we don't want to kill him, it's Yan Bei Ghost Lord who has been blocking us. No need to explain, the person with the surname Feng must die. After the ancestor said this, he raised his hand and struck Feng Qingran with a force. This power looks ordinary and does not pose any threat. Zhu Qiang's eyes were strange, what was the ancestor doing? Only Chu Wuchen and Yan Bei changed their faces. This seemingly harmless power was actually the power that could destroy the world. This ancestor's methods are really ruthless. Not only did he want Feng Qingran to die, but he also didn't intend to let go of the other contestants on the stage. After the ancestor moved his hand, he looked at Chu Wuchen and Yan Bei who were motionless, slightly surprised, what are you two not going to do? Yan Bei remained silent. Chu Wuchen's eyes flashed with coldness, but in the end he said nothing. It's really strange. You used to be the most loyal dogs of people named Feng. This person's only child is about to die, and you don't protect her. At this moment, the power entered Feng Qingran's body. Boom. The small world formed on the battlefield was shattered. The entire competition venue for the Battle of Cloud Summit was destroyed. Many contestants on the platform were torn apart and turned into stumps and severed fingers. There were also a few contestants who survived by chance, but their condition was not good at all, their strength was lost, and their lifespan was passing quickly. When Zhu Qiang saw this scene, his expression changed. The ancestor's methods were so cruel that he would not spare even the strongest in his own power. This is to treat living beings as nothing. The person with the surname Feng is back, and the person with the surname Feng is dead again. Ghost Lord Yan Bei, are you satisfied with this answer? The ancestor said proudly. Little friend Feng. Fellow. Two sad shouts sounded. One is Kanglingzi. One comes from Xuanyu and Xuanya. No one cared about the shouts of Kailingzi and Xuanyu and Xuanya. Regarding Feng Qingran's death, Zhu Qiang didn't have much trouble in his heart. Senior sister, it seems that Feng Dayu is not dead. An uncertain voice sounded. Suddenly, countless eyes looked towards the destroyed battle stage. Among the ashes, light emerged from it. The light is getting stronger and stronger. Gradually it becomes bright and boundless. At the same time, in this gorgeous light, 9 colors are the most dazzling. These 9 colors are gathered into 9 lotuses, exuding endless vitality. Each lotus flower obviously has only one color, but they feel that these lotus flowers are full of brilliance. The power of the Tao source blooming from the lotus is vast and terrifying. 9 lotus flowers rotate around the place. There was a layer of mysterious power inside, and they couldn't see what was inside. Only a few ancestors looked shocked. Yan Bei and Chu Wuchun looked at each other, equally shocked. 9 paths practitioners Dzogchen. This is simply beyond their imagination. Back when the source of Taoism was strong, no one dared to join fellow cultivators of the 9 Taoisms. At the same time, letting Jutiao Dao advance to the rank of Dao Lord is almost asking for death. How dare Fang Qingran do it? The path of reincarnation, the path of the 5 elements, the path of life and death, the path of yin and yang, what are the remaining 5 paths? Can you see them? One of the ancestors said. I can only see one way to kill. The other one is the way of space. The other ancestors didn't say anything. They couldn't tell what the remaining 3 paths were. Have you ever felt that she has more than just the aura of the 9 paths in her body? How is this possible? How did she do it? They have never seen fellow practitioners of the 9 paths, let alone those who were promoted to Tao Lords from the 9 paths at the same time. The faces of the ancestors were extremely ugly at this moment. Fang Qingran is a person with the surname Fang. If she had only become a Dao Lord, they would be able to kill her if they joined forces. But she is a master of all 9 paths. That means they have to let Fang Qingran die 9 times. This is simply not possible. Yan Bei and Qi Ju can possibly give them the chance to kill Fang Qingran 9 times. At most, they only have one chance to let Fang Qingran die. Several ancestors thought of Xuanmen at the same time. There are so many Dao Lords in Xuanmen. If you cooperate with them, you will definitely be able to kill Fang Qingran. But in this way, the disguised faces will be exposed. Back then, in order to pin those with the Fang surname as sinners, they deliberately acted out of discord with Xuanmen. Only in this way, when then Xuanmen slander people with the surname Fang, can more powerful people believe it. After all, the 2 discordant forces all said that the person with the surname Fang was guilty, so the person with the surname Fang must be guilty. But this time, if you still care about so much, killing her is the most important thing. An ancestor said in a message. Yes, she must die. Her qualifications are too peerless and evil. Once she is given a chance to grow, we will all die in the future. We must not give the person named Fang a chance to come back. We should be the masters of the universe, and the person named Fang should disappear completely. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1444, both Rain and Dew are touched, Golden Ticket 2. Chu Wuchun sent a message to Yan Bei. It's strange that this source of vitality has not been leaked at all. Yan Beardao, it is right not to leak it. 90% of the entire universe are ungrateful people. They are not worthy of enjoying the gifts from the descendants of the Phoenix clan. When a Taoist is promoted from a Taoist for a Taoist king, the source of Taoism will appear. Under normal circumstances, these sources of truth will spread throughout the universe and bring gifts to many ascetics. I'm just curious, how does she control the spread of the source? Chu Wuchun said with a smile. When he was promoted to Dao Lord, he didn't want the source of Dao to spread, but he couldn't do it. Yan Bei's eyes were deep and he said, I don't know. Maybe she will know when Qi Ju comes back and asks. While Yan Bei and Chu Wuchun were talking, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky of the universe. Countless huge figures came to the world wrapped in golden light. Then, the bright streams of light flickered, forming beautiful pictures of mountains and rivers. Other visions followed. The gods come to the sky. The dragon and the phoenix present auspiciousness. Ellipsis. Zhu Qiang has never seen so many visions coming at the same time. There were even visions that they had never heard of. At this moment, the same thought came to everyone's mind. The person with the surname Fang must not be guilty. Not only are they not guilty, they are also existences that benefit the common people. The appearance of a strong man may lead to a thunder disaster. There will also be some visions. From the visions caused by those who advance, we can see the cause and effect that this person carries. Those who kill many evildoers will have a slightly darker vision. Or maybe there was no vision at all. Zhu Qiang looked at the Fu Rui scene in the sky and couldn't imagine how many merits Fang Qingran had. The more merit you have, the more auspiciousness you will attract. It indicates that this ascetic will definitely benefit the common people in the future. They saw with their own eyes that Fang Qingran killed so many cultivators. Unexpectedly, the deaths of those cultivators did not have any impact on her. If the people with the Fang surname are guilty, Fang Qingran, as their descendant, will never be able to attract many auspicious scenes. Fang Qingran is currently using the power of reincarnation to reshape her body. Every time the muscles and bones are reshaped, it is extremely painful. But her muscles and bones after reshaping were completely different from before. The bones in her body were like glass, crystal clear and beautiful, without any impurities. Fang Qingran also discovered that her muscles and bones seemed to be able to store strength. They are even absorbing a mysterious power. This power is far more powerful than spiritual power. Xiao Feng, you're finally alive. Woohoo! Hongmengshu's anxious voice echoed in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Hongmeng, I'm fine. I'm sorry. The situation was urgent and I couldn't explain it to you. The dark consciousness took action on the Tianqiu judgment sword. As a result, the heavenly punishment sword was pointed directly at her sea of consciousness. At that time, if she had used her body to meet the heavenly punishment sword, she might have damaged her body beyond repair. Qian Zhu Jian also wanted to attack her consciousness sea. Just before the danger came, she understood the magic formula in no beginning and no deviation. No beginning and no delusion is actually the true method of cultivating the Tao. All the skills from a Taoist master are in it. At that moment, she thought of the formation of living toward death again. This formation is simply prepared for becoming a Dao Lord. She was in a hurry to set up the formation, so she had no time to explain to Hongmengshu. Xiao Feng, you don't know, you almost scared us all to death. But now, congratulations on your promotion to Dao Lord. From now on, you can be regarded as an immortal existence. Hongmengshu said. Hongmeng, what is that leaf you gave me? Fang Qingran thought of the colorful leaf. Hongmengshu suddenly became happy. You have cultivated a lot of Tao. If you put them all in the sea of consciousness, it will probably cause chaos in the end. I thought of preparing a Tao tree for you so that you can better straighten out your Tao. Quote. Actually, I originally wanted to give it to you later, but when the heavenly punishment sword came, I was afraid that it would hurt your consciousness, so I gave it to you in advance. Since the Tao tree has been given to you, let me tell you how to cultivate the Tao Lord, and I will use my power to open the no beginning and no wrong technique for you. Xiao Feng, fortunately you are okay. Hong Mengshu paused for a moment and then said, Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, I never told you that there is a Tao Lord above the Taoists. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, I was just afraid that you would be distracted. Feng Qingren's lips raised slightly. Hongmeng, thank you. There are some things that are better known at the right time. If she had known earlier that there were so many levels above Taoist, she might have been anxious. And she knew now that it was just right. Hey, oh, Master Feng, I was wrong. I didn't keep the space of consciousness. I shouldn't have entered your sea of consciousness. I swallowed a lot of power before and advanced again. The timid voice of swallowing consciousness came to Feng Qing. Die the sea of consciousness. It shrank into a ball, as if extremely afraid that Feng Qingran would destroy it. It also noticed that Feng Qingran was very happy at the moment, so it dared to admit its mistake. Feng Qingran raised her hand, and a small black ball appeared in her palm. Swallow, you found that I have other ways, why didn't you get angry? Dongji said at the beginning that the way of swallowing would not allow other ways to exist. He also tried to practice other ways, but they were all swallowed up. Not to mention, he suffered several sins. I was originally very angry, but Phoenix Master, you are so good, why should you practice a few more paths? You should be exposed to both rain and dew. Yan Yan said very wisely. This is the answer it retrieved from the devoured memory. This is your reward. Feng Qingran swallowed a trace of the source. Thank you, Master Phoenix. Master Phoenix, you are really the best in the world, no, the best in the universe. No one can compare with you. After finishing speaking, the devouring consciousness started to devour the source of the source impatiently. You can stay in my sea of consciousness from now on. Feng Qingran said leisurely. Really, Master Phoenix, is it true? Forget it, I'd better not go in, I'm afraid I can't control myself. Swallow was a little timid. It suspected that Feng Qingran said this to test it. If it really agreed, it would be a little ignorant. Feng Qingran directly sent the swallowing consciousness into the sea of consciousness, and she still welcomed loyal friends. Ah, Phoenix Master, you are so kind. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. Swallowing consciousness almost went crazy with joy. Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. The other Taoists were already Tao Lords, and if the devouring consciousness dared to move, it would only be the one who suffered. Feng Qingran released Feng Si, Feng Yuyu, Feng Jingyu and others. The power of Taoyuan is rare. Give them some too. Only by growing together can we go further. Master Feng, how did you prevent the spread of these sources? Feng Si asked curiously. It is the only one that does not have to work hard to absorb the Tao source like other little ones. It only needs to spread its wings, and a steady stream of Tao sources will actively flow into its body. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1445 Illusion Formation. Feng Qingran raised her finger and pointed at the 9 suspended lotuses. It's not me who is preventing the source of the truth from leaking out, it's them who are preventing the source of the truth from leaking out. After Feng Qingran answered Feng Si's question, he condensed a large Taoyuan dumpling and sent it into the void space for Yuan Bao to eat. Yuan Bao was still humming a tune while digging on the ground, but suddenly a big green dumpling hit his eyes, which frightened Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao flapped his little wings and suddenly flew far away. Yuan Bao was originally a beautiful elf. Now that he is frightened, his ears stand up, making him even cuter. Feng Qingran saw this scene and smiled unkindly. Yuan Bao, I'm sorry, I scared you. Yuan Bao calmed down and said, Master Phoenix, what is this? The principle that suits you. Feng Qingran replied. When Yuan Bao heard this, his bright eyes became brighter and brighter. It turned out to be such a large ball of Taoist source. Yuan Bao happily rushed over, picked up the Daoyuan Chuan and started to chew on it. Ha ha ha. It finally has a chance to advance. While Yuan Bao was eating, he didn't forget to send a message to Feng Qingran. Master Feng, this is so delicious. It would be great if I could eat it every day. Seeing Yuan Bao eating happily, Feng Qingran thought of the Hongmeng tree and asked, Hongmeng, do you want it? The Hongmeng tree shook its leaves. I don't want it. Xiaofeng, what are you going to do with Shuaiman next? Feng Qingren's eyes were a bit sharp. Of course, I'll repay him in his own way. Xiao Feng, did you discover any truth when you went to Sinzu continent? Feng Qingran hummed softly, and then began to tell Hong Mengshu what happened after she entered Sinzu continent. There is really no energy in the Sin continent. Everything inside is dead and desolate, and you can't feel any life. As soon as I entered, I lost all my strength. I thought I was going to experience something dangerous. But apart from the fact that my strength is being restricted, I don't feel any discomfort. Instead, I feel a sense of intimacy. Then I fell into a fantasy world. There is a magnificent palace in the illusion, and the scenery around the palace is also full of flowers, just like a dream. Looking around, there are all kinds of sacred plants and rare fruits, as well as some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that I have never seen before. Feng Qingran didn't feel any joy at all when she told this story. Hong Mengshu vaguely heard the sadness in Feng Qingran's words. It was silent and did not interrupt. Feng Qingran paused for a moment and continued. That palace has, Feng Clan, written on it. I walked forward and the palace door opened by itself. Then, I entered it. The carved beams and painted buildings in the hall were magnificent, but there were skeletons lying in the middle of the hall. There are still blood stains on their clothes. Most of them are missing their legs. Knife marks are clearly visible on the bones all over their bodies. It can be seen at a glance that they suffered cruel torture during their lifetime. Perhaps too much time has passed, and I didn't feel any trace of sadness in the hall. When Feng Qingran said this, her eyes became wet unconsciously. How she wished it was really an illusion. But that illusion is an illusion, not a real illusion. It was an illusion created with a special restriction formation. The illusion can only be activated when encountering specific visitors. After the illusion is activated, visitors will be tested, and only those who pass the test can see the real place. This illusion formation is an extremely rare formation in the prehistoric period. To create such an illusion of formation requires a lot of effort and countless resources. There must be enough spiritual support in the fantasy realm, otherwise the formation will disappear, and the things preserved in the fantasy realm will also disappear. I found some remaining writings next to those ancestors, which recorded what happened to them after they destroyed the life-destroying formation. Schwanman set up the life-destroying formation just to lure the Phoenix clan into the situation. It's not that they exhausted their strength by destroying the life-destroying formation, but there is a counterattack formation in the life-destroying formation. That formation not only caused them to lose their strength, but also imprisoned their cultivation, making them prisoners of Schwanman. Schwanman claims to the outside world that the Phoenix clan is completely wiped out. In fact, Schwanman has imprisoned the ancestors of the Fang clan and treated them as vessels to give them birth to the sons of Schwanman's resurrection curse. While they were using them, they were also afraid that they would regain their strength, so they kept breaking the Danshan and sea of consciousness gathered by their ancestors to prevent them from having any chance to resist. Not only that, Schwanman will also attack all of the ancestors from time to time and convey to them the disgust of the powerful men in the world towards them. Under the double torture, the ancestors still refused to give in. They were born to fly between heaven and earth, blooming with their own glory. How could they give in because of the torture of Schwanman? Schwanman puts a child of the resurrection curse into their stomachs, and they kill one of them. No matter what, it is impossible for them to give birth to the blood of the enemy. The constant resistance angered Schwanman, who treated them even more cruelly. Schwanman destroyed their bodies, leaving only a little spiritual energy to hold their breath and ensure that the children of the rebirth curse in their stomachs were alive. They have completely lost the ability to resist. Finally, an ancestor gave birth to a son of the resurrection curse. When Fang Qinggran said this, her eyes shone with a bone-chilling light, and murderous intent surged through her body. Fang Qinggran was silent for a long time before speaking again. The ancestor gave birth to the child of the resurrection curse in advance while Schwanman was not paying attention. She activated the dark forbidden technique and absorbed all the vitality of the child. Being born into a sinful child is the greatest sin. Our ancestors did not feel guilty. After all, if that child falls into Schwanman's hands, he will become a sharp knife stabbing the Phoenix clan. She will not allow such a disaster to grow up. With the power of the son of the resurrection curse, the ancestors repaired their bodies, but that power alone was not enough to leave the Schwanman land. In order to let that ancestor leave, the other ancestors burned their souls and made sacrifices to guide the ancestor on the way out. They would rather die than leave the dirty Schwanman place. The ancestor took their bones and left Schwanman. After Schwanman discovered that she had escaped, he immediately chased after her and wanted to take her back. But the fallen leader of the Phoenix clan seemed to have anticipated everything. She arranged the formation illusion in advance. After the ancestor entered the Sin continent, she activated the formation illusion. From then on, the Sinzu continent became an inaccessible place. After the ancestor entered the palace, he completely exhausted his own strength. After her death, her consciousness space was shattered, and the corpses of her ancestors also appeared in the hall. These things I saw are the Schwanman crimes written down by that ancestor before his death. I also found a book about the Phoenix clan in that palace. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1446 The Way of Life in the World. The content recorded in the book is only the creation history of the Phoenix clan in the universe. The specific origin of the Fang clan is not written. However, it contains the reason why Schwanman is targeting the Phoenix clan. The ancestors of the Fang clan have the power to save the world and are favored by the law. They are born with the roots of the Chaos Spirit and have heaven-defying aptitudes. Schwanman is therefore targeting the Fang clan, and even wants to replace the Fang clan and become the one favored by the law. At the end of that book, I saw a remnant from the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. She said that she had actually deduced the future of the universe. When she saw part of the scene, she was disappointed and heartbroken. She even didn't want to care about the world anymore. She said that the Fang people have countless meritorious deeds in their lives and are worthy of everything. She protects the world and doesn't ask for much. She just hopes that the children of the Phoenix clan can be safe and sound. But in the end, not only were the children of the Phoenix tribe not treated well, they were also subjected to inhumane torture. The fact that Schwanman captured the ancestors of the Phoenix clan and used them to give birth to children is known to many forces in the continent. After they found out, they didn't think about saving the ancestors. Instead, they wanted to borrow the bodies of the Phoenix ancestors to cultivate a son of the rebirth curse. Fang Qinggran couldn't speak anymore. She just felt extremely ironic. The ancestors of the Phoenix tribe have sacrificed so much, saved so many living beings, and brought them a good living environment. As a result, in the end, those forces only saw the value of their ancestors. When those forces colluded with Schwanman and plotted against the ancestors of the Fang family, they also knew Schwanman's plan. They didn't stop it. Instead, he chose to cooperate with Schwanman to scheme against the Fang clan. Until Fang Qinggran fell into silence completely, and after not making a sound for a long time, Hongmeng Shu sighed, "Xiao Fang, if there is light in this world, there will be darkness. I can't accompany you to erase all the darkness, but I will definitely support you in exterminating these creatures that harm your Phoenix clan. Xiao Fang, they're just scum, they're not worth your anger." The ancestors of the Fang family saw the ending, but in the end they chose to sacrifice themselves and save the people. They must have seen something meaningful. It's not human after all. Nor is it the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. I can't relate to Xiaofeng. But just listening to these experiences made him feel angry and sad. Xiaofeng's feelings must have doubled. Schwanman wants the Fang clan to have children, not only to strengthen Schwanman, but also to tamper with the Fang clan's bloodline and take away all the credit of the Fang clan. Even the Phoenix clan that replaced other universes. Chu Wuchen said before that the Fang clan is not from this universe, but is here to help Kang Xuanji create the world. The Phoenix clan can be so powerful just by coming here. How strong should the Feng clan be? So Xuanmen must have greater ambitions. Feng Qingren's eyes narrowed slightly. Hongmeng, our ancestors said that the reason why she was willing to pray for the common people even after seeing the results is because she understood that from the moment she entered the Tao, she was cultivating the way for the common people in the world. She doesn't care about those who slander her. She only looks at those who are sincere. This part of existence is the meaning of her protecting the common people. The ancestors also told me that the first ancestral motto of the Feng family is, know what is white and guard what is black, this is the way of the world. She said that if I could fully understand this ancestral precept and really act according to it, then my path of spiritual cultivation would be broader. The ancestor of the Feng family told me that she had seen me coming to the universe in her previous deductions, and that everything in the illusion was prepared for me. She said that the time was just too short for her to collect more things for me. She also said that I might be able to make up for her regrets. After the Feng family ancestor said these words, he disappeared completely. Before she could ask what her regret was. Finally, she put away all the treasures in the illusion and left the illusion. That formation illusion disappeared. The Sinzu continent will regain its vitality little by little and become a place suitable for cultivation. The last trace of the Phoenix clan will disappear from the universe. Her hatred for Xuanmen reached its peak at that moment. Xuanmen practitioners must die. She not only wants all the mysterious people who participated in the design of the Phoenix clan to die, she also wants them to die. It was her deep hatred for Xuanmen that made her dare to practice the 9 paths together. Thinking of this, Feng Qingren's lips curved into a bloodthirsty smile. Hong Mengshu always felt that something was a little bit wrong with Feng Qingren's current state. Hong Mengshu considered it for a moment. Xiao Feng, when are you going to deal with Xuanmen? You are now a Dao Lord, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the strong men from the mainland. But I'm afraid there are many Dao Lords in this Xuanmen. What if they can't defeat you and escape? Hearing Hong Mengshu's words, Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly and she said firmly, they have no chance to escape, and I will not give them the chance to escape. Seeing Feng Qingren's answer, Hong Mengshu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Xiaofeng didn't lose his mind. Feng Qingren looked at the 9 lotus flowers surrounding her body, raised her hand slightly, and the lotus flowers came back to her eyebrows one by one. At the same time, the mist surrounding her disappeared. Feng Qingren realized that the battle platform had been completely destroyed, so he threw out a formation disc, and the battle platform was formed again, exactly the same as the one previously arranged. A group of strong men looked at the woman standing in the air on the battlefield with different expressions. The woman is dressed in red, and her aura is restrained, but she also vaguely exudes a kind of supreme dignity. I, Feng Qingren, a descendant of the Feng clan, hereby declare to the heavens and the universe that I, Feng Qingren, will use all means to suppress the Xuanmen practitioners. Feng Qingren's voice instantly spread throughout the heavens and continents. When Zhu Qiang heard this, he looked at Feng Qingren on the stage and felt that her whole body was shining and dazzling. Many strong men burst into tears. The Phoenix clan is finally back, and we no longer have to be oppressed by Xuanmen. As expected of a descendant of the Phoenix clan, he is truly unparalleled in his grace. We no longer have to pretend not to know the truth to save our lives. Ellipsis. There were murmurs of joy. Naturally, there are voices of pessimism and disdain. Oh, does a little creator of the world really think that by being promoted to Dao Lord, he can compete with Xuanmen? You are such an ignorant young man, you want to fight Xuanmen on your own, and you will die without knowing how. Let me tell you, Xuanmen is too kind. It gave her a chance to scream and made her think that she was very powerful. Ellipsis. Those who said these words were basically a group of forces that supported Xuanmen. They naturally shared weal and woe with Xuanmen. Of course there are some strange sounds. Isn't it too cruel that she wants to kill all the profound practitioners? Not all the profound practitioners in the Xuan sect are guilty. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1447 delivered to the door, additional updates. I can understand her killing some people who have a grudge against the Phoenix clan, but I don't agree with this method of killing all the profound practitioners. It's better to just let the grudges of the past disappear. Why add to the evil in vain? She fights with Xuanmen like this, and those weak people suffer the most. She is really selfish and only cares about herself. Ellipsis. Those who say these things are all out of touch and have nothing to do with themselves. In their eyes, they only have their own interests. They didn't want Feng Qingren to pursue what happened back then, and they didn't really care about that party. They just want their own security. As long as Xuanmen and Feng Qingren go to war, it will inevitably affect all continents. Feng Qingren heard these discussions word for word. Her eyes were deep, flashing with cold light, as if she could penetrate all illusions. Anyone who has any objections to me, please come on stage. Feng Qingren's words once again spread throughout the entire continent. Some strong people shut up instantly. They are not stupid. Feng Qingren is now a Taoist master. They only have Taoist cultivation, so they can't kill each other if they go up to them. It's true, just looking for abuse. There are also some powerful people who have their eyes on several ancestors. They're not Dao Lords, these are the ones who always had deep grudges with people named Feng. He probably wouldn't tolerate Feng Qingren being so arrogant. I really don't know how high the world is. Just let me meet this arrogant young man for a while. After one of the ancestors finished speaking, several of them stepped aside and entered the battle arena. Chu Wuchun and Yan Bei had no chance to stop each other. The other ancestors formed opposition, blocking the way of Chu Wuchun and Yan Bei. If they join forces, they may not be able to kill Chu Wuchun and Yan Bei, but they can still balance each other. If they weren't worried about Qi Ju behind Yan Bei, they might take action. After the ancestor arrived on the stage, his sharp eyes were like cold knives as he looked at Feng Qingren. The ancestor looked at Feng Qingren and had a strange illusion, as if the person opposite him was not Feng Qingren. It was Feng Lingyun who was wanton, decisive and always had the upper hand over him. The ancestor couldn't help feeling disgusted with Feng Qingren. People with the Feng surname are really ignorant. They should have performed the duties well and focused on nurturing successes. but they insisted on coming out to compete with them for cultivation resources. Finally, they occupied a large amount of cultivation resources, slowing down the cultivation progress. Otherwise, how could he be no match for Feng Lingyun? Feng Qingran met the eyes of the ancestor. This ancestor was mentioned in the record book. He was the first traitor to cooperate with Xuanmen and assassinate the Feng clan. Since it was delivered to your door, let it go. Feng Qingran flipped his wrist, took out the Qingluan sword, and without a moment's pause, attacked the ancestor. Just promoted to Taoist. The ancestor came to her door to practice her skills. This is not bad. The ancestor saw that Feng Qingran was going to kill him as soon as he came up, and he said coldly, the desire to kill is so serious, I can't let you stay. Feng Qingran didn't answer his words, and pointed the tip of the sword directly at his sea of consciousness. The ancestor's own strength was 3 realms higher than Feng Qingran. It was Dao Lord again, who could have killed Feng Qingran with one move. But Feng Qingran is a 9-path cultivator. The ancestor did not dare to look down upon Feng Qingran, so he tentatively accepted Feng Qingran's move. And after he easily took Feng Qingran's sword, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him, which was extremely dangerous. He immediately activated the magic formula and dodged. God-killing gun. The ancestor was shocked, and then looked at Feng Qingran, only to realize the Qingluan's sword didn't seem simple. 2 innate treasures. The ancestor was shocked. No matter how powerful the Taoist consciousness sea was, it was impossible for him to contract 2 innate treasures at the same time. The innate treasure and the Hongmeng magic weapon are of the same level. Hongmeng is a magical weapon derived from the birth of heaven and earth. Most of these magical weapons have weapon souls, and the spiritual consciousness of these weapon souls is very high. Therefore, if you want to contract a magic weapon like this, you must be a powerful person in the sea of consciousness. Feng Qingran was able to contract 2 innate treasures at the same time. The ancestor's murderous intention towards Feng Qingran became even stronger. Even if she had innate treasures, with her current strength, it was impossible to use them for a long time. And he only needs to find a way to exhaust Feng Qingran's power, and then let other ancestors come up, Feng Qingran will definitely die. TCH, you are really ignorant. You probably only know about the innate treasure. King Feng's mocking voice sounded. This time, the ancestor had no chance to be shocked. Feng Qingran controlled the Qingluan sword and the god-killing spear to attack him together. If you can fight in a group, fight in a group. After a few rounds, the ancestor found that his Taoist mind was confused. He had a faint intention of retreating. But King Feng and Kang Long didn't give him a chance. Qingluan's sword burst out its own power in an instant and pierced directly into his danshan. The god-killing spear took this opportunity to attack his sea of consciousness. Feng Qingran raised his fingertips, and a black lotus flower appeared, wiping out the Taoist form of the ancestor before he could escape. The Zhu Qiang watching the game saw this scene clearly. At this moment, Luo Qingya's figure appeared in the sky above Xuanmen continent. He was wearing a mask and had a chill all over his body. Under Luo Qingya's mask was a face covered in bruises and purples. Luo Qingya looked at Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran, our Xuanmen is willing to make peace with you. The Xuanmen who were involved in the Feng surname will be handed over to you, and the grievances of the past will be wiped out. How about that? Qi Ju returned to Yan Bei and glanced at the ancestors. Just this glance made several ancestors shiver and retreat from the distance. Qi Ju's red lips curled up slightly, and she said to Chu Wuchen, take your group of foxes back to Xianyuan continent. You won't need any help from now on. Chu Wuchen heard Qi Ju's hint, and before leaving, he also pulled away the forces from Xianyuan continent, as well as Kang Lingzi and the others. Kai Lingzi originally didn't want to leave. But he didn't know what Xuan Mingzi said, so he followed Chu Wuchen obediently. Qi Ju looked at the ancestors with playful eyes. I wish you good luck. After Qi Ju finished speaking, he didn't care at all about the reactions of the ancestors. The gods and ghosts withdraw from Xuanmen continent. Yes. Yes. After the strong men from the 2 regions responded, they all left the Xuanmen continent. Qi Ju picked up Yan Bei and entered the void. The dozen or so kneeling strong men suddenly felt bad when they saw Yan Bei and Qi Ju leaving like this. The other strong men also felt the same way. Some force leaders are already quietly walking towards the edge of Xuanmen continent. Yan Bei saw this scene and asked, are you really going to let them escape? Qi Ju smiled and said, no one should be able to escape, and no one should be able to survive. Yan Bei asked curiously, what did you talk about with Xuanmen? Qi Ju looked at Luo Qingya through the void. We didn't talk about anything. There is no need for those stubborn people to say more. They will never admit that they are wrong anyway. Let the little guy handle the rest of the matter. I just felt the little guy's promotion. He is really excellent. Qi Ju's face was filled with admiration. Yan Bei looked confused. He is also very bold. He dares to advance to 9 levels at the same time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1448 Why I Can't Do It, more updates. It is true that ascetics can practice together on multiple paths. But everyone will choose to advance to one path first. This way the risk will be much smaller. Once one of them enters the Dao Lord, the rest of the paths will not be so dangerous if they enter the Dao Lord again. After all, he has experienced real death. The next time we do it, we will be more fully prepared. But Feng Qingran actually chose the 9 paths together. During this process, she had to undergo 9 death tests. Whenever she gives up the idea of survival, she will completely die. Yan Biadao, Qi Ju, tell me, who taught Feng Qingran how to become a Taoist? That's too unreliable. Qi Ju burst out laughing. If you can say such a thing, a master is really unreliable. I'll ask you when I get the chance. After Qi Ju finished speaking, Yan Bei nodded. After that, they had a tacit understanding and didn't speak anymore. Instead, he looked at Feng Qingran. After Luo Qingya finished speaking, Feng Qingran stared at him for a long time. Write it off. Thanks to Luo Qingya, he was able to speak out. Luo Qingya wants to ask for peace. Is he really asking for peace? Or do you want to trick her into giving up dealing with Xuanren first, and then complete Xuanren's unfinished plan? Back then, Xuanren's plan to get the Feng clan to give them the son of the rebirth curse failed. Are they really willing to do so? I'm afraid I won't be reconciled. I refuse. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, the weapon in her hand was replaced by the god-killing spear, and overwhelming killing intent overflowed from her body. When it comes to killing, the god-killing spear is the most convenient. There is no soul under the god-killing spear. Those strong men who fled to the edge of Xuanren continent found that they could not open the barrier. They suddenly showed panic and began to attack the barrier. But even if they tried their best, they could not shake the barrier at all. Feng Qingran, now that the Jitian continent is in peace and prosperity, do you have to stir up bloodshed before you give up? Luo Qingya asked in return. Feng Qingran held the god-killing spear with sharp eyes and looked at Luo Qingya mockingly. Why can't I do some things that you Xuanren can do? Luo Qingya, haven't you created enough disasters? At the same time, a huge light curtain appeared on the sky of Jitian continent. The light curtain first shone with a dazzling light, attracting Zhu Qiang's attention. Immediately, a colorful beast as beautiful as a phoenix appeared. After that, the light curtain began to play. Luo Qingya looked at the light curtain and had a bad feeling in her heart. If you want to understand the true history of the universe, if you want to see the true face of Xuanren, look here. Feng Xi's loud voice spread throughout the continent. Luo Qingya's face turned ugly. Feng Qingran, do you think that by fabricating these histories, you can redeem the reputation of your people with the surname Feng? If you really want to. Halfway through Luo Qingya's words, he heard a questioning voice. Luo Qingya, why don't you let us leave? Do you want us to support your Xuanren? The one who spoke was an ancestor. He looked at Luo Qingya coldly. Luo Qingya frowned slightly. Why don't you let me leave? The first ancestor snorted coldly. You sealed the Xuanren continent. Do you want to give us to people with the surname Feng? Luo Qingya was even more confused and turned to look at the edge of Xuanren continent. Sect Master, the formations in the Xuanren continent are no longer under our control, and the Xuanxi cannot leave. A confidant reported. When Luo Qingya heard this, his eyes were shocked, thinking of Qi Ju. Could it be that Qi Ju wanted to trap them here and beg Feng Qingran for forgiveness? When Feng Qingran saw Zhu Qiang's reaction, a sneer flashed across his face, and the Hongmeng pearl in his hand glowed faintly. Xiaofeng, how did you learn to use Hongmeng pearl? Hongmeng Shu asked in shock. It seems that Feng Qingran has never come into contact with the magic formula related to Hongmeng pearl. After groping around, I learned some techniques, Feng Qingran said in a voice message. The Hongmeng pearl is something that appeared in the Tebei period. It contains the Hongmeng purple qi and can be said to be the first of all magic weapons. There are certain dangers in using it, and it is easy to run out of power. If he hadn't been promoted to a Taoist now, she wouldn't dare to use the Hongmeng tree to seal off the Xuanren continent. The Hongmeng pearl is also the source of her courage to face the powerful forces alone. This world has become her domain. Feng Qingran released the divine beasts and bonded spirits that he had subdued before, and said to Wanling, take them with you. Anyone with the Xuanren mark will not be left alive, so that they can avoid Dao Lord. The little hair on Wanling's head trembled. Master Phoenix, leave it to me. Master Phoenix, what about me? What should I do? Little Mushroom asked impatiently. After absorbing the source, it also advanced to a high level, and was able to deal with powerful people below the Lord of the Origin. Xiao Mushroom, Juyu, Zhongxi, the three of you go search for the Xuan practitioners outside the Xuanren continent. If you encounter danger, return immediately. Feng Qingran warned. Feng Juyu, as the 9 Netherworld butterfly, can quickly tear apart time and space after being promoted. Loyalty Gu can control the Loyalty Gu in Xuanzhe's body. The three of them together are invincible and can run very fast. Phoenix Master, don't worry, we promised to complete the mission. After the little mushroom said, he led a butterfly and a chubby insect out of Xuanren continent. Feng Jingyu, Juzhao, Feng Yuyu was left by Feng Qingran's side. When Feng Qingran did these actions, he did not deliberately hide them. Luo Qingya saw it clearly. Luo Qingya understood that there was no possibility of being good. As soon as he raised his hand, countless Xuanren Dao Lords came from the tearing void. These multiple Dao Lords should be enough to deal with one Feng Qingran. The secret master of Xuanren is no longer in Xuanren. Now in the entire Jutian continent, there are only 5 disciples left in the inner Xuanren sect, and the rest are all disciples in the outer sect. So Xuanren is now completely controlled by him. The ancestors finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw so many Dao Lords appearing. Master Luo, we will rely on Xuanren this time. One of the ancestors showed a flattering smile. Luo Qingya didn't even look at him, he just looked at Feng Qingran with pity. Originally, he wanted to keep Feng Qingran and use it for Xuanren. What a pity. Xuanren is always at a disadvantage, but every time it encounters someone with the Feng surname, it always suffers. The promotion of the concept of hierarchy is still not strong enough. We must find a way to control more people with the surname Feng and not give them the opportunity to become powerful. Those mysterious beings who were besieged by the divine beasts were retreating steadily. How is this possible? Why is my realm suppressed? I can't use all my strength. When Luo Qingya noticed the situation over there, most of the mysterious person had been injured. Luo Qingya looked at the orderly attacks of the divine beasts with gloomy eyes. There were high-level beasts controlling them. Who can control so many high-level beasts? A ridiculous idea came to his mind. Could it be that the ruling beast appeared? At that time, Xuanren really wanted the ruling beast in Kang Xuanji's hands. But Xuanren calculated to the end and discovered that the commanding beast was not in the hands of Kang Xuanji at all, let alone the Kang family. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1449 Massacre. Luo Qingya's gaze returned to Feng Qingran, with burning greed in his eyes. It seems that Xuanren has found the ruling beast that he has been searching for. Qi Ju, you can't believe that the formation you set up has become something that surrounds the person named Feng. After Luo Qingya murmured in a low voice, the corners of his lips curved up, revealing a proud and determined smile. Now that the entire universe is under control, this commanding beast will also fall into his hands. Luo Qingya quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. For a moment, strange and mysterious power flowed around him. Immediately, mysterious patterns formed in front of him. These patterns exude an aura of terror. Against the backdrop of these patterns, Luo Qingya actually exudes an inviolable dignity. When Zhu Qiang saw Luo Qingya like this, his originally fearful heart calmed down. They were really confused. Completely forgetting Xuanmen's all-conquering methods. Even Qi Ju was not allowed to give in even 3 points when meeting Xuanmen. So what if a little descendant with the surname Feng becomes a Dao Lord? People with the surname Feng can never be Xuanmen's opponents. They took another look at the countless Dao Lords parked above the battle platform, and their momentum became strong. They no longer avoided the divine beasts and contract spirits, and began to deal with them in an orderly manner. Xuanmen Daojun stood there, looking down at Feng Qingran, his eyes showing no emotion. They only stopped here after receiving a message from Luo Qingya. Luo Qingya's eyes flashed with confidence, as if he had a winning ticket. He said from a high position, Feng Qingran, this is your last chance. Are you sure you want to fight Xuanmen to the end? Feng Qingran stood alone on the battlefield, her red clothes flying, her expression and eyes were cold, and her eyes were filled with hatred that was cold to the bone. What do you think? A rhetorical question. Luo Qingya actually showed an angry expression. He raised his hand, and countless patterns flew into Dao Lord's body. She has 9 paths, don't give her any chance to survive. Since you don't eat the toast, then just like Feng Lingyun, disappear into the long river of history. After receiving Luo Qingya's order, Daojun activated his destructive power and launched an attack on Feng Qingran. As for the consequences of such a meeting, they're not within their scope of consideration. Feng Qingran used his own magic skills, swung the god-killing spear in his hand, and looked like a swimming dragon. While avoiding the destructive power, he was already in front of the Dao Lords. The blood-red spear shot into the sky. Feng Qingran's fighting spirit shook the heavens and the earth. Every time the god-killing spear in his hand is swung out, it is accompanied by thunderous power. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood mist spread in Xuanmen. The Xuanmen continent shrouded in fairy mist has become a blood-stained land. Some Dao Lords were already in a state of shock before they could react. Black lotuses bloomed at the moment when these Dao Lords died. The petals were shiny and smooth, and looked slightly enchanting after being exposed to the blood mist. When Luo Qingya saw this scene and reacted, part of the Dao Lord on the field had already been removed. Luo Qingya's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of anger. These were all mystical practitioners trained by the Xuanmen with all their efforts. How dare Feng Qingran? She actually went out of her way to kill everyone. Many Dao Lords were horrified. They had experienced firsthand how powerful Feng Qingran was. Is this the power of the 9 Dao simultaneous cultivation? They no longer dared to confront Feng Qingran directly, so they created more clones to deal with Feng Qingran. There must be a limit to the 9 paths of cultivation. Besides, she used an innate treasure. They might as well consume her power first, there is no need to confront her directly. Luo Qingya looked at Feng Qingran who was killing him fiercely, without even a trace of delusion left. Letting Feng Qingran die is what should be done now. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to the Xuanmen leader. Feng Qingran's existence has gone beyond the category of a strong person, she is simply a monster. Even Feng Lingyun back then was not as scary as Feng Qingran. Luo Qingya quickly drew in the air with his hands. A complex totem appears. Roar. An unknown roar came from the totem. The void trembled. Luo Qingya took a few steps back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth on the totem, and then waved his hand, and a few more residual souls sank into the totem. In an instant, the originally lifeless totem began to rotate, as if it was coming to life. Luo Qingya read, blood is the sacrifice, soul is the door, obey the orders of the Dethrottle in exchange for the forbidden power. Sister Feng, be careful, Luo Qingya used the Xuanmen forbidden technique. Feng Jingyu was the first to notice something was wrong and hurriedly sent a message to Feng Qingran. The entire Xuanmen continent was roaring with strong winds, and darkness swept in at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Xuanmen continent could no longer see anything. After any power is used, it will be swallowed up inexplicably. Feng Qingran reacted very quickly. The moment Feng Jingyu transmitted the message to her, she took them all back into the void space. There was silence. Her power is not imprisoned, but it is no different from being imprisoned. All the power she released fell into the sea like a mud cow without making any waves. The luminous pearl in his hand also lost its function and could not emit light. Feng Qingran, I told you, but you didn't listen. Luo Qingya's voice suddenly sounded in Feng Qingran's ears. Before she could react, she only felt tearing pain all over her body. Puff. She spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her body flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. You're not dead, you're still alive. Luo Qingya's voice sounded again. Feng Qingran closed her eyes and carefully felt the changes in the darkness. She couldn't use her power to detect the changes around her, so she could only rely on smells and sounds. The next moment, Feng Qingran felt countless cold chains wrapping around her. These chains tightened painlessly, burrowing into her flesh and blood, swallowing her blood. At the same time, there was also a strange force attacking her sea of consciousness. Feng Qingran hands over the command beast, and I can leave you with a message. Luo Qingya said in a commanding tone. In the darkness, he looked down at Feng Qingran from above with contempt in his eyes, as if he were looking at a piece of grass. Feng Qingran seemed to be unable to feel the pain in her body. Luo Qingya, what you want will never come true. After hearing this, Luo Qingya stopped holding back and struck Feng Qingran with a terrifying force. In an instant, Feng Qingran's body was almost completely destroyed, with only the bones and muscles broken. Luo Qingya looked at Feng Qingran, who was bloody and almost broken into pieces, with a shocked expression. A creator. How could he have such a strong body? Luo Qingye hesitated for a moment, and then discovered to his horror that little bits of light spilled out of Fang Qingren's bones, as if they were repairing her body. This scene made Luo Qingye panic. He began to be desperate and used all his strength to destroy Fang Qingren's body. He had only one urgent thought at the moment: let Fang Qingren die as soon as possible. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1452 God-Killing Formations. In this way, under Luo Qingye's reckless attacks, Fang Qingren's flesh and blood shattered and burned again and again, and was reshaped again and again. In the void. Yan Bei is not strong enough to see clearly the situation in Shuanmen continent. Based on Qi Ju's increasingly ugly expression, he guessed that Fang Qingren's condition must be bad. Luo Qingye used the 12 god-slaying formation. This formation was created by the Witch clan. After the formation of this formation, all creatures within its range will lose the power to resist. The main god of the Wu clan used this large formation to plan at that time, and almost succeeded. If it hadn't been for a peerless sage who appeared at the last critical moment and destroyed the formation, the Lord God would have died long ago. However, although the main god was out of danger, he lost the ability to protect the gods. Shuanmen took this opportunity to attack the gods. How powerful is the Lord God? The Wu clan really had no way to deal with the gods, so they used 12 god-killing formations. Now, Luo Qingye actually used this formation to deal with the Tao Lord. He didn't know for a moment whether he should say Shuanmen was cautious or shameless. In short, once the 12 gods-killing formations came out, Fang Qingren's hope of survival was slim. Qi Ju could no longer save Fang Qingren. This formation is very suppressive to Qi Ju. Once Qi Ju entered the formation, there was no way he could defeat Luo Qingye inside. Yan Bei looked at Qi Ju with a pale face and did not disturb Qi Ju. He was actually a little worried that Qi Ju would go out to rescue Fang Qingren out of impulse. The coldness in Qi Ju's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and Fang Qingren's body became tattered again and again, with bones clearly visible and extremely cruel. This scene of Miu Miu felt like a knife piercing her heart. The Shuanmen Xuanz's ruthlessness once again refreshed her understanding. It turns out that the mysterious are ruthless and regard all living beings as nothing but trivial matters. Qi Ju clenched his fists and said to himself, Ling Yun, when you compromised for the common people, did you ever think that the descendants of the Phoenix clan would end up in this situation? Ling Yun, if you see the scene, will you still choose to give in every step for the sake of the common people? Under Luo Qingye's successive attacks, half of Fang Qingren's body exuded dark death energy, while the other half was full of vitality. Life and death devour each other. Not giving in to each other. Rang Fang Qingren is always wandering on the edge of life and death. This kind of physical differentiation and reshaping pain is indescribable. Qi Ju, she will be fine. Yan Bei grabbed Qi Ju's hand and comforted her gently. Apart from appeasing Qi Ju's emotions, he didn't know what he could do. With Qi Ju's strength, he would be suppressed after entering the 12 god-killing formations. And he couldn't get in. That's right. Can't get in. After the formation of the 12 gods formation, the creatures inside cannot get out, and the creatures from outside cannot enter. Even Luo Qingye can't come in and out freely. Shuanmen only has the right to use the 12 grade formations, but does not have the right to control them. This is the power of the Wu clan. After the Wu clan created this grade formation, they used the power of Taoism and the 12 drops of blood essence left by the Father God to carve the Wu clan's mark on the formation. Only those who have obtained the Witch clan's forbidden method can use this formation. Yan Bei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Ling Yun back then. She was cultivating the bullshit way of living in the world, and I wasn't. Why didn't I just destroy the heavens and the universe? Qi Ju regretted. Fang Lingyun is willing to sacrifice her body to become a Taoist for the sake of all the people in the world. But she didn't. Qi Ju held Yan Bei's hand and said, Yan Bei, why do you think this is the case? It's the same with our Qi clan, the same with the Kang clan, and it's still the same with the Fang family. Shuanmen threatens us with the common people time and time again. Should we be manipulated by Shuanmen just because we have good intentions? We consider all sentient beings and the stability of the universe, why can't we consider ourselves? Why does the Tao only bind us? Why are those greedy and vicious ones never bound by any rules? Why can they do whatever they want? Qi Ju couldn't figure it out. In terms of strength, they're far stronger than Shuanmen. But they are not as cruel as Shuanmen. Every time Shuanmen threatens them with the common people, they will hesitate and compromise. Shuanmen takes advantage of these opportunities to become stronger again and again. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before Shuanmen's strength surpassed theirs. At that time, will everyone in the world still have a way to survive? Qi Ju, there are not so many reasons. Just because we are not Shuanmen, we will not become the Shuanmen we hate. Yan Bei said with complicated eyes. He had to admit it sometimes. Those methods of Shuanmen are indeed very effective. Shuanmen says that the entire universe will be buried with it, which means that it really dares to let all living beings die. Back then, the Fang clan was ruthless several times and was unwilling to compromise. Shuanmen really used the method of killing all sentient beings. The heavens and universe back then experienced several great destructions and were reshaped. In the end, the Fang clan had to compromise. After that, Shuanmen lived in peace for a long time. Because Shuanmen is ruthless enough, he gets what he wants every time. After all, they are not Shuanmen and cannot be the same as Shuanmen. If one day, they really become existences like Shuanmen, then the universes in all directions will not be far from destruction. They will become like Shuanmen, which can only represent that all sentient beings are hopeless. Yan Bei, tell me, is our method wrong? Qi Ju looked into Yan Bei's eyes and asked. What way? Qi Ju suddenly laughed. If we are not the guardians, then the situation will be better. Why can't we become more sinister? We can hunt down the mysterious people little by little. Let Shuanmen not know who killed Xuanzhi. The kind where no evidence can be found. The Fang clan didn't touch the Shuanmen before, because as long as they touch the Shuanmen will create disasters one after another, harming the common people. If it is the death of the mysterious person, we cannot find out who is responsible. How else can they threaten the party they want to threaten? Wouldn't it be a very happy thing to hide one's merit and fame, walk around the universe, and hunt down mysterious people? Chi-Ju smiled brightly. It was as if the knot in her heart that had been besieging her for so long had opened up. Chi-Ju, aren't we going back to Taichu to see Mo Yu? Yan Bei asked. Ever since Yan Miyu was born, they had thrown him into the underworld. Mo Yu probably didn't know that he had two parents. Chi-Ju was silent for a moment and said, no delay, anyway, before we left him countless treasures of heaven and earth, enough for him to become a Tao Emperor. Yan Bei was helpless. Have you never thought that he can't find those treasures? Before they left, they were worried that having too many treasures would bring disaster to Mo Yu. So the treasures were sealed in advance. Only when Mo Yu has grown to a certain level can he sense where the treasure is. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1451 6 Parts of Reincarnation, additional updates. If something happens along the way and the mark they left on Mo Yu disappears, then he won't be able to find anything. Probably not. Chi-Ju hesitated. The mark is unique to the Chi family. Coupled with the Yan family seal, under the two insurances, there should be no accidents. Yan Bei also felt that such a situation was unlikely. It was not their intention to leave the Taichu universe. It was because there was a problem with the universe tree and their strength exceeded the limit of the universe, so they left after Mo Yu was born. Now even if they return to the Taichu universe, they can't really stay long. Since the powerful people who enter the universe will have their strength restricted, Mo Yu should not have any problems. Yan Biadao, Chi-Ju, let's go back and take a look. It won't waste much time. Chi-Ju's eyes moved slightly. I'm afraid that after reading this, I won't be able to bear to leave. She entered Taichu at that time and had no intention of staying longer. Unexpectedly, after entering Taichu, she found out that she was pregnant. If you are pregnant, you will no longer be able to travel through the universes at will, let alone enter the world sea at will. Whether it is the boundary sea or the dark void, there are people who specifically hunt and kill pregnant people. After all, no matter how strong he is, as long as he is pregnant, his strength will be suppressed and he will be easily hunted. There is also a force that has created a formation specifically for pregnant women. All things Helluo formation. After entering this formation, the life in the body will not only become restless, but may even be controlled by the formation and rob the soul. Pregnant people will also suffer backlash in the formation. No matter how strong a pregnant person is, it is easy to fall into the all things Helluo formation. Therefore, she could only give birth to a child in the beginning. After giving birth to the child, due to her strength, she could no longer stay in the Taichu universe for long. She could only prepare enough training resources for him and left Taichu universe. In the beginning, the universe was constantly dividing, and its own power was divided. As a result, the universe continues to degrade and cannot accommodate overly powerful beings. Now that the dark void outside has been completely formed, the universe in the beginning has been stabilized, and it should be fine. Then don't watch it, Yan Bei said. Yan Bei finally couldn't help but ask, did something happen in the formation? Hearing this, Chi-Ju tightened his grip a little. Her Tao body is constantly being destroyed and reshaped. It's strange that Luo Qingye can't seem to kill her. From the beginning to now, Luo Qingye destroyed Fang Qingren's Tao body no less than 10 times. She only has 9 Taoist bodies. Why is this happening? Yan Bei asked, puzzled. Could it be that Fang Lingyun left something for her? I don't know, I feel like she is using this to practice. Chi-Ju said. She just wanted to rush in and save Fang Qingran. One life for another. She still can. But Fang Qingran obviously didn't need it. The alternating aura of death and vitality in Fang Qingren's body proved that she could still control her body. A crazy thought flashed across Yan Bei's consciousness. Isn't she going to be promoted to Tao Lord again? He had noticed an aura beyond the 9 paths in Fang Qingran before. He originally thought those Tao were immature Tao. That's why Fang Qingran didn't advance together. At this moment, through Chi-Ju's words, Yan Bei felt that he wanted to be simple. 9 paths of cultivating Tao Lord together are the limits of Tao. Chi-Ju also said with a face full of surprise. Tao has the rule of 99 returning to 1. Therefore, there is a limit of 9 for Tao promotion. Yan Bei's expression was extremely complicated. This is just the limit of Tao, not necessarily her limit. No wonder. What's the wonder? Before the 12 paths of God-killing formation was opened, I sensed the breath of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc on her body. Chi-Ju's eyes changed several times when he heard the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Yan Bei added, when Empress Hatu created the path of reincarnation, she borrowed the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Later, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc disappeared. I originally thought that other witch ancestors had robbed Queen Hatu's things, but I didn't expect that this thing would fall into the hands of the Fang clan. That's fine. As long as it is out of the hands of other witch ancestors, it is better than anything else. Fang Qingran had cultivated the way of reincarnation, and with the addition of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, it was even more powerful. As long as you don't meet a Taoist cultivator in the Taoist realm, Fang Qingran always has a chance to survive. Chi-Ju looked at Fang Qingran in the formation and saw that the 6 paths of reincarnation disc had not disappeared, but was in Zhu Jian's hands. When the Chaos Demon God suffered a disaster and the Creation Demon God disappeared, Zhu Jian hid his identity and became one of the 12 witch ancestors. All 11 witch ancestors were added together, but none of them was found to have been replaced. The witch ancestors wanted to find the devil who controlled the law of time, but they didn't expect that the devil was always by their side. They wanted to obtain the law of time and become immortal but failed. How too didn't want the witch ancestors to struggle. Thus, the path of reincarnation was started, which gave the witch ancestor a different kind of new life. It's a pity that the other 10 witch ancestors don't buy it. They don't want this way of rebirth. They just want to live forever. In the end, most of Hatu's merits were taken away, but nothing changed. In fact, if they were not so greedy, Zhu Jian might help them. But after Zhu Jian saw the greedy and ugly faces with his own eyes, he didn't want to give them a chance of eternal life. When the witch ancestors were seeking death, Zhu Jian didn't stop them. As for where Zhu Jian ended up, the ancestor of the Qi family didn't know. Zhu Jian controls time and is used to seeing life and death, as well as all kinds of darkness and light. Therefore, it can do nothing to save people. It is also a lifeless existence. I really didn't expect that Zhu Jian would be willing to give the 6 parts of reincarnation disc to Feng Qingran. If Feng Qingran had Zhu Jian guiding her behind her, she would not be so worried. Zhu Jian is one of the earliest chaos demon gods born. Her age is immeasurable, and her breadth of knowledge is beyond her imagination. When Qi Jusi thought about it, he relaxed and looked at the scene in the formation. Apart from being distressed, he could only admire it. Ling Yun, if you knew that the descendants of the Feng family are so outstanding, you would be happy, right? The 12 god-killing formations can last for up to 1 hour. An hour later, it would be time for Feng Qingran to wake up. She might be able to watch a good show. Qi Ju, do you really think this life-threatening method is good? Yan Bei asked. When Feng Qingran was promoted to Dao Lord, what he saw was thrilling. He couldn't see the current scene, but he could also imagine how miserable it was. There are so many ways to experience death. Why do you have to choose such a dangerous and painful way? This is indeed not good, but this method is the fastest and most solid. If possible, I would actually use this method to achieve enlightenment. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1452 8 Petals, Golden Ticket 2. After Qi Ju finished speaking, he took a deep look at Yan Bei. Yan Bei saw contempt in Qi Ju's eyes. The corners of Yan Bei's eyes twitched, and he suddenly felt that it made sense for the Yan family to be inferior to the Qi family and the Feng family. The Yan family didn't dare to be so cruel to him. At this moment, Qi Ju suddenly stood up, his expression changing from shock to horror. Qi Ju, what's wrong? Yan Bei asked worriedly. Qi Ju unconsciously murmured, Yan Bei, have you seen? No, you shouldn't have seen such a magical Tao. Yan Bei. Qi Ju asked again, Yan Bei, can a Taoist create his own Tao? Without waiting for Yan Bei to answer, Qi Ju asked and answered again, what is that way? How could it be like this? There really is such a magical way. Yan Bei looked at the formation with deep eyes, but his divine energy was unable to penetrate the formation, and he could not see what happened to Feng Qingran. Yan Bei asked, Qi Ju, what happened to Feng Qingran? Qi Ju shook his head, there is no way to describe it. In short, it is a scene I have never seen before. After Feng Qingran's body continued to collapse and reshape, she finally burst out with a tyrannical force that directly ejected Luo Qingya, causing her to lie on the ground, unable to get up. As for the chains that bound her, they had long since turned into powder. After Feng Qingran's body shone brightly, her flesh and blood grew back. As her flesh and blood grew, divine light emanated from her bones, nourishing her body. After that, mysterious seals appeared one after another, forming lotus flowers. These lotuses seem to be individually enlightened, but they are connected by an inexplicable force. Treat Feng Qingran's injuries in an orderly manner. That's right, orderly. Qi Ju couldn't explain clearly why this happened. In addition to the Dao lotus flowers surrounding Feng Qingran, there was also a lotus flower on top of her head, which actually had 18 petals. The greater the number of petals on the lotus, the more stable the ascetic strength is and the deeper his understanding of the Tao. The most powerful ascetic she had ever seen had reached the realm of Taoism, and his lotus flower only had 12 petals. Feng Qingran is just a Taoist master now, and the lotus flower has 18 petals. How many petals will it have when she becomes a Taoist master? Qi Ju couldn't help but think of Chuangshi Qinglian. The creation green lotus is the first of all lotuses and has only 24 petals. Will the number of petals on the Dao lotus above Feng Qingran's head continue to increase? Once this idea arises, Qi Ju cannot erase it. Qi Ju felt that she must have thought of the creation Qinglian, so she had an illusion. She actually began to feel that the lotus that appeared above Feng Qingran's head was very similar to the creation green lotus. And the mark between Feng Qingran's eyebrows also looks like Qinglian. Qi Ju made an action that shouldn't have happened to her. She rubbed her eyes, blinked again, and then looked at Feng Qingran again. The lotus shadow was very faint and almost invisible. Qi Ju breathed a sigh of relief. She asked, how could the disappearing Chuangshi Qinglian reappear? But there is a very special lotus beside Feng Qingran. The petals of the lotus are colorful, and there seems to be glow flowing on them, which is very beautiful. Qi Ju had never seen such a beautiful lotus. And after she blinked, the lotus became almost transparent again, as if it didn't exist. The rest of the Dao lotus vaguely respected the Dao lotus. Each path has its own meaning. There are connections and distinctions between Tao and Tao. Therefore, the color of each Dao lotus is unique and monochromatic. She had never seen the colorful Dolian. She had never seen Dalian, which was colorful and could turn into transparent colors. Yan Bei, what kind of Dao lotus is colorful? Qi Ju asked. Did you see it wrong? Yan Bei asked. There are dark god-killing formations everywhere. That's in color. Qi Ju said firmly, no, I'm not wrong. Have you seen Dalian who can change his color? Yan Bei was now even more curious about what Qi Ju saw through the formation. Resignedly. He is not strong enough to see through. Yan Bei asked Qi Ju again what he saw. Qi Ju only said, it's wonderful. Then he ignored Yan Bei. Such a shocking picture cannot be distracted or blinked. Qi Ju watched Feng Qingran's body repair bit by bit, and watched the lotus flowers return to Feng Qingran's body, leaving only the colorful lotus flower outside. Feng Qingran opened her eyes and stared at the Dalian for a long time before putting it away. Then, Qi Ju felt that she and Feng Qingran were looking at each other through the air. Feng Qingran nodded to Qi Ju and finally stood up. Feng Qingran could explore the entire Xuanmen continent without releasing his spiritual consciousness. Many powerful men were almost mummified at this moment, with only one breath left to survive. Those Dao Lords are still alive and well. But their situation is not good, and their strength is dissipating. The 12 gods killing formations were activated, and what was needed was life and soul sacrifice. Luo Qingya had activated the formation so many times, so naturally it was these mystical practitioners who came to sacrifice their power. Fang Qingran ducked in front of Luo Qingya, raised her hand, and with a slight movement of her fingertips, she pulled out a black snake shadow from Luo Qingya's body. A sense of danger came over me. Fang Qingran instantly wiped out the shadow in his hand. The dark fog gradually cleared. Fang Qingran's thoughts moved, and the Xuanmen in the entire Xuanmen continent instantly turned into powder, and black lotuses flashed past. After the black mist cleared, Xuanmen continent became a deserted land, with only Fang Qingran still alive. Taoism likes to use heaven and earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces. Heaven and earth cannot be destroyed. No living being can be killed. Then just destroy the chess-playing Xuanmen. In this way, the world can return to its original state, and all sentient beings can be free. Fang Qingran saluted in the direction of the void, and then ducked to the Xuanmen Hall. She had intentionally left the Xuanmen Hall just now for the books inside. Through those books, she can learn more about Xuanmen. Fang Qingran gave some power to the Sin book. The dark book spread gradually awakens. It rushed out and was about to bite Fang Qingran, but stopped the moment it was about to touch her. Are you Fang? Fang Qingran said, I prefer you to call us the Fang clan. I am Fang Qingran. Fang clan, I have already forgotten it. I only remember that your surname is Fang. You are not sinners. You have supreme glory, the dark book spread said sadly. When Fang Qingran heard this, her eyes became a little deeper, and then she saluted the dark book spirit and said, Fang Qingran, a descendant of the Fang family, has met the ancestors of the Fang family. Am I not a book spirit? Fang Qingran's eyes darkened and said, You are not, you should have your memory erased and then be forcibly made into a book spirit. I will take you back to the Fang clan continent to see you. Maybe you will remember something. The dark book spirit was still in a trance. It felt that it was a book spirit, but not a book spirit. It only remembers that it hates Xuanmen and hates the contents of this book. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1453 It doesn't matter if you don't remember. The dark book spirit looked at a deserted land with no grass growing, and slowly said, Is this the Phoenix clan continent? Why does it feel that the Phoenix clan continent shouldn't be like this? The Fang clan continent should have majestic mountains, magnificent seas, towering ancient trees, delicate flower clusters. Unconsciously, it constructed a dream-like picture shrouded in fairy mist in the imagination. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It only became like this after suffering a disaster. Fang Qingran said in a deep tone. I saw some blurry pictures, but I couldn't grasp them. The dark book spirit said with great disappointment. As it spoke, it slowly turned into a human form. Seeing this, Fang Qingran gave it some more strength. The humanoid shadow becomes more solid. In the end, she turned into a brave and heroic woman wearing a battle robe. However, if you look closely, you can see confusion in her eyes. She looked at her body and then at the Phoenix clan continent. Her eyes suddenly became moist, and then crystal tears fell down. She raised her hand and saw a drop of crystal tears on her fingertips. She asked with a slight hesitation, What is this? Tears, Fang Qingran said softly. Tears, how can I shed tears? We, the daughters of the Phoenix clan, are not allowed to shed tears even when facing death. When Fang Qingran heard this, she didn't know how to respond. Hello Fang, a surprised voice sounded. Qi Ju rushed to Fang Hao and hugged him excitedly. Okay, I'm Qi Ju, do you still remember me? Fang Hao subconsciously hugged Qi Ju back. I'm sorry, I don't remember you, but I feel like I know you. Yan Bei took a step back, nodded to Fang Qingran, and looked at Qi Ju again. Qi Ju let go of Fang Hao, like an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. He wanted to hit Fang Hao on the shoulder, but his fist almost went through Fang Hao's body. Qi Ju quickly withdrew his strength, as if nothing happened, and said with a smile, It doesn't matter if you don't remember, as long as I remember you. A smile appeared on Fang Hao's majestic face. Do you know what happened to me? The cold light in Qi Ju's eyes flashed away, and he returned to gentleness. Of course I know that in order to protect the heavenly continent, you fought desperately against the Dark One and protected the entire continent. In the end, you protected the All Heavens continent, but you ran out of power and had to fall into a deep sleep. Qi Ju said, looked at Fang Qingran and said, This is a descendant of the Fang clan. He is very, very outstanding. It is not an exaggeration to call him a peerless person. He is even comparable to you back then. Okay, don't worry, she already has enough strength to protect herself, and the Phoenix clan will get better and better. Fang Qingran noticed that Qi Ju seemed to be trying his best to hold back something when he said these words. After listening to Qi Ju's words, Fang Hao raised the corners of her mouth slightly. You said it so well. Why do I feel sad after listening to it? Qi Ju managed to maintain a bright smile. You must have lost your memory and cannot remember, so you have this illusion. Fang Hao asked seriously, Since I protect the Jutian continent, why did the Fang clan continent become like this? Okay, this place was destroyed by those Dark Ones. They can't feed you, so they just want to vent their anger on this place. Let's go down and have a look. There are still traces of the past here. Qi Ju took Fang Hao to the Fang clan continent. Fang Qingran's expression was complicated and somewhat doubtful. Your strength can only make this lingering memory of her exist for a short time. She will dissipate soon. It's not that you are not strong enough, but that she was too strong during her lifetime. You have done a good job. Yan Bei replaced Qi. Nine's behavior was explained. Fang Qingran was able to cultivate all 9 paths simultaneously, so he was indeed very powerful. And with Dao Jun's strength, he could turn Fang Hao's residual thoughts into a human form, which was already unbelievable. But Fang Hao was a Taoist priest during his lifetime. The gap between Dao Jun and Dao Zun is too big. Fang Qingran could not cross this gap. If Qi Ju hadn't arrived, he would have given Fang Hao some residual energy. Fang Hao should dissipate now. Junior Fang Qingran, I still don't know the name of my senior. Fang Qingran showed respect for Yan Bei. Yan Bei in the ghost realm, Qiju in her divine realm. Yan Bei looked at Feng Qingran with admiration. Every move Feng Qingran makes now has the same demeanor as the ancestors of the Feng family back then. It even has a vague meaning of being slightly better. He believes that Feng Qingran will definitely reach a new height in the future. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly when she heard the names of Yan Bei and Qiju. They have the same last name as the Chaos Law Enforcer. Can Qiju believe it? Feng Qingran looked sideways slightly. Below him, Qiju and Feng Hao were sitting on the floor, talking side by side. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Qiju looked calm and acted magnanimously. Even if Feng Hao has no memory, he still has the coercion and domineering power of an emperor in every move he makes. Senior Yan Bei, do you know the ancestors of the Feng clan? Feng Qingran asked sincerely. Yan Bei, a Taoist, naturally saw clearly the change in Feng Qingran's expression. It's a good thing that he didn't expose it, had doubts, and was cautious. Yan Biadao, I don't know the Feng clan as well as Qiju. The Qi clan and the Feng clan seem to have been on good terms since our ancestors. I followed Qiju here, and she came to help the Feng clan create the world. It's just that Qiju and I didn't help much in the end. The Feng family and the Kang family completed the creation of the world. Then Xuanmen came and wanted to take away the fruits of creation. He even threatened the people of the heavens and the mainland to let Xuanmen take a place. Xuanmen is concerned about the achievements of the Feng family and the Kang family, and uses the common people as chess pieces to carry out tricks. In the end, as you see, Xuanmen controls the heavens and the continent. Yan Bei's words were concise and comprehensive, summarizing the grievances between the Feng clan and Xuanmen in just a few words. Have the Chaos Law Enforcers been here? Feng Qingran asked. Yan Bei's eyes were deep. Do you know the Chaos Enforcer? Feng Qingran nodded. With Qiju, the Chaos Law Enforcers don't dare to come here. How do you know about the Chaos Law Enforcers? Yan Bei asked curiously. Logically speaking, Feng Qingran came from the Taichu universe and should not know about the Chaos Law Enforcer. Chaos Law Enforcers invaded the Xuanchu plain on the eve of ancient times, causing a cultural gap in Xuanchu. Feng Qingran revealed countless information in one sentence. What kind of invasion can create cultural fault lines? That must have killed almost all the creatures in the Xuanchu plain. Yan Bei couldn't imagine what a bloody scene it was. It must be a more cruel killing scene than a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and a river of blood. The location of the Xuanchu plain will never be exposed to outsiders. How did the Chaos Law Enforcers find their way to the Xuanchu plain? The Xuanchu boundary monument will not allow Chaos Law Enforcers to enter. Even if they go in, their strength should be limited to the realm of the Lord of the Universe. There are so many ancestors hidden in Xuanchu, and their cultivation level is far higher than that of the Lord of the Universe. It is impossible to allow the Chaos Law Enforcers to invade wantonly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1454. Can't roll anymore. Chapter 1454, Going to the Immortal Realm. So what exactly caused the final situation? And Mo Yu, can he survive the Battle of the Gods? Yan Bei's body trembled slightly as he thought about this. He looked at Feng Qingran and asked, what happened back then? Feng Qingran recounted what she knew about the battle between the gods. He also told Yan Bei that there were still Chaos Law Enforcers staying in Xuanchu. Only Mo Jinggong's identity was concealed, and he only told Yan Bei that it was a sage who saved Xuanchu. After Yan Bei heard this, he felt a storm in his heart. No wonder Empress Hao Tu and Empress Nuwa never came to the universe again. It turned out that they actually fell in the Xuanchu plain. Qiju is not a Chaos Law Enforcer. She has a deep grudge against the Taoist master of the Chaos Realm. You don't need to worry about anything, Yan Bei explained. He also understood that Feng Qingran would mention Chaos Law Enforcer, fearing that Qiju was related to him. The same surname is Qi. It's not surprising that Feng Qingran has doubts. But now he had some doubts about Feng Qingran. Since there is a cultural gap in the Xuanchu plain, the inheritance must also be incomplete. How did Feng Qingran grow so quickly to where he is today despite incomplete inheritance? If there was no such thing as the Battle of the Gods at Xuanchu, it would not be surprising for Feng Qingran to reach such a state at this age. However, according to Feng Qingran's story, it can be judged that the Taoist master was very ruthless. Not only are there no strong ones left among the saints, not a single important inheritance was left behind. How did Feng Qingran grow up without a guide? It's actually a bit incredible. Yan Bei was silent for a moment. Who is your mother? Feng Qingran said, Feng Qingwu. When Yan Bei heard this name, his eyes changed several times. He remembered that the guardian of Taichu Universe was named Qingwu. Could Feng Qingran's mother be the guardian of Taichu Universe? Yan Bei had too many doubts in his heart, but there were some things he didn't know how to ask. He and Qiju must return to Taichu Universe. Taichu, which was invaded by the Chaos Law Enforcers, does not know what level it is now. Senior, did you and Senior Qiju have any descendants at the beginning of Xuan Dynasty? Feng Qingran thought for a long time and decided to ask. Qiju and Yan Bei are obviously Taoist lovers. Their brows look a bit like the 8th senior brother. Do you know Mo Yu? Hearing Yan Bei's words, Feng Qingran nodded. My 8th senior brother, named Yan Miyu, comes from the underworld. I wonder if he is the Miyu you mentioned. Yan Bei looked a little more delighted. It's him. Yan is a surname unique to the underworld. He is the son of Mi and Qiju. How could he become your senior brother? Mo Yu is old enough to be Feng Qingran's ancestor. It's meditation in the underworld again. Feng Qingran saw that he was a spiritual cultivator, so why did they get together? Yan Bei was a little confused. When Feng Qingran heard Yan Bei's words, she completely let down her guard. After the War of the Gods, there was also a fault in the underworld, and the 8th brother accidentally became the ancestor of the underworld. The 8th senior brother controls the entire underworld and insists on maintaining the path of reincarnation, preventing Xuanmen from getting involved and blocking the path of Xuanmen. In the end, Xuanmen united with some forces in the underworld to plot against the 8th senior brother. The 8th senior brother died because of this, and his soul went to the place abandoned by the gods. By coincidence, he found a suitable body and entered the Lingyun sect, becoming my 8th senior brother. Fang Qingren's words caused Yan Bei's expression to change several times. Xuanmen has penetrated into Xuanchu. It's not surprising that the Chaos Law enforcers would appear in Xuanchu. There must be a collusion between Xuanmen and the Chaos Realm to plot against the world's ascetics. If Mo Yu dies once, I wonder if the mark in his body will still be there. The mark they left on Mo Yu was not only guidance, but also protection. Mo Yu would definitely be no match against Xuanmen at such a young age. Mo Yu was lucky enough to retain his soul back then, probably because the mark left by Qi Ju played a role. Not too bad. Being alive is good news. Yan Bei now became more determined to go back to Xuanchu, to see Mo Yu, and also to see who was the founder of Lingyun sect. Yan Bei asked curiously, did you leave Xuanchu this time specifically for the Fang clan? Fang Qingren said truthfully, I want to go to the Immortal Realm. Who asked you to go to the Immortal Realm? Yan Bei looked a little more serious. With Fang Qingren's strength, going to the Immortal Realm is simply going to die. First of all, the people imprisoned in the Immortal Domain are all extremely vicious people. Just talking about going to the Immortal Realm, the dangers along the way are simply not something that a Dao Lord like Fang Qingren can handle. He thought again that there were Chaos Law enforcers in Xuanchu, and suddenly felt that they must have deceived Fang Qingren. I am going to the Immortal Realm myself. Fang Qingren could feel that Yan Bei was nervous about her going to the Immortal Realm. Did you hear what the Chaos Law enforcer said? Yan Bei asked. No, I want to go to the Immortal Realm and it has nothing to do with them. Fang Qingren explained. Yan Bei's eyes were sharp, and he realized that Fang Qingren seemed to be determined to go to the Immortal Realm, and it was not easy to stop him. You are going to the Immortal Realm, and I can't stop you. I can only give you some treasures. Pay more attention on the way. If you encounter someone you really can't defeat, report your Aunt Chi's name. I can avoid 90% of the trouble for you. Trouble. Of course, if you encounter predators and dark ones, never mention your Aunt Chi's name. Just mention that you are a descendant of the Fang Lingyun family. Fang Lingyun is the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Before she came here to create the world, she was also famous in the universe. If mentioning Fang Lingyun and your Aunt Chi doesn't work, you can run away immediately. If you can't beat me, run away. You won't lose face. At your age, to the old monster of the universe, you are just a child. As long as a child does not do evil, all other behaviors will be approved. If you run away, they will only praise you for being smart and able to see the situation clearly. Well, your god-suppressing beast should be hidden as much as possible if you can. It's easy to be remembered. Yan Bei was like a careful elder and told Fang Qingren many things. He also told her the rules of the universe in detail. As long as you make good use of these rules, the probability of encountering danger will be greatly reduced. After Yan Bei finished speaking, he took out 2 treasures and handed them to Fang Qingren. One is a purple black gourd. One is a crystal clear crescent stone. As soon as the 2 objects came out, Fang Jingyu and Fang Shichu both felt a different aura. Fang Qingren took the things with both hands. Thank you, Senior Yan Bei. May I ask how did Senior get these 2 things? Yan Biedao, I picked up these 2 treasures by mistake. They have had owners for several generations. Every time the owner dies, there will be a big war. I cultivate ghost energy, and my favorite place is this kind of fighting place. So when these 2 things changed owners, I happened to be there. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1455, One handful of dog food, more updates. Their owner saw so many people grabbing things, but I was the only one who refused to grab them, so he threw the treasure to me. Then I was chased by a group of old monsters for several universes. While I was escaping with the treasure, I met your Aunt Chi. Your Aunt Chi also wanted to watch a show when she saw me being hunted. Then can I bear it? I always see other people's fun, so I threw 2 treasures to your Aunt Chi. Your Aunt Chi probably didn't expect my manipulation. She was stunned for a moment and didn't escape immediately. She was surrounded by those old monsters. It's my turn to watch the show this time. I originally wanted to wait until she was besieged and then take her to escape. In the end, she didn't need to escape at all. She defeated all the old monsters with just a few blows. When Yan Bei said this, a hint of shyness appeared on his cold expression. Fang Qingren's mouth twitched. What's going on with this inexplicable dog food? Yan Bei paused for a moment, then continued. After defeating those old monsters, she tied me back and wanted to become a task couple with me. In the end, we really became a task couple. Fang Qingren only felt that the thing in her hand was hot. Senior, this is a token of love between you and Aunt Chi, right? I'll take it, okay. Yan Bei shook his head. It doesn't matter. What I threw to her was fake. You can take it. She didn't like these 2 things either. I later gave her something better. There is no reason to throw away a treasure that has been obtained well. He didn't know Qi Ju at the time, so it was naturally impossible for him to give her the treasure he had obtained. Fang Qingren was speechless again. What was going on with these handfuls of dog food being stuffed into her mouth? Fang Qingren felt that it was unnecessary for her to ask. Yan Bei pretended not to notice anything was wrong with Fang Qingren, and changed the subject. The purple and black gourd has its own world of chaos. If you encounter someone whose cultivation level is lower than yours, don't waste any time and just take it in. Purple black gourd destroys corpses very quickly and leaves no clues. But the current monastic world is completely different from the past. They are all related by relatives. If you meet a young person, there may be countless old people behind him. After you make a contract with it, you can also control the world inside. You can destroy the corpses and eliminate traces, or you can control the other party in exchange for benefits. You're walking alone in the universe, so you can't be bullied. This thing is just right for you. Although it is difficult for ascetics to have children, if you want, you can always have children. In addition, ascetics can basically live as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, as the universe has developed to this day, as long as there is a family that has not suffered any disaster, it must be there for dozens of generations. No matter how powerful Feng Qingran is, she is still too young and can easily be plotted against those hundreds of millions of years old. Yan Bei introduced the gem again. This thing is very useful. It seems to have a restraining effect on the soul. You should carry it with you. If anyone uses the soul to spy on your sea of consciousness, use the power of the gem. Thank you, Senior Yan Bei. Feng Qingran put away the two things and thanked Yan Bei seriously. Senior, is there any grudge between Aunt Qi and the Darkest One? Yan Bei said expressionlessly. The leader of the Darkest One has been cheated by Qi Ju a few times. It's not considered a deep grudge. You can go down. After Yan Bei finished speaking, he waved his hand. He has no intention of entering the Phoenix Clan continent. The ruler of Xuanmen was destroyed in one breath, and the universe was probably going to be in chaos. He wanted to go find Chu Wuchen to arrange the follow-up matters. Feng Hao noticed that Feng Qingran was down and turned to look at her. My child, you are very powerful. They and I are both proud of you. The smile on Qi Ju's face completely disappeared. Feng Hao's figure gradually becomes illusory and becomes transparent. Feng Hao turned back and glanced at Qi Ju. Ju, I will die without regrets and will never regret it. No matter what others think, our Feng clan is willing to protect the common people. She knew that many cultivators would laugh at their Feng clan for being stupid. Obviously, as long as you are more cruel, you can live a better life, but you still sacrifice for the common people. But common people are not the Phoenix clan. They do not have the tyrannical strength to protect themselves, the ability to avoid disasters, and the power to control the situation in the world. There is nothing wrong with common people. People also want to live well. As powerful emperors, the Phoenix clan cultivates the way of the common people in the world, and enjoys the power of faith given by the common people, so it is natural for them to protect all living beings. The ones that the Feng clan is willing to protect are always those who believe in them, not those ungrateful people. They have always had firm goals. Therefore, it was really wishful thinking when Xuanmen wanted to use the opinions of sentient beings to break the will of the daughter of the Feng clan. When Xuanmen used her skin to make a book of sin, she left a trace of her thoughts attached to the book and unexpectedly became a dark book spirit. Now that we can see the scene of Xuanmen's subversion, it is considered unshakable. Okay, I understand. Qi Ju responded with a gentle tone. Qi Ju no longer used his strength to force Feng Hao to stay. She was afraid that Feng Hao would recall more bad things. She didn't want her to be sad the moment she left. Feng Hao completely disappeared with the wind. The word sin on the sin book in Feng Qingran's hand disappeared. Eventually the entire book was reduced to powder. A ray of golden light flew into her sea of consciousness. Feng Qingran had an additional memory about Feng Hao's lifetime in her consciousness. Feng Hao, who is like a god of war, is decisive in killing and will never be merciful to his enemies. But he will also be touched when facing the gratitude of the people. Senior Qi Ju, Feng Qingran took the initiative to salute. Call me Aunt Qi. Qi Ju adjusted his expression, slightly hooked his red lips, and regained his domineering appearance. The tenderness just now seemed to be an illusion. Feng Qingran obeyed and called out, Aunt Qi. Hey, I heard that you were going to the immortal realm. Apparently Qi Ju heard the conversation between Feng Qingran and Yan Bei. Yes, Feng Qingran said truthfully. The immortal realm is not easy to find. Why would you want to go to the immortal realm? Qi Ju's eyes flashed with interest. Go find someone important. Qi Ju raised his eyebrows slightly. The people in the immortal realm are not human beings. They have never done human affairs. It's a good thing they all went to the immortal realm, otherwise the current universe would still be full of chaos. Feng Qingran remained silent. He was an elder and would not refute. Qi Ju raised his hand and threw a storage ring to Feng Qingran. Don't be reluctant to let it go when you are in danger, just use the magic weapon inside to smash it. If you don't like it, don't hold back, just hit it. Qi Ju stood up, stepped forward and patted Feng Qingran on the shoulder. In an instant, several mysterious talismans fell on Feng Qingran's body. Qi Ju was now a little satisfied. With the Qi family's talisman around, there shouldn't be many short-sighted people who would dare to provoke Feng Qingran. Qi Ju removed his hand from Feng Qingran's shoulder, raised Feng Qingran's chin with his finger, looked at it, and then let go. Your appearance should be just like his, you don't look like King Wu. Feng Qingran was speechless for a moment. Aunt Qi knows my mother. I know, she is the guardian of Taichu universe. She probably got injured because she blocked the Taoist master, and that's why she allowed that guy to succeed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1456, coming up with the idea to kidnap Mo Jinggong. Qi Ju's expression felt pity for a moment, and then he changed the subject. I will deal with the Chaos Law Enforcers left in the Xuanchu Plain, so you can go out and play without worries. After you go to the immortal realm, anything you see and feel may not be real. It's best not to trust any feelings easily. Even if you encounter a piece of grass, you have to be careful. Qi Ju touched his chin. The situation in the immortal domain was really difficult to evaluate. Feng Qingran's eyes brightened a bit when she heard Qi Ju's words. Does Aunt Qi know the specific location of the immortal realm? The person you're looking for didn't leave a place for you, right? Qi Ju's eyes suddenly turned strange when he looked at Feng Qingran. The immortal realm is the same as the Xuanchu Plain. It can be found without guidance. The one who didn't even give Xiao Qingran a place, could he be a liar? He also asked Xiao Qingran to find him, and he wasn't worried about Xiao Qingran being in danger. He was probably a scumbag. Qi Ju said sincerely, Xiao Qingran, love is a must. You can fall in love with anyone, but don't fall in love with a liar. Feng Qingran was speechless. Qi Ju paused for a moment, and then said, if you really like him, why don't I go with you, tie him back to Xuanchu, and imprison his strength, so that he is yours, and you can do whatever you want. Xiao Qingran, anyway, remember, we women must occupy a dominant position in relationships. When you meet someone who likes you and you like it too, that's just right. If you meet someone who doesn't like you, you can decide based on your mood. If you really can't let go, you can tie him back and slowly develop feelings. Xiao Qingran, you are still young, but don't be misled by some false rules. When you have a Taoist companion, a woman must show weakness, a woman must be submissive, and a woman cannot show strength. These rules are created by Xuanmen to restrain and deceive us women. In fact, regardless of whether they're men or women, the only thing they get from being soft is bullying. All living beings have bad natures, and they will only give enough respect to the strong. Hey, it wasn't that complicated to form a Taoist couple in the past. In the past, Taoist couples could only be one-on-one. If anyone betrayed their oath as a Taoist couple, they would definitely suffer backlash and be miserable. But since the rise of Xuanmen, the matter of forming Taoist couples has become a tool in the hands of Xuanmen leaders, and all kinds of strange rules have appeared one after another. Xuanmen wants to grow its power rapidly and needs more practitioners to serve Xuanmen. However, only female cultivators can give birth to life. Therefore, Xuanmen has focused on female cultivators and formulated a series of rules to restrict and restrain female cultivators. Xuanmen first tried to find a way to make the female cultivators lose their power, that is, to control the female cultivators' strength. After that, if we control everyone's cultivation resources, they will eventually lose the ability to protect themselves. In order to survive, everyone will have no choice but to fall into Xuanmen's trap. In the end, Xuanmen was afraid that they would awaken, so they tried every means to tame them. They would also pretend to give some insignificant benefits in the process to stabilize those who wanted to resist. On the one hand, Xuanmen needs their contributions, but on the other hand, it tries to obliterate the value of their existence and uses rules to imprison and tame them. Wherever Taoism enters, the concept of hierarchy is very serious, and most of these concepts of hierarchy restrain women. Do you know why Xuanmen wants to wipe out the Phoenix clan so much? Because the existence of the Phoenix clan will hinder Xuanmen's plan. The Phoenix clan doesn't care about hierarchy at all. They will never give up the power they have, let alone deliberately pretend to be weak. Whatever they want, they will go for it, and they are not afraid of showing ambition. In the era when the Feng clan grew up, after becoming a Taoist couple, whoever had the strength would have the last name of the child. The right to take the surname is also a kind of power. The Feng clan is a family founded by women. It is natural for them to take their mother's surname. After Xuanmen discovered that it was unable to discipline the Feng clan, it thought of starting with the surname rights. It wanted to take away everything from the Feng clan by preventing the children of the Feng clan from taking their mother's surname. The only weakness of the Phoenix clan is probably because they practice the way of all people in the world. Xiao Qingran, you are still young. Xuanmen likes to focus on little girls like you. They will use various methods to instill false concepts in you and mislead you to give up improving yourself. Any rhetoric is false, only strength and the resources in hand are real. Qi Juzhen patiently told the Xuanmen conspiracy. Ever since Feng Qingran mentioned that there was Xuanmen in the Xuanchu plain, she began to worry that Feng Qingran would be disciplined by Xuanmen and become a love brain. Using emotions to control a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires is the most powerful and most unsolvable method. Qi Ju knew that he was a bit verbose, but Feng Qingran was a descendant of the Feng clan and was destined to become Xuanmen's target. She couldn't make any decision for Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran's future is in her own hands. She could only explain Xuanmen's conspiracy to Feng Qingran before that. Thank you, Aunt Qi, I will remember it. Feng Qingran felt warm in her heart. It turned out that this was the most sincere concern from her elders. Qi Ju suddenly arched his eyebrows, smiled like an aunt, and raised his hand to rub Feng Qingran's head. How cute. She just wanted a little girl from the beginning. It turns out that several of them are sons. It's so melancholy. Be good, how about I go and tie up the one from the immortal realm for you, so that you don't have to make a trip. Feng Qingran said, Aunt Qi, I want to visit the immortal realm and gain some insights along the way. Qi Ju nodded after hearing this, that's fine. We women should travel around the universe and see the beautiful scenery of the stars. Qi Ju thought for a while, then took out a porcelain bottle from the space and handed it to Feng Qingran, take this. If you find something you like and can't hold it down, you can use it. Feng Qingran. Why does Aunt Qi induce her to rob her all the time? Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng, you Aunt Qi is so interesting. Hong Mengshu almost laughed like crazy. Qi Ju probably didn't know who she was inciting Xiaofeng to kidnap. It was looking forward to it very much, Qi Ju's expression when he saw Xiaofeng with Mo Jinggong beside him. How dare you come up with the idea to kidnap Mo Jinggong? This is really the first time I've seen him. Feng Qingran ignored the Hongmeng tree and accepted the porcelain vase expressionlessly. Although she wanted to refuse, she still had a vague sense of expectation. Why? Aunt Qi, didn't you just use this medicine to kidnap Senior Yan Bei? Feng Qingran asked one more question. Almost, he meets my requirements very well. When we women meet someone we like, we naturally have to act quickly and accurately without delay. Qi Ju said proudly. Feng Qingran fell into silence again. Qi Ju patted Feng Qingran on the shoulder. This method has certain risks, so be careful when using it. It is not recommended if you are in love. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1457. Inexplicably, I became a love brain. Feng Qingran's mouth twitched. I'm not a lover. Qi Ju nodded meaningfully. I know, no one is willing to say that they are a love brain. You are still young and have the opportunity to try and make mistakes. Aunt Qi will always be behind you. If you are wronged, just tell me and I will vent your anger for you. Quote. Feng Qingran was speechless for a moment. What had she done to make Qi Ju think that she was a love brain? Is it because she wants to take the initiative to go to the immortal realm to find our Mo? This probably doesn't count. Didn't Aunt Qi just say that women should take the initiative? Xiao Qingran, it doesn't matter how much you love the other person, but always remember, love yourself first when you love others. Qi Ju said again with seriousness. Don't worry, Aunt Qi, I will remember it. Qi Judao, there are too many universes penetrated by Xuanmen forces. You may encounter many strange things in the universe you enter later. When Qi Ju talked about this, his tone was slightly serious. With her and Yan Bei in the Jutian continent, Xuanmen has not completely controlled it yet. So Feng Qingran couldn't experience the real rules of hierarchy here. Those universes that Feng clan and Qi clan cannot take care of are really the purgatory for female cultivators. In those universes, Shrinemen would provide resources to female cultivators, and the only reason was that they needed to give birth to better successors. With Fang Qingren's appearance and qualifications, entering those places would probably be like entering a wolf's den. After Qi Ju said this, his expression suddenly changed. Don't mention these anymore, I'm waiting for your triumphant return. Fang Qingren chose to change the subject. Aunt Qi, can you tell me what the Fang clan continent was like before? Qi Ju seemed to be lost in memories and slowly described it. Fang Qingren raised his hand, a pen appeared, and another scroll unfolded. According to Qi Ju's narration, the pen in her hand floated, and the fairyland on earth gradually appeared on the paper. When Qi Ju saw the magnificent mountains and rivers painted by Fang Qingren, his eyes were complicated, as if he was seeing the past through the paintings. Unfortunately, there is no going back. Fang Qingren finished the last stroke and threw the scroll away. The next moment, the beautiful scenery in the scroll was reflected in the sky. The land of Fang Clan continent exudes a little green light, trees and flowers begin to grow, and mountains, rivers, lakes and seas are also rapidly formed. After a while, the originally deserted Fang Clan continent looked like a beautiful picture, making people want to indulge in it. Qi Ju was surprised for a moment when he saw this scene. All things are born. Tai Chi diagram. All things are born from the 5 elements, and the secrets of heaven and earth are hidden in the Tai Chi diagram. These two things come together to make the writing come true. Little Qingren, you did a great job. Qi Ju praised. The aerial picture disappeared, and the scroll returned to Fang Qingren's hands. Fang Qingren flicked her sleeves again, and the mythical beasts and bonded spirits she collected during the Battle of Cloud Peak entered the Fang Clan continent. In an instant, the mainland became more vibrant. Aunt Qi, I want to erect a monument to the ancestors of the Fang Clan on the mainland. Fang Qingren said seriously. Okay, I'll be with you. After Qi Ju stepped into the Fang Clan continent, he looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him with a look of nostalgia. A place like this cannot be ruined by some people with evil intentions. Qi Ju waved his hand and laid out several special barriers. Fang Xi and Wanling were also released along with these mythical beasts. Qi Ju didn't react at all when he saw Fang Xi. When he saw Wanling, he paused and then murmured, I'm not confused to the end. After coming out of Fang Clan continent, Qi Ju seemed to understand everything. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Yan Bei and I will handle the rest. Fang Qingren asked, don't Aunt Qi feel that I'm going on a killing spree? This is just fireable revenge, don't feel any burden. Of course Qi Ju knew what Fang Qingren was going to do. The 3 beasts Fang Qingren sent out before have not returned yet. He must be looking for the fish that slipped through Shrineman's net. It is the right thing to kill all the Shrineman practitioners. No one who enters Shrineman and becomes a Shranzi is innocent. There are no uninformed people. That's right, don't forget to consider my proposal. If it doesn't work out, come back to Aunt Qi and I'll help you tie him up. Seeing that Fang Qingren was about to leave, Qi Ju warned her worriedly. Fang Qingren bowed to Qi Ju and left quickly, feeling as if he was running away. Yan Bei's figure appeared next to Qi Ju. Qi Ju's eyes flashed slightly and he said regretfully, Yan Bei, if the little guy doesn't have a sweetheart, I really want to give Qi Yun and Qi Qian to the little guy to choose from. Yan Bei didn't reply. It was thanks to Qi Yun and Qi Qian that they didn't follow. Otherwise, Qi Ju would have pushed him out and let Fang Qingren choose on the spot. Yan Bei, who do you think she can like in the immortal realm? A bunch of bad old men, they're all rotten. Qi Ju thought of the time she went to the immortal realm and never wanted to recall it again. There's really no one to watch. There are a few that can be seen. But it's also true that people hate dogs. She had to prepare some things for Xiao Qingren in advance. Not necessarily, there are old people and young people everywhere. Yan Bei's influence on the immortal realm came from Qi Ju's narration, and he really didn't understand the specific situation of the immortal realm. Qi Ju shook his head and said, yes, there are, but few people who grew up in that kind of place are normal. They must have a lot of bad intentions. Xiao Qingren is more than calm, but she is still young after all. Forget it, let Xiao Qingren have some fun first. Yan Bei, we have to go back to the Xuanchu universe, but someone has to take care of this continent. I'm afraid Chu Fox will stay. I will go to Xuanchu with you. Chu Wuchen's voice sounded. Qi Ju looked at the tall and beautiful Chu Wuchen opposite, waiting for his next words. Chu Wuchen said, after all the Shrinemen of the Shrinemen are eliminated, we can just hand this place over to the Xuanji sect. As a descendant of the Kang clan, Kang Lingzi should also take on the responsibility. In addition, the descendants of the Xuanyuan clan are also here, so there is no need to worry about the future of the universe. Qi Ju nodded in agreement, that's okay. Let the strong men from the God realm and the Ghost realm come out to help the Xuanji sect. The Kang family's descendant is a bit useless, so I don't feel at ease. The influence brought by Shrinemen will not dissipate when Shrinemen disappears. Some things require a little effort. Fortunately, the tumor was removed. All that's left is to wait for the All-Heavens continent to slowly heal itself and return to its original state. Wuchen, there is something you need to be mentally prepared for. Qi Ju considered his words and said seriously, Chaos Law forces have been to Xuanchu, where a catastrophe that destroyed the heaven and earth occurred. See, you may not necessarily still alive. Chu Wuchen's expression changed slightly, I understand. When you leave, come to the land of the Divine Fox to find me. Qi Ju watched Chu Wuchen leave. Yan Bei, do you think you can bear it if something goes wrong? When a Chaos Law Enforcer enters the plane, any opponent who is blocked will definitely die. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1458, The Art of Reincarnation of All Things, additional update. Chu Siyu also has the kind of temperament that hates evil and hates evil. When she sees the Chaos Law Enforcers slaughtering people, she will definitely rush to the front. Then it depends on his feelings for Chu Siyu. Yan Bei said. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, let's work first. Qi Ju waved his hand and summoned the powerful men from the God realm and the Ghost realm. After Chu Wuchen left Qi Ju, he did not return to the land of the Divine Fox immediately. Instead, he went to find Fang Qingren. Fang Qingran was standing in the sky above a continent. When he saw Chu Wuchen coming, he handed him a feather fan and said, "Senior Chu, this is for you." Chu Wuchen took the feather fan, felt the mysterious aura, and said in surprise, "Is this the feather that calms the gods?" "Yes. Thank you." If he got this on a normal day, he would be very happy, but he couldn't be happy now. When he thought that Chu Siyu might die, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. "Senior Chu came to me, what do you want to ask?" Fang Qingran asked clearly. "Who else is in the Chu family?" Fang Qingran said truthfully, "The ancestors of the Chu family participated in the War of the Gods and did not come back. Later, the Chu family was plotted by the Xuanmen. Now the only real bloodlines of the Chu family are Chu Xuanyi, Chu Beizu, and Yunhai. The current leader of the Chu family, Chu Chanji, is Chu Beizu's father. Chu Chanji also has another identity, the master of Xuanmen. Chu Beizu's mother is Chu Xuanyu's sister. Yunhai is Chu Xuanyu's son who was accidentally born in the land abandoned by the gods." After listening to Fang Qingran's words, a sharp light flashed across Chu Wuchen's eyes. Xuanmen was really good at planning. He always likes to use this method to plot against major families. The Chu family that can be targeted by Xuanmen is probably Chu Siyu's family. "Thank you for telling me this. I heard from Yan Bei that you want to enter the immortal realm alone." Chu Wuchen handed Fang Qingran a round bead. "This is the yin-yang pearl. If you hold it, you can avoid the darkest one." After Chu Wuchen finished speaking, he patted his sleeves and said, "Wan, it's your turn." At this time, a pink piglet came out of Chu Wuchen's sleeve. It looked at Fang Qingran very shyly, drew a pink circle, and quickly got back into the feather fan. Fang Qingran raised her hand to catch the pink mark. Chu Wuchen said, "This is a blessing given to you by Wan. It can withstand the blow of the giant beast." "Thank you, Senior Chu." The mark in Fang Qingran's hand disappeared into her body. Chu Wuchen seemed worried and said, "If you want to walk in the dark void, the biggest danger is the Zerg. Since the development of the universe, the dark void has almost become the territory of the Zerg. They can sense the breath of living creatures very quickly. The Zerg stole the blood essence left by the ancestors of the demon race to their descendants. Therefore, the Zerg have gotten rid of bloodline suppression. No matter it is a powerful beast, the Zerg will bite it twice when it encounters it. With Fang Qingran's strength, it would certainly not be a problem to deal with 1 or 2 Zerg. The key is that once the Zerg appear, they must be in swarms, and they cannot be killed until the mother worm is exterminated. After some monks encounter the Zerg, they can only end up exhausted and die." Fang Qingran nodded cautiously and watched Chu Wuchen leave. No wonder Lin Yang has the blood of the demon clan in her body. It turns out that it is the blood of the divine fox clan. "Master Fang, this purple-black gourd is the original 3 gourds, but it has long lost consciousness and cannot be recultivated like Xiao Qi." Fang Zhichu's muffled voice sounded in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran's eyes were deep. "Chu, do you want Sand Gourd's consciousness to come back?" "I think, but if you force it to become a gourd, I'm afraid it won't be as good as the current Chaos Gourd." Fang Zhichu said. "Just think about it." Fang Qingran flashed into the space, came to the gourd vine, picked up the purple-black gourd, and ran the magic formula. Several mysterious symbols appeared on the gourd. In an instant, a stream of light flew out of the gourd and landed on the gourd vine. A budding flower appears. When Fang Zhichu saw this scene, he was surprised and said, "Master Fang, is this Xiao-san's consciousness?" "That's great." As soon as Fang Zhichu finished having fun, he realized that Fang Qingran was in a bad state. "Master Fang, are you okay?" Fang Qingran's face turned pale and she said softly, "I'm fine, I just need to replenish my strength." Fang Qingran sat cross-legged, and a vortex of power instantly formed above her head. Fang Zhichu felt very guilty, knowing that Fang Qingran became like this because of her mistress. Dayun flowers bloomed on the vines and flew to Fang Qingran. It didn't take long for Fang Qingran to repair her power. After her strength was restored, she left the space, and there were still mysterious people that she hadn't finished killing. Hongmeng Tree sent a message, "Xiao Fang, what method did you use to bring back that god's consciousness?" Fang Qingran replied, "The secret of reincarnation of all things. Reincarnation, time, the 5 elements and 3 paths are integrated into one." Hongmeng Shu said in shock. Xiaofeng actually went back in time for the consciousness of a gourd, and used reincarnation to give it life. It's also thanks to Xiaofeng's consciousness that he just brought back a gourd. Otherwise, Xiaofeng would probably be drained. "Xiao Feng, don't do this next time. It's too dangerous. If there is a particularly big cause and effect on this gourd, you will definitely suffer backlash." Hongmeng Shu said worriedly. "Hongmeng, don't worry, I've seen Hulu's past." Fang Qingran said with a smile. Before she uses the art of all things, she will avoid the big cause and effect. Next, Fang Qingran spent more than a month cleaning up all the mysterious beings in the universe, including those who were hidden and those who did not have the marks of the mysterious beings. Fang Qingran was surprised to find that after killing so many mysterious people, her own merits had not decreased, but she had gained some more power of faith. "Hongmeng, what's going on?" Punishing rape and eliminating evil is also a kind of merit. Killing a mysterious person who has done many evil things is equivalent to saving countless people. Although killing to stop killing is not the best way, it is the most effective way. Fang Qingran stood in the sky where she entered the universe, looking back at the entire continent. "Hongmeng, please discuss with this universe world tree to prevent those with the mark of the mystic from entering in the future." "It is good." After a while, Hongmeng said, "Xiao Fang, Jishu agreed and asked me to thank you. It asked me when you would get rid of the dark consciousness in it. Here we go." After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, and a curtain of light appeared in front of his eyes. Inside was a map of all the heavens and continents. Fang Qingran tapped her fingertips in a few places, and then drew several golden seals. After that, the golden seal actually flew towards those continents. "Hongmeng, I found that this way of painting the world and the world can handle things really quickly." Fang Qingran felt the location of the golden seal and said happily, "It's really useful." Hongmeng Shu said with envy. "The prerequisite for being able to paint the world is to grasp this avenue." If Xiaofeng was so arrogant in other places, he would probably be driven out by Da Dao. Fang Qingbran raised the corners of her lips slightly and summoned the 9 mysterious spirits. The next step is up to you. Fang Qingbran looked back at the direction of the Feng clan continent. She would come back to see it again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1459 Time Bead. Little friend Feng, wait a moment. Just when Fang Qingbran was about to leave the barrier of the universe, a voice sounded from behind him. Hearing Kai Lingzi's voice, Fang Qingbran stopped, turned around, and looked over with slight confusion. Kai Lingzi was also accompanied by Xuan Mingzi and Xuanyuan Xuanya. Xiao Feng, didn't you say goodbye to them? If you were chasing me now, is there something wrong with the mainland? Hong Mengshu asked via voice transmission. I don't know. After returning to Hong Meng Tree, Fang Qingbran said hello to Kang Lingzi and the others, and then asked, Seniors, do you have anything else? Kai Lingzi laughed out loud and handed Fang Qingbran a storage ring. This is something that all the forces in the heavenly continent asked me to give to you. They said they have no shame in coming to see you. After Kai Lingzi finished speaking, he paused and bowed solemnly to Fang Qingbran. When Fang Qingbran wanted to escape, it was already too late. Kai Lingzi smiled and said, don't be nervous, little friend Fang. I'm doing this for those guys. They still have a few words they want me to pass on to you. Kai Lingzi coughed a few times, and the expression on his face changed. He actually doesn't want to come here in place of those forces, but there is no other way. They gave too much. The resources provided are enough to support the entire Xuanji sect for thousands of years. Kang Lingzi looked guilty and remorseful. We know that we were very wrong in the past. Our actions hurt the Feng clan, and apologizing can't make up for anything. So we will take action to protect the Feng clan. These apologies are not precious. Please accept them, Miss Feng. We hereby swear by our longevity that we will protect all people in the world for the rest of our lives and stand in the same position as the Phoenix clan. Finally, thank you Miss Feng for not killing me. After Kai Lingzi conveyed it, his expression changed back to a cheerful one, fully demonstrating what it means to change one's face. Xuan Mingzi was speechless on the side. Fang Qingbran took the storage ring with both hands. Senior Kang Lingzi, I have accepted the things. I hope they will take this as a warning and not make the same mistake again. Ha ha ha, promise to bring it, little friend Feng, this is what we give you. Kang Lingzi took out another storage ring and said, little friend Feng fought for our Xuanji sect this time and won the first place. I promised you to go to the treasure house to pick something, but you didn't go, so I picked it for you. A few. Thank you, senior. Kang Lingzi said, ha ha ha, come back to us when you have time. Xuanji sect is your other home. I have reserved a position for you as a junior master, and the identity card is inside. If it hadn't been found out that Fang Xiaoyu had a master, he would have definitely abducted Fang Xiaoyu back to Xuanji sect. Kai Lingzi thought with regret. I will come back to see you when I get the chance. Fang Qingbran felt warm in her heart. They met in a hurry, and they were sincere. When Kai Lingzi saw Fang Qingbran taking the things, she was very happy and waved to Xuanyuan Xuanya. Little friend Fang, this is Xuanyuan Xuanya, a close disciple of Kai Lingzi, and not surprisingly, she will be the future leader of the Xuanji sect. The way Xuanyuan Xuanya looked at Fang Qingbran this time was slightly different from the one during the Battle of Yundian, with various emotions intertwined. Xuanyuan Xuanya bowed respectfully to Fang Qingbran and said, fellow Daoist Fang, can I waste some of your time? I want to talk to you alone. After Fang Qingbran greeted Kang Lingzi and Xuan Mingzi, she raised her hand to set up a separate area. Xuanyuan Xuanya said with a sad expression, do you, fellow Daoist Fang, still remember Kangshuan continent? Fang Qingbran nodded. Xuanyuan Xuanya's voice became choked. I am the only one who escaped from the Xuanyuan family. Before leaving, my ancestor told me to find a fellow Taoist named Fang and tell her not to go to Kangshuan continent. When I first saw you, I was wondering if you were the Taoist friend my ancestor mentioned. Then the time pearl came to light, and I was sure that you were the fellow Daoist Fang I was looking for. Xuanyuan Xuanya held a crystal clear purple ball in her hand. She stretched out her hand and handed it to Fang Qingbran. The ancestor asked me to give this to you. He said that the speed should match a pagoda. If the two match, the pagoda will be complete. Fang Qingbran had a complicated expression as he took the bead and felt the power inside the time bead. The time bead can slow down or speed up the passage of time, but it does not have the function of going back in time. Holding the time bead, you can see some scenes from the past and foresee parts of the future. For such a precious thing, Patriarch Xuanyuan did not come to save Kangshuan continent, but chose to give it to her. This shows that the disaster has reached the point where it is impossible to save. Fang Qingbran activated the time bead, and pictures of Kangshuan continent flashed before his eyes. After she left, Kangshuan continent returned to peace, and everyone was working hard to cultivate Taoism and improve their strength. Kang Yan still likes to follow Taishu and be a dazzling light bulb. Taishu always used treasures to kill Kang Yan. Wan Yu still dresses in such a chic and neat way. When she is not practicing Taoism, she secretly goes on dates with Taishu. The Confucius Association often opens its caves for everyone to practice Taoism. The Red Fairy would always deliberately cause trouble at this time, and then be picked up by the master and hung on the peach blossom tree. The days were lived peacefully and happily. Until one day, the barrier of Kangshuan continent was shattered, countless spatial cracks appeared, and the dark atmosphere inside invaded Kangshuan continent. In just a blink of an eye, Kangshuan continent became a blood-stained land. When Fang Qingbran saw this, a strong murderous intention appeared in her eyes. Isn't this formation exactly the 12 god-killing formations she had just experienced? Senior Qi Ju said that only 3 parties can use this kind of large formation. Witch Clan, Xuanmen, Law Enforcer of Chaos. Of course, they did not dare to activate the 12 god-slaying formations easily. Only when encountering a being that must be wiped out will the god-killing formation be used. After the god-killing formation was activated, the scene ended abruptly. Fang Qingbran tightened her grip on the time bead. The Taoist master will never attack a certain continent for no reason. There must be someone who can threaten him on Kangshuan continent. Master, were they okay before you escaped? Xuanyuan Shrenye shook his head. I don't know. When my ancestor saw a dark aura invading, he used the power of his family to tear open a special space passage and send me away. Just because she is the youngest in Xuanyuan's family. They immediately chose to send her away. After she entered the space channel, her blood connections with the elders of the Xuanyuan family were severed one by one. The Xuanyuan family's bloodline induction is very special. The blood induction will only disappear when the opponent dies. A spatial passage is a place where time and space can be ignored. The ancestor erased her Kangshuan mark again. Therefore, she could not figure out where Kangshuan continent was at the moment, nor did she know how long the disaster had passed. Xuanyuan Shrenye's heart was filled with sadness. The Master Feng mentioned must be Master Zun. If there is a disaster in Kangshuan continent, you will definitely be at the forefront. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1460 The Shining Universe. However, Master Zun is so strong, it is possible that he is still alive. Xuanyuan Shrenye's last words were entirely to comfort Fang Qingran. If Master Zun could live, the ancestor would not send her away. From the time she could remember, all the practitioners she could see were practicing Taoism desperately. The elders are even more worried. At that time, she knew that there would be a devastating catastrophe in Kangshuan continent. However, the vitality of Kangshuan continent flickers on and off. In the deduction, there will be a Taoist friend who will save Kangshuan continent, but in another deduction, it will be found that the Taoist friend has not come yet. Everyone doesn't know why this hexagram appears. In the end, there was no savior waiting for them. She often wonders, is the savior delayed by something? Now after meeting Fang Qingran, she suddenly figured out everything. The savior waiting for Kangshuan continent did not have the strength to save them yet. However, she believed that Fang Qingran would be able to save them in the future. Have your foundation been damaged before? Fang Qingran regained her composure and changed the subject. Things related to Kangshuan continent are too heavy. Xuanyuan Shrenye said in a deep voice, yes, my spiritual roots were changed, and later my spiritual roots were injured. Fortunately, I met the two current masters, otherwise I might not be able to fulfill my ancestors' instructions. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. The other party wants to hurt not only your spiritual roots, but also your luck. Xuanyuan Shrenye said indifferently, it's okay, they're already dead, there is nothing left to do. Fang Qingran heard this and didn't ask any questions. She took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Xuanyuan Shrenye. Soak in this for 7 or 49 days, and your foundation will be restored. Thank you, fellow Taoist Fang. Xuanyuan Shrenye's eyes shone brightly. She took the thing handed over by Fang Qingran with both hands, checked it, and suddenly showed a look of shock. Is this a divine marrow cleansing liquid? What the hell? This thing has disappeared in Jutian continent. Fang Qingran actually gave her a pool of divine marrow cleansing liquid. Xuanyuan Shrenye held the space porcelain bottle in her hand and felt it was heavy. This is the most suitable for you. Fang Qingran finished speaking and opened the field. Kai Lingzi and Xuanmingzi were still waiting outside. Fang Qingran bowed his hands and passed through the cosmic barrier without stopping. Xuanyuan Shrenye looked at the place where Fang Qingran disappeared and secretly swore that this would be her future goal. Shrenye, you go back to the sect first. Xiao Ming and I will go to the land of the Divine Fox. Kang Lingzi said. It's the second master. Xuanyuan Shrenye dodged and left the sky. Kai Lingzi suddenly said excitedly, I didn't expect that my ancestor was actually the creator of the world. Now I can speak openly and openly. After Fang Qingran emerged from the universe, he quickly traveled according to the direction given by Qi Ju. It is impossible to perceive the flow of time in the dark void. I don't know how long I walked forward, but a shining universe appeared in Fang Qingran's field of vision. Fang Qingran stopped and kept walking. All universes are deliberately hidden, and the universe that shows off its position so boldly is the first to see it. Fang Qingran observed it and prepared to leave. In the darkness, the hidden universe may be dangerous or safe. But in the darkness, a deliberately luminous universe suddenly appeared. There must be something going on. For this kind of place, it is best to avoid it if possible. Fang Qingran wanted to leave, but there was something that didn't want her to leave. The things that had been following her saw her stop and quickly surrounded her. Master Fang, there is danger. Fang Zhichu warned through a message. It is still an aura that makes it particularly annoying, and it has a restrained presence against it. Well, I know, Chu, you go into the first space. Fang Qingran had already informed that something was chasing her, but she was too lazy to pay attention to him. In this dark void, it is not wise to fight easily. Fang Qingran took out the chaos gourd given by Yan Bei. The spiritual consciousness of San Gourd was brought back by her by going back in time and space, so the chaos gourd is still intact. Fang Qingran summoned Wanling and Fang Si. Fang Si, you transform into a human form and take them all in. Fang Si resisted a little. But Wanling said excitedly, Brother Fang Si, it's time for you to show your divine power. A layer of light flashed across Fang Si's body, illuminating the entire void. In an instant, the things hidden in the darkness fled. Those who failed to escape in time screamed. After the light dissipated, Fang Si transformed into a human form, with her eyebrows raised slightly, giving off a sense of innate nobility. Fang Si took the gourd from Fang Qingran's hand with a look of despair. Then he elegantly raised the gourd, faced the dark void in front of him, and shouted loudly, I call you, do you dare to agree? No matter you agree or not, you all come in. Take it. After Fang Si finished speaking, the mouth of the gourd continued to expand, a terrifying strong wind blew around him, and countless things poured into the gourd. After a while, Fang Si shouted again, 1. Everyone retreat, come back. The gourd returned to the size of a palm, and the strong wind disappeared. Fang Si returned the gourd to Fang Qingran. Master Fang, why don't you stop using it in the future? A good treasure must be corrected with this formula. Fang Zhichu's slightly apologetic voice sounded, Brother Fang Si, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have set up this formula in the first place. Mainly because it read a storybook at that time, in which a protagonist shouted, I call you, do you dare to agree? It felt very handsome at the time. Just set this sentence as the three gods speaking skills. But then I felt that this sentence was flawed, and I was worried that the other party would not agree when I used it. Simply change it to, no matter whether the other party agrees or not, you have to come in. So the formula became like this. Looking back, Fang Zhichu regrets his mistake. Brother Fangchi, you look very handsome with this. Look, the Zerg is scared away. Wanling comforted him. It thought that all the Zerg could come in with just the word, collect, but it didn't expect that the formula would be so long. Wanling is glad that it cannot transform into a human form. Otherwise, it will become the main trap for the wind. Wanling is right, Fang Si, your temperament will not be wasted if you use this. Fang Qingran said, suppressing a smile. After seeing Yan Bei told her the instructions for using the Chaos Gourd, she regretted taking the gourd. I finally understood why Aunt Chi didn't like this gourd. With such a long formula, when facing a strong person, the opponent's attack has already hit him before he has finished chanting the formula. Fang Si was slightly speechless, only regretting that he had transformed into a human form so early. No wonder Fang Zhichu and Fang Yuyu have been waiting for a long time. They turned out to be waiting here. This will probably scare the mother queen of the Zerg tribe. Let's leave here first and then talk. Fang Si was really afraid that the Zerg tribe would come around again and do it again. Fang Qingran put away the gourd and said, okay. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1461 The Origin of Hongmeng, additional update. Xiao Fang, that luminous universe. Hongmeng Shu said hesitantly. What happened? There wouldn't be any fate that she had to enter in a place she deliberately avoided, right? Hongmeng Tree said, there is a hidden universe beside it, and there is a ray of Hongmeng's original purple energy hidden in this hidden universe. But the source seems to be very weak. Sometimes I can sense it, and sometimes I can't. I'm afraid there is a trap. There are 50 sources of Hongmeng purple energy. Every Hongmeng origin is extremely precious. When it first became a mother tree, it received 18 original purple energies. The origin of Hongmeng is slightly different from the Hongmeng purple energy it constructs. If it gets a ray of Hongmeng origin, it can grow faster and its connection with various universes can be stronger. Those missing rules can also be partially filled in. Is Hongmeng origin important to you? Fang Qingran asked. The Hongmeng tree said honestly, it's important. The origin of Hongmeng is the root of vitality in the world. It is hidden in various universes. Only a very small number of Hongmeng origins are in the bodies of the first-generation gods. Controlling the origin of Hongmeng is equivalent to controlling the life and death of a living being. If the origin of Hongmeng falls into the hands of someone with evil intentions, one part of the universe will surely suffer. The Taoist master dared to plot against the Chaos Demon God because he had the origin of Hongmeng in his hands. Yan Yu spared the Taoist master many times, which also has a certain relationship with the origin of Hongmeng. The ascetics who refine the origin of Hongmeng can become immortal. If you want to kill a creature with the Hongmeng source in your body, you must first take away the Hongmeng source from the opponent's body. Otherwise, if the other party uses Hongmeng's origin to cause trouble before his death, all sentient beings will definitely fall into a place of eternal disaster. However, there are very few cultivators who can refine and control the origin of Hongmeng. 90% of the origin of Hongmeng is hidden between heaven and earth, and it has avoided the deduction of heavenly secrets, making it impossible to find it. When the Taoist master was anxious to invade the Xuanchu plain, he also guessed that there was the origin of Hongmeng there. After listening to Hongmeng Shu's words, Fang Qingran was silent for a moment, so before I deal with the Tao master, I have to take away the Hongmeng origin from his body. Is the Tao master's ability to successfully merge with the Tao related to the Hongmeng origin? The Hongmeng tree responded, it can be said that the Chaos Demon God knew that the Taoist master was a threat and tolerated him jumping around because of the origin of Hongmeng. If it didn't have the source of 18 Hongmeng, it wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash, nor would it be able to get rid of the Tao master's control and transform into a tree species again with the help of Mo Jinggong. It has never told the Taoist about the origin of Hongmeng. I don't know where he got the news about Hongmeng's origin. After the Taoist master learned about the existence of the Hongmeng origin, he was concerned about its Hongmeng origin. The Taoist master calculated to take away 3 Hongmeng origins from it. I don't know how many Taoist masters there are today. Hongmeng tree thought about this and added, only I can sense the origin of Hongmeng, so I'm afraid it's a trap. Of course it could also be a chance. Fang Qingran continued. Having seen the power of Hongmeng's demonic energy, Fang Qingran was very interested in the origin of Hongmeng. No one would be willing to use something like this as bait. But from another perspective, if there is a bait, it proves to be an opportunity. Hongmeng, what do you think of this cosmic world tree? The boundary tree is lifeless. It's probably because the dark consciousness of Dao Dao has gained the upper hand. After hearing what Hongmeng Shu said, Fang Qingran looked at the sparkling universe with a different look, a hidden dark universe, and a bright universe that deliberately lures us into it. It's really a good match. Fang Qingran raised her wrist, and several sharp blades flew out of her hands. A scream suddenly rang in her ears, if you don't want to be exterminated, don't mess with me. Each race has its own rules of survival. Just don't get in the way. She didn't have to destroy them on sight. Various voices sounded in the darkness, and finally the Zerg chose to give Fang Qingran a way to retreat. Master Fang, you can scare them all at once, why do you still use gourds? Fang Xi's resentful voice sounded. I mainly want to see the power of the Chaos Gourd, Fang Qingran said with a slight smile on her lips. Fang Xi transformed into the divine beast again and entered the space without looking back. It doesn't want to see the Zerg and the Chaos Gourd anymore. Master Phoenix, I want to follow you. Wanling doesn't want to enter the space. It wants to stay outside and see if there are any Zerg that it can eat. It is good. Fang Qingran followed the guidance of the Hongmeng tree and fled to the universe where the Hongmeng origin existed. Xiao Fang, you are going in the wrong direction. The universe is in the east, Hongmeng tree reminded. I know that this universe has a force that pulls me in. As soon as Fang Qingran finished speaking, his body passed through the cosmic barrier and entered the shining universe. For a moment, Fang Qingran was almost blinded by the flash. Glowing, murderous creatures are everywhere. No wonder the universe is not hidden. This thing can run rampant in the Boundary Sea, and there is no fear of anyone invading the universe. Fang Qingran understood that this was probably the killing universe that Yan Yue had mentioned to her. When the killing monster is in the dark sea, its body is shining brightly and its colors are colorful, which is still very beautiful. Now in this murderous universe, they are very bright. The key is that some killing monsters emit light that cannot be blocked by spiritual consciousness. Fang Qingran wanted to leave quietly, but the killing monsters quickly surrounded her. Phoenix Master, help me. I want to go back to space. Wan Ling's head swayed fiercely, as if he regretted it. It finally understood what it means to be blinded by flash. It's too late, you have to come with me. Fang Qingran grabbed Wan Ling unkindly. He had to suffer the guilt together to be happy. Fang Qingran felt that her palms were hot, and the mark left by the small box on it was glowing, exuding an aura unique to the small box. Hey, she has the aura of the young master of the Black Abyss sect. Could this be the food marked by the young master of the Black Abyss sect? Can we just take a look? That little cock on her body is so tender and smells so good. Can I take a few licks? Should we notify the young master of Black Abyss to come and collect its food? It seems that the young master of the Black Abyss sect has gone on a mission and cannot come back now. Then what are we going to do? With such delicious food here, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran heard the discussion in her ears, and the corners of her mouth twitched unkindly, and she kept glowing in order to lure food in. Master Fang, they're so perverted. Wan Ling pressed against Fang Qingran's neck and trembled. Killing monsters is not an orc. The power of blood has no effect on them. In terms of strength, it is even inferior to them. What should we do? Don't worry, they won't touch you, Fang Qingran said with relief. She wasn't afraid that the killing monster would attack her. Only my eyes hurt. And she discovered that there was a special restriction on the barrier of the universe, and she could not get out now. This is obviously to lure you into a trap. Xiao Fang, there is no boundary tree or avenue in this universe. The Hongmeng tree conveyed another bad news. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1462 Throwing out the bait. In today's universe, there are very few places where the Great Way does not exist. Xiaofeng was also lucky enough to meet him. The lack of Tao awareness means that many laws here are missing, and most of the Tao-related techniques cannot be used. The rules here will also be different from those in the previous universe. Killing monsters are born from chaos, and their power is terrifying. The Cosmic World Tree has appeared several times, but each time it was eaten as food by killing monsters. After the death of the Universe World Tree, this place became a lifeless place. Killing monsters is not like other creatures. They only need to have killing aura and dark matter to survive, and their strength will automatically increase. In this case, they don't need a boundary tree to support this world at all. What's more, when this universe was formed, Tao had not yet evolved. Killing monsters went crazy during the period of chaos. Their behavior affects the survival of other creatures and hinders the emergence of new creatures. Mo Jinggong then started to seal them here. Later, they met Yan Yue and took the initiative to submit to Yan Yue. Later, they became strange creatures in the Boundary Sea. Strictly speaking, killing monsters does not count as a living thing. So their survival does not depend on Tao. Killing the universe is possible regardless of whether you have the consciousness of the Great Tao. The reason why the killing monster chose to submit to Yan Yue in the first place is probably related to Yan Yue's own laws. Destruction is also equivalent to killing. After they get close to Yan Yue, their own strength will also increase invisibly. No matter what it is, as long as it is conscious, it is its nature to seek advantages, avoid disadvantages, and bully the weak. Hongmeng Tree sensed a lot of killing monsters outside and felt worried. If Xiaofeng tried to attack him, he might not be able to defeat him. What should he do? Hongmeng, there is no avenue or law here, which is a good thing from another aspect. Fang Qingran was unable to check the situation of killing universe for the time being. She looked around and saw killing monsters with dazzling lights everywhere. They're like colorful little suns. If there was only one, it would look very beautiful. But too many of them were put together, like hundreds of suns crowded together, and the sea of scorching consciousness was unbearable. A good thing, Hong Mengxiu asked uncertainly. Yes, this is like a piece of white paper. You can draw anything you want, Fang Qingran said, with a black lotus in his hand. Killing monsters was exciting for a moment. This is the smell of destruction. It smells so good. No, there is not only the breath of destruction, but also the breath of death and darkness. But she is the food of the Black Abyss sect young master, we can't touch her. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran felt those killing monsters get closer to her, and the breath left by the small box on her palms became a little hot. Fang Qingran raised his hand and threw the black lotus into the middle of the killing monsters. Suddenly, the killing monsters rushed towards the black lotus. Get out of here, this is me. The one I saw first was mine. Hey, who is biting my tentacles? Ah, I want to eat, give me a petal. Who is biting my head? Do you want to die? I will settle the score with you after I finish eating this lotus flower. Ellipsis. The colorful jellyfish are entangled together, trying to eat the black lotus first. At this moment, they look nothing like bloodthirsty killing monsters, but rather like a group of children playing and grabbing things. Hongmeng, my guess is correct. Even if there are no great avenues here, there are still rules to suppress them. Fang Qingran said with joy in his voice. Where there is no great road, the rules are set by the strongest. And Yan Yu happens to be the leader of monster killing. According to Yan Yu's temperament, indiscriminate killing of innocent people is definitely not allowed here. As long as she doesn't do anything to these murderous monsters and feeds them, they shouldn't be able to harm her. Xiao Fang, why is the lotus you threw so strange? It seems to have a dark aura, a devouring aura, and a witchy aura. Yes, there are more than a dozen dark attribute powers, and they seem to like them all. Hong Mengxiu was silent for a moment, and said in a slightly complicated tone, Xiao Fang, you have practiced so many dark ways. Unknowingly, has Xiaofeng been exposed to so much darkness? The path of darkness has always been mysterious. Without active contact with darkness, it is impossible to understand its secrets. If you want to practice this kind of Tao, you must go deep into it and experience it personally. The process of experiencing the path of darkness may not be entirely painful, but 99% of the time there is no joy in the darkness. Fang Qingran sensed Hongmeng Shu's mood and smiled carelessly. I would also like to thank Yanyu and Dongji. It was their appearance that made me discover that the existence of the dark way is reasonable. There is a big difference between darkness and evil. Sometimes darkness can also be a kind of protection. Fang Qingran took another look at the mark in her hand, and the small box also gave her a lot of insights. The little box is a killing monster, but after it made a contract with her, it protected her many times. Xiao Fang, now you can cultivate that wisp of Hongmeng devil energy. Hongmeng Tree suddenly changed the subject. At this time, after the killing monsters finished eating the lotus, they all stared at Fang Qingran with burning eyes, as if they were waiting to be fed. Fang Qingran immediately shook his head. There is no avenue here, and there is no boundary tree. I can't replenish my strength, and I won't be able to get it out for the time being. Some of the killing monsters repeated in confusion. Avenue. Boundary tree. A moment later, a killing monster said excitedly, Jishu, I remember where it is, and I will take you there. After hearing this, the killing monsters made way for Fang Qingran and the killing monster. Fang Qingran asked softly, can you turn off the glitter on your body? Or make it a single color? This makes me dizzy. A killing monster asked, our leader said that if we shine like this, we will be loved by everyone and flowers will bloom. Don't you like it? Fang Qingran said seriously, it's not that I don't like it, you look very good like this, but I have seen too much darkness in the dark void recently, and I can't adapt to so much light for the time being. When Fang Qingran said this, he paused and then said to himself, this is my problem, and I can't force you. I'm just afraid that it will affect my production of Black Lotus. Don't force yourself. The worst I can do is stay here for a while longer and make a few more Black Lotuses for you before I leave. Upon hearing this, all the killing monsters began to change. The dazzling light was extinguished, leaving only their original colors. The killing monster that was going to lead Fang Qingran turned azure. It's exactly the same color as Fang Qingran's clothes. Wow, it's beautiful, Wan Ling exclaimed as if he had come to life. Fang Qingran looked at the pure-colored killing monster in front of her and nodded in agreement. It was indeed very beautiful. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1463. The situation is anxious. The killing monster that looks like a jellyfish floats leisurely in the air, like a beautiful and delicate umbrella. The entire upper body is a light cyan color, crystal clear and dazzling. Its tentacles look elegant and soft, and every time they sway, there seems to be glowing light flowing, colorful. Although the rest of the killing monsters are not monochromatic, they look really good now that the dazzling light is gone. Together they seem to form a beautiful picture. Really, do we look good like this? A killing monster asked hesitantly. Very beautiful. Fang Qingran smiled. A killing monster whispered softly, strange, why does the leader always say that we are not bright enough? When Fang Qingran heard this, her apricot eyes became a little deeper. Hongmeng, do you think it is possible for the Chaos Demon God to not be able to see light and color? Xiao Fang, have you finally discovered it? Hongmeng Shu said in surprise. Fang Qingran fell into silence, waiting for Hongmeng Shu's next words. The Hongmeng tree sent a message, Xiao Fang, you have seen the power of chaos. The power of chaos cannot distinguish colors, and now after various forces and the power of chaos emerged, they will also become indefinable colors. The power of chaos is just like its name, chaos. And Yanyu is the Chaos Demon God. In the era she was derived from, light could not penetrate the power of chaos. Yanyue itself is the demon god of destruction, and the laws within her body can make all things annihilate. Therefore, Yanyue cannot see color and brilliance. What she sees is probably nothingness. Of course, she can see things with her spiritual consciousness, so it doesn't affect her. Yanyu is probably used to a life without color, so she can't see any clues at all. When Fang Qingran heard Hongmeng Shu's words, her tone was low. Are all Chaos Demon gods like this? Hongmeng Shu said, most Chaos Demon gods can change this problem according to their own laws. Only a few Chaos Demon gods have special laws, so making changes is useless. After heaven and earth are derived from nothingness, both the Tao and the non-Tao will maintain balance in a way. The Chaos Demon God is powerful, but he will also have shortcomings. No matter everything, there will be corresponding constraints. This is the hidden dark law of the world. Like black and white, yin and yang, strong and weak. Fang Qingran's eyes moved slightly. What about the reincarnated painting scholar? The painting scholar has given up control of the laws of destiny, so he is not considered a Chaos Demon God, and naturally will not be controlled by the laws of the Chaos era. After the Hongmeng tree finished speaking, Leng Budding said, Xiao Fang, after you find the Hongmeng origin in the universe next door, you can absorb and refine it. There are already many Tao in your body, and having the Hongmeng origin will be more conducive to your cultivation. Fang Qingran asked in confusion, don't you need Hongmeng origin to construct the rules? Hongmeng Shu said seriously, I can't appear outside, and constructing so many laws will not have a big effect. On the contrary, if you grow up, it will be more conducive for me to capture the consciousness of the universe world tree. Fortunately, Shafeng's space is a void space, which will not affect its contact with some cosmic world trees. However, it is in space and always has limitations. The world trees it can establish contact with are all slightly stronger. Like those world trees that are completely parasitized by dark consciousness, it cannot contact them. The reason why it can't go out now is not only because it's not strong enough, but also has something to do with the Taoist master. It won't solve the problem when it goes out, but will cause all kinds of troubles to Shafeng. It's better to make Shafeng stronger first. When Shafeng is strong enough to surpass all the strong ones, it won't be afraid that going out will cause trouble to Shafeng. Only when Shafeng becomes stronger can the root of the problem be solved. Okay, Fang Qingran did not refuse Hongmeng Shu's proposal. She and Hongmeng Shu had known each other for so long, so she could sense Hongmeng Shu's true feelings. Wait a minute, isn't this direction the territory of the dream sect? A killing monster said. The cyan killing monster stopped and said, the boundary tree is inside. Don't worry, there are rules from the leader. As long as you obey, you will be safe. The dream sect won't do anything to us, but it won't necessarily do anything to her. Have you forgotten? Are the Black Abyss sect and the dream sect sworn enemies? She has the aura of the young master of the Black Abyss sect. Once she steps inside, she will definitely be besieged by the dream sect. Yes, Xiaojing, we can't go in anymore. If she falls into the hands of the dream sect, will we still have Black Lotus to eat? Some killing monsters blocked the road ahead, preventing Fang Qingran from continuing forward. And part of it doesn't matter. The cyan killing monster Xiaojing suddenly laughed evilly. You realize now, isn't it a little late? I just wanted to lure her here. Xiaojing, when did you join the dream sect? A killing monster asked in surprise. The killing universe is divided into 3 parties. One is the Black Abyss sect. The second is the Dream School. The third is the Wandering Group. There is no conflict between the Wandering sect and the Black Abyss, sweet dreams. The style of the Wandering Group is to follow the crowd. They're not as strong as the other 2 factions, but they're better in numbers. Anyone who joins the Wandering sect is not allowed to participate in the fight between the other 2 sects. Koi's current behavior has broken the rules of the Wandering sect. If the Dream sect is destroyed by then, they will definitely be besieged by the Black Abyss sect. Xiaojing said indifferently, I just chose my master wisely. There are so many delicious powers in the dream pie. As long as I do things for them, I can get those delicious foods. It is better than hanging around with you every day. Many killing monsters became angry when they heard what Xiaojing said. If you want to change places, no one will stop you, but you shouldn't use the name of the Wandering sect to go to the Black Abyss sect to inquire for information. Xiaojing, this is why you don't care about our life or death. Don't you know the recent actions of the Black Abyss sect? The Black Abyss sect has been fighting fiercely with the Dream sect recently. The Dream sect doesn't abide by the rules at all, and always plunders and kills the weak without any reason in the world sea, and even sneaks into the universe to kill animals. Many old monsters in the universe have strong opinions on this. The old monsters who did not take action against killing monsters in the past are now killing monsters when they see them after entering the sea. As a result, the current boundary sea has become a mess. We can no longer live in peace. The Black Abyss faction is trying to find ways to reconcile this conflict, but the Dream faction doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Sooner or later there will be a battle between the Black Abyss sect and the Dream sect. In their hearts, they support the Black Abyss sect because the Black Abyss sect can allow them to disobey. But that's not the case with the Dream faction. Their behavior is extremely domineering. Fortunately, with the existence of the Black Abyss sect, the Dream sect did not dare to go too far. Xiaojing said nonchalantly, so what? The Black Abyss sect will definitely not be able to defeat the Dream sect. How about you support the Dream sect with me? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1464 9 Mysterious Spirits Confess, additional update. Fang Qingran watched a big show. Understand that the Dream sect is a force that is in tit-for-tat opposition to Little Box. That Phoenix Master, I have something to confess. Duke Xuanstrid said tremblingly. Explain. Duke Xuanstrid's voice was weak. That Phoenix Master, when I was cleaning up the dark consciousness in Xuanshu continent, I let him escape. The one who took away the dark consciousness was the killing monster. Phoenix Master, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. I was afraid that you would be sad if I told you. After all, you trust Yanyu so much, but the killing monster she leads helped the dark consciousness. I want to find out before telling you. By the way, Master Phoenix, I also smelled the breath of the black snake in that dark consciousness. I feel that this dream sect may have something to do with the witch clan. The topic of Duke Xuanstrid changed very abruptly. It hides its dark consciousness and escapes, so it naturally has selfish motives. As long as the dark consciousness is still alive, Fang Qingran needs it. But now when it comes to the killing universe and encounters killing monsters, it feels that it can no longer hide it. Taking the initiative to confess is better than Fang Qingran not being able to find out. Can you sense the power of witchcraft in this universe? Fang Qingran did not pursue the Duke Xuanstrid's concealment. It is born with a force between yin and yang, and it is normal for the spiritual consciousness it produces to have small thoughts. She can turn her palm left or right. Yes, after Duke Xuanstrid answered, he added, there is not only the power of witchcraft here, but also another power similar to the aura of the Mother of Decay. I guess it should be the power of Tai Nuing. By the way, Lord Phoenix, the power here is not a simple dark power. You must be careful. I feel that they are more like living dark power. If they enter your body, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with that many. At this moment, Duke Xuanstrid felt guilty and wanted to tell Fang Qingran everything he knew. Fang Qingran raised his hand, and there was a wisp of dark aura in his palm. The dark aura seemed to have encountered something particularly terrifying, and he was desperately trying to get out. Is it this one? Yes, that's it. There are a lot of them here. Fang Qingran stared at the dark power in his hand and smiled. Fortunately, when she was promoted to Daojin, Sui was also promoted, otherwise she would really not be able to suppress this power now. Fang Qingran erased the consciousness within the power and threw it to the swallowing consciousness. The devouring consciousness was still secretly watching the show, but was stunned by the sudden force. After reacting, the devouring consciousness was ecstatic. Thank you, Lord Phoenix, the wise and mighty Lord Phoenix, for your hard work. The words of praise kept coming out from the swallowing consciousness. That's right, if you behave well next time, I'll give it back to you. Fang Qingran said with a slight smile on her lips. Sure enough, everyone likes good sounds. She couldn't avoid it either. At this moment, Fang Qingran felt that there were many new killing monsters around him. They're as bright as a small sun. It was hard for her not to notice. Ha ha ha, Xiaojing, what you said is very good. I will be rewarded later. An arrogant voice sounded. Xiaojing immediately stepped forward. Young master, these fools said they wanted to join the Black Abyss sect. I feel like I can't stay. There is also this human race. She will create a kind of black lotus, and she still has the aura of the young master of the Black Abyss sect. Several angry voices sounded. Xiaojing, what are you talking about? Why did we say we were going to join the Black Abyss sect? Xiaojing, you are so hateful. Do you want us to die? Xiaojing, I really misjudged you. I will never share food with you again. Xiaojing, however, had already arrived behind the young master of the Dream sect and ignored these voices. The young master of the Dream sect waved his tentacles, tie them all back. Those who are unwilling to submit will be chopped into pieces and distributed to everyone. It floated in front of Feng Qingran. Are you a human? Come with me. As long as the lotus you create satisfies me, I will spare your life. Xiaojing secretly sent a message to it, saying that if you eat the lotus, you can advance. Such good things are exactly what the Dream sect needs right now. Feng Qingran only felt pain in her eyes. I can make black lotus, but can you change my skin? You affect me like this. The young master of the Dream sect chuckled and said, Human race, you have a lot of personality. I will satisfy you, but if you can't create a black lotus that satisfies me, your fate will be the same. The young master of the Dream sect pointed at the small well, and in the next moment, it waved out several blades with its tentacles. Xiaojing's beautiful body was instantly shattered. There is a force that quickly corrodes Koi's body. Eventually, the small well turned into a puddle of black water. Xiaojing didn't even realize it was dead before he died. Killing monsters have no souls, and all their consciousness resides in their bodies. The disappearance of the body means the complete death of the killing monster. The young master of the Dream sect said, Did you see it? Black Sky Blade, as long as you humans get a single blow, it will start to rot from the soul. A dark light flashed in Feng Qingran's eyes. Let's take him to see the boundary tree first. Xiao Feng, I feel that there must be a conspiracy behind your ability to enter the killing universe. Hongmeng Tree said via voice transmission. The timing of Xiaofeng's entry was too coincidental. Once you get in, you can't get out. More problematic. Feng Qingran said via voice, It's not a conspiracy. This universe has rules to protect me. I feel like Yanyu let me in. Yanyu, what is her purpose in letting you come in here? Hongmeng Shu asked confused. Maybe it's to help clean up the house. After all, I can't bear to kill the one I raised. Feng Qingran looked at the young master of the Dream sect in front of her, the bright starlight reflected in her apricot eyes. Yanyu mentioned to her before that there is a faction in Killing Universe that is on the side of the Taoist Master. This Dream sect is probably on the side of the Taoist Master. Feng Qingran observed the surroundings while walking. There are no ups and downs in the vast and boundless Killing Universe, and it seems to be all flat ground. Everything he saw was grey, and no other colors or creatures could be seen. It seems that all the vitality of this world lies in these killing monsters. Here we are, this is the boundary tree, hurry up and make the black lotus. The young master of the Dream sect pointed to a dead tree stump in front of him. Feng Qingran looked up and through the stump, she could vaguely see how tall the tree had been in life. It's just that it is filled with a strong aura of death at the moment. That won't work, a living boundary tree will do. I am a human race, and I am cultivating the Tao. Where there is no Tao, I cannot condense so many black lotuses. Feng Qingran said, and a black lotus appeared in the palm of her hand. The young master of the Sweet Dream sect suddenly burst into tears. He couldn't wait to take the black lotus away and swallow it. There were swallowing sounds all around. The young master of the Dream sect stared at Feng Qingran and said, One more flower. It's gone. This is my last strength, unless you can make it come alive and absorb the power for me. Feng Qingran pointed to the tree stump. The young master of the Dream sect hesitated for a moment. He had no right to make the decision in this matter. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1465 The True Origin of the Sun Candle. In order to destroy the Cosmic World Tree, the Dream sect almost became extinct. Fortunately, the plan was successful and the Dream sect received abundant resources from that person, which allowed the Dream sect to come back to life. The Dream sect used those resources to gradually cultivate more killing monsters. Now, they finally have the power to compete with the Black Abyss faction. Next, they only need to provoke conflicts between the Black Abyss sect and the cultivators, and let those strong cultivators rob and kill the Black Abyss sect. If the boundary tree is allowed to grow again at this time, it will definitely affect the laws of the killing universe. It has not been bound by laws and does not understand what the power of laws looks like. But he warned them many times. Laws must not be allowed to appear in the murderous universe. Nor can the boundary tree be given any life. In order to keep an eye on the boundary tree and not give it a chance to grow again, the Dream sect chose this place to place the boundary tree's stumps. Once the boundary tree shows signs of coming back to life, they will destroy it in time. But it doesn't want to give up Black Lotus. After it swallowed one just now, it felt vaguely like it had been promoted. It has never tasted such delicious and rich dark power. Should we go to the commander for Black Lotus? The young master of the Dream sect hesitated for a long time and even contacted the leader of the Dream sect. Feng Qingran noticed that the young master of the Dream sect seemed to be transmitting a voice, and when his eyes fell on the tree stump again, he felt a strange feeling. She took a few steps forward and raised her hand, wanting to touch the tree stump. Master Feng, don't touch it, there's something wrong with this tree stump. Zhu Zhao nervously sent a message to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran's fingertips were only an inch away from the tree stump. She narrowed her eyes slightly, released her consciousness, and vaguely saw many strange lines inside the tree stump. These lines are like talismans and formations. There are also mysterious ancient texts engraved around it. Combined, they seem to have become some kind of totem. Feng Qingran's eyes turned cold. No wonder there was an aura of witchcraft power. The witch clan must have been here before. Zhu Zhao, are you awake? Feng Qingran asked. Master Feng, this tree stump contains the power of Tai Nuing. After Zhu Zhao finished speaking, he thought about it and decided to tell Feng Qingran the truth. When Zhu Zhao was about to transmit the message, he hesitated again. Feng Jingyu had quite a misunderstanding about Yu Ying, so it was better to let her listen too. Zhu Zhao gave up transmitting messages alone and said seriously, Master Feng, there are many versions about the origins of me and Tai Yuing, but those versions are all false. We have been conscious since the beginning of the world and the emergence of the Green Lotus. Since we became conscious, just like Tai Chi, Yin and Yang are in harmony and maintain a balance with each other, and we are aware of each other's existence. As the world continues to divide, and we don't know where we are, we gradually have the power to transform. We originally wanted to take half of the Yin and Yang power to transform. However, when we tried to do that, we found that it was impossible to do it, so we separated the 9 Yin and 9 Yang energies to test the rules of heaven and earth. The failure of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang Qi made Yuing and I realize that we cannot possess each other's power. If we want to separate, we must separate completely. With such a delay, we will enter a period of chaos. We sensed that the Chaos Demon God was about to be born, so we wanted to seize the vitality of the world first. I merged the innate Yang power and the essence of the sun, and successfully transformed. Yuing chose to use the innate Yin energy and the essence of time to transform. At that time, in our impression, there were only innate demons, innate gods, which were the Hongmeng demons and gods that Chu saw in the storybook. In the very beginning, when the world was first opened, any life that wants to become a real life after taking form must give itself a name, which is equivalent to proving its name. The 3 forms of Hongmeng God, demon, and spirit are all similar to the current human race. It takes a lot of strength to transform into someone like them. And Yuing and I are not powerful enough to transform into humans. Besides, when Yuing and I transformed, the evolution of the universe had entered chaos. At this time, countless lives were transforming, and all kinds of opportunities needed to be seized. In order to leave the power to prove our names, Yuing and I, our initial forms were very simple. I turned into a black ball, and Yuing turned into a white ring. After we gave both parties names, they also gave us the identity of a beast. From then on, there was an additional beast clan in the world. It can be said that all the beasts in the future must obey me and Yuing. However, we don't like to interfere with the development of the beast clan, so we completely hide ourselves and do not deal with the beasts that evolve later. Therefore, those beasts don't know where Yuing and I are hiding, nor do they know our images. We don't show up, and over time, no one can get a glimpse of our existence. It is rumored that I am the strongest beast, followed by Yuing. Actually, we are equally powerful beings, but for some reason, Yuing became stronger step by step. At first we didn't realize there was a problem, but when Yuing became stronger and stronger, I found that I seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. We then remembered that when the world first opened, we were always at the same intensity. If we are like this now, there must be something wrong with the world. Someone must have destroyed the balance of Yin and Yang. We started going out and walking in the universe, looking for who disrupted the balance of Yin and Yang. It was during this period that Yuing met the Taoist Master. The Taoist Master used a method I don't know to take away most of Yuing's power. Yuing thought that if it weakened, my power would come back. But it thought wrong. My power did not come back, but became even weaker. After we explored the universe, we found that the actual situation is exactly the opposite of what we imagined. I thought that the power of Yuing must be due to the greater power of Yin in the universe. But no, the power of Yang accounts for 90% of the universe. And the power related to Yuing has almost disappeared. The power of Yang is associated with light, and the power of Yin is associated with darkness. The vast majority of creatures cannot tolerate the existence of darkness and constantly want to eliminate the darkness and leave only light. This also creates an imbalance between black and white, and then an imbalance between Yin and Yang, followed by an imbalance, resulting in a situation where Yang is strong and Yin is weak. Excessive Yang and weak Yin lead to results that are opposite to what sentient beings expected. When all the darkness disappears, then the so-called light will have no meaning. The universe will gradually become chaotic. So Yin and Yang must maintain a relative balance, otherwise the universe will eventually perish. After Yuing and I knew the reason, we started thinking of a solution. But all living beings have developed an extreme love for the power of the Yang. It is not something that Yuing and I can change. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1466 Zhu Zhao advances. At this time, I became even weaker. Yuing was worried and always tried to find ways to replenish my strength, but the effect was not great. After all, we failed to reverse the situation of Yang's prosperity and Yin's decline in time. At this time, Taoist Master met Yuing alone again. In order to save me, and to return the Yin and Yang of the universe to a balanced position, Yuing agreed to cooperate with the Taoist Master. It also fell into the Tao Master's trap. The Yuing who came back to me was no longer Yuing. I could tell at a glance, but I was afraid that Yuing was in danger, so I kept silent. Not long after, the corruption in the universe suddenly became rampant, creating disasters one after another. After the disaster, I regained a lot of strength. After excessive imbalance of Yin and Yang, the disaster that should occur will eventually occur. Actually, the fastest way to bring Yin and Yang back into balance is to provoke disasters and disasters. But Yuing and I both subconsciously ignored this method. I sensed the power of Nether Ying in the Mother of Decay. I thought of the Taoist Master. He was not a Taoist Master at the time. I don't know what method he used to provoke the disaster. But my strength at that time couldn't deal with him. I found Lord Mo and cooperated with him. I wanted to rescue Yuing. Master Mo wants to eliminate this disaster. In the end, the decay was retreating steadily. They learned to hide and no longer wanted to create disasters. Instead, they inhabited the bodies of living creatures and used them to provoke disasters. Lord Mo can interfere in the catastrophe between the universe and the universe, but he cannot interfere in the battle within the universe. The decay hides quickly, and I failed to find traces of Yuing. At this point, I turned into an egg, until I met you. An inexplicable feeling made me break out of the shell. When Zhu Zhao said this, he stopped. Feng Qingbran could clearly sense Zhu Zhao's sad mood. Feng Si and the others all had different expressions after hearing what Zhu Zhao said. So, strictly speaking, you are my ancestor. When Feng Si said this, anyone could hear its rejection. It seems that he is also my ancestor. Feng Zhu said. The nine-nether butterfly is also a kind of beast. It is the ancestor of the beast tribe, not the ancestor. You used the wrong word. Fang Yu hugged the bamboo and said speechlessly. It doesn't want to have another ancestor in the iron-eating beast clan inexplicably. Yes, it's the ancestor, not the old ancestor. King Feng also came out of Qingguan's sword and said loudly. Zhu Xuan's throat was so autistic that he didn't want to make a sound. Zhu Zhao, who was still grieving, heard everyone's words and fell into confusion for a moment. Fang Qingran knew that everyone wanted to comfort Zhu Zhao in this way. Fang Qingran's voice came into the void space. Zhu Zhao, do you still have something to say? Zhu Zhao calmed down and said, I'm sorry, Master Fang, I have different intentions. Yu Ying has hurt you before, so I dare not tell you that I am secretly nourishing Yu Ying's soul. Fang Qingran said, I knew it a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't have given you the power of the Mother of Decay. I have experienced so much, and I have seen various calculations by the Shuanmen and the Wu clan, and I can roughly guess some things. Zhu Zhao, Yu Ying didn't really want to hurt me at that time. When you were in the land of the gods, you fought Yu Ying, so you should know how strong it is. If it really wanted me to sacrifice, what do you think it should do when it comes up? Every step Tien Yuing takes is to test her. It wasn't until she finally set up the Juxian sword formation that Tien Yuing seemed to be sure of something and let her out of the illusion. I will make you unable to resist when I come up, Zhu Zhao subconsciously continued. But it didn't hurt me when it came up. It also told me many truths and gave me the staff of Quan Chong. Fang Qingran said in a deep tone. The staff of Quan Chong given by Tien Yuing allows her to better control the power of darkness. It is the staff of authority that allows her to use the totem of the Wish clan. So she never complained about Tien Yuing. She couldn't do such a thing after enjoying the other person's gift and then blaming the other person. Master Fang, I'm sorry, I'm too narrow-minded. Zhu Zhao's voice was muffled. Fang Qingran said seriously, Zhu Zhao, you are my contract beast and my partner. You are free. After Zhu Zhao heard Fang Qingran's words, he suddenly felt relaxed, and a layer of light flashed around him. Fang Si said in surprise, what's going on? It looks like it's about to advance. Fang Zhu muttered, I seem to have seen this aura in the inheritance. It is of a very, very high level. Fang Si was not very happy. After inheriting the inheritance of the Zhenshan clan, it finally managed to be on the same level as Zhu Zhao. As a result, now, this guy is going to advance again. Zhu Zhao was advancing, but Fang Qingran did not disturb it. She glanced at the young master of the dream sect who was twisting his tentacles into twists. The other party seems to still need to struggle for a long time. Fang Qingran decisively sent a message to the Hongmeng tree. Hongmeng, according to Zhu Zhao, it was extremely difficult to transform into a human form in the early days. Why is this? The old god of Hongmeng tree said, I don't know this either. I only know that at that time, the more complex and refined the transformation, the greater the power consumed. In the era of chaos, or even the prehistoric era, whether one party is strong or not can be judged based on the appearance of the other party. Among the Chaos Demon Gods, those who can transform into human form, or are partially humanoid, are high-level demon gods and are the best among the Chaos Demon Gods. However, later, after Empress Nuwa used her own power to create the human race, the rules of the world changed dramatically. From then on, there are no longer so many restrictions on turning into human form. After the emergence of the human race, Empress Nuwa received countless merits and virtues, not only from the human race, but also from various other races. They all express their gratitude to Empress Nuwa. In addition to creating the human race, Empress Nuwa also has many contributions to the creation of the world. She opened up multiple universes and gave living creatures a place to live. Hongmeng Shu said this, paused for a moment, and then said in a mysterious tone, Xiao Feng, I will tell you quietly, I know a secret. This secret is a secret that I accidentally spied on when I was a mother tree. Everyone thinks that the emergence of Tao has brought about a check and balance of cause and effect between heaven and earth. Because of the existence of cause and effect, many strong people dare not act blatantly. Actually, the time when this causal check and balance appeared is very close to the time when Empress Nuwa created the human race. In the beginning, there was no punishment for bullying the weak and taking away the weak's chance of survival. When the human race first appeared, although it was not the weakest, it was still at the bottom. At that time, the human race was bullied and suffered serious casualties, almost to the point of annihilation. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1467 The Secret of Cause and Effect, additional update. Not long after that, a strange law of cause and effect appeared in the universe. Anyone who intentionally does evil and bullies the weak with malicious intent will have an additional kind of karma on his body. This kind of karma will cause the other party to be rejected by the Great Road. Then there will be natural tribulations in the prehistoric period. Many living beings must overcome the tribulations if they want to become stronger. Heavenly tribulation gradually evolved into various thunder tribulations. After the thunder tribulation trial appeared, most perpetrators began to curb their behavior. This gives more weak creatures a chance to survive and become stronger. The human race is taking this opportunity to become stronger and occupy a place in the world. I suspect that the cause and effect was created by Empress Nuwa to protect the human race. Empress Nuwa created the human race, so she naturally regarded the human race as her children. Seeing your children suffer. Naturally, she had to find a way out for her child. At that time, she had already made countless meritorious deeds and suffered a lot of concern. Simple methods would definitely not be able to save humanity from disaster. It's not obvious. I can only come to the dark side. Aren't you bullying my children? Why don't you give my child a chance to survive? Then simply drain the firepower and limit the opponent's chances of promotion. Empress Nuwa is still very thoughtful. She was afraid that by cutting off those evildoers' chances of promotion, she would instead make the evildoers even more unscrupulous in taking revenge on the human race. So he also gave the other party a chance. As long as he found a way to do good deeds and accumulate virtue, he could atone for his sins and have a chance to advance. As for why Nuwa didn't just kill the evildoers. Probably because evil can be eradicated. If we get rid of them now, more perpetrators will appear later. It is better to directly set up a causal rule to deter evildoers so that they do not dare to do evil again. This secret was guessed by gathering information from all the world trees in the universe when it was a mother tree. But it's almost the same. Anyway, the bondage of cause and effect will appear, and it must be related to the newer Empress. The real power and brilliance of this kind of cause and effect does not lie in its restraint, but in its existence, like a sharp sword hanging above your head at all times. You don't know when it will fall. Therefore, the higher a person reaches a high position, the more he will believe in cause and effect, and the more cautious he will be, and he will not dare to do evil in the open. Fang Qingbran was shocked after hearing Hong Mangshu's words. She knew that what Hong Mangshu said was probably true. Fang Qingbran knew that if this news spread, it would definitely bring disaster to Empress Nua and her descendants. Those who do evil always think that cause and effect are brought about by the appearance of Tao. The Tao is untouchable and unshakable. They have no way to resist Tao, they can only recognize this cause and effect. But if they knew that the rules of cause and effect that bound them were created by Empress Nua, they would definitely take revenge on Empress Nua's descendants. The rules of cause and effect not only restrain evildoers, but also suppress the growth of some evils. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed with admiration, and she said through a message, Hongmeng, let this secret remain a secret forever. I will seal this memory. After all, her knowledge was limited and she could not understand how strong those truly strong people were. It would be bad if the other party could directly see through her memory. Or seal it with a special seal. Xiao Fang, I also know that, so before I turned into a tree species, I forcibly used a ray of Hongmeng's original power to erase all memories related to the boundary tree. Hongmeng tree felt that Fang Qingbran was really thinking about it. It only recently awakened this memory. When Fang Qingbran was about to seal off his memory, a booksprite emerged from the sea of consciousness. Fang Qingbran suddenly saw something strange. Want to turn a secret into a real secret? I am the secret storage method. Ask me for help and practice, and I will tell you the unbreakable secret storage method. This is the preface to the formula. Fang Qingbran continued to read and saw countless rare magic techniques. These techniques are recorded in prehistoric script. The seals and formulas inside look very mysterious. Don't look any further. Your current strength can only cultivate the first one. The first method can help you seal 99% of the secrets, and even you can't see them. Sensing the idea conveyed by the booksprite, Fang Qingbran wanted to take it out for a moment. In the end, Fang Qingbran endured it. Fang Qingbran followed the first method and drew a seal in the sea of consciousness to seal that memory. In a moment, Fang Qingbran sent a message to the Hongmeng tree. Hongmeng, Empress Nua is worthy of being the mother of the earth. She should be the object of eternal worship by the human race. Hongmeng tree. Is this memory storage? This is obviously amnesia. Hong Mangshu pretended that nothing happened and responded, yes, it is right for Nua to get those merits. Once she gets the merits, she will use them to benefit the people. Probably because the young master of the dream sect had been silent for too long, the killing monsters following him couldn't help but ask, young master, young master. Shut up, the young master of the dream sect shouted. It was communicating with the commander about this matter, and was interrupted by what was in front of it. After it finished roaring, it continued to transmit messages to the commander, explaining that Black Lotus brought benefits. One Black Lotus is worth tens of thousands of stones. Are you telling the truth? The commander's voice could only be heard by the young master of the dream sect. It's absolutely true. After I ate one, I advanced. I was stuck at level 50 and could not advance, but now I have finally reached level 51. The young master of the dream sect replied. The young master of the Black Abyss sect has always been stronger than it. In order to surpass the opponent, it kept eating rocks, but it could never be better than the opponent. Now that there is such a good thing as Black Lotus, it will be able to surpass the young master of the Black Abyss sect sooner or later. The leader of the dream sect said seriously, do you know who asked me to destroy the boundary tree? Do you know the consequences of disobeying his order? The young master of the dream sect's body moved slightly, and he looked at Fang Qingbran again, thinking of the Black Lotus, don't we obey him for the sake of strength? But what did he give us? He obviously has the strength to help us deal with the Black Abyss faction, but he never thought of taking action. Commander, I don't believe you can't see that he is actually using us. He is afraid that we will escape his control when we become stronger, so he deliberately limits our strength. Commander, you should know better than me what he is thinking. Do you think we can always rely on him? Commander, do you want to always be subordinate to him and be controlled by him? But it's different now. The appearance of Black Lotus this time is our opportunity. As long as we have more Black Lotus, the entire killing universe belongs to us. The young master of the dream sect became more and more excited as he talked, and almost forgot to transmit the message. The dream faction has always been an ambitious group. Even if they obey and submit to the leader of Yanyu, it is entirely because they need the strength of the other party. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1468 Death Curse, Golden Ticket 1. But Leader Yanyu seems to be particularly partial to the Black Abyss sect. Every time she appeared, Dream Pai was pushed far away and had no chance to get close to her. So they, the Dream faction, could only find another way to cooperate with that person. After the young master of the Dream sect finished his message, he could not get a response from the leader for a long time. It's slightly depressing. It doesn't have to respect that person, and it's not afraid to disobey Yanyu's orders, but it can't disobey the leader. Because it was raised by the emperor. After a long time, the voice of the leader of the Dream sect came, Xiao Zhuang, we have fallen out with the Black Abyss sect. If we violate the person's wishes again. The young master of the Dream sect heard that this was a sign of relenting, and he immediately continued, then we will find a way to reconcile with the Black Abyss sect. Anyway, we will get through this period first. When we have the strength, no one will have to worry about it. Quote. Commander, how about I take her to see you? The commander replied, no, I'll go there. Maybe rejuvenate the stump first. After getting the Black Lotus, let the tree stump wither. That way the person wouldn't be able to notice it. The young master of the Dream sect was very happy when he heard that the leader was coming. He shouted to the killing monsters around him, "Hurry up and get out of the way, the leader is coming." At the same time, it looked at Feng Qinggran, "Human race, please show some respect to our commander later, or I will swallow you whole." The leader of the dream sect arrived very quickly. Compared to other shiny killing monsters, this commander was actually dressed in a simple pink color. It looks very delicate. Feng Qinggran's eyes lit up as she looked at the pink jellyfish floating over her body, which was transparent and sparkling. This is too pretty. She was a little reluctant to get rid of it. Even if Yanyu couldn't see the color, his consciousness could still reflect the other person's appearance. So Yanyu allowed him to exist, and she really might not be able to do anything about it. The leader of the dream sect came to Feng Qinggran and said, "Can you condense the flowers of the avenue?" The voice of the leader of the dream sect was like a trickling stream, surprisingly gentle and sweet. Feng Qinggran was silent for a moment. Who can tell me why the sound of killing monsters is so nice? The leader is her, she can condense all kinds of dark power into the lotus flower. Xiao Juang took the initiative to speak. "Have I asked you?" The tone was calm, but there was a sense of calmness and authority. Hong Mengshu sent a message, "Xiao Feng, who can resist this? No wonder Yan Yue wants you to clean up the house." Feng Qinggran did not return to Hong Meng Tree, but looked at the leader of the dream sect and said, "I can gather the flowers of the avenue, but there is no avenue here, so I can't gather many flowers of the avenue." Feng Qinggran said, sending a black lotus petal to the leader of the dream sect. In an instant, the sound of slurping could be heard all around. The leader of the dream sect elegantly swept away the piece of lace with his tentacles and swallowed it. Instantly, its whole body glowed with a bright pink light. The leader of the dream sect asked gently, "If you had the power of the great Tao, how long would it take for you to create a black lotus?" Feng Qinggran smiled knowingly, "It depends on the strength of the world tree. The stronger it is, the more black lotuses I can create." When Hong Mengshu heard Feng Qinggran's words, he couldn't help but sigh at the wonderfulness of these words. The dream sect stared at Feng Qinggran, knowing the purpose of Feng Qinggran's words. But it was moved. The power brought by the lotus is indeed better than the stone given by the Taoist master. Moreover, the stones given by the Taoist master have a power to control them. The more they eat, the more they can only listen to the words of the Taoist master. And many more. The leader of the dream sect was surprised, as the power to control it before was a little less. The leader of the dream sect drove away the remaining killing monsters, leaving only small wounds, and set up a layer of barrier. "Do you know anything?" the leader of the dream sect asked. "What should I know?" Feng Qinggran asked meaningfully. The leader of the dream sect was stunned for a moment. "If you want the boundary tree to come back to life, just come back to life, but I can't give it life, I can only do it myself." Feng Qinggran raised his hand as if to reach for the tree stump. "There's something wrong here, I don't dare to touch it." "What's wrong? You humans are just timid," Xiao Juang said, about to touch the tree stump with his tentacles. Feng Qinggran saw that the leader of the dream sect had no intention of stopping it, and realized that it didn't know that there was a totem engraved in it. Feng Qinggran stopped Xiao Juang. "It's better not to touch it casually. Are you the only one who has touched this world tree?" She was afraid that Xiao Juang's aura would alert the totem setter. "You mean, who tampered with the boundary tree?" The leader of the dream sect understood the deep meaning of Feng Qinggran's words. "It used its strength to leave and sensed it, but found nothing." Feng Qinggran said, "It's full of dark power, which can be integrated with the power in you. It's not surprising that you can't see it. What do you want to do?" A simple question, asked in a soft voice by the leader of the dream sect, sounded very comfortable. Feng Qinggran said with an innocent expression, "I'm just a weak cultivator. I can't even defeat one of your killing monsters, so I have to be careful and act cautiously. I have to make sure it's safe before bringing it back to life, so that it won't delay me from condensing the flower of the avenue for you." The leader of the dream sect fell into silence again. Why did it feel guilty? Did it put too much pressure on her? It cannot treat all ascetics as Taoists. Otherwise, would it speak more quietly? The leader of the dream sect collected his thoughts and asked, "Do you have a way to find out the problem with the tree stump?" Feng Qinggran nodded and said, "Well, it's just that I need some time. Zhu Zhao has advanced to a critical stage, and she cannot interrupt the opponent." "Okay, let Xiaoshuang stay with you here." After finishing speaking, the leader of the dream sect said to Xiao Juang, "Remember, don't leave and let her leave here. The rest will be obeyed by her. A human race dares to enter the killing universe, who gave her the courage?" Xiao Juang looked at the place where the leader disappeared and was very confused. Why did it listen to a human race? Feng Qinggran bribed the commander with just a petal. Xiao Juang took another look at the barrier. It couldn't be opened. It seemed that it could only stay here. So, from then on, Xiao Juang and Feng Qinggran often looked at each other. Fortunately, Zhu Zhao didn't let Feng Qinggran wait too long and completed the promotion. "Master Phoenix, can I go out?" Zhu Zhao asked. Feng Qinggran raised his hand and released the candle. Xiao Juang, who was still wandering in his mind, saw the sudden appearance of Zhu Zhao, and suddenly jumped out and hit the barrier. Stunned. Dropped down. Fell to the ground and fell asleep. Feng Qinggran asked Zhu Zhao, "How is Yuing's soul?" Zhu Zhao said in frustration, "It still needs more power from the Mother of Decay to awaken its consciousness." "Okay, no surprise, every universe will have the Mother of Decay." Feng Qinggran responded. "Thank you, Lord Phoenix, I'll get to work right now." Zhu Zhao took a step forward and got closer to the tree stump. Feeling the power inside, his aura suddenly changed. "Master Feng, there is a death curse here. Fortunately, you didn't touch it." "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1469 Totem and Divine Spell Emerging. After Zhu Zhao finished speaking, he wrapped the tree stump with his own power, and then began to explain to Feng Qinggran what the death curse was. It also accidentally learned of the existence of the death curse. The death curse appeared in the early days of chaos. The death curse is both a formation and a spell, and it is extremely dangerous. It has the terrifying power of death, destruction and destruction. In any space realm where the death curse appears, no life can exist or appear. If a living being encounters the death curse, various situations will occur. Of course, the final result is death. If the strength of the cusp is higher than that of the person who touches the death curse, then the person who touches it will first be eroded by the dark power, and his consciousness will be controlled step by step, becoming a puppet. After becoming a puppet, the other party will only obey the orders of the spellcaster. Until the vitality in the body is completely exhausted, and finally the body dies and the path disappears. If the strength of the cusp is lower than that of the person who touches the death curse, the life of the person who touches it will immediately flow to the death curse. During this period, even if the person who touches it escapes from the death curse, life will continue to flow towards the death curse. Unless the death curse can be destroyed in time. Otherwise, we can only wait for death to come. The person who created the death curse also understood that if he wanted to control a more powerful existence, he would have to pay more costs and risks. Therefore, the creator added a special mark to the death god curse. The more powerful one is, the faster he will die after encountering the death curse. On the contrary, the weak can become puppets and live longer. Zhu Zhao didn't know the solution to the death curse. It only knows that the stronger the force used when performing this technique, the harder it will be to crack it. The death curse lasted almost throughout the chaos period. However, if you want to cast the death curse, you need to pay a huge price and life force. Therefore, a sensible and strong person will not use this spell easily. And those unscrupulous evildoers really like this kind of sinister and easy to use spell. After all, even if the perpetrator casts this spell, he will not use his own life force. He will always look for other living beings and sacrifice their lives to draw the formation. Evildoers often use the death curse to get what they want. Therefore, in order to protect themselves and not fall into the death curse, everyone who has been through the chaos period knows the death curse. However, the death curse gradually disappeared after the rules of cause and effect appeared. Because as long as you use this technique, you will definitely be burdened with thousands of karma. These karmic obstacles will limit the advancement of the spellcaster. In more serious cases, too many injustices have been caused, and the caster may suffer backlash from this spell. As a result, the death curse was erased from history. Later generations of ascetics will no longer know the death curse. Master Phoenix, I know the origin of the death curse, but I don't know the solution to this curse. Zhu Zhao said in a solemn tone. Once the death curse appeared, it was loved by evildoers and spread widely in the universe. There have been many powerful people who have tried to crack this technique. But without exception, they failed to succeed. As for the creator of this technique, no one has found it. There are no traces of the other party's existence. Zhu Zhao, is the totem also part of the death curse? Feng Qingbran asked. Zhu Zhao observed it and said, Master Feng, the totem and the death curse are two different entities. There should be two parties who set the totem and the death curse on this tree stump. The totem existed before the death curse. It is estimated that the person who cast the curse did not trust the front very much. It's just that the totem seems to be merging with the death curse. It won't be long before the death curse should form a new formation. The death god's curse will change after absorbing enough vitality. This is also one of the reasons why the formation mage cannot break this technique. Master Phoenix, this murderous universe has become like this because the totem and the death curse are sucking the vitality of this place. The totem contains the image of a beast, which also means that the totem itself has a certain degree of vitality, so the death curse will gradually merge with the totem. Because the death curse is merging with the yin power of the totem, I can sense that there is something wrong with the tree stump. Phoenix Master, we still have to leave this universe as soon as possible. The barrier I set up can only temporarily block the death curse from eroding you. Feng Qingbran didn't touch the divine curse, so there wouldn't be any immediate problems. But within the scope of the death curse, all vitality will return to the curse, which cannot be reversed. It had no way to break the spell, so it could only persuade Feng Qingbran to leave. As the demon god of destruction, Yanyu was not affected by this technique. Therefore, it is reasonable for the other party not to discover that this technique exists in the killing universe. As for killing monsters, strictly speaking, they are not considered life. They cannot feel the passage of life at all, and naturally cannot detect the existence of the death curse. This shows that the caster of the spell knows very well about killing the universe and killing monsters, even Yanyu. What worries Zhu Zhao even more is that it is not sure what will happen after the death curse is fused with the totem. Will this universe still exist by then? After listening to Zhu Zhao's words, Feng Qingbran looked at Xiao Zhuang and fell into deep thought. Zhu Zhao, will everyone who touches the death curse slowly become a puppet? Are there no exceptions? Have Xiaoshuang and the others already been exposed to the death curse? Is it possible that they were unconsciously affected by the spell and listened to the Taoist master's words? No, Zhu Zhao said halfway when he suddenly understood the deep meaning of Feng Qingbran's words. Zhu Zhao became a little uncertain. It observed the death curse again and immediately discovered something was wrong. The main sigil carved by the death god's curse has not changed much. But there are still some lines under the totem, which are faintly visible and cannot be seen clearly. Zhu Zhao used the power of Shen Yuan to examine it carefully and found that compared with the death curse of the chaos period, the lines were greatly changed. Even if there is a slight difference in the patterns of the sigils drawn in ancient texts, they are completely different. The death curse seems to be even more dangerous at this moment. Zhu Zhao, I suspect that the ultimate goal of this death curse is to kill monsters. There is no law of greatness in this universe, and killing monsters will not cause cause and effect. There is no causal limit, killing monsters can become the biggest killing weapon. As long as you make good use of such a killing monster, the person behind it will be able to do whatever you want. This is also the reason why the other party does not want the boundary tree to appear. Master Phoenix, killing monsters may really be affected by this death curse. As for the impact, I can't guess, Zhu Zhao said. A dark light flashed in Feng Qingbran's eyes, and her gaze became a little deeper. This is easy to guess. Didn't you just say it? The death curse can turn anyone who touches it into a puppet. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1470 The Fire Lady and the Beautiful Lady. In this case, the death god curse must be a combination of death and control. Killing monsters does not count as life and has no vitality, so what the person behind it wants can only control them. As soon as Xiaoshuang woke up, he heard Feng Qingran's words. Xiao Juang stood up suddenly, floated in front of Feng Qingran, and asked in a daze, "What death curse? What control? What do you mean by these words?" Feng Qingran glanced at Xiao Juang lightly, without any intention of explaining. Zhu Zhao also glanced at Xiaoshuang with disgust. Fortunately, it was not an orc, otherwise it would have felt very embarrassed. "What do you mean? Say it quickly, or I'll ask the commander to arrest you." Xiao Juang threatened angrily. Feng Qingran hummed softly. Xiao Juang did not realize what Feng Qingran meant. "Ask your commander to come over," Zhu Zhao said. "Phoenix Lord probably doesn't want to give up killing the universe. After all, Yanyu is the leader of the Lingyun sect, and this is Yanyu's territory. Lord Feng cannot give up easily. It's just that it's difficult to remove this spell. You guys, why do you want to see the commander?" Xiao Juang didn't want to contact the commander now. Counting the time, the commander should have changed his form at this moment. The leader is different from all monster slayers. There are two forms of leadership. A kind of tenderness like water, easy to say anything. A violent temper like a thunder drum, which can easily tear those rebellious killing monsters in half. And the commander hates betrayers the most. The Dream Sect has a rule that they can use betrayers to do things, but they must deal with the betrayers afterwards. Xiao Juang looked at Feng Qingran and then at Zhu Zhao. "Do we have to meet? Can't we meet again in a month? Each time the leader changes form, it will last for a month. Do you want to eat Black Lotus quickly?" Feng Qingran asked. She didn't quite understand Xiao Chong's reaction. The leader of the Dream Sect has such a gentle presence, shouldn't he be very happy to meet him? "Why do you look so reluctant?" When Xiao Juang heard He Lian, he hesitated for only a moment, and immediately contacted the commander in fear. The other party didn't respond for a long time. Just after Xiao Juang slowly breathed a sigh of relief, a fiery red shadow entered the barrier. Feng Qingran noticed the fluctuation in power, looked over, and saw a jellyfish that looked like a blazing flame appearing in front of her. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes reflected red, and she hesitated for a moment. The smell is somewhat familiar. But is this overbearing feeling real? "Human race, what do you want from me?" The fiery red voice of killing monsters was full of oppression. Xiao Juang wanted to hide now. "I wonder what you call me?" Feng Qingran asked hesitantly. "Call me Fire Lady now, and call me Lady Beauty when I'm pink." Feng Qingran followed Shan Ruliu and said, "Does Madame Huo know the death curse?" The Fire Lady paused. "You mean there is a death curse in this tree stump? What harm does its existence do to us?" When Feng Qingran heard Huo Niangzi's question, her eyes flashed with admiration. Huo Niangzi was the most intelligent killing monster she had ever seen. No wonder he became the leader. Feng Qingran patiently explained the death curse to Lady Huo. He expressed his speculation again. After listening to Feng Qingran's words, Lady Fire seemed to have anticipated what Feng Qingran was going to ask next, and said bluntly, "The boundary tree was destroyed by the concerted efforts of killing monsters. After the destruction, it regained its vitality several times. Every time, we rob it of its vitality, and over time, it turns into this tree stump. There will also be killing monsters guarding the stump along the way to prevent it from coming to life again. But the strange thing is that after a few times, the boundary tree seemed to be completely dead and never grew green again." After the Fire Lady finished speaking, she recalled some more and continued, "I don't know when the death curse appeared, but there were strange cracks in the barrier of the killing universe for a while. Therefore, our three factions chose to reconcile and work together to repair the barrier of the universe. After the barrier was repaired, several killing monsters from the Dream Sect secretly attacked the Black Abyss Sect, causing the relationship between the two factions to completely deteriorate. So the two factions started a dispute, and the whole universe was in chaos. I guess the death curse may have appeared during that period. What you meant before is that this spell is very powerful, so the person who casts this spell should also be a powerful man with terrifying strength. It's not surprising that the other party can quietly cast the death curse. During the conflict between our two factions, no one discovered that many killing monsters from the wandering faction disappeared inexplicably. After the conflict ended, I became aware of this incident. After investigating, I found no clues. That's why I ignored this stump. If you hadn't been here, we probably would never have discovered the problem with the stump." After Lady Huo finished speaking in a clear and coherent manner, she took out a pitch black stone and handed it to Feng Qingran. "Look, is there any connection between this stone and the death curse?" Feng Qingran waved her wrist and the stone fell into her palm. Zhu Zhao was very excited when he felt the power in the stone. "Master Feng, there is the power of Time essence in it. One of the powers used by Yuing to transform. This kind of power contains a variety of soft and dark powers, which are very destructive and terrifying. Yuing rarely uses such power." Madame Huo seemed to be aware of Zhu Zhao's existence. The moment it looked at the candle, a burst of light flashed all over its body, and it turned into a beautiful pink lady. It looked at Zhu Zhao and said as gently as water, "Can I touch you?" Zhu Zhao. Xiao Juang was even more surprised. Why did the commander change his form before the time was up? Why? This has never happened before. Xiao Juang gradually developed a feeling of resentment, and it seemed to be falling out of favor. Feng Qingran saw Zhu Zhao's questioning look and said with a smile, "It's up to you to decide this kind of thing. If you don't want to, forget it. I just prefer the fluffy you." Madame May's voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, sweet and gentle. "Okay, then you are only allowed to touch it." Zhu Zhao finally failed to refuse Mrs. May's request. "Anyway, it's not its true form." Lady Beauty's crystal clear tentacles gently touched the candlelight, while the other tentacles swayed, seemingly very happy. Loyalty Gu sent a message to Feng Qingran. "Master Feng, there is a voodoo in this stone, called Jinyuan Gu. This kind of voodoo is not very harmful, but its fecundity is very strong. If one is not careful, the body may be full of golden source goo insect. After the golden source goo takes over the host's body, it will not kill the host immediately. Instead, it will start to devour the power in the host's body, and eventually eat the opponent's consciousness. It will not take control of this body until it is sure that the host has lost its resistance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1471 Genuine Goo, additional update. It's very simple to get rid of the golden source goo. You just need to keep drinking peach blossom wine containing the power of the immortal source. During this period, we cannot relax. As long as we stop for a moment, the golden origin beast will get the opportunity to multiply wildly. It originally created this goo to take revenge on little old man Hongjun. After the Tao appeared, the Great Tao and the Way of Heaven also appeared. Hongjun tried to deduce Tao at that time, but to his surprise, nothing came out. So we can only take a step back and deduce the Great Road. Hongjun had not become a saint at that time, and he had not succeeded in attaining enlightenment. He still wanted to deduce the Great Path. The typical bottle was not full, but the bottle was half full. Then, Hongjun thought he had glimpsed the future. He preached to Zhu Qiang according to his own understanding, and everyone was stunned for a moment. There are indeed many ascetics who believe in Hongjun's teachings. One after another, they began to practice the great method given by Hongjun. The consequence is that many ascetics are stuck in front of and behind the saints all their lives, never being able to move forward even half a step. At this point, many ascetics realized that the Tao method given by Hongjun was a half-baked method. It is a completely self-defeating method of sanctification, which has ruined the future path of many ascetics. Lingbao and Daoud perished one after another because of practicing Hongjun's Taoism. The death of many cultivators made Hongjun stronger. He developed the golden source goo to trick Hongjun. The peach blossom wine of immortal power was specially brewed by him from the Queen Mother of the West. After drinking too much of this wine, for ordinary ascetics, the body may explode and die at any time. And after you drink too much, Hongjun, the power in your body will conflict with the power of the immortal source, making it miserable and even causing your realm to regress. Hongjun was already the ruler of one world at the time. It was afraid that killing the other party would bring turmoil to the world, so it could only use this method to retaliate against the other party. At the same time, it realized a problem. There must be something wrong with the world where Hongjun was. Hongjun cannot leave that world. This was his punishment for spying on the Tao without permission. The host of the golden source goo dies. Gold source goo will also die. This is why the golden source goo will only occupy the body and will not directly kill the host. With Hongjun's strength, no matter how Jin Yuan goo multiplies, he cannot control Hongjun. But Hongjun couldn't get rid of the golden source goo in his body. There are two reasons why the golden source goo appears in this stone. One is that Hongjun cooperated with the person behind the scenes. The second is that the other party controls Hongjun, so they can obtain and discover the golden source goo. Loyalty goo concealed the reason why it created the golden source goo and told Feng Qingran that the matter might involve another universe. Isn't this peach blossom wine with the power of the fairy source unique to that universe? Feng Qingran asked. Yes, only the Queen Mother of the West can brew this wine, but she has died in front of others and is missing. Loyalty goo said. Feng Qingran asked tentatively, can't you solve this poison? Loyalty goo said, no, it is a low-level goo. It only has survival instinct and no consciousness. What I can control is a high-level goo. In fact, the lower the level of goo, the more difficult it is to control. Goo refiners also prefer to refine high-level goo. After all, refining low-level goo is extremely easy to suffer backlash. If you are not careful, you may be eaten by your own poison. Is there gold source goo in the body of the killing monster? Feng Qingran stared at the stone wrapped in flint in his palm with an incomprehensible expression. This, I want to go out and sense, Loyalty goo said. After hearing this, Feng Qingran released the loyalty goo. After it came out, the two small tentacles on its head moved, and it said with certainty, this colorful killing monster has a small part of the golden source goo in its body, but the pink one does not. Madame May noticed the appearance of the loyalty goo, and her color suddenly turned fiery red again. What is the golden source goo? It's something that controls you, Loyalty goo explained. Is there any way to get rid of it? Fire Lady asked. Loyalty goo left behind a sentence of, there is nothing we can do for the time being, and flashed back to the space. It doesn't like the aura in the killing universe and is not used to it. This kind of place has no rules and no vitality. Phoenix Master has been there for so long without even the slightest reaction. Loyalty goo once again lamented that it had chosen the right master. Feng Qingran looked at Madame Huo, who gave you this stone? The Taoist master, or the Xuanren leader, or the witch clan? Lady Fire was stunned for a moment. Do you have any grudge against the three of them? Seeing Feng Qingran nod, Lady Fire added, we originally picked up these black stones from the Boundary Sea. I saw that they could improve the strength of killing monsters, so I gave them to everyone. But after I used one, I discovered something wasn't right. When I realized it, it was already too late to stop the other killing monsters. They not only ate them, but also ate a lot. They seem to be getting to the point where they feel bad if they don't eat. I can control my body and not touch the black stones, but they can't do it at all. Therefore, I had no choice but to go to the Boundary Sea to look for the black stone. During my search, I discovered that a cultivator wanted to kill me. Of course the other party failed. But many of the killing monsters who ate the black stone did not come back. At this time, a monk, the Taoist master, found me. He gave me the black stone, but asked me to do what he asked me to do. He asked me to destroy the boundary tree. When the world tree appeared in Killing Universe, everyone was happy at first. But as the boundary tree grows, the laws of heaven and earth that restrict us appear. It's hard for someone who is used to killing monsters without restraint. The only benefit of the appearance of the boundary tree is that it has made the Killing Universe a lot quieter, and it has also divided into 3 factions. We cannot shake the boundary tree, and we are slowly adapting to its existence. However, there are still killing monsters who want to destroy the world tree and return to the days without restrictions. I thought about it for a long time and saw many killing monsters from the dream sect becoming irritable because of the lack of black stones, and died in the Boundary Sea. In the end, in order to keep the dream sect, I chose to cooperate with the Taoist master. After success, I got more black stones. After everyone absorbed the power from the black stone, the situation became much more stable. At this point, the dream sect can hardly do without the black stone when killing monsters. Actually, it's all my fault. I made a mistake in judgment and didn't discover the problem with the black stone, which led everyone into the abyss. And your flower of the avenue seems to be able to relieve the influence of the black stone on us, so I want you to condense more. The Fire Lady said very sincerely. It also understands that cooperating with the Taoist master is seeking the skin of a tiger, but when everyone is at the point of death, what choice does it have? Xiao Zhuang said in disbelief, so the reason why so many brothers from the dream sect died has nothing to do with us killing the world tree, but because of the black stone. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1472 The Invisible Way, Golden Ticket 2. Lady Fire said, it also has something to do with the boundary tree. We moved the boundary tree and suffered the backlash of the law. Those who were weak could not withstand the backlash and died directly. It suffered the most severe backlash. Since the boundary tree was destroyed, it will have to bear the backlash caused by the destruction of the boundary tree. Therefore, it cannot freely control its own form. But Lady Fire looked at Ju Zhao, and her body turned pink again. The black cat in front of him has the power to resolve the backlash of the law. It doesn't know what that power is. All I know is that when I saw the black cat, the backlash pain disappeared. Ju Zhao noticed that Madame Huo had transformed into Madame Mei again, and was confused for a moment. Even a chameleon could not switch so easily. Fang Qingran saw the change in Madame Huo, her eyes darkened a bit, and she said through a message, Ju Zhao, give Mrs. Mei a ray of sun essence to try. Ju Zhao received Fang Qingran's message and immediately followed the instructions. Mrs. Mei received the power given by the candle, and the pain in her body strangely disappeared. Fang Qingran's eyes were clear. Mrs. Mei, have you ever thought that the black stone is the bait thrown by the Taoist master to you, and then uses the black stone to control you to do things for him? Mrs. Mei responded, I know, but for the sake of the rest of the killing monsters, I can only follow his arrangements. Then do you want to escape from his control? Fang Qingran said seriously. Do you have any idea? As long as you save them, I will only obey your orders from now on. Mrs. Mei said sincerely. Fang Qingran raised her hand, palm upward, let me check the problem inside your body first. The beautiful lady's jade-like tentacles stretched out. Fang Qingran sent a message to Hongmeng Tree. Hongmeng, can you sense the way to kill monsters? Hey, why is it not the way of killing, but the invisible way? Hongmeng Shu exclaimed. It has always thought that the killing monster loves killing so much and pursues the way of killing. After Hongmeng Shu finished speaking, he added, the invisible way is a way that follows one's will. This way has good and bad qualities. If one is born in darkness and enters the invisible way, it will become a disaster. If you are born in a land of light and enter the invisible way, you will definitely become a pure and good existence, and you will not see any scenes of killing. Xiao Fang, I feel they can be subdued and used by you. After Fang Qingran listened to Hongmeng Shu's analysis, Yan Yu's explanation before leaving immediately came to mind. Xiao Qingran, if you can, you must take good care of them. As for me, I just want to retire in Lingyun sect and don't want to care about them anymore. At that time, she thought that Yan Yu's people referred to her senior brother and the others. Now it seems that they probably refer to killing monsters. Fang Qingran thought again about the power that pulled her into the killing universe, and the formation that prevented her from getting out. So Yan Yu wants her to take charge of killing monsters. Fang Qingran didn't know what to feel for a moment, so she could only explore Lady Huo's body with all her heart. The other party really has all the dark power gathered in his body. There are things she has seen and things she has never seen before. Originally, the place where killing monsters lived was only darkness, so possessing such power was not a problem. But the appearance of the boundary tree and its rapid death brought him trouble. The rules for constructing the world tree prioritize the lifestyle of killing monsters. Of course, the boundary tree will also give certain legal restrictions on this basis, such as controlling them to kill wantonly. But when the rules were halfway constructed, the boundary tree died. The backlash after Jishu's death fell on Huo Niangzi. The Fire Lady's body can no longer withstand so much darkness. It needs the power of the sun to neutralize the darkness in the body. For the Fire Lady at this moment, the essence of the sun is the best power. After the boundary tree is restored, Avenue Black Lotus will become a power more suitable for Fire Lady. It contains the charm of the Great Road, which can not only repair the backlash wounds in its body, but also increase its strength. After learning about Lady Fire's situation, Fang Qingran once again sent a message to Hongmeng Tree. Hongmeng, if you set up a separate boundary for the tree stump in front of you, can you let a new boundary tree grow? Setting up a separate realm means giving up here. Hongmeng Tree said, normally speaking, as long as this tree stump exists, the world tree in this universe can only grow from here. If you want to grow another root, it is simply impossible. But, it's okay if there is a ray of Hongmeng's origin. However, after the boundary tree reappears, there will also be a problem, that is, the new boundary tree may subconsciously hate the old boundary tree, and then abandon all the laws used by the old boundary tree. The laws of the killing universe may be outrageous. It may even become unsuitable for killing monsters. Fang Qingran's eyes twitched slightly. The old world trees are already dead, so will the new world trees care? The Hongmeng Tree was silent for a moment and said, would you mind? For example, I dislike the mother tree that I used to be. If I were not forced by the laws, I would definitely find another way with all the laws. It couldn't explain why it disliked its previous self. In short, I just dislike it. However, despite being disgusted, I also accepted my past self. After hearing this, Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly, and she immediately understood the profound meaning of Hongmeng Shu's words. Then I'd better find a way to break the death curse. Fang Qingran let go of Madame May's tentacles and said, "Give me some time and I will let you get rid of Taskmaster's control." Mrs. May's whole body flashed with a bright pink light. "Okay." After Mrs. May finished speaking, she left with Xiao Juang, leaving the space for Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran said to Zhu Zhao, "Zhu Zhao, from now on, you stay here." "It is good." Fang Qingran immediately stepped into the void space, and then entered the Shifang domain connected to the void space. She was going to find Senior Zhu Jian and them. Here. After Mrs. May came out of the barrier, she turned fiery red. Xiao Juang shivered. "Commander, do we just leave her? Do you have any other ideas?" "No, Commander, if she has the same purpose as Taskmaster, what should we do?" Xiao Juang asked worriedly. "Idiot, where's your brain?" Lady Fire said in disgust. Xiao Juang lowered his head and said pitifully, "Commander, aren't I thinking about our dream sect? Please stop scolding me, okay?" Lady Huo snorted and said, "She has the aura and mark left by Lady Yanyu. She is obviously the successor chosen by the leader. If you don't believe her, who can you believe?" Xiao Juang was confused. Does the mark on her body have something to do with her being the heir to the chief? Why can't it keep up with the leader's thinking? Lady Huo asked back, "Since Yanyu became our leader, has killing universe ever entered the human race?" No. Seeing that Xiao Juang still didn't understand, Lady Huo was even more disgusted. "Xiao Juang, do you know why you are not as good as the young master of the Black Abyss sect?" Xiao Juang was immediately dissatisfied. "Why am I inferior to it? It is a black box, but I am so cute that it shines." Lady Fire was extremely speechless. Fortunately, the killing universe was about to be unified. Otherwise, how would Xiao Chong survive with his intelligence? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1473 Go Around. Within the 10 directions. After Zhu Jian heard what Fang Qingran said, his vertical pupils emitted a cold light. "I really didn't expect that until now. They still dare to use the death curse." Fang Qingran looked at Zhu Jian quietly and did not answer. She knew that Senior Zhu Jian had more to say later. The coldness in Zhu Jian's vertical pupils dissipated as quickly as it came. "Follow me, and I will take you to find someone who can break this spell." Before Fang Qingran could react, she and Zhu Jian appeared outside a magnificent palace. Fang Qingran was surprised for a moment. She had never seen this palace before. She remembered that these beasts in the Shifang domain liked to live in caves. It was the first time I saw a beast living in such luxury. "Old man, the formation has been updated again, not bad." Zhu Jian praised. "Get out, I have no more treasures for you." A violent voice came from the palace. Zhu Jian said nonchalantly, "Don't be angry, I'm not asking for the baby this time, I just want to ask you for a favor." "Ha, Zhu Jian, stop playing these tricks. I don't have anything, and you can't even come in. You can't open this formation." Zhu Jian tried several times and found that it took a lot of effort to break the formation, so he simply didn't want to go in. Zhu Jian sent a message. "It's the little girl Qingran who is looking for you. She encountered the death curse. I don't know how to understand the death god's curse. Just let her go back and forth as she pleases. Life and death are determined by destiny. Wealth and honor are in the sky. If you encounter one, just go around it." Sitting at the head of the hall was a rich and handsome man. The man's whole body has a noble temperament, like a high-ranking god. However, the irritability on his face was incompatible with his temperament. "There is no way around it. This obstacle must be cleared," Zhu Jian replied. Zhu Jian couldn't wait for the other party's response for a long time. It knew it must not be stimulated enough. "Shenyan, you don't think that if you hide in there and can't come out, there's really nothing I can do, do you?" Shenyan looked at Zhu Jian through the palace gate, showing an expression of gritted teeth. Zhu Jian used to be a very cold guy, but recently he didn't know what evil he possessed, and he turned into a ruthless person. Be good to the noble chaos demon god, and do not act like a rogue. Even though Fang Qingran was like that, he didn't fall under the death curse. Why do you have to ask about the solution to the death curse? He didn't want to get involved with the death curse. The curse is ever-changing, and the solution he developed back then is no longer suitable for today's death curse. "Shenyan, are you sure you want to continue to be a coward?" Zhu Jian threatened. Shenyan closed his eyes and finally resisted the urge to beat Zhu Jian. He can't beat this guy now. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost so many treasures. Shenyan calmed down his emotions and sent a message to Zhu Jian. "Zhu Jian, you should know very well what kind of existence the death god curse is. If she has the strength to lift the death god curse, she is seeking death. If you want to lift the death curse, you must enter the curse with your body. If he hadn't been a puppet back then, he would have died under the formation a long time ago. The most sinister and shameless thing about the death curse is that even if the person who breaks the curse successfully breaks the curse, he will not live long. In the early days of chaos, everyone had to rely on robbing to transform themselves and prove the names. After the certification of the name, the battle for opportunities to practice became more intense. The original intention of the creator of the death curse was to kill living beings. Destroying one more creature will give you one more opportunity. So the other party frantically gave the death curse to prove his name. But the death curse is just a spell. It's not a living thing. The consequence of proving his name is that the death curse has consciousness. So the creator of the death curse became the first victim of this technique. From then on, all the death curses that were successfully arranged were conscious. Or the consciousness that has been certified by heaven and earth. If you want to break the death spell, you must first erase its consciousness. And in order to erase this consciousness that the world has proven its name, it is necessary to find Sui. But Sui has been missing since Taichu. Zhu Jian, I didn't play hard to get with you this time. With her strength, it's best to stay away from this spell. Otherwise, she won't know how to die. Shenyan felt that he had really fallen, and he patiently explained to Zhu Jian. After Zhu Jian heard Shenyan's message, his eyes were puzzled. Really? Shenyan is such a sundeer. Every time I want to ask Shenyan for help, I have to say all I can and beg a lot before I agree. In order to ask Shenyan for help before, it had to kowtow a lot. But since he discovered that hands-on work is more effective, he no longer has to work hard to say nice things. When you need to hide yourself, you only need to conquer the opponent. And since it started fighting with Shenyan, Shenyan's arrogant problem seems to have been cured a little bit. Zhu Jian's pupils turned vertical again, looking at the magnificent palace gate not far away. Could it be that Shenyan's old habit has happened again? Otherwise, it would be better to rush in and beat him up. Shenyan naturally noticed the change in Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian, I'm warning you, if you dare to break in, I will make sure you can never find a trace of me again. Zhu Jian took back his power, and if Shenyan really wanted to hide, he really couldn't find it. Shenyan is good at formations, if he really uses special formations to hide his aura. It is impossible for the beasts in the entire 10 directions to find him. Zhu Jian sent a message, Shenyan, I feel that you must know how to break the death curse. Otherwise, you would not refuse to see me. The veins on Shenyan's forehead flashed a few times. Zhu Jian, I have already told you that with her strength, she will die if she touches the death curse. Do you want her to die? You tell her the solution first before we talk about this. After Zhu Jian finished speaking, he added, if it doesn't work, go out and break the formation for her. You are not a ferocious beast anyway. You can't just lie still here and enjoy so many benefits, right? He grinded his teeth in anger. He didn't need to enter any Shifang realm at all. It was Zhu Jian who asked him to come in. He said that he was outside and it was worried, so he followed him. As a result, it is now his fault. Zhu Jian, why did I come in the first place? Don't you know? I know, you were afraid of death and wanted to come in for refuge, so I reluctantly brought you here. Zhu Jian said slowly. Shenyan Junyi's face was slightly distorted, and he closed his eyes and fell into silence completely. He finally understood. Zhu Jian came to anger him on purpose. Shenyan simply out of sight and out of mind. Zhu Jian didn't get a response from Shenyan, so he decided to change his tactics. Shenyan, you're not that good at it, are you? You still don't understand the formations that appeared in the early days of chaos. You have studied them so far. TSK, 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 if this were to spread, where would you put the face of a first-generation god like you? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1474 Divine Hiddenness. Shenyan, tell the truth, to what extent has your strength deteriorated now? When Zhu Jian asked the last sentence, there was a flash of dark light in his vertical pupils. Since entering the period of chaos, Shenyan can no longer absorb power, and its own strength is constantly decreasing. God is invisible and is the first-generation god, and what he cultivates is the best and purest Hongmeng divine power. He can destroy an entire world with just one thought. But his excessive strength aroused the fear of heaven and earth. As a result, the heaven and earth were divided, and Hongmeng's divine power was also diluted. Until it finally disappears. Shenyan no longer has a chance to advance. Not only did he fail to advance, his strength was also declining step by step. If he wants to adapt to the differentiated world, he must use up his Hongmeng divine power and recultivate the emerging power of chaos. How could Shenyan, who already stood at the top of heaven and earth, be willing to return to dust again? In the era of chaos, to lose one's strength and become weak is simply to seek death. Shenyan doesn't want to give up the Hongmeng divine power, but the world will take the initiative to absorb the Hongmeng divine power in him. Shenyan's strength is still inevitably declining. However, even if his strength regresses, it cannot be touched by the Chaos Demon God. Later, Shenyan discovered that if he wanted to keep his Hongmeng divine power, he had to find the source of Hongmeng purple energy. As long as he refines the origin of Hongmeng, he is equivalent to integrating with heaven and earth, and his own power will not dissipate. If you can get 2 Hongmeng origins, you can still cultivate the power of chaos. But things like Hongmeng origin are not so easy to obtain. There are a total of 50 Hongmeng origins in the world. But there are countless creatures and worlds. The hope of finding the origin of Hongmeng is very slim, not to mention that once that thing appears, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. Shenyan quickly thought of using the demon god of luck to find the origin of Hongmeng, and he found it successfully. However, those who came to snatch the origin of Hongmeng were the first-generation demons, the first-generation creatures, the first-generation ancestral spirits. Shenyan failed to grab those beings in the end, so he was injured. After being injured, Shenyan's Hongmeng divine power dissipated faster. Shenyan also had a stubborn temper, so he gritted his teeth and simply used the newly emerged laws and combined with his own Hongmeng divine power to create the Protoss. From then on, there was God in the universe. After Shenyan's torment, there was not much Hongmeng divine power left in his body, so he could only hide in his own little world. Or hiding in a world where the rules of heaven and earth are imperfect. In short, Shenyan really became a Shenyan-like existence. This is also the reason why it pulled Shenyan into the Shifang domain in the first place. The Shifang domain is stronger than Shenyan's small world, which is conducive to Shenyan's recovery. If Shenyan still stays in his own little world, he will be done with it sooner or later. In fact, it has never been understood. Shenyan has such terrifying strength, and he also cultivates Hongmeng divine power. Why is he controlled by the rules of heaven and earth? As one of the Chaos Demon gods, it is not 1/10,000th as good as the original god hidden, but it can still live freely and not be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. It has asked Shenyan several times. Shenyan seemed to be fed up with it always asking this question. He only said 2 sentences to it. Heaven and earth always use special methods to check and balance every living thing. No one can escape from the shackles of the dark rules of heaven and earth at any time. Even the Taoist master who jumps up and down is still within the shackles of the dark rules of heaven and earth. This sentence is profound. It cannot understand the meaning of these 2 sentences. It's just that since Shenyan told it these words, it and he gradually figured out Shenyan's temperament, and also thought of a way to save Shenyan. Shenyan is a completely arrogant person, and he also insists on saving face. The method of stimulating generals will always be useful to him. Zhu Jian stared at the palace door and muttered silently, 1, 2, 3, open. Boom. The heavy door slowly opened the hole. Immediately, something was thrown out with lightning speed and hit it on the head. Fang Qingran looked at the egg whites, egg yolks, and broken eggshells that appeared above Zhu Jian's head. Completely bewildered. Do they also throw eggs among the ferocious beasts? She thought that only the mortal world would use this trick. Fang Qingran silently narrowed her presence. Zhu Jian didn't react for a long time. How could Shenyan, who always maintained his dignity and elegance, act like this? Zhu Jian, don't use aggressive tactics. Don't think that you will be invincible if I let you do it a few times. Shenyan's voice entered Zhu Jian's sea of consciousness. Zhu Jian used a magic technique to clean the things on his head, and said through a message, Shenyan, you still said that there is no problem with your strength. You have learned and used such methods in the mortal world. Doesn't that explain everything? Zhu Jian. Shenyan gritted his teeth and said, ready to teach Zhu Jian another lesson, but at this moment he discovered that the situation in his consciousness had changed. The cracks that appeared on the soul before were actually healing bit by bit. Shenyan looked surprised. How could this be possible? Since the change of heaven and earth, as long as he uses Hongmeng's divine power, his soul will be injured. This has never happened before. Shenyan stood up and wanted to rush out, but then remembered that Fang Qingran was still outside, so he pulled Zhu Jian in. Zhu Jian, do you know something? What should I know? After hearing this, Shenyan did not show off and said bluntly, how can I repair the injury on my soul? Old God, Zhu Jian said, I know a little bit, but if the death curse issue is not solved, I feel uneasy and am not in the mood to tell you. Shenyan stared at Zhu Jian. The solution to the death curse that I know has long been outdated. If that girl. Shenyan told everything about the death curse. Zhu Jian hesitated now. According to what you mean, this thing is a scoundrel. Anyone who gets attached to it will have to consider themselves unlucky. No, Xiao Qingran can't touch this formation. Is it time for you to tell me now? Shenyan asked. First convey what you said to Xiao Qingran, and then I'll come to you to discuss it in detail. Zhu Ju said. The matter of Shenyan cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Besides, Xiao Qingran must have been at the end of her rope when she finally came to it for help. Xiao Qingran can never be disappointed. You're not afraid of her. I know Xiao Qingran, she is not reckless, and it will definitely be useful for her. Shenyan hesitated for a moment, then directly sent a memory seal to Zhu Jian, and then erased his own aura. Give it to her, it should be helpful. Zhu Jian caught the memory seal. Since Shenyan had erased his own breath, he could also see the memory. After reading it, Zhu Jian suddenly sneered, does your soul being so injured have something to do with this spell? Shenyan was embarrassed for a moment. I didn't expect that the creator of this spell would be so stubborn and would go to such trouble to prove a spell. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1475, the Fire Lady with Super IQ, added. Zhu Jian said angrily, yes. If you continue to seek death like this, I'm afraid you won't even be able to defeat chaos. Shenyan suddenly looked extremely ugly. He can defeat Zhu Jian because Zhu Jian had a special law. But chaos, a guy whose laws have been lost, how could he not be able to defeat him? After Zhu Jian finished speaking, regardless of Shenyan's expression, the figure disappeared into the palace. Zhu Jian gave the memory seal to Fang Qingran. Xiao Qingran, I have seen this thing. If the divine curse has nothing to do with you, you should ignore it. After all, it is better to do less than to do more. Or, you can wait until the consciousness of the divine curse dissipates before setting foot in the location of the divine curse. Fang Qingran got what he wanted from Shifang domain and left. The previous death curse was vastly different from the one in the stump. In addition, there is a totem inside the tree stump, so the death curse may be even more difficult to crack. Ju Zhao saw Fang Qingran come out and said, Master Fang, the power of the death curse has increased. I can feel that it is constantly stealing the vitality of this world. It even suspected that the person behind it wanted not only to kill monsters, but also to include Yan Yue. Zhu Zhao, is this spell conscious? Fang Qingran asked. How can the curse be conscious? But the totem seems to be conscious. Zhu Zhao said. Fang Qingran said, the death curse is conscious, but its consciousness is hidden very deeply. If you don't directly touch the cursed object, you can't detect it. Zhu Zhao was shocked. It didn't doubt the truth of Fang Qingran's words, but it couldn't imagine how terrifying a spell could be with consciousness. This is probably the same as Tao having consciousness. Such as the way of devouring. Could it be that the death god curse is similar to the way of devouring? Gained consciousness by coincidence. Zhu Zhao released the power of divine energy and carefully explored the death curse. There is the power of viewing on it, so if its divine energy comes into contact with it, it will not be cursed. Zhu Zhao could only feel the power of spiritual consciousness on the totem. If this is the consciousness of the death curse, it would be too terrifying. The other party actually hides. Phoenix Master, let's get out of here, I feel like it's tempting you to touch it. Zhu Zhao said worriedly. This kind of curse will be a disaster if it is not removed. I will try it first. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he sat cross-legged and released the power of his consciousness. Among the things that Senior Zhu Jian passed on to her was the solution to the death curse. The death curse has been confirmed. No matter how it changes. Never leave its origins. She only needs to understand its changing patterns to find the solution. In addition to looking through the memories transmitted by Zhu Jian, Fang Qingran also checked all the formation books she could see. Time flies by. Fang Qingran understood countless formations and found some ways to break the death curse. It's still a little short. There is still a key opportunity to break the formation. While Fang Qingran was thinking, a book spirit appeared in the sea of consciousness. The contents of a book are transferred to memory. Fang Qingran immediately understood that she had unlocked a new book spirit. In the first game of the formation book, Yu Dao is the formation of heaven and earth. As long as you are familiar with the formation, you can become the tyrant of heaven and earth. Are you excited? Fang Qingbran was used to starting like this and continued reading the rest. After reading the entire formation book, she felt enlightened. The key to the death curse is death. Why does it continuously absorb vitality? Not only the person who casts the formation needs vitality, but the formation itself also needs vitality. If you want to break the death curse, you must have the death curse in a breathless place, just like the original Phoenix Clan continent. In this way, the death curse will be broken automatically. So she needs to set up an illusion formation here. But there is another troublesome thing, that is, the death curse is almost integrated with the universal world tree. Even if the boundary tree is lifeless at the moment, it is also connected to the heaven and earth of the entire universe. The world tree has no vitality, not because it is dead, but because all its vitality is supplied by the death god's curse. If the illusion formation was really used, the boundary tree in front of him would probably be destroyed. This means that the old world tree is completely dead. Hongmeng, is there any way to avoid the problems you mentioned after the emergence of new territory trees? Fang Qingbran asked via voice message. It must die, right? Hongmengshu's tone was slightly solemn. Yes, the death curse must be removed, otherwise it will affect not only the killing universe, but also other places. Hongmengshu heard this and said, if there are some of its trees, I have a way to solve the problems after the new territories trees appear. But right now, the entire world tree is connected to the death curse, and the trees that were removed are useless. Unless someone preserves the trees before the boundary tree. Wrong. Fire Lady. These words were spoken by Hongmengshu and Fang Qingbran at the same time. Hongmengshu said, Huo Lady is so smart and cautious, she must have something from the boundary tree. Fang Qingbran agreed very much with Hongmengshu's statement. Zhu Zhao, I'm going to find Lady Huo. You can guard this place. Fang Qingbran looked at Zhu Zhao and explained. But as soon as Fang Qingbran came out of the barrier, Xiao Juang suddenly floated in front of her. Xiao Juang handed her a box. Our commander said that if you come out, I will give you this. You may need it. Fang Qingbran took the box and found a branch and a bud lying inside. This is it. This is something from the boundary tree. Lady Fire is really far-sighted, Hongmeng Tree said in a message. Fang Qingbran sent the box into space and gave it to Hongmeng Tree. She looked at Xiao Juang. What else did the Fire Lady say? The commander also said, don't worry. When the young master of the Black Abyss sect comes back, he will tell him that you are here. Xiao Juang said wiltedly. It was so beaten by the leader that it could no longer hold its head up. It can even think of questions that it can't figure out, but the leader can come up with answers without having to guess. Thank you. Tell Madame Huo that I will live up to your trust. Interest flashed in Fang Qingbran's eyes. The Fire Lady actually guessed everything. She could imagine that if Lady Fire were a cultivator, she would be an unprecedented and unparalleled existence. It's a pity that the Fire Lady is a killing monster and can only join one in this life. Do you really have a close relationship with the young master of the Black Abyss sect? Xiao Juang said with an unkind look. Except for the leader, anyone who has a good relationship with the Black Abyss sect's young master will be hated by it. Yes, after Fang Qingbran said that, regardless of Xiao Juang's situation, he ducked into the barrier. Xiao Fang, is this Fire Lady really a killing monster? The branches and buds it retains have been specially treated and are equivalent to an important split soul of the outer world tree. Xiao Fang, that tree stump is no longer important. Just feel free to build it. Hongmengshu finished speaking excitedly, and then asked doubtfully, Xiao Fang, you said that Huo Niang, such a smart being, fell into the Tao Master's trap because of the black stone. Fang Qingbran's eyes flashed, probably because it was a scam carefully prepared by the Taoist Master for her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1476 Becoming a Strong Dao, Golden Ticket 1. No matter how smart you are, you may fall into a trap. If it is not encountered, it can only prove that the suitable trap has not appeared. The Fire Lady is smart, but she cannot predict the entire future. Hongmengshu said regretfully, that's right. A tailor-made scam like this must have caught Fire Lady's weakness. It's only a matter of time before it falls into the trap. Fang Qingbran and Hongmengshu both fell silent. Fang Qingbran concentrated on arranging the formation illusion. Hongmeng Tree carefully cultivates young saplings. Time flies. Finally, Fang Qingbran completed the formation illusion. In an instant, all the roots connecting the tree stump to the outside world were broken. The death curse can no longer absorb life. Before the formation was formed, Fang Qingbran let Zhu Zhao enter the space. At this moment, she was the only one left in this world. She has already faced such a formation once. Know how to respond. An almost transparent spark floated next to Fang Qingbran. She held the Hongmeng pearl in her hand, blocking out all her breath. No one who enters this small world can discover her existence. Since the formation was formed, there seems to be movement in the tree stump, and the totem and the death curse have also been integrated. Fang Qingbran felt that the consciousness in the tree stump was getting impatient. Swallowing, do you want a new creation? Do you want to enter the powerful series? Fang Qingbran said to Swallowing. Devouring Consciousness was extremely happy and said, Phoenix Master, is it true? Do you really want to give me a new creation? Can I really squeeze into the powerful realm? Fang Qingbran gave an affirmative answer, really, but this process may be a little dangerous. Are you willing to take the risk? Swallowing Consciousness starts to think. Even though it is created by nature, it can also control the practitioners who practice it, but cannot practice other ways. But it has never been able to reach the top. Not even in the top 10. Since ancient times, ascetics have always liked to focus on the top 10 when practicing Taoism. Even if you can't practice the top 10 ways, you will still retreat and practice other ways. Only those who are forced to practice Taoism will choose to practice it. If there are fewer people practicing it, its creation will be less, and its consciousness will weaken. But it cannot force the ascetic. And in the world of monasticism, it has been said since ancient times. Time is supreme. Space is king. Reincarnation and cause and effect are the twin kings. The five elements are the mother of all things, and heaven overcomes killing and destruction. Chaos, origin, and return to ruins are the same. Origin is the beginning of a causal cycle. Returning to the ruins is the end of reincarnation. There is one remaining path of nothingness. Although it is the strongest among the strongest, you need to be cautious when entering this path. The water of nothingness is too deep for ordinary practitioners to grasp. These words about cultivating the Tao actually did not even mention it. Since we don't mention it, it must be more domineering. Any cultivator who practices it cannot practice any other path, especially those ranked among the top 10. The subconsciousness of the devouring way implements this very well. Then when it reached its main consciousness, it could only see Fang Qingbran practicing other ways, and it was unable to stop him. The swallowing consciousness silently moves away from the monastic tree, and those sprouting seeds make it feel jealous just looking at it. It must become stronger quickly. Become the number one powerhouse. After thinking about this, devouring consciousness felt that taking risks was not a big problem. The swallowing consciousness sent a message to Fang Qingbran. Master Fang, I am willing to take risks, I want the king to return. Fang Qingbran curved her lips and smiled. You will definitely not regret it. The consciousness of the death curse is a consciousness that has been proven in the early stages of chaos. As long as you find a way to devour the other party, you will be a proven consciousness in the world. Rather than erasing the consciousness of the death curse, she wanted to refine the other person. As long as she refines the opponent, she won't have to spend a lot of time when encountering the death curse in the future. In case there is this spell on other trees in the universe. The current method will no longer work. After Fang Qingbran finished speaking, he also chose to convey some information about the death curse to the devouring consciousness. Swallowing carries the law of creation. Even if the consciousness of the death god curse cannot be swallowed, there will be no problem. This, Lord Phoenix, it seems to also eat consciousness. If I can't fight it, wouldn't it mean that I can't come back to you? He swallowed the consciousness. Its only way out is to swallow the consciousness of the death curse. Otherwise, it will be contaminated with the death energy of the death god's curse. Just touching it is equivalent to being cursed. Then it cannot return to Fang Qingbran's sea of consciousness. Okay, but you need to let Sui purify it for you first. Fang Qingbran said. Sui Zhu, swallowing consciousness, was a little scared. Fang Qingbran continued to transmit the message. Swallow, this is your only chance. Think about it, how many consciousnesses have achieved fame at the beginning of chaos? Devouring consciousness immediately responded. Okay, I'll go. After agreeing, you still feel like something is wrong when swallowing your consciousness. Why do Phoenix Master's words sound so much like the PUA in the monk's memory? It's also a bit like painting a pie. No. The Phoenix Master obviously thinks about it. How can it think about the Phoenix Master like this? The swallowing consciousness felt guilty for a moment, and then wanted to rush to duel with the consciousness of the death curse. Fang Qingbran flipped her wrist, looked at the dark little dumpling in her palm and said, wait, the time hasn't come yet. Okay, I'll wait for Master Phoenix's instructions. At this moment, wisps of black mist overflowed from the tree stump. But after the mist came out, its existence was instantly wiped out by the formation. Fang Qingbran could sense that the consciousness of the death curse was getting more and more violent, and eventually cracks appeared on the tree stump. Swallow, go ahead, I believe in you, you will definitely succeed. Devouring his consciousness, he said with passion, Master Phoenix, don't worry, I will definitely become the king and return in triumph. A little black dumpling broke out of the barrier set by Hongmeng Pearl. The aura that devoured consciousness spread in the small world. Instead of rushing into the stump, it circled around it. More black mist overflowed. Devouring consciousness quickly absorbed the black mist and moved closer to the tree stump. Finally, a small black snake rushed out from the tree stump and bit into the devouring consciousness. Instead, the devouring consciousness burrowed into the tree stump. The little black snake paused and did not hesitate to catch up with the swallowing consciousness. The moment Fang Qingbran saw the little black snake, she understood that it was probably the form of the death curse fused with the totem. She could clearly see what was going on inside the stump. After all, the little black snake has a consciousness certified by heaven and earth, which suppresses the devouring consciousness. The little black snake bit him and swallowed his consciousness several times. The originally smooth little black dumplings turned into pits. Fang Qingbran's eyes turned cold, and she was ready to let Sui rescue the swallowing consciousness. As a result, the next moment, the shape of the small dumpling expanded, and the bumpy place looked like a bloody mouth. The little black snake had no time to react and became the food of these big mouthfuls. Fang Qingbran always felt weird when seeing this scene. Then, the swallowing consciousness turned into a small dumpling again, and the bitten places were not restored. The swallowing consciousness did not go out immediately, but lay in the tree stump. After practicing for a long time, it slowly came out. From a distance, it looked extremely weak. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1477 Acting weak. The swallowing consciousness flew in the direction of Fang Qingbran. Up for a while, down for a while. In half an hour, it only flew forward an inch. Eventually it seemed to lose its strength and fell to the ground. Fang Qingbran's eyes twitched wildly when she saw this scene. Those who knew it thought she was weak, and those who didn't knew thought she was drunk. She quietly looked at the little black dumpling lying on the ground, wondering what on earth it was going to do. The devouring consciousness said in a breathy voice, Master Phoenix, I am so soft now, the consciousness of death is so scary, I almost can't come back, woo woo woo. Devouring consciousness and crying, he found that Fang Qingbran didn't make a sound. He paused and didn't understand what the problem was. It looked at the memories of those monks and said that if they were to perform a mission, they must appear very weak when they return, and then describe the dangers and difficulties in completing the mission. Even if the task is completed quickly, it will take some time before going back to report the results. In short, it is very difficult to act. Only in this way will it receive supreme care, and the owner will feel guilty and want to compensate it, and then give it many good things. It doesn't want so many good things, it just wants a trace of Hongmeng's demonic energy. It followed the method taught in the monk's memory, and there was nothing wrong in the process. It also deliberately left wounds bitten by the consciousness of death. As it turned out, the script was not what it was supposed to be. Fang Qingran didn't care about it in a hurry. And no reward was given to it. Could it be? Isn't it acting hard enough? The swallowing consciousness retrieves the swallowed memories again, wondering where the problem lies. You were seriously injured and behaved very miserably. I ignored you. I must not care about you. Perhaps your owner has an emotional disorder and is unable to express feelings. She may have facial paralysis. You just can't see her concern. In fact, she is already going crazy inside. If I meet such a master, I will turn around and leave without looking back, leaving her regretful and wiping away her tears. You need to analyze this situation in detail. First of all, you need to reflect on yourself. Is your performance not good enough on weekdays? Are you not lovable enough? Ellipsis. After reading the retrieved content, devouring consciousness became even more confused. It feels like everything said here makes sense. Fang Qingran looked at the devouring consciousness lying there, moved forward a few times, and then became motionless. Fang Qingran decided to cooperate and see what devouring consciousness wanted to sing. Swallow, it'll be good if you come back. When the swallowing consciousness heard Fang Qingran's words, she immediately wanted to cry. She cared about it. The devouring consciousness was extremely aggrieved and said, Phoenix Master, oh wow, that death consciousness is so fierce. You see, it bit off a lot of places on my body. It was so dangerous at that time. I almost couldn't see the Phoenix Master. Fang Qingran, you can act more exaggeratedly. Fang Qingran pretended to be moved and said, Shan Yan, you have worked hard, I will reward you well. After hearing this, the devouring consciousness became excited and rolled towards Fang Qingran. Halfway through the roll, it stopped suddenly. Will it reveal its secrets? It is still in its weak stage. Swallow, don't get excited. Take your time. The crisis has been resolved and you are no longer in danger. Fang Qingran actively cooperated. You, Master Phoenix, you are so kind. I was really excited just now and exhausted the last bit of my strength. What should I do? The swallowing consciousness simply lay still. Anyway, Phoenix Master has been manipulated by it. The weaker it is, the more distressed Fang Qingran will be, and maybe it will be given more strength. Devouring consciousness is too much pleasure. Forgetting to control himself, his emotion spread to Fang Qingran. A dark light flashed in Fang Qingran's eyes, but she didn't reveal it. Fang Qingran said, It's okay. You lie down for a while. I have to wait until the death curse is completely lifted before I can move. Devouring consciousness is stuck. There is no air in this place, it doesn't want to lie here, it's uncomfortable. But it has already said it has no power. If it moves again, wouldn't it be exposed? Devouring consciousness feels like shooting yourself in the foot. It pretended to be considerate and said, Master Phoenix, I'm fine. I'm doing something for you. I'm happy even though I'm hurt, and will work harder in the future. Fang Qingran was speechless and didn't want to answer these words. Fang Shichu sent a message to Fang Qingran, Master Fang, I feel that the swallowing consciousness has hurt me very much. Its strange appearance is very much like the mental disorder written in the storybook. It may be full, Fang Qingran said in a message. After the Hongmeng tree raised a sapling, it saw the scene of swallowing consciousness and flying out of the tree stump. It immediately interested me. Seeing this, I finally saw some clues. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng, devouring consciousness definitely wants something from you. Hongmeng, the devouring consciousness seems to be hiding its clumsiness. It swallowed up the death consciousness of Zhengming in one fell swoop. Fang Qingran said to the Hongmeng tree. It shouldn't be. It's still a Taoist realm. How could it directly swallow up the consciousness of someone who has realized the name? The consciousness that has achieved fame in the early stages of chaos should be equivalent to the realm of Taoism. The consciousness of swallowing should never be stronger than the consciousness of the death curse. Xiaofeng dared to let the devouring consciousness devour the death consciousness entirely because the devouring consciousness had a destiny, and even if it could not defeat the death consciousness, it would not disappear. The Taoist realm consciousness can easily swallow the Taoist consciousness. Can something so outrageous happen? What I saw, it didn't know that I had the eye of nothingness, nor did it know that I could see its actions through the barrier of the Hongmeng pearl, so it didn't even think about pretending. Fang Qingran said in a voice message. She suspected that the devouring consciousness would enter the tree stump, probably because he did not want her to see the devouring process. The stump was then the domain of the death curse consciousness. If her consciousness were to penetrate directly, she would be in danger of being cast a death spell. But fortunately, she has the eye of nothingness in the Hongmeng pearl, which can completely block the death curse. It's a pity that the swallowing consciousness doesn't know this. Xiao Fang, there is something wrong with swallowing consciousness. We need to interrogate it carefully. Hongmeng Shu said seriously. Such a dangerous and disguised consciousness is very dangerous when placed in the sea of consciousness. The way of devouring also belongs to Tao. It is impossible to break through the constraints of Tao rules. The problem must be swallowing consciousness. Hongmeng, it has swallowed up the consciousness of death. Do you think its strength has increased? Fang Qingran asked via voice transmission. After the devouring consciousness swallows the death consciousness, it can block her exploration. She saw what happened inside the tree stump with her eyes of nothingness, and knew that the devouring consciousness was acting at the moment. But if she didn't have the eye of nothingness? At this moment, she was afraid that she would believe the devouring consciousness and that it was afraid of death consciousness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1478 Exaggerated Acting Skills. Hongmeng Shu said very seriously, it must have entered the realm of Taoism. It is pretending to be weak here to deceive you. Xiao Fang, have you forgotten? Dongji said at the beginning that devouring consciousness will deceive the ascetic, then occupy the ascetic's body and control the ascetic's body. This devouring consciousness must be thinking about this too. You can't be soft-hearted to it. Hey. It's so heartbreaking. Xiaofeng is young after all, and it is easy for her to become soft-hearted towards those who follow her. Hong Mengshu said again, Xiao Feng, don't be afraid. You can trick it into the space and I will take care of it. It only has the strength of the Taoist tradition, and it has not produced flowers of the Taoist tradition. It is not considered an orthodox Taoism. After listening to Hong Mengshu's words, Feng Qingran said, Hong Meng, don't worry, I have a way to deal with it, let it act for a while. The consciousness of death curse disappears. The world where the death curse is located does not have any vitality. The sigil carved on the tree stump shone with light, and more black mist emitted. The more black mist appears, the lines in the tree stump also disappear little by little. Devouring consciousness can absorb the black mist without moving at all. In fact, when it first came into contact with the life-pulling energy, it was a little scared and wanted to retreat. However, after it swallowed a wisp of black mist, it realized that these powers seemed to be very delicious, and it began to get excited. It also couldn't figure out why the power emitted by the consciousness of death was so unbearable. But the moment the consciousness of death rushed out, it discovered that the other party was a weakling who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. What kind of consciousness has it been to prove one's name? Barely 1/10 of it. However, it didn't want the Phoenix Master to discover its abnormality. What if the Phoenix Master is afraid that it is too powerful and doesn't like it? The memories of those monks said that you must learn to hide your clumsiness. Being too strong will cause fear or be surrounded by all-round attacks. As long as you are neither strong nor weak and follow the crowd, it is the best choice. It could only rush into the tree stump, observe it, and find that it could block the detection of spiritual consciousness, and then easily swallowed the consciousness of death. Hey. It's so understanding. It not only protects the Phoenix Master's self-esteem, but also plays the role of a pig to eat the tiger. If that 9 mysterious spirit dares to threaten it in the future. It beat it silently. Unknowingly, all the lines of the death curse disappeared. The spell is completely lifted. Belch. The swallowing consciousness that got carried away burped. It didn't expect that the traction death energy would be so strong. Swallow, are you okay? Feng Qingran asked, fearing that Swallow's consciousness would act out again. You, Master Feng, I'm fine. The dangers I encountered can't defeat me. I said I wanted the king to return, and I did it. A small black ball rolled at Feng Qingran's feet, crying. Feng Qingran sighed secretly, where did she learn acting skills? So grandiose. Even if she didn't see that scene, she could still tell that something was wrong. Swallow, can your form be restored? Feng Qingran's tone was sincere, showing concern. The swallowing consciousness was immediately moved. Sure enough, those memories did not lie to it. It will definitely devour many kinds of memories in the future. The devouring consciousness said feebly, Master Phoenix, I should be able to recover, but I need some strength. I also need to completely integrate the consciousness of death. I dare not waste my strength on repairing the form. Master Feng, there must be something wrong with this swallowing consciousness. Feng Zhitu said in a message. Sister Feng, the devouring consciousness is lying to you, it doesn't require strength like that. Feng Jingyu said angrily. Master Feng, let me go out and take a look. I suspect there is something wrong with the process of devouring consciousness and swallowing death consciousness. Zhu Zhao worriedly sent a message to Feng Qingran. The Zhu Xuan spirit, which had been autistic for a long time, also sent a message, Master Phoenix, I think it needs a beating, and it looks coy and coy. It must be trying to deceive your sympathy. It doesn't even play tricks, but a little swallowing consciousness dares to learn it. Ellipsis. Feng Qingran received a series of messages. She looked a little helpless. Everyone has seen through the disguise of the devouring consciousness, only the devouring consciousness is still here. After Feng Qingran calmed down a few of the little ones, he said to devouring consciousness, what kind of power do you want to restore your form? By the way, devouring, what level are you at now? The devouring consciousness was very happy when he heard Feng Qingran's previous words, but after hearing Feng Qingran's next words, he suddenly became depressed and said sadly, Master Feng, I am still a Taoist. Xiao Feng, this part of her performance is quite sincere, Hong Mengshu said through the voice. I feel like this is the only truth. Feng Qingran responded. Swallowing consciousness was so exaggerated when he was acting before. Now it is not exaggerated, it only proves that it is telling the truth. Feng Qingran raised her hand, and the small black ball reached her palm. Swallow, answer me honestly, why can't other cultivators practice other ways after practicing you? But I can. Xiao Haituan had a depressed aura on his body and asked gloomily, Master Phoenix, the way of swallowing can indeed swallow any power, and it can also grow rapidly. But the way of devouring is not really an omnipotent devourer. Once the way of devouring allows other ways to exist around, the power of the way of devouring will spread out uncontrollably. The swallowing consciousness doesn't want ascetics to practice other ways, because it doesn't want the fruits of hard work to be taken away. Of course, this is also the order conveyed by all my swallowing consciousness. When a cultivator enters this path, he will be able to sense the rules of the devouring path. If they don't accept it, they can completely refuse to enter the path of devouring. Master Phoenix, when I became the swallowing consciousness, I didn't notice the loss of power. Besides, the power you gave me to swallow was all very powerful. However, as I grew stronger, my strength began to slip away. I have no way to advance to Tao Lord for the time being. Even if I advance, if you practice a new way, I will be able to transform back into a Taoist realm. Master Phoenix, it doesn't matter. After you become stronger, even if I don't advance, it won't affect my strength. Although I am only a Taoist, I can defeat 10 Tao Lords, hundreds of Tao Kings, and thousands of Tao Emperors. Swallowing consciousness didn't find anything wrong with its description at all. Feng Qingran heard some knowledge, her eyes flashed, and she smiled. It seemed like what she had guessed. Xiao Feng, these words of swallowing consciousness sound outrageous, but they seem to be true. Hong Mengshu said slightly suspiciously. Feng Qingran heard the swallowing consciousness in the palm of Hong Meng tree and asked, why didn't you tell me before? Swallowing consciousness said aggrievedly, I'm afraid you think there's something wrong with me and then give up on me. It likes to follow the Phoenix Master. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1479. It doesn't hurt to give it to him. Additional update. Since it became her way to devour, the power it gained became better and better. Even if it cannot be promoted to Daojin for the time being. It is also many times more powerful than when it swallowed the power alone. Moreover, Fang Qingran never showed any feelings of rejection or disgust towards it. Fang Qingran no longer guarded against it. It also entered the sea of consciousness. It likes this feeling of being trusted. Through other devouring consciousnesses, it could sense that the cultivators who entered the devouring path were actually unwilling in their hearts. They just had no choice but to choose the way of devouring. Therefore, after those cultivators use the way of devouring to get out of trouble, they will find ways to practice other ways again. Even if they have to give up the way of devouring, they are willing to do so. It has seen too many such examples and gradually became disgusted with the ascetics, so its emotions became extreme. Other devouring consciousnesses are affected by it. They will also subconsciously reject ascetics. Of course, if the cultivator is sincere, the devouring consciousness will slowly put down its guard and focus on helping the cultivator. But there are only a few monks who sincerely treat the way of devouring. Why do you have this illusion? Fang Qingran asked puzzledly. Since you have chosen to practice the way of devouring, you cannot give up. Is it because she has practiced so much that devouring consciousness feels insecure? The only path that produces consciousness is actually afraid of being abandoned. Does the swallowing consciousness lack any self-consciousness? It is the Tao formed by creation, and it contains the secret of creation. How could she give it up? Swallowing consciousness said in despair, I can't even rank among the Taoists. It must be because I'm not strong enough. No Taoist would ever discuss me. They all like time and space. The swallowing consciousness spoke hundreds of words in succession. In the memories I devoured, even the path of crying and the path of laughter are remembered by the ascetics, but no one mentioned me. Don't people often say that you will be remembered and remembered only if you like me? They definitely don't like me, so they don't even mention me. Devouring consciousness said and really started crying. Fang Qingran felt the wetness in her palms, and her mood was complicated for a moment. What a strange misunderstanding formed. Fang Qingran said softly, is it possible that they don't mention you because they don't know your existence? Or maybe they can't find a way to cultivate you? The devouring consciousness said in surprise, how is this possible? After I became the way of devouring, I can be sensed. I specially separated many consciousnesses. As long as a cultivator sincerely wants to practice the way of swallowing, he can find out how to practice me. After that, he only needs to continue to feed the power of swallowing consciousness. How could they not know such a simple method? Moreover, it has swallowed up the memories of countless ascetics and is an experienced and seasoned consciousness. It contains hints within all partial consciousnesses. As long as they enter the Tao sincerely, they will surely be aware of the cultivation method of the devouring Tao. How much consciousness have you developed? Fang Qingran asked curiously. 3,000, don't they all have 3,000 words, Tao, and Dharma, and each one performs them? I can't break the rules. When the cultivator of the devouring way reaches 3,000, heaven and earth will differentiate into 3,000 consciousnesses. After swallowing consciousness, Fang Qingran completely fell into silence. Xiao Fang, I feel like I misunderstood it. It doesn't have the IQ to plot against you. Hongmeng Tree said, its voice filled with helplessness. The 3,000 words of Taoism are used by Taoists to describe the variety and inexhaustibility of Tao. The result was such a misunderstanding. Of course, from another aspect, there is nothing wrong with Taoism. The paths each ascetic can choose are limited. Unless you have special opportunities, there are only a few ways that you can cultivate in this life. It is normal for them to not be able to see the Tao and Dharma 3,000 years away. It has no bad intentions, it just wants to play some tricks to get the Hongmeng devil energy. Fang Qingran said to the Hongmeng Tree. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on Xiao Haituan, where are your separate consciousnesses hidden? Devouring consciousness said, they're basically hidden in the ancient secret realm, or in some innate weapons. Fang Qingran smiled and said, actually, you can hide it deeper. After all, the harder it is to get, the more it is cherished. The devouring consciousness did not hear Fang Qingran's sarcasm, and said happily, Master Fang, do you think so too? In fact, I was hiding in the ancient secret realm before. But I read the memories of many ascetics and found that the ancient secret realms were already the limit for later generations of ascetics, so I changed into a different location. But I still belong to the Tao that no one talks about. Even if there are occasional cultivators who discover the consciousness of devouring, they rarely choose to practice the way of devouring. Fang Qingran stared at the small black ball in her hand. When I looked at devouring consciousness before, I thought it was very smart and dangerous. Looking at it now, why does it feel so silly? Fang Qingran thought of Dongji's appearance when he used the devouring way. He exuded a dangerous Tao aura and looked very much like an evil cultivator. On her side, the information given by devouring consciousness was normal. Fang Qingran asked, Swallowed, have you ever thought that someone who can break into the ancient secret realm must be a powerful person? Such a powerful person must already be a cultivator. How does he practice the way of swallowing? The devouring consciousness reacted for a moment, and then said, yes, the devouring consciousness will definitely not become its consciousness after noticing the opponent's way. Even if the other party practices the devouring way, it will not be successful. Why didn't I think of this problem before? Devouring consciousness, he felt annoyed. No wonder there are only a few dozen people who practice the way of devouring. Master Phoenix, after we get out, I will find a way to differentiate a new devouring consciousness so that everyone can practice the way of devouring. Okay, Fang Qingran didn't want to attack the devouring consciousness. In fact, even if they sense the devouring consciousness, most ascetics will not enter this path. Because practicing this way is like evil cultivation, it is dangerous, and you also need to practice the power of dark attributes. If you want to practice this way, you must be prepared to be surrounded. Swallow, thank you for your hard work. If you hadn't followed me, you would have been promoted long ago. I have nothing to help you except to give you a little more strength. Fang Qingran finished speaking with a serious attitude and passed a few wisps of Hongmeng's demonic energy to devouring consciousness. Since devouring consciousness has paid so much, it doesn't hurt to give it the Hongmeng demonic qi. After the devouring consciousness absorbed Hongmeng's demonic energy, its body was covered with a layer of light, and it turned into a furry round dumpling. It opened with a pair of big, fluttering black pupils. The eyes of the devouring consciousness were crystal clear. It looked at Fang Qingran with gratitude and guilt. You, Master Fang, you are so good to me, but I still want to lie to you, I'm sorry. Master Phoenix, in fact, it's not dangerous for me to deal with that consciousness of death. I can swallow it in one bite. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1480 The Secret of Creation, Golden Ticket 2. Master Phoenix, I will never lie to you again. I'm sorry, don't drive me away, I will never be petty again. The eyes of devouring consciousness were filled with crystal tears, and they looked extremely pitiful if they could not fall away. I don't dislike you. If you want anything in the future, just ask for it without having to act. Fang Qingran said softly. Yeah. Devouring consciousness quickly promised. Master Phoenix, I will never learn anything from those ascetics again. Fang Qingran raised her hand to return the swallowing consciousness to the consciousness space. I created a consciousness space for you alone. As long as you stay here, the power will not spread out. The swallowing consciousness suddenly jumped up and down in the space, extremely happy. After Fang Si, Hong Mengshu and others knew the truth, they remained silent for a long time. Hong Mengshu mysteriously sent a message to Fang Qingran. Xiao Fang, is there anything else you haven't said? Fang Qingran said in a message, the swallowing consciousness indeed contains the secret of creation. After it swallowed the death consciousness just now, my way of death and the way of life have been strengthened. It's just that the swallowing consciousness doesn't seem to notice this. Is this the secret to the spread of its power? Hong Mengshu asked in surprise. It originally thought that the path of devouring was one of the most dangerous paths. But now it seems that is not the case. Fang Qingran put away the flint and the Hongmeng pearl, and then sent a message, Hongmeng, everyone knows that creation is endless, but no one knows what creation itself is. I fell into a misunderstanding before, thinking that being blessed must be a good thing. Actually, there should be good and bad things in nature. Just like Noah and the others created a universe, they also have mixed good and bad. The creation between heaven and earth is elusive. Xiao Fang, why do I feel that creation is so similar to Tao itself? Why do you feel that way? Creation is immortal, heaven and earth exist forever, and there are similar sayings about Tao. Xiaofeng, if you think about it carefully, no cultivator has ever practiced the Tao of creation, but the rumors about creation and Tao are so similar. Hong Mengshu immediately started searching in the inherited memory. The more I looked, the more surprised I became. Creation is really like Tao. That is, the Tao is sometimes visible and tangible. And creation is always invisible and intangible. Think about it, since the death of the demon god of creation, no one in the world seems to have control over creation anymore. When the Taoist master planned the creation of the devil, he seemed to be particularly willing to put in the effort. In order to let the demon god of creation enter the trap, the Taoist master was able to let go of the demon god of luck and the demon god of destruction. So good fortune is more important than luck. And Zhu Jian, who is the time demon, can also escape from the Taoist master. Why can't Yao Ji? In addition to her love brain, it comes from the Taoist master's precise calculations. Suddenly, Hong Mengshu had a bold guess. Xiao Fang, did you say that the Lord created the predator just to deal with the demon god of creation? Fang Qingran agreed. It's very possible, but we still need some clues to determine the answer to this question. After the Chaos Demon God appeared, the laws he controlled were all the Tao that later ascetics would major in. Both Yanyu and scholar Danqing said that in the period of chaos, the Chaos Demon God controlled the laws and could modify them. However, after the Tao appears, they need to give up the right to control. The Chaos Demon God gives up the control of the law, which means placing himself among the weak. No one wants to be a weak one, so naturally, no one is willing to give up the power. So powerful men from all walks of life participated in the conspiracy against the Chaos Demon God. The reason why the powerful forces want the Chaos Demon God to hand over the power of law should be related to the chance of heaven and earth. It is very possible that during that period, all the good opportunities in the world were with the Chaos Demon Gods. They seized the opportunity and became the venerable ones in charge of the world. If latecomers want resources, they can only steal them from them. If they don't let them grab resources, latecomers will have to find another way. And among these Chaos Demon Gods, the law of creation itself represents a kind of opportunity, and it must have become the primary target of those who come after them. Regarding the Chaos Demon God, she could only judge based on the clues she got, and there were still many unanswered questions. Xiao Fang, judging from what you said, there is nothing wrong with being a latecomer. No one likes the feeling of being in the hands of others, said Hong Mengshu. There is no right or wrong in this world, it's just different positions. Fang Qingran said calmly. She never said that Shuanmen, Wu Clan, or Chaos Law Enforcers were at fault. But since you have chosen a position, you must be prepared to be overturned. She never felt that there was anything wrong with her killing a Shuanmen practitioner. Hongmeng, do you think Yanyu still has the power to control the law of destruction? Yanyu can use the power of destruction, so it should be possible. Fang Qingran shook her head. Yanyu can no longer control the law of destruction, but she was once the demon god of chaos, and her use of the law of destruction is better than that of all cultivators. It is absolutely impossible for Yanyu to voluntarily hand over the control of the law of destruction, so how did she lose the control? Is it possible that the laws of creation controlled by senior Yaoji are the core of all laws? When Yaoji died, control of the laws of creation returned to heaven and earth, so Yanyu was unable to control the laws in her hands. Yanyu is like this, then other chaos demon gods should be like this too. The Chaos Demon God loses his absolute control over the laws. I am afraid that many of them will face the demise or become targets of ascetics. She guessed that this was why the Chaos Demon was hiding. Hong Mengshu was shocked after hearing Fang Qingran's words. Combining its memory and inheritance, it discovered that what Xiaofeng said was most likely true. Therefore, the enemy of the Chaos Demon God is never the Taoist Master, but the Tao between heaven and earth. Who is the real ruler of heaven and earth? The Hongmeng tree unconsciously felt a chill. When it was a mother tree, it completely failed to capture the laws of creation. Now it has newly constructed laws and searched for the laws of creation, but it has not found the shadow of creation. Many of them were captured only after Xiaofeng had practiced. What is the significance of the existence of this mother tree? Hongmeng Shu suddenly became confused. Xiao Feng, I give you the world tree that kills the universe. I will be in seclusion for a while. Feng Qingran had a sapling in his hand. Hongmeng, everything goes well or against you. As long as you follow your heart, be worthy of heaven and earth, and conform to what you want, then it is the right choice. Hongmeng, no matter what happens, I will be there. After listening to Feng Qingran's words, Hongmeng Shu always felt that something needed to break through the obstacles. Xiao Feng, thank you, wait for me. It is good. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1481 The Clingy Sapling. Feng Qingran left Shaoshandi. It was eerily quiet outside. Those killing monsters that looked like little suns were all gone. There is only grey left in the whole world. The power of Feng Qingran's consciousness spread out, but no aura was detected. Zhao, they were worried about Feng Qingran, and they all came out of the space. Feng Jingyu was still sitting on the beautiful swing chair, and countless crystal water drops flew out. Feng Si was in the sky above the universe, and the feathers on his body were shining brightly, adding some color to the killing universe. Master Feng, I can sense that all the killing monsters have disappeared. Master Feng, the feeling of suppressing me is gone, and the thing that belongs to killing monsters is also gone. Feng Zhichuhui reported. It is most sensitive to things related to killing monsters. It doesn't know why. Except for small boxes, it will feel uncomfortable whenever it encounters other killing monsters or things they have touched. Little Mushroom said, Phoenix Master, are you an little green insect? I will go look elsewhere. Okay, pay attention to safety. Feng Qingran placed a seal on them. As a 9-nether butterfly, Feng Zhu can freely travel through yin and yang and tear apart space. With the three of them together, Feng Qingran felt very relieved. Feng Zhu flapped his butterfly wings, the little mushroom, and the loyalty goo, including himself, and disappeared before Feng Qingran's eyes. Sister Feng, there is no trace of residual soul or residual thoughts. Feng Jingyu said. After hearing this, Feng Qingran glanced at the sapling in her hand. She originally wanted to find a suitable place to plant it after she came out, but now it seems that she has to wait. Zhao asked worriedly, Master Feng, did the consciousness of the death curse do something and we didn't notice it? Feng Qingran looked at Zhao again. It's very possible that the consciousness of death has been separated from the killing universe. How does it move its hands and feet? The devouring consciousness took the initiative and said, Master Phoenix, I only devoured the huge power of the death consciousness and did not capture any memories. I know, Feng Qingran responded. If it is really the Taoist Master who plans to kill the universe, he must have considered the situation of the consciousness of death being swallowed up. Therefore, there must be restrictions on the consciousness of death, and swallowing cannot detect any situation, which is extremely normal. Little Mushroom, Loyalty Goo, and Feng Zhu came back quickly. Loyalty Goo said, Phoenix Master, I can't sense the golden source goo, so Fire Lady and the others left the killing universe. We have checked many places in the killing universe. There are no signs of fighting, let alone a killing monster. They seem to have suddenly disappeared. After listening to Loyalty Goo's words, Feng Qingran's eyes flashed with a dark light. If Lady Fire was leaving, there was no way she wouldn't leave her any information. Feng Qingran looked at the vibrant sapling in her hand, first find a place for the boundary tree, and then go look for it in the place where the Fire Lady usually stays. The sapling seems to be conscious, even though it has not yet been buried, it is growing up little by little. Hongmeng. As soon as Feng Qingran started speaking, she remembered that the Hongmeng tree was sleeping. She wanted to ask Hongmeng tree where to plant the boundary tree. Feng Qingran said to the sapling, do you have a place you want to go? The buds on the top of the sapling curved and pressed against Feng Qingran's palm. Feng Qingran noticed the meaning of the little sapling and said helplessly, my space does not need a boundary tree. You are the boundary tree of this universe. You cannot stay in my space, otherwise the universe will collapse. The palm-sized sapling was twisted, and two young shoots grabbed Feng Qingran's hand, as if they didn't want to give up. Feng Qingran's voice softened a bit, don't be afraid, the death curse has been removed. You can grow up with peace of mind in the future. If you trust me and give me some control of the universe, I can prevent the death curse from appearing in the entire universe. The existence of the death curse requires consciousness to maintain. Just set a rule specifically to erase the consciousness of death. In this way, even if the death curse is drawn, it cannot last forever. The sapling continued to twist its small body, and the two buds were even more stuck to Feng Qingran, making it impossible to let go. Feng Qingran sensed another meaning of the little sapling, and the corner of her mouth twitched. This little guy actually wanted her to be the boundary tree. I am a human being and cannot become the boundary tree here. From now on, you will be the most noble tree in the universe. No one dares to do anything to you. You can stay here with peace of mind. Feng Qingran had a headache, and the sapling in front of her looked like a child. After hearing Feng Qingran's words, the sapling paused, and a halo appeared on the buds. In an instant, the green buds turned pink and red. Astonishingly, they are the same two colors as those on Fire Lady. Feng Qingran's eyes moved slightly when she saw such a sapling. Can you change more colors? So, next, the two buds on the top of the sapling continued to change colors. It even occasionally emits a dazzling light. Wow, Lord Phoenix, it's so powerful. It can turn into colorful black and colorful white. Feng Zhichu said with envy. Why can't it change so many colors? The colors of its gourds seem a bit monotonous. Perhaps, it can ask the little sapling for advice, and then let Xiao Qi become a colorful black gourd. Let the little three gourds turn into colorful green. The more Feng Zhichu thought about it, the more he admired the little sapling at this moment. Little Mushroom understood Feng Zhiqiu's mood very well, and echoed, "The colorful gray it turned into just now is very beautiful, and this colorful red is also very beautiful." Feng Xi looked back at Feather behind him. It seems that it can't change color, otherwise it would have to learn from the other party. The dull hair on Wan Ling's head shook a few times, and his body also flashed, and the yellow all over his body turned into a strange and colorful yellow. At a glance, I knew it was yellow. If you look closely, you will find that there are various colors hidden in the yellow, and they're still shining. Okay, no need to change. Feng Qingran was really afraid that if the sapling continued to change, the buds would fall off. The young saplings are purple now. It's just this purple sparkle. Feng Qingran said in a serious tone, "I can't take you away. This is the place where you were born. If you leave here, you will die. The universal boundary tree controls the vitality of the entire universe and is connected to the Great Avenue. The boundary tree can die within the universe. But you can never leave this universe. Once it leaves, the universe will collapse and its consciousness will die." The sapling finally let go of Feng Qingran's hand and turned back into a straight sapling. Feng Qingran didn't know how to comfort it. The sapling escaped from Feng Qingran's palm and flew somewhere. Feng Qingran led everyone to follow it. "This place seems to have the aura of Lady Fire left in it," Zhu Zhao said in surprise as he looked at a magnificent palace in front of him. The sapling chose a wide space behind the main hall. The killing universe is vast, but it has no mountains or lakes, only a few buildings located in some places. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1482 Why don't you smoke it? There is no hidden place that the boundary tree can choose. The sapling floated in front of Feng Qingran again, and the bud quickly touched the center of her eyebrows, and finally dug into the soil on its own initiative. In a few breaths, it rose several meters higher. Feng Qingran felt that there was a vague connection between the boundary tree in front of her and her. Much like how Xuan made her feel. This connection is no longer like a contract. It was more like the feeling she had when she became a saint. There is simply an inexplicable connection. It's too dangerous for you to stay like this. I'll give you a few poisonous mushrooms. You hide them. If anyone dares to get close to you, you'll hit them with the poisonous mushrooms. The little mushroom said, and he conjured up 7 thumb-sized mushrooms and gave them to the boundary tree. I have specially treated them. You can wrap them in leaves and they won't be poisoned. If it tries to attack you, just throw it out and say, indestructible poison mushroom. Silently to control it to aim at the target. Feng Zhiqiu also came to the boundary tree. I'll give you a vine. At the critical moment, it will attack the intruders for you, but it is afraid of the Zerg. I will give you some more soil so that you can grow better. The boundary tree has just recognized the Phoenix Master. From now on, the Phoenix Master can enjoy the merits and virtues of the boundary tree in front of him. So if the boundary tree is better, the Phoenix Master can also be better. Loyalty Goo flew over and stopped on the top leaf of the world tree, then squirted some liquid from its butt and landed on the leaf. Suddenly, a branch of the world tree twitched towards Loyalty Goo. Loyalty Goo quickly escapes from the boundary tree. The boundary tree grew a branch alone and chased the Loyalty Goo, trying to draw it. When Feng Qingran saw this scene, the smile on her lips disappeared. The other little ones looked at it with interest and had no intention of starting a fight. Loyalty Goo flew several times, and couldn't help but say, hey, why don't you know what is good and what is good? I am the Supreme Goo, and I will give you the mark breath. From now on, no Goo will dare to approach you. Do you know how precious those few drops I gave you are? I usually throw out a drop, and the strong men in the entire universe will come to snatch it. Forget it, you don't appreciate it, but you still want to slap me. It's really repaying kindness with hatred. If it weren't for Phoenix Master's face, I wouldn't give it to you. Loyalty Goo's mean voice echoed around. The body of the boundary tree rustled, and the branch danced faster, as if it would not stop until the Loyalty Goo was drawn. You kid, it's true that you are so irritable at such a young age. You still behave when you get an advantage. Be careful that you won't have any friends in the future. The Loyalty Goo bullies the boundary tree because he is still young and cannot speak, irritating the boundary tree while flying. Feng Xi gloated and said, the Loyalty Goo just needs to be licked. Its action is to urinate on the top of someone's head, and it sounds so lofty. It would be strange if the boundary tree doesn't lick it. Feng Xi felt that Loyalty Goo was too immoral. If you want to mark the breath, you can place it at the root of the tree. You have to go to the top of someone's head. Even if the liquid spewed by the Loyalty Goo is not real urine, it should not be sprinkled on top of the other person's head. Besides, the Jishu in front of him is obviously a little girl. Xiao Mushroom looked at it for a while and said extremely seriously, Yuan, you should apologize to Jishu. When Loyalty Goo heard this, he stopped and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't mean to do it. I actually did it on purpose. Xiao Mushroom, what is the difference between this apology and no apology? Sure enough, Jishu became even more angry. Little Mushroom jumped forward and blocked the branches of the boundary tree. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Jishu found it was a small mushroom and stopped. Little Mushroom said to Loyalty Goo, Yuan, you have to have a certain temper when joking. Going too far is rude. The Loyalty Goo wilted, and he felt a little guilty. It just wants to have fun and make a joke. When he heard what Xiao Mushroom said, he also reacted. Loyalty Goo put away his playful attitude and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, you whipped me, I won't hide anymore, don't be angry, those liquids are actually my blood essence. As a bug, my blood essence is transparent. Quote. The Jishu ignored the Loyalty Goo, but stretched its branch in front of Feng Qingran, and rubbed her face, revealing his grievance. Feng Qingran raised her hand and touched the branch in front of her. Why don't you whip it? Jishu didn't seem to react. Feng Qingran said again, if you have been wronged, you must get it back. Don't wrong yourself just because you care about anything. The depressed mood of the boundary tree dissipated, and the entire branches began to dance wildly. A leaf on one of its branches holds the Loyalty Goo. Loyalty Goo thought that Jishu was going to beat him, so he just lay down. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a leaf scraped at several places on Loyalty Goo's body. Ahahaha, don't be itchy, ahahaha, wrong. Whenever the leaves move, Loyalty Goo will burst into uncontrollable laughter like, ha 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 ha. Loyalty Goo laughed until he lost strength. Only then did Boundary Tree let go of it. The way the Boundary Tree dealt with it shocked the other little ones. Can it still be like this? By the way, how did the Boundary Tree find the itchy spot on a goo insect? Fang Jiu landed on a branch of the Boundary Tree and was quietly communicating with the Boundary Tree. Fang Qingran looked at Zhengcheng Gu, who flew back and said, Zhengcheng, would you make that joke to Little Mushroom? Will not. You won't joke with Little Mushroom, nor with other friendly creatures. A joke is only considered a joke if both parties find it funny. Fang Qingran said seriously. Phoenix Master, I realized my mistake. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again. Loyalty Gu assured. It's still a little erratic at the moment. The Boundary Tree is really powerful, and it can actually discover its weaknesses. When I chased it before co-writing the World Tree, I deliberately let it go. Fang Jiu came to Loyalty Gu and said happily, Zheng, don't worry, the Boundary Tree is no longer angry. Loyalty Gu looked at the colorful butterflies in front of him and said disgustedly, when did you become so disgusting? What you said makes me very sad, so let's go back to space and have a fight. Fang Jiu said, full of fighting spirit. Loyalty Gu sensed something was wrong, and then remembered Fang Jiu's behavior just now, and suddenly felt something bad. Won't the Boundary Tree tell Fang Jiu about its weakness? It's what you think. Fang Jiu had no intention of hiding it. What's it like? Little Mushroom asked curiously. When it came over, it only heard Fang Jiu's words. It's okay, I'm reflecting on Fang Jiu, Loyalty Gu said. At this moment, Loyalty Gu discovered that a leaf containing the source of truth fell in front of them. Fang Xi and the others also gave Jishu life-saving things. Boundary Tree gave everyone a piece. When Fang Qingran arrived, he gave out 20 pieces. Fang Qingran put away the leaves and said, thank you. Afterwards, Fang Qingran began to arrange formations around the Boundary Tree. She wants to arrange a small world of formations for the Boundary Tree that can connect the entire killing universe. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1483 The Killing Monster Disappears, additional update. After the layout of the small world is completed, it is safe. But Fang Qingran looked at the bare little world and was not satisfied. There's only one Boundary Tree here, and it's bound to get boring. Fang Qingran's eyes turned slightly, took out the Tai Chi diagram, and drew a beautiful picture suitable for this small world. He also uses the secret of the law of life to make the world in the painting come true. In an instant, the originally bare little world became full of color, and a few birds sat on the branches of the Boundary Tree. They are not intelligent. As for whether spiritual intelligence will be born in the future, it all depends on the World Tree. Fang Qingran handed over the control of this small world to Jishu. The Boundary Tree was so happy that it grew several meters taller. Grow up well, we will come to see you in the future. Fang Qingran said goodbye. The Boundary Tree rubbed Fang Qingran with its leaves to say goodbye. Fang Qingran took Fang Xi and the others out of the small world. Before Fang Qingran entered the palace where Lady Hua was, a ball of light floated towards her. She caught the light group, and the memory was transferred to her sea of consciousness. The killing monsters of the dream sect suddenly went crazy collectively. Only Huo Niangzi and Xiao Suang can still maintain their sanity. Those killing monsters are no longer pretty jellyfish. They look like mantises, their pincers turn into sharp scimitars, and their eyes are like copper bells, cold and ruthless. This is the true form of the killing monster. They will take action when they encounter a murderous monster that looks like a jellyfish. They can also spray a black liquid that can quickly corrode the jellyfish's body. Under their brutal killing, the killing universe has truly become a place of killing. Fire Lady is also extremely careful when facing them. Afterwards, Little Box led a group of normal killing monsters into the Dream Pie territory and rescued Fire Lady and Xiao Juang. The picture ends here. Fang Qingran passed the scene to Zhu Zhao and the others. Master Phoenix, could they become like that and have something to do with the Black Stone? Zhu Zhao said worriedly. Loyalty Gu said sternly, since the war broke out, why is the entire universe empty now? There is no trace of blood left, not even those broken arms and limbs. It's impossible for those irrational killing monsters to clean up the scene. Something else must have happened after that. As for who erased the traces, it's hard to say. After listening to Loyalty Gu's analysis, Fang Qingran felt that it made sense. The voice of swallowing consciousness sounded in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Master Fang, I have something to report. When I was swallowing the consciousness of death, I had the idea of destroying all things for a moment. Afterwards, the consciousness of death disappears, and a steady stream of death energy is generated. I thought at the time that I had this thought because I had swallowed too much death energy. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid the death consciousness did something in advance. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with coldness. She took Fang Xi and the others into the space, and asked Zhu Zhao to follow her into the illusion of the formation. This small world that should have disappeared after she left is intact. The stumps are long gone. A 1-meter-long black mass condensed at that location. Occasionally, a few black mist shaped like small black snakes would come out and dive in again. There seemed to be countless consciousnesses fighting for something in the black mass. Fang Qingran hugged Zhu Zhao and held the Hongmeng pearl in his hand without leaking any breath. Master Phoenix, have we been deceived? Zhu Zhao felt the breath in the black group and asked hesitantly. This is supposed to be a small, airless world. There was such a large group of black energy of death gathered. This black energy of death is probably related to those dead killing monsters. Could it be that the lifting of the death curse will bring disaster to the killing universe in advance? Fang Qingran remained silent. She thought it would be enough to set up an array to separate this place from the killing universe. It turned out not to work. There is a secret connection between this land and the killing universe. The occurrence of such a situation must be related to the totem. Or maybe it has something to do with the proof of death consciousness. But what if she thinks about this now? The killing universe has suffered. The experience of getting rid of the mysterious people in the universe made her think that she could solve the predicament at hand. She forgot that Taoist Master and Xuanmen were not on the same level from beginning to end. The Taoist Master only went to the Xuanchu plane once and almost destroyed the entire plane. Xuanmen stayed in Xuanchu for so long, but he still didn't dare to show his face unscrupulously. Her true understanding of Tao is still too shallow. The Taoist Master had already predicted that she would use this method to break the death curse. Phoenix Master, Zhu Zhao called softly. I'm fine. Fang Qingran raised his eyes. The 1-meter-high black mass was now only half a meter high. They're still fighting and devouring each other. Fang Qingran sent a message to Devouring Consciousness, swallowing, can you disguise yourself as one of them and devour them? Devouring Consciousness vowed, Master Phoenix, don't worry, I promise there will be no problem. These little Karami are no match for me. Okay, I believe you. Fang Qingran smiled and sent the Swallowing Consciousness out of the barrier. Zhu Zhao thought about the performance of Swallowing Consciousness, and couldn't feel relieved at all. Fang Qingran looked at the big black group in front of him, his eyes were cold. The Taoist Master and the Wu clan each had their own goals in the killing universe. The goal of the Witch clan is to kill monsters. Because of the special body of the killing monster, it is not afraid of the backlash caused by the power of witchcraft. The Taoist Master's goal should be Yanyu. Where the death curse exists, even if Yanyu does not touch the death curse, if she stays in this universe for a long time, her power will still flow here unconsciously. From the Swallowing Consciousness, it turned into a wisp of black mist and plunged into the black mass. After it was added, Black Tuan lost weight very quickly. In just a moment, the half-meter-high black mass turned into a small ball the size of a palm. The Swallowing Consciousness returned to its original form, dragging a small black snake to Fang Qingran. Master Phoenix, this guy is the only one left. I was afraid you were going to ask something, so I kept him. Swallowing Consciousness said. Does it have all the memories of the death curse and the totem? Fang Qingran asked. Swallowing Consciousness said, Phoenix Master, please wait for a while, I will torture you. He used two small hands inside the black mass of Devouring Consciousness, grabbed the little black snake, and pulled it back and forth. Hurry up and explain, hurry up, or I'll tear you apart. Consciousness versus consciousness. Both feel pain. The little black snake screamed, what do I want to explain? The question asked by Phoenix Master. I couldn't understand anything she said. The Devouring Consciousness froze, as if it had not considered this issue. What's going on with the totem and the death god's curse? Tell me the truth, and I'll spare your life. The little black snake said aggrievedly, the totem is the beast of the Lord. As long as it is successfully drawn, it will produce very powerful power. The more death energy, the stronger the totem's power. The death curse requires life to maintain. The more life there is, the stronger the curse is. They live and die and can control almost all of the universe. They are even more powerful after fusion. They can control the cycle of life and death, and they can also control time. We are what they created through the cycle of life and death. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1484 The Black Chi of Death, Golden Ticket 1. As soon as we show up, they disappear. But before they disappear, they leave an order to our consciousnesses. We must devour each other. Only one consciousness can survive to the end. That's all I know, nothing else. The little black snake said honestly. The devouring consciousness tugged at the little black snake's body again. What does the consciousness that survives to the end need to do? Hiss. It hurts. The little black snake said pitifully. Don't be cute and tell the truth. The devouring consciousness said sternly. It had seen too many tricks like this. The little black snake hesitated and said, I only know that if you survive in the end, you will have a chance to become the master of this universe, and even have a chance to become a living being. Exactly what to do, I really don't know. There are restrictions on me. Only when I touch certain things will the relevant memories be opened and I will know what to do next. The devouring consciousness brought the little black snake's tail to his mouth and bit it off in one bite. After devouring part of the little black snake's power, he confirmed that the other party was not lying. Only then did the swallowing consciousness transmit what he heard to Fang Qingran. Swallow, ask it, is it from the past or from the future? Fang Qingran said through the message. Controlling reincarnation means controlling the time in reincarnation. Master Phoenix said he can remember clearly, but when they appeared, the tree stump was gone, and the death curse and totem had also disappeared. After hearing this, Fang Qingran took out a leaf given by the boundary tree and sent out the barrier of the Hongmeng Pearl. The little black snake immediately coveted the leaves. But it has no way to escape the control of devouring consciousness. Fang Qingran watched as the leaves quickly turned yellow and finally turned into powder. Get it? The formation illusion she arranged did not fail. It's just that she underestimated the consciousness of totem and death curse. After they fuse, they can temporarily control the time in reincarnation. They change the time difference between the small world and the killing universe. Killing monsters are fighting outside the small world. Here she studies how to break the death curse. After she lifted the curse, they used reincarnation time to send the black air of death into this small world. What a deep plan. No one could have imagined that a totem and a divine spell could control the cycle of life and death. Fang Qingran figured out the key points and transmitted the message again. Swallow, it just said that the totem is the beast of the Lord. What does this mean? Devouring consciousness had a friendly exchange with the little black snake, and seemed to have received a satisfactory answer. The devouring consciousness said to Fang Qingran, Master Fang, he said that the beast is the totem, and the totem is the beast. The two can be converted into each other, and it doesn't know the rest. By the way, Master Phoenix, the black energy of death I swallowed before has no memory. Only it has memory. This is a bit like refining goo. Let the consciousness fight, and the one left at the end will be the strongest consciousness. In this way, the restriction on the other party can disappear and the memory can be gained. Swallow, can you completely control it? Fang Qingran asked via voice transmission. No problem, it can't cause trouble here. Devouring Consciousness said confidently. You take it with you and we leave here. Fang Qingbran said. The Swallowing Consciousness formed the little black snake into a ball and swallowed it directly. Master Phoenix, this way it can't hurt you. I will spit it out when you need it. Fang Qingbran brought out the Devouring Consciousness and illuminated the illusion of the formation. After she came out, she paused for a moment and tried to go in again. This time, I didn't go in. Fang Qingbran's eyes darkened slightly. Taoist Master's plan was really on point. Swallow, let it out and take it around the killing universe. Don't let it discover my existence, Fang Qingbran warned. It is good. After swallowing the consciousness, he spit out the little black snake and pulled the other party's severed tail. Look for it and see if you can remember more things. The little black snake sensed it and said, let go of me. If you hold me like this, I can't fly. Then fly slower, Devouring Consciousness said. The little black snake had no choice but fly forward slowly. The little black snake twisted around and stopped at one place with the consciousness of devouring it. Beyond it was a huge abyss. The dark abyss looks like a giant beast swallowing the sky, looking extremely dangerous. I sense that I want to go in here to find something, said the little black snake. Swallow, be careful when you go down with it, Fang Qingbran said through the message. Devouring Consciousness replied, Master Phoenix, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be back soon. Don't get off, it's too dangerous. Okay, Fang Qingbran said via voice message. As she approached the abyss, she felt that the place below was not where she could enter. Devouring Consciousness slowly said to the little black snake, what do you want to go down to find? You don't want to trick me into going down with you, do you? The little black snake denied, I didn't. There is a power to summon me in this abyss. Okay, let's go down and take a look. You'd better not play tricks. After swallowing the consciousness, he threatened and followed the little black snake down. The swallowing consciousness suddenly thought that there seemed to be scenes shared in the memories it had swallowed before. It wanted to take this opportunity to try it. The swallowing consciousness stopped, and after tinkering for a long time, he sent a message to Fang Qingbran, Master Fang, can you see it? Fang Qingbran received the message from Devouring Consciousness and hesitated slightly. A dark scene. There is not much difference between seeing and not seeing. I saw it, Fang Qingbran still responded. That's good, Master Fang, just look at it. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Swallowing Consciousness finished the message to Fang Qingbran. He immediately urged the little black snake, hurry up. The little black snake dared not say anything in anger. Who stopped first? The picture sent back by the Swallowing Consciousness is always black, and occasionally the sound of it telling the little black snake to hurry up can be heard. The dark abyss seemed extremely large. Devouring Consciousness, they have been traveling for a long time and have not yet reached the end. Are you okay? You're not tricking me, are you? There was a threat in the voice of Devouring Consciousness. It's almost there, it's almost there, the little black snake said aggrievedly. It is obviously the king in those consciousnesses, how could it lose to this hairball? If I had known, I might as well have become part of some other consciousness. It's better than suffering from these. Devouring Consciousness, they marched for a while. The little black snake stopped and said, what I'm looking for seems to be right here. There was excitement in the little black snake's voice. As long as it gets that thing, it will be several times stronger. When the time comes, it will definitely knock down the black dumpling in front of it. However, there was one thing that the little black snake couldn't figure out. It just triggered a memory. It's very dangerous down here, so be extremely careful. But after it stepped in, it didn't sense any danger. The Devouring Consciousness happily devoured all kinds of dangerous powers and decided to trick the little black snake. Devouring Consciousness pretended to be angry and said, why is there nothing here? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1485 Mysterious Taoist Seed, Golden Ticket 2. Wait for me to sense it again, and I will definitely be able to find the specific location. The little black snake was afraid that the answer would be slow, so it swallowed the consciousness and bit it again. Along the way, every time the Devouring Consciousness urges it, it will bite it. It had a premonition that if it couldn't find something anymore, it would be gone. I'll count dozens. If you can't find it, I'll eat you. The Devouring Consciousness said leisurely. The little black snake didn't have time to make a sound. The Swallowing Consciousness has begun to count, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, billion, trillion, jing, guy, z, I've finished counting, have you found it? The little black snake is still in a state of confusion. Who can count? Count like this. Even Fang Qingbran and Zhu Zhao were speechless when they heard the counting method that swallowed their consciousness. Is counting units also counting? Fang Qingbran suddenly understood why Devouring Consciousness said, I can defeat 10 Dao Lords, hundreds of Dao Kings, thousands of Dao Emperors. It turns out that Devouring Consciousness didn't mean to say the opposite. It is possible that in its eyes, there is not much difference between 10 and 100. This suspicion is outrageous. But when it happens to Swallowing Consciousness, it's not outrageous. After all, swallowing really means swallowing everything. This results in a wide variety of things it learns. Of course, this also includes learning the wrong knowledge. Master Phoenix, I have to find something to replenish my Devouring Consciousness in the future. This child is so pitiful. Zhu Zhao sympathized. Thank you for your hard work, Fang Qingbran said. The atmosphere here at Fang Qingbran's side is very good. But the little black snake is not wonderful at all. Devouring Consciousness directly bit off half of its power. Woo, wait, I found it, I really found it, I will take you there right now. The little black snake cried. Devouring Consciousness said compassionately, okay. Anyway, it is full and needs to be digested. I know where the things are, come with me. Xiao Hei said tremblingly. Devouring Consciousness followed the little black snake and moved forward a few times. Wait a minute, this is the bottom of the abyss, right? You said before that killing monsters can't be found here, so why is there the aura of the formation here? The little black snake froze. It never thought that just a conscious body could actually know how to use formations. It only knew where the formation was after seeing it from its inherited memory. If it were to be induced, it would be impossible for it to sense it. The little black snake knew that it should stabilize its devouring consciousness at this moment. But it couldn't help but tremble. Devouring consciousness was originally just nonsense, trying to test the little black snake. It turns out that it seems to be true. Why are you shaking? Devouring consciousness said in a dangerous tone. I'm close to that thing, I feel it's dangerous. The little black snake argued. Absolutely, absolutely stay calm. As long as it enters the formation, it can put the swallowing consciousness to death. This will take that thing out. Swallow, what kind of formation can you sense? Fang Qingran asked via voice transmission. Devouring consciousness said embarrassedly, Master Phoenix, I'm just talking nonsense. I didn't sense the formation, I just wanted to scare it. Fang Qingran was silent for a moment, and then transmitted the message again. There should be a formation, or it may be a formation targeting consciousness. You can sense it based on the method I said. Qian is the sky, which means Yang Qi, and Kun is the ground, complying with the destiny of heaven. After Fang Qingran finished reading, the swallowing consciousness was silent for a long time. Master Phoenix, I didn't sense what you said, but I felt a special aura. I seem to have sensed this aura in you. The devouring consciousness said. What kind of smell? Not sure, Master Phoenix, I'll go down and have a look. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Devouring consciousness comforted him. The swallowing consciousness followed the little black snake into the ground. In an instant, a formation shaped like a totem lit up, and a beam of light lit up into the sky. Fang Qingran could clearly see this beam of light from where he was. Master Phoenix, let me go down and take a look. Zhu Zhao said. No, you can't deal with this formation. Fang Qingran said bluntly. This formation is a sacrificial formation. Devouring consciousness can still escape in it. If the candle shines in, it will never come out. I'm just curious now, who arranged this formation? What is the first formation? Fang Qingran said. She had observed the falling line where the little black snake walked, completely avoiding monster-killing territory. This is most likely a territory that the killing monster has never set foot on. What the sacrifice array wants to sacrifice is obviously not to kill monsters. Another beam of light lit up the sky. But despite this, when Fang Qingran looked down, the darkness was still there. The light of the light beam does not seem to be able to dispel the darkness in the abyss. A total of 9 beams of light lit up before stopping. Master Fang, the swallowing consciousness excitedly sent a message to Fang Qingran. Swallow, are you okay? I'm fine, ha ha ha. Lord Phoenix, I've swallowed up a lot of powerful power, and there's also a mysterious power that's very suitable for you. I'll keep it for you. Master Phoenix, I will go up to find you later. Fang Qingran discovered that she had lost contact with the swallowing consciousness again. The light beams disappeared one after another in front of her eyes. When the last beam of light disappeared, the excited voice of devouring consciousness sounded, Master Phoenix, I'm back. Quickly see what changes have happened to the Tao tree in your sea of consciousness. When Fang Qingran heard this, she penetrated the sea of consciousness with her spiritual consciousness and found that the Tao tree had changed dramatically. Several newly appeared mysterious Tao seeds were hanging on the trees. She actually couldn't feel what these were. The rest of her abilities have also improved a lot. Fang Qingran had mixed emotions for a moment. She was very happy that she had been promoted to the Taoist level, but there were a few more mysterious Taoists inexplicably. She didn't know how to deal with them. At this time, the swallowing consciousness returned to Fang Qingran. Xiao Haituan has grown up a little and gained a lot of weight. Master Phoenix, how are you? Surprised or not, unexpected or not, the mysterious power I found down there can directly transform into Tao. Devouring consciousness said with great excitement. Very surprised, Swallow, what happened to you in the formation? Devouring consciousness laughed out loud. That fool, after activating the formation, he put himself in it, and I absorbed the power in the formation. There was actually a source of Tao in that formation, so I kept it for you. By the way, Lord Phoenix, I also found a box for you. The devouring consciousness spits out a box engraved with intricate runes. Fang Qingran took the box, sensed it, and realized there was no danger, so he opened it. Opened the box. Before she could understand what was inside, a token flew out of the space. Law and order. It turns out to be a piece of broken iron. The swallowing consciousness saw the contents of the box first and said in disappointment. The next moment, the law command order fell into the box. Fang Qingran looked over and saw a flash of light. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1486, The Wrong Way to Open Memory. Only the law and control order remains in the box. The rusty iron block in the box was shattered into slag. Fang Qingran's eyes were deep. Could there be other secrets hidden in the law and control order left her by her mother? Fang Qingran raised his hand and took out the law control order from the box and held it in his hand. A space was actually formed within the law control order. The space is filled with white mist, making it clear how big it is. One could only see 2 drops of liquid hidden in the mist. One drop was clear and transparent, revealing infinite vitality, and the other was as red as blood, exuding a violent aura. Her consciousness just passed over the black droplets, and she felt like she was about to be torn apart by them. These 2 droplets are not under her control. Fang Qingran could sense that the droplets contained terrifying and vast power. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened slightly. Could it be possible to grow even without the command of law? Master Phoenix, there is an extra aura on the token, which seems to be the aura of killing. It's strange, why is there suddenly an extra aura? This is the first time that devouring consciousness has seen the law control order. Before, it had only sensed the aura of the law control order in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Swallow, do you know the law governing order? Fang Qingran asked. Law control order, it feels a bit familiar. Devouring consciousness whispered softly. Devouring consciousness searched the memory. Hey, Lord Phoenix, this thing seems to be related to the Chaos Gods and Demons, but after the Chaos Gods and Demons disappeared, I heard that this thing was destroyed. I haven't found its use, but based on the memory analysis, this thing seems to be very important. Even the Chaos Gods and Demons are afraid of it. Devouring consciousness looked at the law command order with a pair of big eyes. Since it was something destroyed by the Chaos Gods and Demons, it cannot exist intact. Couldn't this one be fake? Master Phoenix, who gave this to you? My mother left it to me, Fang Qingran said. Ah, Lord Phoenix, dear mother, that must be true. The way these memories are opened must be wrong. Lord Phoenix, please wait a little while I take a closer look. Devouring consciousness began to search for memories again. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran also waited patiently. Zhu Zhao stared at the law control order. Master Fang, couldn't it be created by the Chaos Gods and Demons to control the power of the law? Fang Qingran nodded. There is a possibility. If it can really scare the Chaos Gods and Demons, it must have a more important use. Merely controlling the laws is not enough to make the Chaos Gods and Demons fearful. She actually wanted to ask Zhu Jian with the token. But she was still thinking about it right now, so she decided to wait. Phoenix Master, Devouring said, the law command order was finally destroyed, but the token in front of me seems to be intact. Could it be made by later generations? Zhu Zhao analyzed. A smile appeared on Fang Qingran's lips. There is another possibility, that is, it was not the command order that was destroyed, but the power within the command order. Perhaps, the appearance of the law control order is not to retain the power of the law, but most likely to check and balance the Chaos Gods and Demons. Both Yanyu and Scholar Danqing have said that the internal fighting between the gods and demons of chaos is very fierce, and many gods and demons have died as a result. When there is serious internal strife within a group, it is not far from destruction. The Chaos Gods and Demons must have also discovered this problem. Therefore, the appearance of the law control order is probably to prevent the Chaos Gods and Demons from fighting among themselves. Fang Qingran's eyes looked at the token with deep meaning. The things her mother gave her were actually related to the gods and demons of chaos. Does your mother know the gods and demons of chaos? Fang Qingran inadvertently caught a glimpse of the jade bracelet on her wrist, as if everything her mother had left for her was not simple. Zhu Zhao rolled his eyes and remembered the reason why he came here. Master Phoenix, the thing swallowed by the law command just now is what the master behind the little black snake wants to find. How did the master behind the little black snake know that the thing is down here? Also, the other party knows that the thing is down there, so why can't they take it out themselves? Do they have to use the little black snake to get it? If it knew where there was something good, it would be eager to get it right away. Too late and things will change. This is an eternal rule. The other party can really keep his cool. After listening to Zhu Zhao's analysis, Fang Qingran also thought about this question. Why do you know that the thing is down there? It's probably deduced. As for why they knew the thing and didn't take it out, it must be because they only knew the approximate location of the thing but couldn't find it. There is another possibility that they are afraid to take it. How can the things left behind by the Chaos Gods and Demons be so easy to obtain? Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to great lengths to arrange a sacrificial formation down there. This sacrifice formation may be to prevent the creatures who took out the things from leaving. Fang Qingran paused, and then said, there is also a contradiction. The person behind it has spent so much effort and prepared so much, why only send one consciousness to find things? In this abyss, there is not even a guardian to be found. When an important treasure is discovered, even if it cannot be taken away in time, a strong person should be left to guard it. Otherwise the treasure will easily fly away. Zhu Zhao was also a little confused. It's not surprising that Taoist Master can guess this location. With his strength, he will definitely be able to find the specific location after coming to this abyss. The box was opened just now. The contents inside were not very scary, nor were there any dangers. Why didn't Taoist Master take it away in person? Did he leave the things behind on purpose? Zhu Zhao suddenly felt a chill in his soul. The Taoist Master's methods are really hard to guard against. It was afraid that there was a deeper conspiracy behind Taoist Master's move. HMPH. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed coldly. Let's just accept the good things he sent us. As for the plot, he loves to scheme so much, so let him scheme. You can't avoid what you should encounter. Only with great strength can we solve all kinds of difficulties. She fell into the trap of the Taoist Master. Anyway, with her current strength, it would be difficult to escape from the Taoist Master's plan. It is impossible for a Taoist Master to be a chess player all his life. One day, she will also become the chess player sitting opposite the Taoist Master. Then he overturned the chess table and chopped off his claws. Zhu Zhao silently shrank his neck, always feeling that the Phoenix Master at this moment was a bit scary. Zhu Zhao looked at the devouring consciousness and was shocked to realize that the devouring consciousness seemed to have been frozen there for a long time without moving. Master Phoenix, isn't this guy asleep? Zhu Zhao asked suspiciously. No, it is entangled emotions now. Fang Qingran responded. The swallowing consciousness emotions have been introduced into her sea of consciousness. Shocked for a moment. A moment of calm. Confused for a moment. Ellipsis. She now wanted to know what devouring consciousness saw. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1487 Sky Order. But she was afraid that interrupting it would affect it. As far as she knows, the amount of memory collected by swallowing consciousness is very large. Devouring has been constantly devouring all kinds of miscellaneous consciousnesses since it turned into consciousness. It was later gifted by Senior Yao Ji and transformed into the way of devouring. There are even more memories that can be devoured. The current swallowing consciousness can be said to have extremely rich memory storage. But swallowing consciousness seems to only be able to swallow and store memories, but cannot understand those memories. This also leads to the fact that it has a huge memory system, but it cannot possess the wisdom in those memories. Whenever something happens to devouring consciousness, it likes to secretly search for relevant memories. Each memory owner reacts differently when encountering problems. Smart people always come up with solutions to difficult situations. When stupid people encounter difficulties, they probably choose to escape, blame themselves, blame others, and push others to avoid disasters. The devouring consciousness has seen too many of these things and has no ability to distinguish and learn, so it sometimes behaves strangely. However, devouring consciousness has a very strong memory. Just give positive guidance. The next time it encounters the same thing, it will act the same way it did last time. Master Phoenix, if it continues to be entangled like this, will something go wrong? Zhu Zhao asked worriedly. I don't have much IQ to begin with, what if I lose my intelligence? The devouring consciousness has devoured many memories, and it also knows this. But the memories obtained by devouring it come from all kinds of creatures. All living beings have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they're only willing to record what they like or what they hate extremely. Normal things are easy to ignore. So most of those memories are very one-sided and narrow. If the complete memory of a living being was extracted, countless novels could be written. The memories swallowed up can only be used as reference and have no factual basis. Zhu Zhao was worried that Yan Qian would be confused by the memory that was like a storybook. It's possible. After Fang Qingbran said that, he decided to awaken the swallowing consciousness. Fang Qingbran raised his hand, and a wisp of Hongmeng's demonic energy appeared. In an instant, the swallowing consciousness was withdrawn from the memory, staring at the wisp of Hongmeng devilish energy in Fang Qingbran's hand, salivating. Fang Qingbran pretended to be surprised and said, Swallow, you're awake. I originally wanted to give it to you quietly. Woo woo woo, Lord Phoenix, you are so good. The swallowing consciousness swallowed Hongmeng's demonic energy in one gulp. The devouring consciousness said excitedly, Master Phoenix, I read all the memories about the law control order, and it said that it seems that there is an extremely evil guy who wants to use this token to control everyone. Then the Chaos Demon Gods collectively resisted, and the opponent was defeated step by step. In the end, that guy had to destroy the law control order and gave everyone their freedom. After that guy lost his token, he suddenly realized he felt deeply ashamed of everyone and left sadly. No one knows where that guy is. The swallowing consciousness aroused and he rushed to finish speaking. Fang Qingbran was speechless. Do you have any explanation in your memory about how the command order came about? Devouring consciousness paused. It was created by that guy. However, I didn't find the other party's name, nor did I find any information about the other party. Fang Qingbran was silent. The name, Law Command Order, did not come easily. Since it is ruling, it must have all the laws. Why would the Chaos Demon God willingly hand over the power of his own laws? Fang Qingbran decided to go see Zhu Jian. Fang Qingbran sent the devouring consciousness back to the consciousness space and said, Swallowing, you were great, take a good rest and leave the rest to me. Devouring consciousness giggled and said, Master Phoenix, this is what I should do. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Fang Qingbran took Zhu Zhao to the void space again. She entered the Shifang domain alone. Xiao Qingbran, what are you doing? Zhu Jian looked at Fang Qingbran with curious eyes. Fang Qingbran looked at Zhu Jian's slightly swollen eyes and pretended not to notice. Senior Zhu Jian, do you know the rule of law? Who told you this? Zhu Jian's tone was unprecedentedly serious. Fang Qingbran did not answer Zhu Jian's question. It seems that Senior knows about it. Can Senior please tell me the purpose and origin of the law command order? Zhu Jian stared at Fang Qingbran with a very oppressive look. There was no malice in Zhu Jian's eyes. It seemed that he simply didn't want to mention the law command order. After a long time, Zhu Jian's eyes returned to normal, and he sighed softly. I don't know who told you about the existence of the law control order, but the other party definitely has great malice and wants to push you into the abyss. In all universes, any master whose realm exceeds the law can vaguely see the existence of the law's command order. The Lord of Laws can control the power of laws and understand the true role of the power of laws. And getting a complete law control order is equivalent to controlling the power of all laws. No one can resist such a temptation. The Lord of the Laws will tacitly hide the title of the law commanding order. They'll just call it, the Order of the Sky. Those who obtain the Sky Order can dominate the universe and command all the laws for their own use. So there's no way they would have allowed this to fall into the wrong hands. The desires of living beings are endless. Being in a high position makes it easier for living beings to get lost. Those who do not have a strong will be more likely to become confused the higher they climb, and eventually fall into the abyss. They don't allow the Sky Order to fall into the hands of other powerful people. In fact, they don't worry about it falling into their own hands. Whoever gets the Sky Token will definitely become the target of public criticism. From now on, he will not have a safe place to live and can only live in a thrilling environment. Dominating the universe and commanding all the laws to work for oneself, it sounds like one is invincible. But in this world, after all, there is a strong hand among the strong, and every existence has its own way of being checked and balanced. Even if it can command all laws, they will also be unable to resist and attack in groups. Everyone is looking for the Sky Token, but they don't want to find it themselves, and naturally they don't want others to find it. You are now in the realm of the Lord of Creation, and you can only know the rules and regulations from other ways. Those who are familiar with the existence of the commanding order call it the Sky Order. If you ask this, you will know as soon as you hear it. You learn about the law and control order by accident. After they hear this, they will definitely doubt whether you have seen the command order. They will even suspect that you have that thing in your hands. As long as suspicion is aroused, even if the person dies, the suspicion will not be cleared. Anyone who has anything to do with the law control order will cause disaster. After Zhu Jian finished talking about the dangers of the command order, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, overflowing with dangerous light. Xiao Qingbran, you didn't come here to ask me so many questions because you found the command order, right? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1488 The Consciousness of the Commanding Order, Additional Update. Fang Qingbran heard the temptation in Zhu Jian's words. She smiled carelessly and asked, why does Senior Zhu Jian think so? Zhu Jian immediately returned to normal, just asking, in fact, those who have obtained the law control order, as long as they have used the order, will have a special aura on their body. I can detect it. Xiao Qingran, did you hear the law command order from the Lord of Law? When Zhu Jian asked this question, there was nothing unusual in his tone. Fang Qingran couldn't figure out Zhu Jian's attitude towards the law control order for a while. It is even more impossible to guess whether Zhu Jian has discovered anything. She just said vaguely, a senior told me. Zhu Jian heard this and did not ask further. I don't know how to use the rule of law. I only know that only the Master of Law and above can use the command of rule. The Lord of Laws can use the token once. Lord of the Void, you can use the token 9 times. The Immortal Lord can use the token 18 times. The Eternal Emperor can use the token 72 times. In the future, the Chaos Lord will be the 108 times. The realm of the Supreme Being is currently unknown. The more times the command order is used in a row, the greater the power required. If you don't control it well, you will use up your own strength. Actually, the law control order was not created to serve the token holders. There are also rumors that the one who obtains this order will dominate the universe and control the power of thousands of laws. They are all latecomers, conceived. In the early days of chaos, after the chaos gods and demons appeared, they fought fiercely with each other. Many chaos gods and demons died during the competition. Everyone realizes that continuing like this is not an option. Sooner or later we will finish playing together. As the saying goes, 3,000 chaos gods and demons may seem like an adjective, but in the end, there are really only 3,000 chaos gods and demons left. Then the law control order came out. Chaos gods and demons inject a ray of their own law power into the token, which is equivalent to promising to abide by the rules on the token and no longer kill each other. The token holder is equivalent to the judge of the chaos gods and demons. When both parties encounter problems that cannot be solved, they can go to her. The number of chaos gods and demons has stabilized since then, until the Taoist Master appears. The Taoist Master's first target is the token holder. This matter concerns the interests of all gods and demons, so everyone must work together. But the existence of the token has also become a threat to everyone. It is very difficult to create a token, and it is even more difficult to destroy it. The Taoist Master had the World Mother Tree at that time. It was impossible for us to get rid of each other, but his existence really made us resentful. He was always determined to get the command. In the end, the token holder sacrificed himself, and the command order disappeared. When Zhu Jian said this, his tone changed subtly, and his sadness was revealed. There was also a bit of hatred towards the Taoist Master flashing through his eyes. Zhu Jian was silent for a while, and then continued, but none of us thought that after the law command order was nourished by 3,000 laws, it would actually give birth to spiritual consciousness. It doesn't want to go away. The order of law control is indeed in pieces, but those fragments still contain power that can threaten the gods and demons of chaos. It's just that those fragments are scattered all over the universe, and it's extremely difficult to find them. And even if you find a fragment, the laws in the fragment cannot threaten the chaos gods and demons. You have to find all the pieces and put them together into a complete token. However, it is still beneficial to find the fragments. You can understand the secrets of the laws in the fragments. The sky order that the Lord of the Advancement Law can see is actually a fragment of the law, not a complete law governing order. They don't know that the sky order is just a fragment, and they don't know where the fragments came from. And the only one who really knows the name of the law command order, apart from the chaos gods and demons, is the Taoist Master. With the Tao Master's temperament, it is impossible to reveal the secret of the law and control order. So who else will know about the law control order? It can only be those who collect the fragments. Xiao Qingran, you must not be the reincarnation of the chaos god and demon, let alone the Taoist Master. Zhu Jian stopped talking and looked at Fang Qingran with a playful look. Fang Qingran realized in an instant that Zhu Jian was blowing her up just now. From the moment she asked, it guessed that she might have a law control order in her hand. Is this an existence like an old fox? Fang Qingran said expressionlessly, didn't Senior Zhu Jian say that the fragments are scattered in thousands of universes? How can I collect all the fragments? Zhu Jian's eyes changed, and then he regretted, yes, the command order has been destroyed, and only the one who created the token can repair it. Even if future generations gather all the fragments, they can only get a bunch of them. Broken copper and iron. As time passes, the forces and creatures existing in heaven and earth have undergone countless changes. Things that appear in the early stages of chaos, no matter how indestructible they are, will still be eroded after they become fragments. Only things that are intact can be nourished by heaven and earth and can last forever. Fang Qingran could hear the sadness hidden in Zhu Jian's regretful tone. Fang Qingran had never been able to see through Zhu Jian, so naturally he can distinguish the truth from falsehood in his words. But she had an inexplicable feeling that Zhu Jian would not hurt her. Senior Zhu Jian, after the token holder sacrifices, can't he be reincarnated again? Fang Qingran asked. Zhu Jian's eyes were dark, there was no reincarnation at all at that time. None of the chaos gods and demons who died as sacrifices were resurrected, and they could not be saved even by using the law of reincarnation. It used the law of time several times to travel back to the opponent's sacrifice, but it failed to stop the opponent's sacrifice each time. It went back in time several times, causing it to become weak. This gave the Taoist Master the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and actually defrauded the gods and demons of creation. Soon after, the chaos gods and demons completely lost control of the laws. After all, it did not complete the other party's instructions. It can only hide in this small world and dare not go out again. There was no change on Fang Qingran's face, but there was a suspicion in her heart. The law governing orders those law fragments to be scattered in various universes. But the token she held in her hand was complete. Next, she probably just needs to collect the power of the fragments. No, if there are fragments, the command order will come out on its own. Its consciousness may still be sleeping. The complete token can only be created by the original god and demon. Does this mean that my mother is the reincarnation of the chaos god and demon? Fang Qingran did not intend to mention the speculation about her mother to Zhu Juyan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1489 Power God and Demon, 51 Happy. She believed that Zhu Juyan would not hurt her. But if some secrets are revealed, that may not be the case. Her current situation made it impossible for her to trust anyone 100%. Especially Zhu Juyan is much more powerful than her. As long as Zhu Juyan thought about it, she had almost no secrets in front of him. Xiao Qingran, you already know everything about the law and control order. I won't ask about anything else in detail. I just want to tell you, don't get involved in this matter. It's too dangerous. The Taoist master will never give up on the rule of law. You are his target. If you get the command order again, he may attack you in advance. Zhu Juyan warned worriedly. Fang Qingran was slightly confused and said, Senior, with the Tao master strength, if we use deduction techniques, can we deduce the locations of all the fragments? Zhu Juyan smiled sarcastically. You would like to think so, but the law is the law of heaven and earth. It has the power to block deductions. Unless he encounters it, he will not be able to deduce it even if he runs out of power. Of course, there are always lucky people who can get the pieces. As long as he keeps an eye on the lucky ones in every place, he will be able to find the fragments sooner or later. But, he made the token holder angry, and the other party made a fool of him. When Zhu Juyan said this, he showed admiration in his eyes. It's just that his admiration was mixed with some emotions that Fang Qingran couldn't understand. Before she made the sacrifice, she directly placed a ban on the command order. The Taoist master cannot touch any fragments in this life. As long as he touches one, he will lose a law. Unless he can obtain the complete law control order, he will never be able to collect the laws of the Chaos era in his lifetime. After the period of chaos, many laws were lost between heaven and earth. This is also one of the reasons why the path of cultivation for future generations is getting narrower and narrower. Fang Qingran heard Zhu Juyan say this and asked seriously, is the reason why you failed to save the other party related to the restrictions on the fragments? Zhu Juyan was slightly surprised. Yes, the implication of this restriction is too great, and reversing time is not enough to smooth out those implications. What laws does that god and demon control? Fang Qingran asked curiously. Force. After Zhu Juyan finished speaking, he saw that Fang Qingran didn't understand, and said again, it's not a simple power, it's the sum of the power of laws. I know that you ascetics have said, time is king, space is revered. Destiny is supreme, and cause and effect is king. These laws are completely inadequate in the face of force. The mysteries of force are the most complicated, and the gods and demons of force are also the first chaos gods and demons to appear. All of us gods and demons put together may not be its opponent. When the gods and demons sacrificed themselves for the command order, neither the gods nor the demons expected it. People don't quite understand. She can obviously live on forever, so why should she be sacrificed? I didn't quite understand it at the time. It wasn't until later that I saw all kinds of things in life that I understood. The god of power participated in the creation of the early days of chaos. The power she controlled was too great, and the dark rules of heaven and earth would not tolerate her. At that time, there were many gods and demons who laughed at her stupidity and ridiculed her behavior. Little did they know that she was the only one who saw through the secret in advance. She left as a sacrifice, and maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. If we wait until the end and the heaven and earth are out of balance, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as a sacrifice. Xiao Qingran, there is a balance between heaven and earth. If you don't seek satisfaction in everything, you must find a way to leave room for it. After Zhu Juyan finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent Fang Qingran out of the cave. A sentence echoed in Fang Qingran's consciousness, it doesn't matter if you want the law control order, but if you don't become a Taoist, you can't use it, otherwise it will damage the foundation and be irreparable. Fang Qingran looked at the cave entrance in front of her and bowed, thank you, senior, for your guidance. She could feel that Zhu Juyan's mood was a little off when he mentioned the sacrifice of the Li Shen Mo. It turns out that during the period of chaos, the first gods and demons that appeared were force. Can the god of power control all power? Fang Qingran thought for a while and then prepared to leave Shifang territory. But before she could move, a burst of white light flashed before her eyes. She had another change of environment. Fang Qingran looked at the magnificent palace and remembered the palace she saw last time. There seemed to be a person sitting at the head of the palace. The other party's body was covered with a layer of light white mist. She couldn't see his appearance clearly, so she could only judge that he was human based on his posture of sitting cross-legged. Wrong. It should be a person transformed into a ferocious beast. Do you have Hongmeng's demonic energy in you? The other party said directly. Fang Qingran didn't hear any danger. May I ask Senior? Shenyan. Senior Shenyan knows Hongmeng's demonic energy. Fang Qingran asked. Could it be that the top 10 ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain are not actually ferocious beasts? Senior Zhu Juyan is a god of chaos. Senior Yinglong is not a ferocious beast either. The senior Shenyan in front of him doesn't look like a ferocious beast. You don't need to test me. Since I came to you, I just discovered something. I still don't like your Hongmeng devilish energy. Shenyan said calmly. Fang Qingran obviously didn't believe it. Hers was not just a few wisps, but a drop of Hongmeng demonic qi, which was made up of tens of thousands of Hongmeng demonic qi. Fang Qingran thought for a while and said, Senior, it's normal for me to have Hongmeng demonic energy. I've been to the demon devouring abyss, so fallen demons have Hongmeng demonic energy in them. It's a pity that I can't practice. Shenyan's mood changed obviously. You have been to the demon devouring abyss. Then have you ever seen him? Who is he that the senior said? When Shenyan heard Fang Qingran ask this, he understood that she had not seen the other party. You just asked Zhu Juyan law control order. Everything it said to you is true, but there is one thing it doesn't know. The fragments of the law control order can only be obtained by those approved by the god of power and demon. The rule of law order to control the gods and demons is only one aspect. The other aspect is to prevent the laws of heaven and earth from being lost. You should have a new law control order in your hand, but there is no power of law in it. The key to using the law control order is not to collect all the laws, but have a heart that appreciates the world. Those with evil intentions cannot touch the control order. This is also the real reason why Taoist Master cannot touch the fragments. After Shenyan finished speaking, he raised his hand and 9 brocade boxes fell in front of Fang Qingran. These are the 9 fragments I encountered. Take them. I hope you can make good use of the command order. Come on. Shenyan said too much information before and after, and before Fang Qingran could react, he saw 9 brocade boxes. Fang Qingran bowed to Shenyan and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Fang Qingran just put away the brocade box. She was about to say something when she found herself at the exit of Shifang domain. The corners of Fang Qingran's lips twitched. Was her action so straightforward? In the Shenyan temple, a joking voice sounded, "I didn't expect that the mighty first-generation god also has the habit of eavesdropping on corners." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1490 Time Emperor Star Technique. The white mist on Shenyan's body cleared, and he said with a straight face, "Aren't you also listening to the corner?" Zhu Jian sat on the floor in the middle of the hall and said seriously, "I can't come in without your permission. Therefore, my behavior does not belong to listening to the corner." Shenyan looked at Zhu Jian, who had transformed into a human form below, snorted coldly and remained silent. Now that he saw Zhu Jian's dog-like face, his hands felt itchy for no reason. Forget it. Seeing as Zhu Jian helped him, let's forget it this time. Shenyan, you came to see Qingran. You should have something else you want to ask, right? Why don't you ask? Zhu Jian's eyes were like a sea of stars in the universe at this moment, countless hours playing out in his eyes. Shenyan met Zhu Jian's eyes, and with a faint wave of his hand, Zhu Jian's eyes turned into red gold pupils. The scene just now seemed to be an illusion. Shenyan said with a complicated expression, "Zhu Jian, don't use the Time Emperor Star technique anymore. Your laws cannot support it. Since we have chosen to retire, let's leave the outside world to Xiao. The Time Emperor Star technique is something that Zhu Jian masters as the Time Demon God. By operating this technique, one can deduce great secrets, predict good and bad luck, and can easily span the long river of time." At that time, Zhu Jian controlled the law of time, and was one of the earliest chaos gods and demons to appear. He was powerful and could use the Time Emperor Star technique. Zhu Jian also relied on this technique to seek good fortune and avoid disaster many times, and avoided the crisis of death several times. It's a pity that in this world, magic will have limitations and backlash. After all, the Time Emperor Star technique cannot transcend the dark rules between heaven and earth. Even if you can see the future and know the good or bad luck, you can only choose to save yourself and your body. No more, and there is nothing we can do. The law of time cannot exist beyond the law of cause and effect. The laws of heaven and earth are all mutually reinforcing and mutually reinforcing. Zhu Jian used the Time Emperor Star technique to avoid the disaster. The disaster will not disappear. This disaster that was supposed to happen would only return to Zhu Jian in another way. It was impossible for Zhu Jian to understand these things at that time. Even they who came from the beginning did not understand these things at that time. Only that one person seems to have known everything. After the heaven and earth began to revolve, they chose to temporarily curb their sharpness, and they were looking for the origin of Hongmeng early on. At that time, they were in the beginning. The Hongmeng Qi in the universe is very abundant. Everyone only wants to transform and prove their name, and they have no intention to pry into the rules of heaven and earth. They all focus on fighting for the Hongmeng Qi, grabbing more Hongmeng Qi and refining it into the power of Hongmeng they need. The god he derived from heaven and earth needs to refine the Hongmeng Qi into Hongmeng divine power. As for the Hongmeng purple Qi, he had sensed it before. But he didn't care, and he didn't even know that Hongmeng purple Qi was an important force that formed Hongmeng's origin. Refining Hongmeng purple Qi is far more important than refining Hongmeng Qi. The more Hongmeng purple Qi you get, the more dark rules you can see between heaven and earth, and you will know the existence of the origin of Hongmeng. When great changes occurred in the world, they were shocked to realize that the calamity of life and death was coming. If they don't save themselves, they will become nutrients in the world. And that person had obtained the origin of Hongmeng early, created a small world of his own, and no longer participated in the troubles of the world. Everyone has gone to that person to find a way to survive the calamity of life and death. That person only said one thing to everyone: I can't help you, and I can't put myself in danger for you. The world is changing, and all things are in balance. If you want to survive, you can only save yourself. Everyone was naturally unconvinced. Several first-generation creatures even directly attacked that person. As a result, that person had no intention of resisting at all. He suffered a few attacks and was seriously injured. Everyone was shocked when they saw this result. The first-generation creatures were no match for him, so why were they subjected to these attacks? Then, with the injury, the man directly blocked the small world and disappeared. They had completely lost track of him. He went through countless struggles later, and finally understood the meaning of that person's words. I also understand why that person didn't fight back. That person was basically digging a hole for those first-generation creatures. Those creatures hurt him and they owed him. In this way, the disaster that should have befallen the other party will fall on a few first-generation creatures. When he first understood it, he felt that that person was extremely shameless. But now he could only praise the good strategy. But it's true. In fact, he has been trying to find traces of him, but unfortunately, endless years have passed and he has not been able to find it. The creation of the God clan was not an impromptu idea on his part. He created the Protoss. In addition to wanting to fight against heaven and earth, he also wanted the Protoss to find traces of that person. It's just that he still let the dark rules of heaven and earth come together. The emergence of the gods saved countless people and made the universe wider and wider. His power dissipated faster. The gods are not having it easy either. They have priests who restrain them. It wasn't until the emergence of the priesthood that he gave up completely. He understood that the situation was over and he chose not to hide it. Later, he followed Zhu Jian to Shifang domain. When he came to Shifang territory, he tried all kinds of methods to recover from his injuries, but none of them worked. Shenyan just got out of his memories. Zhu Jian's voice rang out, I don't use the Time Emperor Star technique, and I can't find a way to treat your injury. Besides, it won't have much impact if you use it a little. Shenyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Zhu Jian, you actually used it to peek into my memory. Zhu Jian is truly worthy of another title, the Devil of Mind. Zhu Jian activated the Time Emperor Star technique not to deduce Fang Qingren's story, but to peek into his memory. Ha ha ha, don't be angry. I did this just to find a better way to treat him. Zhu Jian became sincere in a second. Shenyan remembered that his recovery from injury was indeed related to Zhu Jian, and the coldness in his eyes became less cold. How did you come up with the idea of emotional healing? Zhu Jian smiled mysteriously. Look at you, you put on airs every day, and you look like you are not in the world of mortals. You have no emotions or desires, and you don't know the sufferings of the world. You are like this. After the world senses it, it will be able to find out that you are special. If it is not targeted at you, who is it targeted at? I consulted countless materials and found that we need to adapt to the times. The human race is the strongest race on Earth today. They are gaining momentum rapidly, and the most obvious characteristic of the human race is that they have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they also have great luck. The most important thing for you now is not to regain your strength, but to adapt to the environment. It's better to have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human race first, and then live like a human being. Maybe it's really possible. Maybe you can become a human directly, and then the problem will be solved. Letting the first generation gods become humans is really a last resort. But who made Shenyan unlucky enough not to seize the origin of Hongmeng? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1491. It's time for you to let go. Don't expect to find the origin of Hongmeng now. You can only take the wrong path and take an alternative path to life. Anyway, there will always be a glimmer of hope in the world. Become a human, Shenyan murmured softly, seeming to be thinking about the feasibility of this method. The human race is powerful and really powerful. But sometimes it is really small. Shenyan, you haven't told me yet, why are you looking for Xiao Qingran? Zhu Jian turned back. Shenyan paused, as if hesitating, and finally said, the Hongmeng demonic energy in her body is very pure, like the Hongmeng magic power that has been tempered by the first generation of demons. Only Shen Qi survived the first generation of demons, so I suspect she has seen Shen Qi. Even if you haven't met Shen Qi, you must have been to the place where Shen Qi stayed. After entering the period of chaos, they, the first generation of creatures, looked for life everywhere in order to retain their own strength. When they met occasionally, they were fighting to the death for the origin of Hongmeng. No trace of the friendship from the beginning was left. In fact, no one is wrong. It's just to survive. After all, Hongmeng's origins are limited. If you kill one more, you will lose one competitor. Only Shen Qi had saved him several times and was willing to waste his energy on treating his injuries. Shen Qi left after curing him every time. Later, he lost track of him. He's not sure if Shen Qi is still alive. Shen Qi, isn't the demon devouring abyss the hiding place of the Xuanming demon? What does it have to do with Shen Qi? Zhu Jian asked curiously. Shenyan said with lonely eyes, Xuanming demon was created by Shen Qi, and he has his power in his body. If he wants to hide, his first choice should be the demon-eating abyss. But judging from Fang Qingren's reaction, she must have never met Shen Qi. Shen Qi is the most different. If Fang Qingren had met the other party, he would definitely not react like that. Zhu Jian rolled his eyes. Is it possible that Shen Qi is too lazy to come out to see Xiao Qingran? You shouldn't be so depressed. In fact, after your injury is better, you can go to the demon-devouring abyss to have a look. Shenyan shook his head. Fang Qingren has the god-killing spear. The god-killing spear was once Shen Qi's weapon and was later passed to Luo Hu. Fang Qingren must have been guided by the god-killing spear to find the demon-eating abyss. There is a god-killing spear. If Shen Qi is really there, or if he has lingering thoughts, he will definitely appear. When Shenyan said this, he paused and comforted himself. Shen Qi is not in the demon-devouring abyss. I only wish that he would be like me, hiding in a small world like the Shifang domain. Zhu Jian was silent after listening to Shenyan's words. I don't really want to dampen Shenyan's fantasy. A small world like Shifangyu is no big deal. There are no more than 3 small worlds created during this period of chaos that can still remain stable and are not affected by the rules of the outside world. 2 of them were in Fang Qingren's hands. There is another one that will never fall into Shen Qi's hands. Because that small world is in Mo Jinggong's place. Shenyan, is the law control order really in Xiao Qingren's hands? Zhu Jian paved the way for a long time and finally asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Shenyan nodded. She has the aura of the law control order on her body, so things must be in her place. Hearing this, Zhu Jian's eyes were filled with emotions. So she is still alive, right? Zhu Jian, it's time for you to let it go. She is no longer who she is. Indulging in the past is not like your style, Shenyan said. Zhu Jian used the law of time many times to travel back in time, hoping to change the outcome of the sacrifice of the gods and demons. But Zhu Jian's power is only enough to change himself. Nothing more will change. On the contrary, seeing the scene of sacrifice over and over again affected my character. I also want to let go, but I can't. Shenyan, you don't understand that feeling, Zhu Jian said in a sad tone. Shenyan remained silent. He really didn't understand. Other than wanting to survive. He had no other emotions. After arriving in Shifang territory, if Mr. Zhu Jian hadn't come to harass him, he might not have any unnecessary joy or anger now. Shenyan, when you miss a dazzling existence but can't touch that person, maybe you will understand me. When Shenyan heard Zhu Jian's words, his eyes became strange. Zhu Jian continued, what I can't forget is not her, but the amazing time she brought. Maybe I will be relieved after seeing her again. Shenyan, if you understood me that day. Zhu Jian, don't curse me. Shenyan interrupted Zhu Jian without any expression. Zhu Jian was stunned for a moment, sadness stuck in his throat, neither rising nor falling. Shenyan's eyes were strange and he said, Zhu Jian, you will not be relieved. You will never be relieved, because if you are relieved, you should admit that you have seen her, right? Zhu Jian looked at Shenyan in shock, then his expression became decadent. Did you see it? Shenyan sneered and said, oh, I knew it the first time you gave Fang Qingran a treasure. How could a cunning and stingy guy like you be interested in a monk? At such a young age, after entering the Shifang realm, no matter how smart she is, she can't defeat those ferocious beasts. After all, there are several ferocious beasts who are full of tricks. Why can they control their instincts and not harm Fang Qingran? It's because you are doing it secretly. Of course, if you don't take action, she won't be in danger, she will just be a little sad. Also, when she asked you to do something later, you never refused. Zhu Jian, you are a cold-blooded and ruthless time god and demon. Even a fool can still see some tricks, okay? When Shenyan said this, his eyes looked a little disgusted. Zhu Jian didn't pay attention to Shenyan's eyes. She doesn't look like her, but surprisingly she looks like her. I can see her shadow in her. Shenyan pointed it out directly. Fang Qingran doesn't look like her, but Fang Qingran looks like the one she loves. You said this is the case, why don't you give up? Zhu Jian was silent for a long time, and finally said, I can't let her go, it has nothing to do with her, and I won't bother her. After Shenyan responded with comfort. Zhu Jian felt that the obsession in his heart was slowly disappearing. In an instant, Zhu Jian returned to his senses and looked at Shenyan with disdain. How come you, a first-generation god, do such sneaky things? You keep spying on me. Shenyan's face suddenly darkened. Zhu Jian, don't you know good from evil? Zhu Jian asked confidently, you always speak at me, why don't you just say a few words to me? Shenyan knew that he was wrong and decided to change the topic. Zhu Jian, you came to me. Besides wanting to know if she is still alive, what else do you want to do? Zhu Jian said a little more seriously, Shenyan, the Law Control Order has always been what the Tao Master wants. Xiao Qingran holds the Law Control Order, and I am afraid that he will also become the Tao Master's target. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1492, the commanding order leads the way, additional update. That's not what I'm most worried about. I'm just afraid that the Taoist Master is using Xiao Qingran to collect the law fragments. Once the law is completed, the Taoist Master will take action. Even though Shenyan had said that only those approved by the God of Power could use the command order, he still couldn't rest assured. Even if you can't use the command order, the Taoist Master will never give up the command order easily. Zhu Jian, if you care, you will be confused. She has her own way to go. We can't change anything. Shenyan, I know there is no way to change it, but I think we might be able to do something for her. Zhu Jian said persistently. Shenyan's eyes were as deep as the sea. Zhu Jian, what can we do for her? We didn't escape back then. Are our methods and help valuable? The only thing we can do is probably tell her what we know when she needs it, but we shouldn't interfere with her way forward. We have failed, and we have no right to interfere with her behavior. In addition, we are in different eras from hers. Interfering without authorization will only mislead her. Shenyan stared at Zhu Jian, knowing that the other party was still not relieved. Zhu Jian was silent for a moment, but she doesn't know what she is facing. Shenyan said, the path she chose is hers. Whether she knows it or not, as long as she steps on this path, there is no way out. Zhu Jian, don't care and it will lead to chaos. Fang Qingran is more powerful than you think. In addition to the law command order, Fang Qingran also hides a deeper secret. It's just that he didn't find out this secret. Of course, he didn't plan to tell Zhu Jian this. That's right, Zhu Jian sighed softly, maybe she can succeed in what we haven't accomplished, or she can reach a new level. By then, we should be able to retire in peace. Now, the best they can do is live in poverty. Shenyan, you say, we're lucky. At least we still have traces and have not completely disappeared. You are indeed lucky, Shenyan responded. He never thought that he could live to this point. So far, among the first generation of creatures, he has only seen that one. Even the gods he created later were very few left. He alone still exists. How can it be summed up by the word luck? All I can say is that choice is really important. When he created the God Clan, his original intention was to fight against heaven and earth. Although he finally made heaven and earth align, he also received part of God's merits and the power of faith to protect all living beings and save them from disasters. It was that part of the strength that allowed him to get through the most difficult times. Shenyan, have you ever thought about why we appeared? Zhu Jiu asked in a gloomy voice. Shenyan was silent for a few breaths and said, I don't know why I showed up, but why you showed up is probably because of the boredom in the Taichu period, which made us want to find something to do. As a result, something went wrong accidentally, and you actually waited until the period of chaos to show up. Thinking about it now, it is really mysterious. Their random actions created a group of creatures that dominated the chaotic era. They're really casual. If he had known later, he should have been more careful. It will not make the chaos gods and demons uneven. But it's not his fault. He creates creatures very carefully. But other creatures have selfish motives. This also leads to the chaos of chaos gods and demons. Zhu Jian saw the change in Shenyan's expression, and his face darkened. Shenyan, you guys are so casual. After Zhu Jian finished speaking, he stood up and said meaningfully, Shenyan, I really didn't expect that you first-generation creatures would be more wild than us chaos gods and demons. Before Shenyan could react, Zhu Jian's figure disappeared into the hall. After Shenyan considered the meaning of Zhu Jian's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Zhu Jian, you actually peeked into my memory again. After Fang Qingran left the Shifang domain, before she could make any move, the law command took the initiative to come to her. Fang Qingran didn't know why, but she saw the flattery in the token. She waved her hand and 9 boxes appeared. Before Fang Qingran could open the box, the rule of law casts a faint light over the whole body. The 9 boxes took the initiative to approach the law command order. In the next moment, streams of light flew out of the boxes and submerged into the command order. The light on the command order dissipated, revealing a pleasant atmosphere. It flew towards Fang Qingran and rubbed her hand, as if expressing its gratitude. Fang Qingran raised her hand and looked at the command order in her palm. Can you let me save my mother? The commanding officer paused, as if he didn't quite understand Fang Qingran's words, but he could feel her sadness and hesitated again. For a moment, Fang Qingran felt that her spirit had become much stronger and her sea of consciousness had broadened a bit. Fang Qingran left the space and came to the edge of the cosmic barrier. This time, the formation blocking her from leaving disappeared. Fang Qingran looked back at the empty killing universe. Fang Qingran felt a little guilty. Maybe she shouldn't have come close to Hongmeng's origin. Master Phoenix, don't be sad. There is no way to resolve doubts, and there is always a bright future in the village. We will definitely find someone to kill the monster soon. Devouring consciousness comforted him. When Fang Qingran heard the words of devouring consciousness, she thought of the universe Hongmeng Shu mentioned. But the Hongmeng tree was already asleep, and she couldn't find the specific location. The law command order flew out of the space, its body glowing purple. Can you lead the way? Fang Qingran asked. The commanding order moved up and down, as if nodding. After Fang Qingran heard this, she took out the Hongmeng pearl, made the command order smaller, and hid it in her hair. The rules and regulations order is too high profile. Exposed, it will cause trouble. The command order was hidden in Fang Qingran, close to the Taoist weapon. Fang Qingran entered the new universe according to the guidance of the command order. Fang Qingran had just passed through the cosmic barrier when he noticed a terrorist attack coming. She did not hide. With the Shield of Law, attacks below the Lord of Law realm could be automatically resolved. Where am I attacking? Damn it, what's going on? Okay, Ji Fang, you promised not to use defensive magic weapons, but you're actually cheating. Fang Qingran heard the voice and looked up. She saw a young man with an angry expression and followed his gaze. She saw Ji Fang who looked like a young man. Ji Fang's eyebrows were full of defiance. Bailey Wenyuan, don't slander me. If I say it's useless, it's useless. It was your attack that went wrong. Do you have to blame me for that? HMPH. Ji Fang, don't quibble here. Just use it and I won't blame you. Bailey Wenyuan didn't believe Ji Fang's words at all. Bailey Wenyuan, can you stop messing around? It's you who want to beat me, and now you're making trouble again. Are you afraid? Ji Fang, stop slandering me, let's keep fighting. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore.